How's it going, Riftbounders? We are live. Last weekend, we were in Suzhou. This weekend, we find ourselves in Xi'an, China for the second stop in the Riftbound Unleashed Regional circuit. With me today, two of my favorite casters in the whole world, RMC and NA45. How are you guys doing, fellas?
Well, I'm getting hyped over here. Vancouver regionals are in a week, and I'm gonna be there. Not competing this time, but just kind of chilling, but enjoying the vibe. Like the local community is really starting to gear it up.
Nice, nice. I didn't actually know you were from that area, but
Yeah.
yeah, no, I will not be making this one. I've done my fair share of regionals recently. I need to take a little bit of a break. Might not go to any Unleashed. We'll see how it goes. But
but
I am excited to catch the Chinese regional today.
but Fritz, it's the volley meta. He's a thing now, right? Like all Aurora decks are viable. Dragons is viable.
Don't get me started on Volley Bear right now. Volley Bear is. Anyways, I've been playing Ezreal actually because Ezreal is my favorite deck. But that's funny that you bring that up, Ryan, because I actually went to a Nexus night for the first time in quite a while.
Okay.
This week, 2 times actually, and the second one was yesterday, and someone was playing the infinite volley combo at our local.
Yep.
The Volley
Funny.
Dragons? That one has been
Yes,
popping up. I don't think China has caught up to speed with that deck just yet, but I'll be hyped to see it if it does appear in today's Chinese regional. But I'm excited. I mean, we just saw Master Yi take it all the way last weekend. And then on the similar side of the globe, down under in Sydney, Australia, it was Aurelia taking it all the way from a Chinese player, interesting enough, EDG Rico. I'm wondering, did he manage to get lucky and get a lottery ticket for this regional open? Because that would be incredible to see Rico at it one more time. Maybe even his teammate EDG, the any player. I wish I knew his name. Why? I think he has Chinese characters. It's not as easy as saying Rico. But I'm down to see Team EDG. They seem to be the most prominent team out in China. So we'll see if they make quite a bit of a splash. But are we feeling those two decks are pretty much just kind of the tried and true decks so far for Riftbound Unleashed, that they're most likely going to be the most represented decks one more time, or anything might surprise us here?
No, I think there's so many possible things right now. Like I think we haven't seen the full power of Ezreal and Diana either. Just purple decks are really strong. So I don't think it's just quite so cut and dried. I think I've said this before too on the last stream. I am not sold by Master Yi. I think the fact that Master Yi won just kind of shows that right now we are still we're still feeling things out. Like Elder feels like the most busted thing in the game, and we're not quite sure how to deal with it, and that's why he's kind of getting away with it. But I think, yeah, purple will eventually start showing more dominance and take over. I know Irelia is purple, but like the real purple guys, not Irelia, who purple's a hobby with Irelia.
Feeling the same way, NA, or what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I personally expect today to be dominated by Master Yi and Aurelia, so I'm a little bit on the opposite side there, Ryan. I think that Master Yi is very strong, and I think that it is relatively simple of a deck.
Yes.
It says my units are more efficient than yours, and I need to make less correct decisions than you do, because they have to play around all your buffs, all your counter spells, and everything, where you're just like, I'm sitting here pretty with this 8-mite Rengar I played for 5 energy on a battlefield. Like, you have to deal with it. The onus is on you to actually do something about it. So that's why I think Yi is going to stay pretty powerful. But Aurelia, I just think I hate the deck. I think it might just be the strongest deck of the format somehow.
Ooh. I have such an experience about that because it reminds me so much of set 1 and set 2 all over again, right?
Right.
Set 1, it was like, oh, Yi's going to be the answer to Kaisa, and again, same thing. He was really simple to play. People figured him out early. Just the +2 on defense just means so much. You're effectively one turn ahead of your opponent whenever you get up to a battlefield to defend, and they don't have a combat trick. And then Irelia was all the craze in set 2, right? It was like, oh, Draven's good. Yeah, we know that. Like, Ezreal, Island ZQ on with that. But guys, have you heard about Irelia? Like, when she hits the right thing, she just takes over. I just like, it's all of it's coming back again in set 3. It's like more tools given to both of them. And we're saying, oh, look at how good he is. I think you know what? Fritz, you kind of convinced me. I think for this tournament, maybe Yi will do very well because it's still very fresh to set 3.
Sure.
But I do think by the end of set 3, I expect to see Yi fall off, and then Irelia will just be Irelia. She'll always be just there. Like, if she gets the right cards, she wins. If she doesn't, then she'll do well, but struggle to finish off.
I agree. I think she's definitely going to make a big statement this tournament as well. But I feel like Sydney happening now, it gave China at least a good week to kind of digest the results from over there.
Yeah.
There was a surprise Teemo appearance. Of course, a little bit more Aurora prevalence in Sydney compared to the best of legends in China, which I like the trend. I like how China isn't just slapping Aurora onto every body deck. Hopefully they can keep that going. But what I was getting at is hopefully they kind of bring a little bit of spice. Hopefully things that are unexpected, like the Teemo player. I have a funny feeling Kazakhs, I know we keep bringing it up every tournament we do, but it ended up going undefeated. For those of you that were with us for the weekly tournament on Wednesday this past couple days ago, it went undefeated, #1 seed in our Swiss rounds, and then could have had the opportunity to make it into the grand finals. I think he just got a little bit tired because Kazakhs is one of those decks that you have to operate at a very high level. Any little miss of a trigger, any little miss of your XP, and things kind of spiral the wrong way for you. So maybe Kazakhs can make a good appearance with the proper pilot in hand. So, because I think it has the tools to combat like a Yi. It could bring in the Aurelias in when they least expect it. Things like that. So maybe those decks can do pretty well. Any other decks that you guys would consider maybe dark horses for an event like this?
I was already plenty surprised by what we saw last week at Suzhou when Poppy and Garen, right? Like Poppy, I think made quarters, semis in Suzhou, and
semis,
we got. Yeah. Okay. So semis. Yeah. Top 4, and we got to see the Garen Silver Aurora matchup, which was just. Was it Silver or Misfortune? It was the.
I think it was Silver. Aurora, yeah, Silver versus Garen.
Silver, yeah. That was weird, and I'm enjoying it. Like, so I think China surprisingly has shown me a lot of strange, odd things. And when I think back to like set 1, when it was like, oh, China was hyper meta, we didn't even see best ofs. Like there were tournaments where there wasn't even a Garen. Because nobody wanted to play it, but now we're seeing all the wild things come out. Like I'm pretty happy, and I'm just hoping we see more wild things like that come through. And any deck would work.
Right. You know what's funny, real quick? Speaking about Garen, he's finally not dead last. He's actually playable in this new meta because of the Elder Dragons running crazy this meta. Speaking of Elder Dragon and Aurora, do we feel we're going to see a rise in Aurora this tournament, NA? Or do you think it's going to be relatively the same? I say that because there was 3 Aurora decks in top 8 last weekend in Suzhou.
I mean, personally, I think that Aurora is something that a lot of players find fairly boring to play, which is why we don't see it played as much. Because and it also does feel like a lot of games you do lack the agency, in that it's not really, as we've seen, that the good players who play it do still consistently do well with it. But a lot of times, if you are a average to above average player, you will feel that you just lose games, and because you're like, oh, I didn't draw my Aurora, or they drew the Sabotage and they ripped my Aurora stuff. Obviously, the very tip top players, this isn't happening to them because they're not making any mistakes across the game, and they can squeak through these even really close games. But for the majority of players, I mean, it feels a lot RNG, which is not like something I would want to spend $500+ to go to an event and say, hey, I'm gonna roll the dice.
Right, you kind of nailed it perfect. I feel like Aurora tends to be a little bit more of a pub stompy type deck. Like if you're not expecting it, if you don't have too many reps in the matchup / in the game in general, you're gonna get rolled, and it's gonna catch you completely off guard. But for the pro players, for the players that come in here with those sideboard preparations, with the main board Adaptatron like we saw in Sydney, like we actually saw in the finals from Aurelia as well, I think those guys are gonna be eating those Aurora decks alive this weekend. But we'll see. Maybe they're trying to bring in some different spice. I don't know how spicy you can do with Aurora. But like RMC said, there was a Poppy Aurora. Is that one slowly going to climb up and be like, this is the premier Aurora deck? Because I do think yellow is a fantastic domain combination with Aurora.
I mean, it's just slightly better Garen, effectively, right? Like Garen's... we did get to see Garen's Legend ability procced on stream, which is fun. But I feel like the Poppy's a lot easier to do, where you can just get XP a lot of times just passively or from other things happening and then use it. Either way, I think like Poppy and Garen are kind of on the same level. We're looking at Aurora decks. But I have heard the idea that, Aurora... I like the way you put it, Fritz, because you didn't say like the Aurora is necessarily a low skill deck. It's more of a high roll deck. Because I think a lot of newer players sometimes underestimate Aurora decks and why pros win with them. But if you just build an Aurora deck and you don't know the intricacies of it, you are just just kind of going to a casino and just high rolling the do I see curve.
Yep.
But there's actually a lot more nuance to it, which is why Misfortune, for example, was the premier Aurora deck for the longest time. And it's not just because, oh, it's purple, you can go digging all the way, but it's also because of things like Bullet Time, where her signature spell can buy her time. When do you use that? When do you use your chosen champion as Misfortune, right? A lot of times they were running the purple one to just buy one more turn, buy one more point. And if you're really sneaky with it, maybe you get it out and you get to slam a card, play it directly to an open battlefield sort of deal. So there are nuances to it, and it's also one of the reasons why we're seeing Sivir overtake Misfortune now. Because if it's just the colors, if it's just the Elder and the Aurora, well, both of them the exact same colors. So why is Sivir edging ahead? It's because of a legend ability, the ability to kind of generate that gold, reduce your D ramp a little bit, and sometimes that comes into play when you're just stalling for time to find your Aurora and get your runes.
Yep, being conservative on your runes makes a world of difference. But guys, for anyone just joining in, we are moments away from starting round number 1 of the Xi'an Regional. It should be about 5 or so minutes or so. But just to pivot a little bit, did you guys see the article today? It wasn't really a lengthy article. I think it was more like a FAQ style thing. They finally gave us some kind of details about what we're qualifying for. Anyone that manages to top 64 these regional qualifiers, including the ones we're watching here as well in China. They said there's going to be 3 around the world, 1 NA regional championship, 1 EU regional championship, and then 1 Chinese regional championship. Did you guys catch that article?
Yeah, I saw a little bit about it. The funniest thing was when I had a friend who kind of tagged me in a post and was like, "Hey, look at this," and I looked at it and he's like, "Oh yeah, we should go to the event." And I read the article. The first thing I saw was they haven't picked the location yet. They just announced sort of the areas and the fact that for the Chinese regional you can only qualify out of China. But weird, slightly odd to me. But I guess I kind of understand it because the Western regionals have kind of been a lot of cross pollination, anyways. You can qualify for the NA regional with an EU regional qualifier and vice versa.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why they're doing that. I feel like EU should be kind of restricted to EU, but either way, I was more surprised at the fact that all 3 of them are still going to happen in 2026. I was trying to look at the schedule with the remaining regional qualifiers and then the Chinese. Some of the Chinese hasn't updated in terms of set 4, but I'm like, where in the world are they going to squeeze this in? Because they mentioned they're not going to overlap the weekends. So we're going to have 3 weekends straight of regional championships. Hopefully they give people a little bit of break, but I'm excited for it nonetheless. I wonder how they're going to do it because we've seen a little glimpse of things like it with these national championships, which is which is a little bit of a step above these regional opens in China. They do 2,048 players, which is, I guess, similar to what the RQ gets to anyway. So I'm wondering how many players will they actually let play in these championships. What do you think, NA? Do you think it's going to be a little bit smaller than an RQ or about the same size?
Guess it's kind of hard to tell, and it feels like they don't know themselves. It feels like a lot of these questions are still being answered
right
with the organizational stuff. All I can say is how the way it seems they've structured it, where they're giving out a lot of invites. Mind you, that a lot of them are going to be repeat invites, as the top players are. I mean, they're going to get their invite placing pretty much every time, but there should be some difference between each one. Probably at least half of the people are new invites every time. So you just conservatively, if every single one of them goes, you could kind of make a guess. But
we have a little bit of an update on the deck distribution for this day 1 of the Xi'an Regional. It looks like a little bit of a flippy flop from last weekend. Master Yi came in at the #1 most represented deck. It looks like Aurelia by a good amount now is a 10.8% versus the second place being 8.4. If you guys remember, it was about 10 to 11% last week for Master Yi and Aurelia. So I think, Fritz, you're onto something. These guys are catching when they're saying Aurelia just feels a little bit too strong. Scuttlecrab has increased the consistency. It has access to Starcross, infinite value with abandoned halls. I mean, I hate to say it, but Aurelia is looking like the forefront for today's event. But maybe people come in with that expectation and could kind of take advantage of that as well. But something to note, number 3 is Diana. So not Ezreal, but Diana. How do you feel about that, NA?
I mean, I think I am also a Diana hater. So But I do think Aurelia actually, unfortunately, does have the chops for this format. I think Abandoned Hall was such an insane buff to this legend that it just, I'm not going to say it's an auto win because some of the purple decks do have the ability, or sorry, the yellow decks specifically, I think, still have the capability. It's like, hey, it doesn't matter. You pump your Aurelia to 20 might, I still play a Call of the Week and it dies, right? Like, it doesn't actually matter. But against the decks that actually do have to fight you, it does feel like if Aurelia does not fall super far behind in tempo in the early game, it is very hard to win on that Abandoned Hall battlefield against the deck. And on my like little Diana hate, it's just like an easier Ezreal. Like, come on, like it's an Ezreal where it's like combat and tempo, which in my head, and from my experience playing with / against it, it's like controls cooler. Like, come on.
Yeah,
There we go.
I agree with you fully there. Like, I think Diana, she's a bit simpler, especially since her chosen unit is more like you want it in combat, you want it up there. Whereas with the Ezreal, like you're always going to defend your Ezreal, hoard him away, and that leaves you a bit lacking in combat presence or board presence. So yeah, I personally actually think the Ezreal is better in the hands of a superior pilot. But you know what? Alan ZQ searched over Diana, right? So who knows? You know, there's obviously something to that card, and maybe it's expected value. Maybe it's just, you know, that there is something more to having that one energy rather than card draw.
Yeah, and on that same note, there is such thing as just the excitement of playing a new legend. I know Ezreal has been around a little bit longer because of the Spirit Forge, and Diana is brand new. People want that nice little shiny best of meta card, but it means that the top 3 representation today only took about 25-ish% because it was 10, 8, and a 5. So that means 75% of the rest of the field are on different decks, which is an exciting thing. You know, there's not, yes, Aurelia is number 1, but it's nothing near the intensity that we saw in previous metas. Of course, quoting the pre-bans, I should say, with Draven running crazy. But I still think we're in a healthy spot. We always in any TCG end up, once the meta has kind of been solved, at a quote-unquote best deck. Is Aurelia soon to be kind of that? Seems to be so for now, but I would be happy to be proven wrong in today's event. And it looks like they gave us a little preview. Lilia might be the round number 1 feature match. I believe so, but I didn't see a second deck, so it could have just been like an example kind of deck, because we don't know exactly what they're saying here on the Chinese side.
Yeah, maybe somebody in chat can confirm. I believe it's just like a deck that they are like talking up, that they're hoping to see or something like that. I don't think it's the first match deck, if I understood that right. But again, if somebody in chat actually reads Chinese, maybe they can let us know.
All right, and it looks like we're moments away, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are joining us, it is time. Round number 1 of the Xi'an Regional Open. I'll throw it over to the feature table, and RMC and NA45 will be holding it down for the first 2 rounds. And let's see what legends we get to catch for the first round number 1.
Yeah, I'm going to be very excited because usually the first round isn't necessarily the most meta matchups. They usually show us some of the odder matchups or legends that we don't necessarily get to see that frequently, rarer matchups. So yeah, I'm hoping we get something interesting here. You know, we were talking about how Garen's no longer the weakest legend. Well, that's a rare one. Jin, have you seen a Jin NA? Like,
oh yeah, we have at least 2 or 3 people in our locals who absolutely love this Jin, and it's from League. It's like one of those things where it's my favorite champ. I'm gonna play it no matter what, and it's like yeah,
into a Victor as well. Okay, I am already kind of hyped for this match. So I used to be a Victor player, so I'm very excited to see how Victor's evolved in set 3, because I didn't feel like set 3 benefited Victor very much. Like, there weren't a lot of cards that kind of fit his existing play style, and as far as I understand, most of the Victor players right now are just playing kind of control style Victor, with a lot of kill spells, a lot of damage spells, and then just using your recruits as your sort of ways to score. Which, yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Kai'Sa. But then when I'm seeing something like the Treferran War Camp, then it suggests that this Victor player might be looking to go wide instead and get a lot of little guys up there.
Yeah, I like the more aggro Victor list right now. The meta seems to be fairly quickly, and I say this despite Aurelia and Yi being like the top two, it still does feel like things are fast, and Yi
Mhm.
can go deceptively fast with the Rengar Trophy Hunter, where it's just okay, I'm attacking with my little 2-drop, I'll get a free point, and then comes down the Trophy Hunter, and you suddenly there's a just like a 3-point swing because you lose the conquer, they get the hold, and then they get the score. So it's deceptively fast, even though it doesn't look. Uh,
Yeah.
and Aurelia can just cheat tempo with like ride the winds and Aurelia leaders. So Aurelia can go very fast if it wants to. That being said, like you said, I'd expect this to be more of a aggressive victor list if they aren't on the war camp. I do like the aggressive victor lists a little bit more. They're less fun, maybe to play, in my opinion.
Mhm.
But it's always very solid to go fast, and Decree is just an absurd card and continues to be an absurd card.
Yeah, and it's really, but I feel like there are ways to stop it now. Now, Jin being red and
Hmm.
blue, though, that color combination doesn't have a lot of options to stop
No,
something like a proactive Imperial Decree coming across. And usually, when we use Imperial Decree, even though it's action speed, I can count. Okay, maybe on two hands the amount of time I've used it as a an action spell. So because of that, yeah, there's not a lot of ways to potentially stop it coming through. We see the Rocket Barrage, Noxus
wow.
Hopeful, Powdery Poro, and Hextech Anomaly to start the hand, and considering whether he wants to try and mull any of these cards away.
Yeah, I'm interested in that Hex Tech Anomaly. I wonder what sauce he has cooked up there because I have never seen this card played in a real game.
Yeah,
It
it's really
is,
dangerous. So the way that card works is you're paying energy to,
yeah,
sorry, you're paying power to convert to energy,
yes.
which it deramps you in order to get energy. So it feels like you're doing that one huge turn when you're using that particular card.
Yeah, there's the Hex Tech Anomaly and then the counterpart in, I want to say it's in orange, right? Where you
Ancient
convert.
Hench, yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Ooh, you know your card names. But the ace, they're both weird in that they're cards that don't provide any value the turn you play them, but then they
Mhm.
cost power. So you have to deramp yourself to play a card that might give you value later, which really it kind of hurts, which is why I feel like we have not seen them played too much, except in the Volley Infinite. It does get played there.
Yeah, exactly. That's why the Ancient Hench gives. I have experimented a little bit with Volley Dragons as well
Mhm.
for fun. So 2-drop for the Jin player. He is going to have a turn one play, and of course, Victor always has a turn one play. Considering, yep, and there you go. There's the Victor special
Ooh.
to come through to start things off. Can't quite see. Okay, that's interesting because I saw a couple of two. I thought there was a 2-drop gear in the hand, but I couldn't quite see the card the way it was being covered. This is not an ideal start
Yeah.
for going second as a Victor.
Yeah, generally you want to see the 2-drop plus token, and then you get a double conquer on your first turn, which feels very good.
Mhm.
That being said, there is a sigil out there. Feels a little bit bad, but Victor generally will cap out at like 8 runes already, maybe 9. Like you can go like Watcher Bellows, but like besides that, you don't really care. Most of your stuff is going to be costing pretty cheap.
Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of curious how this deck runs, right? Because as you mentioned,
Mhm.
like if this is the aggro deck, usually you need to start swarming early. Things are relatively cheap unless you really unfortunately break your hand. But we saw multiple 2-cost cards in that hand. Again, just the way he found it, I couldn't quite see what the cards actually were. If this was like
Mhm.
mid game like control Victor, then yeah, you need more energy to start throwing out bombs left and right. Has isn't the
Ooh.
case though. Double Nox is hopeful, but he needs to play a card to start spamming that Nox is hopeful. Doesn't do it. Plays the Jin instead.
Well, he played the Jin with the, because he'd played a 4-cost spell, you can play it with a Mind Rune. He just played it with a Mind Rune for free. Not for free, but pretty close to free.
Yes, very cheap this particular turn. And then now, of course, back to Victor. Wages of
Mhm.
Pain was one card. I still, this
Okay,
is frustrating me. I
what?
think that's a hidden blade, and oh, it's a sprite fountain. That's what I thought I
Ooh,
saw a gear mark on that. So, opting not to do that to
that.
instantly clear the Pouty Poro, which does surprise me.
Well, you can still clear it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I actually like this. He beats out the 2-drop. He gets the conquer. He gets a double conquer. You know what I thought was really interesting is this. I think this Sprite Fountain card is really quite. Oh, okay. That's
He
interesting.
really doesn't want to G ramp.
I expected to see double conquer here and try
Yeah.
and go for the really quick tempo because Jin is somewhat of a scaling legend. It does want to look for big turns in the later game with like time warps, which we did see one in the hand. So that very well could be something coming up in the future. But yeah, it's just surprising to me, and it looks like he's going to hide a card here too. So wow, opting to not push up for the double conquer and go for a hide.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
just makes me very curious about this, like what this Victor deck or
Mm,
what its win condition really is, because the Sigil of the Storm is very good at slowing down the game, and it looks
mm,
like the Victor player, even in turn one, the fact that he opted to just create the one recruit, not use the Sprite Fountain, he tells me that, one, he wants to try and kill whatever unit that Jin is moving up there, the party forward in this case, and also that he didn't want to deramp too much on turn one. He wants to keep his mana up, so or his power up, so that he gets more mana turn after
yeah.
turn, and he's doing it again with the Sprite and the recruit. Of course, that will be a total of 6 might on that battlefield, so a bit complicated and a bit difficult, but a deadly flourish.
Someone makes a good point, and I only just noticed it. Yeah, he didn't
What?
actually have any mind runes. He could not play the Sprite Fountain, though. You are absolutely
Oh,
correct.
okay, you're right. Yeah, I didn't even see
Playing
that.
playing the Sprite Fountain on turn one is crazy tempo, as we
Yeah.
saw with the Teemo list in. Was that Sydney? I want to say. Was it Sydney where the Teemo topped? It was.
I'm trying to remember. I think there was a Teemo in
It was.
Suzhou which did well, but
Yeah, so
okay.
it was Teemo top 8 Sydney, and it lets you. So the idea behind the Teemo list, from what I understood, and mind you, I've not played the deck. I only
Mhm.
saw a couple of games. Is you can go like the Sprite Fountain into a turn, like go first. You can get a Conquer hide Teemo from Champion Zone, and like you're
Yes,
so far ahead at that
you are.
point. And sure, you deramp pretty fast, but it doesn't matter. I'm so fast. What are you gonna do about it?
And Timo doesn't care. He just wants to hide cards, so he needs to take possession right away. On that turn, worth noting, Deadly Flourish came across and actually
Yep.
didn't kill the Sprite. We've seen this multiple times in the China
Yep.
regionals. They are very punishing about mistakes you make. So the 3 damage, but because it was Interferon War Camp, didn't kill the Sprite, couldn't swing in,
Yep.
had to go for Sigil instead to keep up, and had to deramp. Now, Ruination being picked up by the Victor player, another card, much like the Time Warp, we're not going to be seeing anytime soon. And given the state of the game as well, I don't feel like Victor is necessarily considering that card. It's a bit of a dead card in his hand at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty brutal misplay, to be honest, as you do not get that gold token if you don't get the kill with Deadly Flourish. It is slightly different in weight with wages in that point, but
Ooh.
I mean, this is why looking at the cards on the board is so important. Like
Yep.
it is sitting right on that battlefield. I will say, it sometimes when people like play their cards on top of the battlefields, it can be a little bit hard, and you might like forget in your head. I
Mhm.
definitely had it the pre-release. I had the Ivern. I got the Ivern one, and I like put the token over it, but then like I had like 6 units on, and they're just kind of like all halfway on top of the thing, and he swings. He's like, "Oh, they're all getting plus one. Oh, okay."
Yeah, 100%. That's definitely true. I've had the same problem Star Spring as well a couple
Mhm.
of times where you have too many units covering and you can't quite see
Yeah.
anything. Interesting choice using the Sprite to conquer on the Sigil, so there will be no hold point from that. And the Victor
Right.
player, no runes up to create another recruit, didn't leave the recruit back in base to potentially score up on the next turn, actually choosing to reinforce on the War Camp. And I guess the idea there is that you don't want to lose the one sort of recruit to a spell and then lose the hidden card. But at this point, I'm kind of operating under the assumption it's a hidden blade or a consult, since those are the 2 most common hiddens for Victor, and either of which I think you can just happily proc on your own recruit if it's about to die to just get card draw.
We did see a wages in his
Oh,
hand, so it
true.
also could be
Yes.
a wages.
Yeah, it's probably the wages then. Yeah. Actually, yeah, because yeah, he doesn't need to pay. That would make a lot more sense. I mean, you could still kill your own recruit for that, but yeah, wanting to hold it up, I guess, for a potential swing
Yeah,
makes more
that's why I
sense.
definitely would prefer just like playing in base, or even better is just playing it onto the sigil, so that
Mhm.
you don't, yeah, have to deramp another. Like you'd be up
Yeah.
to 4 points here, which even points for Victor, very good, right?
Hmm.
I mean, you've played Victor, you
Yeah.
know how much Victor loves those even points.
It's just really odd. Yeah, so it looks like the hidden blade's still in hand. So it was the wages that got hidden. Good
Okay.
call there, Fritz. Yeah,
Yes.
so
Yes.
kind of odd for this Victor player. I mean, he'll still
Hmm.
get to even because, the side that he held will get him to even, and maybe that was the thinking. But I almost feel like if you can get a free point, why not? You knew
Yeah,
that the Jin
for
player
sure.
was kind of out of or didn't have anything on the field, and I guess just wanting to play it safe, just wants to play on even numbers, take it nice and slow. Not the end of the world, but now he has to contend with double Noxus hopefuls next turn, and he still feels a little bit early to be culling, or pardon me, to use the hidden blade if you don't need to. You don't want to be giving your opponent card draw, and then maybe there's a chance for the Jhin to come back in with whatever he ends up drawing.
I would. Oh wow. Okay, the birds. I love the birds. These were one of the MVPs of my Ivern pre-release deck. Did you go to any pre-releases?
I did. I actually was running around a bunch of them, and I was hating the Ivern. I was actually playing a lot of Kha'Zix because I found the mechanics of Kha'Zix fun, even if the deck itself wasn't great. But yeah, Crimson Pigeons for sure can give some PTSD. But good to note.
Mono blue?
It might be. Yeah, we've only seen blue runes so far, actually.
Wait, that'd be really cool. I feel like that would be crazy though, because cards like Falling Star is really good right now, and you're playing a red blue deck, but I don't claim to know that much about like the meta Jhin decks. So maybe this is the sauce.
True. Yeah, like I said, I've not encountered Jhin outside of pre-cons so far, so I actually don't really know either what sort of deck builds are coming out. But right now, all we've seen is blue. Rocket Barrage taking out the pigeons. So it's worth noting the pigeons as well are scary on attack. It's a +2 when it attacks with another unit, but on defense, it's kind of just a 2. So very aggressive, style of play from this Victor as we were expecting, but it just gets shut down right away.
Yeah. So is one spell away from getting the Jhin Leader ability, which is on the 4th 4-cost spell. It ramps, I want to say 4 runes. Sorry, it doesn't even ramp, it just like plays them out. So you do get them. Did he not recycle for Sigil there? Okay, there we go. Okay. But he is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So going to 8. So what will be kind of cool is he can play a 4-drop spell on the next turn, which will then empty his rune deck, right? He will have all 12 runes to work with. He does choose the juice.
Yeah, and the runes you channel do come in ready, so it's going to be a big burst of energy potentially to use, and it gives you the sort of draw one as well, which I think is going to be kind of important. Now Victor actually in a bit of an awkward situation with that play, because remember those double Noxus hopefuls we were talking about? Well, this is the problem now, right? Like, how do you deal with it exactly? Using Shadow's Call to kick things off, just looking for the card draw, digging a little bit. His options in hand aren't great, unfortunately. Ruination, Hidden Blade, the Demolitions Expert, which is basically a Call of the Week on a unit instead of as a spell. Safety Inspector, pardon me, not Demolition. But getting the Vi could be huge here. The stun would allow him to move up, and then with a Watcher in hand, this is very playable.
Sure, it is a little bit expensive in that it is going to cost a couple power here, which means you're not ramping, which does suck, but I think you don't care. Like, this will put you up to 6, which sets you up to potentially win next turn. You can just go play your oh no, he can't even play his leader. No, he can. Yeah. Okay.
He can. He's got one left. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he'll have Watcher next turn to potentially close out the game as well. So I think he's going to be quite happy with how this one plays out. As long as the Jhin can't clear both battlefields, and with 6 might on the Sigil of the Storm, that DRAM's actually going to cost him. He can only play Watcher and nothing else accelerated next turn with that DRAM. But yeah, he's got the recruits on the other side as well. So he's in a comfy position right now.
Yeah, I would like to see like retreat off probably 1 recruit 2 from the war camp. Like, it's not maybe you don't want to let him get the I think you would, right? Like, what's the value in oh wow, okay.
He wants to hold it. So if he holds one of the battlefields, he's at 7, and then Watcher just swings on the other side.
Yeah, but
is that the right call? Probably. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. I don't really think so. Like, I'm kind of with you here, but he's got the wages. I think he just wants to defend the hidden card and actually get value out of it.
Oh no, are we hiding another? Wait.
Oh, that's the hidden blade on that side.
Okay,
this time,
so
surely, right?
Watcher is no longer possible, right? He's
yes.
At 1, 2, 3. Okay. Saying that I am going to hold and going to get a double hold off. I mean, the Hidden Blade could be walked into. That is a possibility. Does he have? Okay, so it does look like Jin has access to his legend ability this turn if he does choose to go for that. That being said, I mean, committing 4 runes to a card that is not particularly advancing the game state, because the only one I do see, I think, was the draw 2, unless there was another one that I was missing.
Yeah,
Ooh, there's an
downstage
Echo.
dramatics. Oh, Echo Recurrent. That combined with popping. Oh, does he have enough runes to accelerate it? He won't. Trying to do the math right now. I think he has enough runes because he'd have 12, and you do the 4, and then Echo comes back in. You have it ready. You accelerate it. You swing in, ready up all your runes again, and you get effectively another shot at things. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty strong start to this. He's going to do that and repeat it.
Okay, so you think it's like accelerate the Echo, crash it into the Vi, and then like play a Time Warp or something? Or what? Or actually, no, Time Warp doesn't do anything.
I mean, Time Warp, if you just need more time. The problem is he doesn't have, like, if he wants a Time Warp, he won't have any runes left for it. Like, he can't play another unit and then still be able to Time Warp, because the Echo, including the accelerate cost, will be 6 energy, 2 power, which will leave him. Well, does he have 2 energy? Doesn't he? Is that a unit with the 2 energy in his hand there, behind the singularity?
It looks like a Plundering Poro, maybe? I can't quite tell. It's either that or the draw spell.
If it's a Plundering Poro, it's not bad. If it's a spell, then things get a lot more complicated, because right now he needs more bodies.
Okay, so opting to play out the Hex Tech here.
he's thinking about this too. I mean, maybe this is a turn that you just need to de-ramp to just get a bit more power, get a bit more units on the field, so that you have a chance to. Well, my problem with the Hex Tech Anomaly, though, he's down to 5 runes. He cannot accelerate the Echo anymore. So whatever play he's making this turn, he has to somehow clear both battlefields. Or I guess you just need to clear one first, score, but then you'll be out of runes. You're kind of low and at the mercy of whatever Victor has on next turn.
Which is always scary against the Victor deck. It says so much removal. It is very possible that it just plays like any removal card. It plays the Singularity, though you'd expect there isn't a Singularity, because last turn would have been a really good Singularity turn. Play out Singularity on double Hopefuls. You could expect like a Cull. A lot of good cards for Victor here. So ideally you want to be able to hold something up. Wow, he's really thinking on this one.
Yeah.
Right? 1. Is that 1 for 1 energy?
Yep. So he's floating it for now. I wonder if he's thinking about a Deadly Flourish potentially, just to take out the recruit token over at the war camp. But then he still needs something to take out Vi on the other hand. He has a Singularity. Is that what he's going to choose to do right now? There's the 2 recycle. There's the 6 energy cost.
Could be the Echo. Yeah.
Oh, okay. He's recurring the Echo. Okay.
Yeah, and then you could crash it in. It's kind of a weird sequence, though, right? Like,
it is.
Maybe this is better. I don't really know Jin very well, so sorry. When I say very well, I don't know Jin
at all. Yeah, all right. Like, and mono blue Jin even more. It's kind of like, okay.
Wait. Is this just? Couldn't the Victor just assign the damage to the Hopeful and not let the Echo die?
Yeah, but he's also got a Hidden Blade there.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, you just say, okay, I'm just gonna, like, I'm not giving you your runes back, and then it just passes over.
And that might very well be the case, as what we're seeing right now. He's going to use Hidden Blade on his recruit, look for the card draw, and now he has the option to assign. Does he see the line? Does he know? Yes, he does, Fritz.
And then what's really funny here is that you can go ahead and, because the other battlefield is uncontested, like, he'll never have an opportunity to use the runes.
Okay. This is very, very awkward.
Yeah, he definitely could have just, like, swung up with the Echo alone. And I mean, the whole sequence, again, I don't claim to know this Jin deck very well, so I could very well be missing things, but it did seem like maybe could have sequenced that a little bit better. We will have to see, though, if Victor does have the out. I imagine he does. It seems pretty unlikely that there's not a out for a single unit in his hand, but
He's got a super. He's got a Vi. At least in sheer numbers, that would be enough.
Yeah.
To do it. Interestingly enough, okay, he actually wages. This is interesting. So, the timing of the wages confuses me. Did he not wait for it to score before he waged his recruit? But he did it. The gold's not ready, so he must have done it on his own turn. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm very confused. I'm trying to understand. Like, what trigger did he use to wages? Did he just?
Huh?
Oh no. I mean, the sick part is he still has so many options.
No. Someone in the they didn't put like a little token on it, or at least if they did, I didn't see it. But it was shadow called.
Oh,
it's been so long since the last turn.
Right.
Oh my gosh. We spent like how long trying to figure out what the Jin was doing,
chat.
And then we just missed it. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, it's so funny because I'm used to, you know, when it's a stream game, they have so many tokens on the side, but they don't have a temporary token.
Yeah, I guess maybe there even was one and I just missed it. I don't know. We were just like,
no, there wasn't a token on it. No, there was a token on it. Never mind. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was a buff token or was what happened. But no,
I don't know.
That is really unfortunate because I feel like the Victor kind of missequenced a little bit last turn, and so now he can't actually close out. The hidden blade was probably a little bit unnecessary, but he wanted to go digging. That's fine. And now we're back to the same situation where we were last round, where the Jin player, his big issue is he doesn't have units. He doesn't have bodies on the board, and this is why I was kind of confused about why he opted to Hextech Anomaly, because the moment he did that, he couldn't afford the Echo Accelerate, the Echo Accelerate does not get him his Time Warp anymore, which becomes the problem. And now he doesn't have enough runes for Time Warp yet again this turn. So does he have another Accelerate? Did he draw something?
It's probably just like Singularity, the units, and just try and keep Victor off of plays.
Yeah.
But eventually, Victor will never run out of units. This is a thing.
Yep.
All right. I would only 3 runes up for the Jin. Has he triggered the Jin leader yet? That last couple turns lost me so hard.
He definitely he did it last turn, which is why he had how he had enough energy to pay for everything there. So he's just the timer starts ticking all over again. He's de-ramping again 4 energy.
Okay.
Did he get a unit?
Yeah,
No, downstage dramatics again.
Okay. I mean, you can maybe make a read that you don't think that your opponent is on like Xin Zhao, because that's what I would be afraid of in a situation like this. Is if the Victor is on a Xin Zhao, then I would be like, well, I could just randomly lose the game. But maybe his hand just doesn't have interaction. I didn't even see, but
well, he's definitely lacking options in terms of how he's playing this. So for the Jin player, besides the sort of not time warping to just buy yourself like one more turn, basically to look for something, I don't like. I'm not terribly upset with what he's been doing. Sure. It is kind of a really unfortunate situation where you just don't have the tools and you're just playing turn to turn right now to try and stop things from swinging up. Victor player though, as you said, is not going to run out of bodies, right? And the other scary part is that he's slowly just ramping as well. If he doesn't play things with power costs, eventually he's going to get to the point where, well, like you've just got to be worried about not just the Xinjiao Accelerate, but even like a Watcher Accelerate, for example. Do you have cards big enough to kill a 1,000 Tilt Watcher if it goes up? Like you've got the Deadly Flourish, but that's only 3 damage, and if it's sitting on the Jafarian War Camp, it's even harder to kill.
So here comes the Rocket Barrage on the Victor. Is that how many spells is? It's just slightly off the screen. So was that 2 now? Okay, so 2 and now going to be 3, so 1 away from re-triggering. This will be the most times I've seen a Jin leader been triggered. It's usually 0.
True.
So going for 2 here. Right.
Okay, interesting. I think he was considering about trying to use the Shen.
Oh, really?
Potentially as like a reaction.
Isn't Shen only at a battlefield? Or is it not?
No, so you can, as a reaction, you can play it at any time, including to a battlefield, but you can also just drop it at base. We're used to seeing it in battlefield because of the shield. But yeah, I'm surprised he didn't do that, so that he just swing up and then try and defend and hope for a point.
You can just play it like in reaction to, as long as he doesn't go double unit, which he did. So I was gonna say like in reaction to anything else, but yeah. Now that would have been pretty nice though, because then you just have Watcher for game, right? Like Shen Watcher.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
He would have had enough runes, so I'm a little bit surprised that was the call he's made, but let's be honest, Chris, I've been surprised most of this game. Part of it's also like I'm missing things or missing things, but part of it's also just the way they play. Decision making here has been very interesting, to say the least.
It definitely, there's some form of advantage when you're playing a deck that people don't know. Like I don't know what the Jhin deck is trying to do. I know that it plays 4-cost spells. I know what the cards read, but that doesn't tell me what his game plan is. And in this case, it looks like just a lot of removal and then playing some efficient units with like the hopefuls, or maybe they're just thematic. They are 4-drops.
They are lots of 4s with this deck. And Fritz, I actually think Jin's been able to stabilize the situation right now significantly. Like I'm not saying that he's going to be able to win from the state. It's still kind of rough, but he's got units on board. And that's I think the big issue with this Jhin deck. It's just been he doesn't have bodies. Now he has bodies. And that's when it kind of starts getting a little bit iffy and dangerous here. We see Vi being dropped not in ambush, but just into the base there.
Okay, so Jhin, I think, is 1 spell away from getting his thing. He has a Time Warp in hand, and he has a unit. Is this combo? Like, I don't know.
Does he have a 2-drop? If he has a 2-drop, I mean, it looks like he has a unit in hand, right? So you just swing up, play the unit, Time Warp.
This has to be combo.
Wait, no, he showed a point. He showed a point.
This is just like, this has to be like game.
Wait,
right?
no,
like,
yeah, he has Hextech Anomaly. He can, this is game.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, so yeah, there's the Time Warp, and that'll trigger. He's thinking.
Victor's tapped out, so there's no interaction for Victor at this point.
Yeah, surely this is game here.
So it's almost like the Jhin player can't believe that he did this too. To score 4 points on your turn, okay, granted it's 2 turns, but to score 4, that would be very thematic, as you pointed out.
Yeah, because you can go Time Warp, that puts you the 4 runes, and then you ramp 4, and then you can play Watcher and then score, and then that's game. Right?
I think so. Okay, the Hextech Anomaly math. Okay, so you effectively have 24 energy if you're going to burn everything. Watcher is only 18 accelerated, and Time Warp's only 10. Granted, you have to.
Someone makes a. You know, this is you guys are awesome. Like this is the thing. Apparently, you cannot trigger Jhin with Time Warp because you can't banish it. Is that why?
Because it's already been.
Okay, interesting.
Wait, no. That doesn't matter. If the spell is banished, it's in banish. Yeah. Like it doesn't matter how it gets to banish. So if anything, Time Warp, it gets to the banish spell anyway. So. Or
maybe he already used it. I can't tell because
I don't think he needs it either way. Is the thing with Hextech Anomaly.
Okay.
You just pay everything with Hextech Anomaly here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that works as well. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's why I was like counting 24 energy. So.
Okay. Oh my gosh. This has been a disaster of a cast for me. I'm sorry.
It's fine. You know what? It's round 1, and it was a disaster of a game left and right.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my
gosh. All right. Well, Jhin does take it. I can't believe it. That is incredible. Hey.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, what a game. And you know what? I guess we get to see how blue Jhin kind of works, but not gonna lie, Fritz. That I think was a bit of a throwaway from the Victor player, right? Like he had the advantages, he had the tempo, he had many times to close out. I almost feel like like you kind of mentioned earlier, the advantage of not knowing what a deck does, right? Like the Victor was playing so respectfully when he didn't need to. Just slam those bodies up there. Yeah, that Shen play, man. If if that player watches back, I'm sure the casters on the Chinese side probably mentioned it as well. You know, that was a winning line he could have gone to. And he's probably going to be kicking himself once he realizes that he could have just dropped the Shen as a reaction and then had a unit to swing up next turn.
For sure. I think there were like a couple things I would have to go back and watch because I lost track of things as I made bad call after bad call on the Jin. But I think there were a couple ways that the Victor probably did have a way to game. Like there's the pretty obvious Shen one, but then even a couple turns before where we did call out, there were a few things that maybe could have been done a little bit differently. But again, it's very easy to say from the outside looking in. When you're sitting in the table at the stream booth, there's a lot of prep.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like chat. You know what? I'm glad we've got a lot of Jin experts in chat because apparently, yeah. You know what, chat? We're gonna need you guys for game 2 because there's still game 2 and maybe game 3. Because turns out the banish pile is not a single banish pile. It has to be banished by the Jin specifically, so it's not just 4 spells banished out. Which also tells me that we played it wrong on Nexus Night, but that's fine. Like I said, there's only. Yeah, like or apparently Nexus Night on pre-release. So pre-release, that was the only thing that made the Jin seem even vaguely that gave people any hope of playing it. And obviously in my region or in my area, we're not playing the Jin. But yeah, going to game 2. Yeah, I just wonder if the Victor. I still feel like the Victor is somewhat advantaged. This Jin deck felt very slow. I felt like you're just kind of desperately trying to keep things down as much as you can. And against the Victor deck, like. It goes wide. You're not going to have enough spell cards to clear everything. So again, you're just praying that you hit the units that you can actually swing up. You're praying for those Noxus hopefuls to be able to survive a little bit longer.
Yeah, I definitely favor Victor myself, and we did see that. It had multiple opportunities to win the game, and maybe a few small missteps and did miss those windows, but still got the opportunity in the second game.
Well, Fritz, so, you know, Plus asked us earlier what decks we wanted to see.
Yeah.
Would you say these are decks you wanted to see after watching that game?
I'm down to watch whatever, to be honest. I definitely have been learning things, and you know, learning is good, and learning makes you better. Because when you sit down round 6 at a regional, and your opponent flips Jin, and they're like, "I'm going for the battle card," I'm like, I better know what these cards do.
Fair enough. And I just really wish they actually showed us deck lists in the Chinese tournaments. Because a lot of times, like in the Western tournaments, they always show us the deck list. They don't always show us the hands. And then it's the opposite. When in China, we often get to see glimpses of the hands, but we don't get to see the deck list. Because, yeah, I mean, we did see all 12 rune channel. It was mono blue. So we know it is a mono blue deck now. And I'm just really curious, you know, how it works. Because I'm guessing it's like you probably got, like, we saw the rocket barrages coming through. Personally, like, I would expect to see, I guess maybe like Frigid Touch is another thing that we've seen in other blue decks in the past. If you need bodies, I feel like Sprite Burst might not be a bad card, or Sprite Queen or Sprite Mother. Like one of the Sprite things to... Actually, Sprite Queen might actually be a really good card if you're lacking bodies. And if you're able to kind of get there with all the spells without deramping too much. Like, I'm just so curious what's in this deck.
Yeah, it definitely is interesting. I personally have really been disliking Frigid Touch right now. But it does make a lot of sense with the Jin leader if you are trying to play along those 4-cost cards. And it is a 4-cost card that does help out the board state a little bit. You do need to pair it, though, which I don't know how well the Jin deck pairs. In that I guess it does have like some card draw with the downstage dramatics, but it does seem a little bit slow. So on this second game, oh shoot, I just missed the battlefields. It was...
They'll show it shortly. Yeah. So we'll be able to take a look. And it looks like Victor opting to go first, as he should. Because again, there's no missing a turn 1 play with Victor. Looks like a Vi in hand already. Sprite Fountain once again. So he's got it twice. Fallen Comet, and yeah, maybe an Otacon, I think. Another Fallen Comet on the other hand. Pouty Poro, Plundering Poro, and Watchful Sentries. So tons of bodies. We were just saying they needed it. They've got it, but small ones.
Yeah. Definitely looking like a mulligan angle from Jin. I mean, it's just all 2-drop bodies, and the full 2-drop body hands, I can tell you from when I was playing Kaisa, they're so bad. You just lose the game. Like, okay, maybe I'm wrong. It looks like he kept... Okay, fair enough. I guess he wants to contest the board early and say, I am going to... But, okay, doesn't go for the Sprite Town. Fair enough.
So yeah, I guess blue rune or not, he just does not want to deramp turn 1. And there's been a lot of discussion on whether or not that it is a good play to do that. Like, yes, you get a double score. Yes, it's very sneaky, but at the same time, it does deramp you for turn 2. And I think for Victor, especially, a lot of times it's better just save that rune, go for the turn 2 double conk if you want. Now, it does mean that your recruit might be a little bit exposed, especially up against the Plundering Portal, which has that extra bit of might.
So thing to not play it here as well. I kind of expected, and I don't even hate. I don't like really hate going play. So yeah, I don't know. It's just like if you play the Sprite Fountain on turn 1, it's kind of the same thing as playing on turn 2 in this specific scenario, right? Because you don't have like hidden units that you can kind of cheat and get the hold point. So if you play it on the second turn, you still do have that extra rune for your turn, and then you can go double conquer. And then but the problem is that the Poro does not walk in, or the Poro does kind of walks in free if you do that. So I don't hate not doing it, as it just goes on to the other battlefield.
Yeah, Forbidding Waste. Oh, speaking of battlefields, of course, it's Treasure Hoard for the Jin player wanting the gold to stop himself from deramping. Forbidding Waste is the one for the Victor, which is -2 when you're defending there alone, and you can see why. You send a recruit up, it was going to die anyways, but now whatever conquers it is vulnerable to your recruit turning around and just messing with them as well. So the Plundering Portal, it was an interesting choice that the Victor player kind of gave the Jin, like, hey, how much do you want for gold? Vis-a-vis how much you want to just stop me from scoring. And they opted to stop the scoring for now. Recruit will go up and answer immediately. Crimson Pigeons will be on their own if they swing up here, so they will not be, not that they need the +2, and they won't have it defending either way. So I think the Victor player is more trying to decide, do I want to pay the energy for gold, or is there another play I want to save for? Because keep in mind, he has Vi in hand. It can ambush defensively, which is still a 5 might swing. And I think the fact that he opted not for gold, and if he just, okay, I was going to say, if he just ends the turn there, it kind of tells you that he has some trap in hand.
Okay, I don't hate this. I like playing out this Ash unit, and not with 2 units developed in base, it's pretty hard to get a hold. And I mean, hand knowledge is really good. I think this Ash card is actually pretty high quality. I don't know if you've experienced the horrors of the Hook LeBlanc ripping 3 cards from your hand and then saying you are never holding. Quite demoralizing.
I would either confirm or deny whether I play other blue-yellow combos that are more relevant now in set 3. But yes, I am very familiar with Ash. And I love the fact that for Ash too, it's like you got to hold. So even if you somehow kill the Ash, it doesn't return the card from banishment back to your hand. I also like the call that they made there to remove the progress stay, because you're just trying to stop the Jin ramping as well. It's a very minor thing, but yeah, you know there's a Brynher now, you know to play around it, you know that holding might be a little bit difficult, but that's a-okay. Now, Watchful Sentry. This Forbidding Waste for Victor is always really funny. I've seen Lilia's run it as well, and it's just a back and forth whenever you see like Lilia's facing each other or Victor is facing each other with that particular battlefield, because nobody can hold it for very long.
Yeah, I've seen Kazakhs can make good use of it as well. It pretty much nullifies the E leader, which can be a little bit annoying to get over at times. So it is quite good into that. And when you are playing against Yi or Aurelia, that's just a lot of decks in the top cut, which you'll expect to play against, that do kind of just walk right into that. Cannot complain about. But yeah, Jin definitely hurting right now. This is why I was like, when I saw that hand, I was like, do you really want all these 2-drops? But I think the last card in hand is like a Brynher, right?
Yeah, it's a Brynher, and he doesn't really have that much card draw right now unless he can somehow. Well, I guess you do what you have to do, and he's got the bodies on board. It did its job, and he's been actually able to keep tempo with the Victor, which is something that we didn't really see last game. Now, Watchful Sentry did come through, so now has another option, is tapped out for this turn, but really we're thinking about next turn for Jin.
It looks like maybe just play, I think I saw another Ash, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So you could just rip another Ash and say, hey, I knew you drew something. You didn't draw anything. Right. Bye-bye Rocket Barrage. Oh, poor Jin. He's losing all of the 4-drop spells. Now Ash coming up, and he did opt to put the recruit onto the Forbidding Waste, so is going to have to take that the honest way.
Yeah, and okay, so leaving the Ash solo up there for now. To me, that's a bit of an interesting choice, because you could sacrifice the Jhin potentially, or
Yeah.
you could top deck some sort of spell,
Ooh,
downstage dramatic, so we can look for more card draw. But
that's a
if
very
Jhin
good
trades
top
into that and your recruit goes up, right now, your only thing in base for Victor is another recruit. And I guess you could swing that in to kill the Watchful Sentry to stop the hold, but you're also kind of banking that there's no reactions available potentially.
Yeah.
Another downstage dramatic. Does he go? Ooh, and a Noxus Hopeful. He could play the Noxus Hopeful for 2 right now, and that would leave him with, what's that, 2 runes? 3 runes up.
Is it 5 left, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
4? He's gonna dig again?
Okay. I mean, I guess I can see it because the victor is still 2 turns away from winning, right? And that's assuming that you do doubles. You get at least 1 point, which at this point is guaranteed, right? Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Chris. Gonna just crash.
So then
And then
his Jhin will be able to conquer
back
because
over,
the
yeah.
Ash is -2 now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I like the call.
I don't hate it. And then the recruit can't walk over it because it's only gonna go the 2. Makes sense. And Jin's hand totally refilled now. Is a whole, what, 5 cards? Yeah, not too bad. Drawing the downstage dramatics was quite a nice top deck.
And again, I forgot to track how many spells he's used, but he's used the falling. No, did he use the falling or did that get ripped out? He's used 2 downstage dramatics, so I assume he's probably just at
2, I think.
Okay, so it's just those 2? Because if he's almost there and he's almost at the edge of proccing his Jhin ability, things could get a bit dicey for the Victor player when the points are kind of this close. Vi, as we talked about last turn, going to be used. Yeah, we paid with the gold. Stun comes through. And then now, Jhin player's got to take both out.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard here. And does have the unit in base too to back this up. I do see. Oh wow, wow. Okay.
He really wants to stack.
Yeah, I mean, this does guarantee a unit on the next turn. Don't hate that. Okay,
Yeah,
so how's Jhin gonna clear this all?
Yeah, with 11 runes. Oh no, sir, is that 11 runes total? Sprite Burst. Okay, so he did run a Sprite Burst, so that's
Nice.
one way to start getting into it with the
Yeah.
potential accelerates there. Just trying to see, is it enough? He's also got a Falling Comet in hand. The big problem is the Ash. He's short just a little bit.
Well, he does have the Jhin leader, right? So it seems pretty likely that will get procced here. Because is this a singularity?
Okay, so he's just floating power right
Okay,
now
fair
and
enough, fair
energy
enough.
because that way when he procs he'll get 4 more energy ready to go. So yeah, I really like that call. We're going to start with the Sprite Burst, so creating 2 sprites, and that would be enough to potentially take out the Ash or set up for the Forbidding Waste as well, because you can get one of them. If you can just isolate the Vi as well, on defense she's going to drop down to just a 3.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so there comes the Jhin leader.
Okay, so he was at 3. He just needed the 1 to...
Wow, this hand is like all units
Fire it.
except for that comet. This should be enough, though, right? Is it? No.
Not yet, it's not. And there's
No.
the
You need
problem.
one
He
more.
just needs a little bit on the other side. Like 1 more might would help him clear Forbidding Waste.
Okay. So swinging in, and this is going to leave just the... Okay.
Right. But did he have another?
He's
Sorry,
dead
he
on
had 2
board.
Brynhers.
Okay, so that's just game.
Yeah, he didn't. And then that's game.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
Oh, no.
okay.
Yeah, because you now have Sprite and Recruit, so.
Yeah. There's a opponent. Did he forget? I mean, like, the Jhin didn't have options. His hand was all units, which feels really, really bad. Because if he draws, I think, any removal spell, I think the game is fine. Well, it's like air quote fine.
Except for like Rocket Barrage, I guess, because that wouldn't be able to hit. But yeah.
Yeah.
Or even like a Stupefy or something. Just
Yeah.
So he's just opting to kind of burn through time on this on that play.
You will play it out. You could accidentally pick up your like your token put on the wrong battlefield. There's a chance. I
Yeah.
guess.
Okay, so this was something that when I was casting
Yeah.
Mr. Plus last week came up quite a bit, and
Yeah.
it's the issue of time.
Yeah.
And right now we're down to 17 and change, which
Mhm.
as a Jhin player, I feel like you're the one who needs more time. We've seen
Yes.
time and time again, the Victor just gets out to a roaring start. He scores quite a few points, and then the Jhin's playing from behind to catch up. And props to Jhin player, the mono blue Jhin. Look, I'm not sold by it, but the sales pitch is interesting, and it actually is pressuring the Victor a little bit. So
Yeah.
going into game 3, I almost feel like the Jhin wants more time on the clock, and wasting that time, just not deciding, hey, like I have no reactions, I have no actions, and I have no units on the board, like on battlefield to stop anything coming through. The scoop and just go next. Like, you knew you were going to be done, and now Victor is going to be in a favorable position both time wise, and I think he's also figured out his deck and how the Jhin deck runs. We saw him playing much more aggressively this game.
Yeah, it's definitely something that varies depending on the actual culture of the CG and the region that you're playing in. And I can say, as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, people are very willing to scoop when they see they're in a losing position, that the time's running out, whatever. And I actually got into Pokemon a few years ago with one of my friends who loves Pokemon, and I went to events with him to socialize, and it's fun. But the culture is very different there. And I see some of it bleeding a little bit into Riftbound as well, where in Pokemon, people, except for the top players, they generally don't scoop nearly as much. They just like, you can be down, you can have 0 cards in hand, you can be losing on board for 2 turns, and they'll just keep playing. They'll just keep playing. And it's just like a TCG culture thing. Like some groups are more like, I'm gonna play it out until it's over, regardless of the time. And in Riftbound, it's like not quite as bad as Pokemon, but it's definitely not at Yu-Gi-Oh level where people will literally scoop up like 30 seconds into the game if they're like, okay, my opponent opened full combo, I know I can't beat his combo, we're going to game 2. Looks at the clock and 1 minute has passed. But it's definitely interesting, and it's like a skill that you learn as you get better at the game, is when you recognize that these game states are unwinnable and that time is more important than, I don't know, playing a game out.
Yeah, and especially when games do go to overtime, right? Like in Riftbound, it's not uncommon for a full 3 games to often get right down to the bottom of the clock. Also, I'm coming from the League side of things a lot, so at least in League, the Chinese server is one of the servers where people have it at 15 when things aren't going very well. So I'm kind of just used to expecting them to scoop a little bit faster, and I know that it is legal in Riftbound. It's not like League of Legends stage matches where you're not allowed to concede. Okay, so round 3 is another forbidding waste, this time coming from the Jhin side of things.
I like the Frozen Fortress though. I really like this battlefield. It's a cool one.
Would you like to elucidate us on what exactly,
Of
what you love
course.
about it and why you think the Victor might be running it? Because I would have thought that's anti-Victor.
Yeah, I honestly don't like it too much in Victor, but okay, here's the vision, right? It's cool in decks that either need, specifically I like it in Ezreal because Ezreal plays a lot of minus might cards, right? So by putting a damage counter on a unit, that makes your minus might cards into kill cards, right? And 4 might is like a really big break point. Sorry, so you can just, now your eclipses are killing, now your frigid touches are killing, now stupefies are killing 2-drops, which is really good when you're playing like the control game. That being said, I haven't seen this Victor playing any minus might, so do you have any idea what the idea is here? Is it just make damage thresholds better? Like make wages kill 4-drops? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, because generally I think, at least when earlier in the season, we're still looking to see if Victor be viable. This was actually considered one of the battlefields which would make Victor bad or obsolete, basically. But most of us were thinking that you're not going to see a lot of people running the Frozen sort of monument there. So Frozen Fortress, pardon me, there. So I'm very confused in a way by the look of it, because you can never hold it with the recruits now. On the other hand, we do see a Stupefy in hand, so if you've got a 2-drop, Frozen Fortress plus Stupefy would kill it, and maybe the Victor player is just thinking, I'm not going to try and hold on this anyways, so or if I do, I'll use a big unit to potentially do it. Once again, unfortunately, turn 1 play, going second for the Victor, just the recruit and nothing else.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any 2-drops from him, have we? I can't remember any. Like we haven't seen the broker, we
Sorting
haven't
Scouts.
seen
Yeah.
Poros, we haven't seen like what is he just not playing 2-drops or is it just very unlucky? I guess both are possible.
Yeah. I've certainly had games where I didn't see any of my 2-drops when I have like 9
Yeah.
copies of them. Okay. Call the week as an option.
Yeah. I mean, he is on the -2 battlefield though, so the Forbidding Waste, so
Mhm.
definitely probably don't feel the need for this quite yet. You could, yeah, you just don't want to use it when you're just going to trade with like a Poro and then the hopeful comes up. You'll definitely get a better use of it later in the game, though. It has been sitting pretty dead in the victor's hand in all of these games. I don't think we've seen one played yet, have we?
Not that I can recall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm so distracted by some of the individual plays. I'm often forgetting what's in the hand, except for like the big moments
Yeah.
that it happens. Singularity,
yes.
Party Poro,
Right.
Progress Day.
Sprite Burst and the Hex Tech, right?
Is that the Hexagon only? Is that
I think it
three
is.
in one? Because Hextech is 2 in 1. No, it is 3 in 1. So yeah,
3 in 1.
it's probably
Yeah.
the Hextech anomaly. With the sprites to come in, now that's one way to potentially just take that and
Yeah.
ignore the -1 because it's going to die anyway. So who
Yeah.
cares if it takes the additional little bit of damage? And he's got the big spells starting to roll already. One thing I do like about this Jin deck is that it's been very consistent with being able to get those spells rolling fast and early. So we are seeing the Jin Legend actually get procced quite a few times, and the additional mana has been useful.
Yeah, it is cool. It is definitely a cool take. It seems like the only time he's not consistently playing is when, like, that last game you did see all units, which, I mean, I feel like we saw almost every unit in his deck. We've only seen, like, the Sentries, the Hopefuls, the Poros, and
We seen a
the Echo.
Watcher? I feel like surely that was.
Did we see? Oh, yeah, we did. We saw at least one Watcher in the Time Warp game, right?
Oh yes, yeah, the first game.
Yeah,
There we go. Yeah.
at least one. I assume he's probably running, like, 2, maybe? Depends, I guess. 2 or 3.
Yeah, especially with the echoes. I don't know how much load his deck can bear with those sort of units. So many like there's Cull and there's Safety Inspector now in the hand of the Victor player. But one of the problems with Cull is that nowadays most of the decks are running a lot of small units. A lot of blue decks are running sprites as well. So the value you're getting from Cull is a lot weaker than it used to be back in set 1 and set 2. And part of that, I suspect, is why we're seeing Irelia come back to prevalence as well. Because her natural predator, if you will, was sort of the yellow decks. But now the foremost yellow deck is LeBlanc. And while Hook LeBlanc might run the Harnessed Dragons, you still have to pay deflect costs on that. Whereas the old Culls just didn't care about your deflect costs because you're the one selecting it.
Yeah, for sure. Though, what is interesting to me, and this is like a little bit of a side note while we're on the topic of LeBlanc, is I find it really interesting how diverse the LeBlanc lists are, even though the deck is literally just Death Knell deck. Like, you see these lists that play, and the reason this comes up is because we looked at, I was looking at my locals top cut chart because we do like a little report and it makes people feel good about themselves when they top. It is cool. It's cool, definitely, for sure. But the last one just had 4 LeBlancs out of the top 8. And it's like, oh my gosh, is that a Vi for a sprite?
It is, but I'm actually more confused about what happened on the other battlefield.
He's stupefied, right?
Yeah, but stupefy is a minimum of 1.
Yeah, so you
set
stupefy and
one.
then you attack in, right?
Yes, but then your recruit's 1, and the sprite should have been a 1 because stupefy can only lower it to 1.
The battlefield reduces it by 2 though, so it goes to 0.
Okay, so he stupefied first before swinging. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yes, that is a
Looks
Vi first, right?
Yeah, that was so Singularity in hand could trade pretty well into this vibe, but I mean, he has used he hasn't used a Hidden Blade this game yet. See? Only wages?
Not this game. No.
Sorry, this not game.
In round 2 he did. No, round 1 he had the wages on one side, Hidden
Yeah.
Blade on the other side, and then he did Hidden Blade.
Okay.
There we go. Hidden Blade being used again.
All right. 2.
Just a
Too
card
bad.
draw.
too bad at all. How many spells is this? 2 spells, I think. I wish they would put it
Yes.
on screen. Okay.
Yep,
So
it's
it
only 2
looks like
spells at this
2.
point. I am tracking this time. I remember tracking this time. Also, the Jin's been doing a phenomenal job. I think he actually might end up pulling ahead in points for the first time this
Mhm.
series. And we were just talking about time being an issue. You look at the clock.
Yeah.
It's 7 minutes left, and if Jin gets a lead, that's the first time we've seen it in the series. That worries me for Victor, not so much because Victor can't come back, but it's more just like, well, if Victor's losing early, that's not a good sign for this style of play that we've seen from this Victor player so far.
Right. So that is a lot of units. Is he so ups the walk in? Yeah, this does make sense. Get your gold. It's a free conquer every turn. It's just funny. This battlefield has gone back and forth for infinite turns in a row now, even from the previous game.
Yeah. A little bit surprised that we didn't opt to conquer first and then drop a second unit to reinforce on the Forbidding Waste there, because that gets rid of the -2 sort of deal. And then the recruit as well can't conquer because,
Mhm.
yeah, if you can hold the Victor to the 2-point differential, you're in a fantastic position should the game stall like it did in game 1 again. Triple salvage in the hand of this Victor player.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
surprised that's in his deck. But I guess it's for the Hextech Anomaly. I feel like at the point where the Hextech Anomaly starts mattering, the game is a
Yeah.
little bit out of control. But I mean, it's a cool thought. I do not hate gear removal right now. I think gear removal is pretty good if you can play it. And hey, look, the Frozen Fortress coming in clutch there is able to actually kill the hopeful with the 3 drop or
Yeah,
with the wages. Very
generating a little
nice.
bit more gold in the process, which I think you kind of need. If you're running triple salvage, you do need, especially as Victor, you don't,
Hmm.
besides putting Poro and Honest Broker, you don't have a ton of gold generation, and you don't want to deramp that quickly. Like, you want to be building
Yeah.
up for those big bombs later on as well, the singularities, the thousand tailed.
He's
2
playing,
recycle, 1 to
gold.
cull.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, he's just trying to slow down the point scoring, I think, as much as possible.
Yeah. I mean, I don't hate it. I think you do need to do something as you are behind at this point. And you do have your free token units, but Jin is 2 spells away and will
Yep.
go up to 6. Oh, okay. Is he gonna kill a gold token?
Yeah, so he's doing that for card draw.
Yeah, yeah.
That's something that, yeah, the other deck sometimes did because we didn't have a lot of draw options.
Is his hand that bad though? I feel like that's like kind of crazy because he opted to not play a unit for that, right? He didn't play a token.
Yeah, it's, and you know there's the Jin still up there, so
Yeah.
definitely a choice and a half from this Victor.
Okay. Fair enough.
Doesn't have enough to Watcher accelerate the Watcher either next turn, so
Yeah.
you basically
Unfortunate.
just surrendered 1 full turn over to the Jin player, and now if
Maybe.
the Jin player just has to look to try and conquer, if he
Mhm.
gets it up 2 units, it gets real dicey for Victor.
Yeah. Maybe he just thinks that he wants to go and remove the Jin next turn and like slow things down. I feel like I don't want to slow things down against the Jin deck though. It does seem
No.
like this deck thrives in the late game when you're playing the time warps, when you're playing the Hextech Anomalies and kind of cheating. Not literally cheating, but cheating the rules of the game, of course. Just clarify.
We're not
Uh,
accusing the player of cheating.
yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
Even though those shadows call some of those cards keep coming upside down. Maybe it's a China thing. EDG Rico. Okay, double shadows call
Yeah.
for Victor here. So there's even more
Mhm.
potential for more card draw. And I'm starting to feel like he almost feels like he might need it. We have the
Yeah.
sprites fountain being used as well. That will give the double sort of accelerates, and the Jin is vulnerable right now. So some points for
Yeah,
Victor.
you definitely need to clear this because next turn could be a. Wait, can I do math? So 9 runes. If you play 4, you go to 3. Okay, so next turn cannot be, right? This gym leader math is messing me up because you play a 4. You play a 4. Oh no, because he has a hex tech too. So wait.
Yeah.
Oh, it would be play 4. He's at 9 runes, so goes down to 5. You play Hextech Anomaly. You pay 4 with Hextech Anomaly. Yeah, I don't think you can. And I'm sure someone in chat can correct me. Oh, and he just
Okay.
has game. Okay, nice.
Yep. Yeah, just with the sprite burst alone, right? Like, and this
Yep.
game, I think, really a
Absolutely.
bit unfortunate for the Victor. He just didn't see the bodies he needed.
Yeah.
But I think we're seeing one of the big reasons why Victor isn't showing up very much in the current meta. It does seem to lack a little bit of that ability to compete with a lot of the newer decks, the newer cards. I think even up against this blue Jhin, we really saw it struggle. If it didn't blitz out the Jhin, if the Jhin kind of didn't break a little bit, or I guess you can't call it breaking because he opted not to maul away like he called on in game 2 where he just went with all the small bodies. It gets a little bit tough, and you feel like you run out of winning options there. So really well played from the Jhin. As somebody in chat said, it looks fun. I don't think it's topping anytime soon either. Gandhi 2000 there. Agree with you, but it has some legs and a bit of a crutch to kind of get around.
And look who is joining us again. Hello, Plus. What were your thoughts on that one? You like
Not
the Jhin
too
deck?
bad of a way to start off round number 1 of today's regional event. And you know, it was nice to see two, how would we say it, fair decks go at it. I mean, Victor used to be kind of crazy, but I feel like it's right there in the middle when we consider like the highest level legends right now. And Jhin, as you said, RMC, right in the middle as well, like not doing things that are absolutely broken, but not too bad as well. So it seemed okay. Like the first game 1, that was pretty cool, right? I think the Hex Tech Ray Tech into a Time Warp strategy is exactly what Jhin was meant to do. But what was interesting is that it was a mono blue Jhin. I know you guys pointed out in chat as well. I'm guessing maybe, I mean, you do have access to some really strong Fury cards, like you said, the Falling Star, but they're not 4, and he just wants 4/4/4, right? So if it's a 2-cost energy spell, get him out of here, right? You just want to go ahead and get the value from your legend ability. And I mean, we haven't seen too many Jhins in general, so I'm gonna go out and say it. This has to be maybe the better Jhin we've seen lately. So maybe this is the correct way of playing it so far.
Yeah, without the best Jhin I've seen since pre-release.
Right.
Also the worst, depending on how you want to look at it. But yeah.
I mean, most of the Jins at my pre-release swapped their legend for either a blank or or whatever random one they pulled. So definitely doing better than them.
I'm pretty sure he was also getting the champion for the single power, right? Every time he played a spell, he would follow it up with it's just one power to play it after a spell. No, let me look it up.
Yeah. Once you play a spell which costs 4 or more, again, true to the theme of Jhin in general. So, definitely was a very efficient way to get it out. And surprisingly, I thought he might deramp himself quite a bit, but he kind of didn't. A lot of his spells didn't have power costs, so it didn't hurt him too much. And I was just thinking throughout, like when you're mentioning the Fallen Star there, Fritz, like there's Piercing Light if you still wanted to hit the 4, right? Like with the repeat cost.
True.
Yep.
Same thing. You could still get there. But to be fair, there isn't a lot of red cards actually that would necessarily would meet the criteria for Jhin to trigger his legend while still having all of the utilities. So yeah, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, okay, I think the only thing you're really leaving behind is just Kaisa Survivor, like as an accelerate card, which would definitely help with card draw and just give you more accelerates.
Kind of makes up for it a little bit with the sprite burst there. Not too sure. I feel like the build was clean. It wasn't like, I mean, I feel like it was as good as a Jhin deck can get right now. So I was happy to see it. And it kind of indicates that they're doing a little bit what they did in Season 2 Regional Circuit, where they're giving us the legends we haven't seen yet. So if they keep that trend going, they started round number 1 with Jhin. I'm hoping round number 2 and on forward, some of the legends we haven't seen so far are Rengar. We haven't seen an XP Master Yi. We haven't seen... There's another one in there I'm kind of forgetting if you guys can remember, but we haven't seen some of those legends, but it could be pretty hyped to see.
We haven't seen a Renata.
True.
I don't think we will see Renata.
I hope we don't.
Like I didn't think I think she's great for 2v2s in set 2. I didn't think she's viable for 1v1s back then. I don't think she's viable in 1v1s now. She's worse Victor. And if Victor couldn't hack it, yeah.
I think we finally have a solidified worst legend in the format right now, and I think you're onto something, RMC. I think it is Renata. She came in last place for all the best of legend cards on last weekend. I don't know who came in last place for Sydney. Did you guys catch wind of that, or anyone in chat? I didn't look over the best of legends in Sydney. We could pull it up during this little break if you want.
I thought it was Renata.
Can't remember, but we can very quickly pull it up. So hold on, I'm just gonna pull it up right now, actually.
Skydola, Garen is good. Garen is good. I mean, any Aurora deck is better than Renata right now, if I'm being honest. So Garen is actually not bottom tier right now.
Because Garen was the last place of the best of.
Oh, it did get last place?
Garen was 288 and Renata was 229.
Okay.
But to be fair, okay, so the thing with a lot of the best ofs, it's tie breaks that often determine where you end up. Because you could be just like 4 and 4, could get you best of for some of these legends, and then in the 4 and 4, it's kind of just like where your tie breaks end you up. So
you also have to remember that with a lot of these poor legend, not even the poor ones, but a lot of the people going for the metal cards near the last few rounds, if you have just 2 or 3, maybe even 4 people still in the running, and you're all within like 1 game of each other, or even all the same record, it's not super unheard of to say, hey, we're all just gonna like split it, and you can do whatever you want with your last round. You can just ID. You don't even have to play it if you don't want to. So
that takes a lot of trust, huh? Saying, let's go ahead and split this $15,000 card. Who gets what, and how do you kind of do all the paperwork, if you will, with that? Hopefully, if they're all friends, like if your whole group of friends comes in there and just all go at the Renata Best of Metal card, maybe I could see it, but that gets tricky. But either way, okay, I guess Garen was the bottom of the mill over in Sydney. I still don't think he's that terrible because of the mentioned reasons, right? Because of Aurora looking not too shabby. He did okay when we were spectating him. I can't remember if he won against Saver RMC. I know you were casting that one. I think he did, right?
Yeah, me and Mr. Plus were casting that one. He won, and it was a beautiful game. He won off Divine Judgment.
Right.
Slamming the Sivir before she could get the Aurora down. So, yeah. No, I agree. I think Garen isn't the worst, and I think that's why it just comes down to tie breaks and the way bubbles work at times.
Well, so yellow orange Aurora is actually, in my testing group's opinion, is the strongest Aurora color in Aurora mirror matches, as silly as that sounds, because you do have access to really high quality gear removal with the salvage. You have some really high quality units to hit off of Aurora, and you have infinite units, which most decks, and you can contest points early with Forge. You can even opt to play Vanguard Armory if you do want to have like 2 kind of win conditions off the Aurora, and then Vanguard Armory is also just insane with Elder Dragon, because it is a permanent, just you cannot leave anything on the battlefield. So yellow orange Aurora does have some sauce. I spent a fair bit of time so far with Fiora Aurora, actually, because you can play the 3-drop Aurora or the 3-drop Fiora, and then you can ramp her with like equipment that, like the free equipment, like the staff, and that's free ramp from your champion zone. Doesn't cost power or anything, right? So, and you have a counter spell that protects your Aurora.
I like it.
Yeah.
Just like you said, I feel like that Vanguard Armory is effectively almost like a free Imperial Decree every turn when you have Elder Dragon on the board. So you can see how it does spike in power level. With that said, are we expecting another top 8 Poppy? You said yellow, orange are the best color combinations for an Aurora. Are they going to be successful 2 weekends in a row? What do we think, RMC? Is there going to be up there?
I think that depends on how many Auroras are in this tournament, right? Because more Auroras equals better chance that the mirror matchup happens, like Fritz was talking about. So, and we did see that it's Irelia, Yi, and Diana. And while Yi can run Aurora, I'm not sure if China has adopted the Aurora the same way that the West kind of has. So that'll be an interesting one. I kind of don't want to see it, though. I feel like we've already seen like the yellow-orange combo with the Garen last week already in the Suzhou Regional on stream. So I think I'd rather see something, a little bit different. Like, have we seen Kazakhs on stream?
Yes, we've seen Kazakhs. I think it ended up winning against... Oh, I can't remember now. We had 13 rounds last week. I can't remember each and every one, but I do remember having a little thumbnail with Kazakhs in there. So I know Kazakhs was playing. I just don't remember who he played, but I'm pretty sure... Oh, you know what? I was impressed by that round. He beat an Aurelia. So maybe there's something to what we've been saying. And I know Keen Pearso in chat saying Kazakhs is being slept on in set 3. he could have a decent matchup against Master Yi because you're moving those units around so they don't get the value for Master Yi Legend ability. And then who knows, maybe they could be decent against Aurelia as well. Time will tell. Hopefully this regional will tell. You know what I'm saying? You point out that the third most represented was Diana. You know, I saw a little thing on Twitter. Randy, a big fan favorite pro player, is actually competing today in the Xi'an Regional, and he's on Diana. So maybe if there's one player to make the first top 8 appearance with Diana, at least on the Chinese side of things, it might be Randy. I'm excited to see if he does well.
Yeah, I feel like China should be getting familiar with Randy. I mean, he's done a couple tournaments on that side and done really well in general as well. So, yeah, I mean, I'd be down to watch Diana in general. I think she's kind of fun. I'm just trying to think like which ones we haven't kind of seen, which have fun mechanics, because like we haven't seen Rengar. We already talked about that. I'm not crazy about seeing that. Rengar's mechanics pretty straightforward. Pyke, did we see Pyke?
No, that was the other legend I forgot about. So yeah. Faku saying Pyke discard you want to see. Yeah. I think we are going to see it this regional because they try to do really good on trying to grab the legends that we didn't see the previous weekend, which is why they gave us the Jhin in the opening round. So I think Pyke should be right around the corner as well. Is there really only one way to build Pyke right now? Honestly, I'm not the most expert person on Pyke, but I've seen a couple here and there with our Runes and Rift weeklies. And hey, Dr. Rick, welcome on in. And Dark A, thank you so much for the sub there. But I feel like the little Bewitching Spirit combo shenanigans, I guess, is the best way around it. How have you seen it before, NA?
I think that build's okay. I don't really think it is the best way to play the deck. I personally think the best way to play the deck is some sort of just aggro red-purple deck. I mean, you're just playing like a worse Annie, to be honest. And I think that is just the best thing that you can do because his legend ability does lose tempo, which you don't want to do generally, which is a little bit unfortunate. There is a build that I've seen floating around on the Runes and Rift ladder, which is kind of cool. That is, and you should check that out in the chat if you have not. Check Discord link. But anyways, the way you play it is you use actually detonate and the, what do you call it? The treasure troves. And you draw infinite cards and then you play out like multiple battering rams and Noxus hopefuls with bushwhack. So it plays very similar to old Miracle Draven. And I think it's cool. I think I would probably play something like that over the spirit build, because if you're going to play like a kind of hand control deck, like play Ezreal. Like
right.
Yeah. And part of me just suspects that originally Pyke might not also have been designed with the way his legend ability works to make the gold gear to like by bouncing something back to your hand. It's meant for accelerates, things like Sharkling, like Infernum potentially, where you can just play it very quickly from your hand and you don't mind having it back in your hand, and you kind of don't want to leave them actually exposed on the battlefield. So I'd love to see a more aggro style of Pyke come through, but it feels like everybody who's playing it right now is so caught up with the Bewitching Spirit Starcross combo. I've seen a couple of people try and work in the Heatless Resurrection Bryn Hair combo. That generally does not end well. The pieces are too big. You need the combo right, and then they're kind of big, and then it's expensive, and Pyke doesn't do well, or doesn't often ramp up that high by the time the game's kind of over. So, yeah, I'm just curious to see if people can make it work. And like I said, I want to see an aggro style, like Fritz was saying, but more like with accelerates, with Sharkling, with Infernum.
I like on that same note what you're saying with a little bit more accelerated pressure. We did see a very similar list, or not similar list, but similar style coming out from Prismaticism and Sydney, where he was all in on the ambush mechanic. He had pretty much every single ambush card you could have in Fury Chaos. So I would imagine something similar to that, because can't you react to the Pyke legend ability with an ambush so that you're not effectively losing the tempo? You leave a unit on the board to hold. So I would imagine something similar to what we saw the Annie legend or Prismaticism play with Annie last weekend. Wouldn't do all that bad with Pyke as a legend as well. I don't know if you guys saw that deck list. I might be able to pull it up for you guys at home. But it was just, he had the Grim Apostra. What's his name? The Grim. He basically had Inferno, Grim. Obviously the Rengar pouncing. There was even another ambush. I swear he had Kha'Zix, the purple champion, as well. It was just any ambush, put it in there. And I guess it did pretty well, almost getting another top 8 for Prismaticism. But I think he went overboard, chat. I think he did one too many. I mean, it was just skill that piloted, that pushed him all the way as far as he did, but I think he went a little bit too crazy with ambush. But what do I know? Prismatic is a way better player than myself.
Yeah, there's one cool little thing you can do with some of the higher value units is you can actually loop Tide Turner in the Pike deck. And I haven't seen this too much, but it's like you play your Kai'Sa, you conquer with Kai'Sa, then you just play Tide Turner the base. You switch the Kai'Sa back, and then you just bounce the Tide Turner, and then you can just do this every single turn as long as you have that energy for it. So it's it's a cool little synergy. So I think Pike is relatively underexplored, and there is definitely some cool stuff there. And I actually would not be opposed to seeing one, though. I would prefer to see an Ezreal on stream.
Right. I think you always want to see an Ezreal. Maybe we'll get one in round number 2, but maybe, just maybe, we get one we get a Pike in round number 2. As we were saying before, another legend we haven't seen all Chinese circuit long is XPE. Is he just getting super overshadowed by his original predecessor, the Proving Grounds Master Yi, that everyone's saying, if I'm going to play a Master Yi, I'm just going to play the better variant? Or is there a little bit of truth to the XPE? How do you feel about XPE RMC? Anything he has going for him?
Well, if he scales, he's kind of good. Like, I'd argue that late game he's better than the Proving Ground Z, but the problem is scaling. And one thing we kind of mentioned in the earlier series when we were watching the Victor was that Call of the Week has lost value because there's so many small drops. The game has kind of the game has kind of sped up. I know it's weird saying that when we're staring like the Irelia in the face, you know, the Ezreals, like the E's are a bit slower. But by and large, like, if you're playing XP, you don't have time to build your XP. Right, and trying to conquer with just hunt mechanics, it's really hard because until they start getting enough XP, a lot of those cards which have the hunt mechanic are just straight up just might for energy. There's no special effects to them, and with the amount of combat tricks right now, or the amount of value that a lot of the other colors get, where they're getting more might for the same amount of energy, you just can't quite compete. So it's really tough for XPE, and I don't think professional players have quite figured out how to get past that early game hump. Yeah, and just by the time they get enough XP to make it come online, you've pretty much already lost control of the game.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the XP units in general are just somewhat undervalued in their cost versus what they actually do in the early game. And they really do rely on you ramping that XP. But the problem is because the units are weak, well, it's hard to get the XP ramp in the first place. And then while it might have the better late game, like, obviously, you're competing with stuff like Aurora, so do you really have a better late game? Because now you're trying to play for the same spot that there are decks that still do better than you, which is a bit unfortunate because it does stink to see new leaders get released and get not totally outshined, but it's nice when everything's playable, right?
It is. I mean, you guys said it perfectly. It is technically a powerful legend ability, right? If you do manage to get into that impressive, I think level 11 is it? Everything comes in ready. Everything has an additional buff. That is one of the crazier legend abilities that we have in Riftbound. Is just the matter of fact of getting to that position that is really holding them back. I feel like XPE, although not shining too brightly in set number 3, is a legend that could come back and be like, wait a minute, this legend's pretty good with more XP support down the line. So come set 4, come set 5, if they make XP a little bit more consistent or worthwhile to run in your deck, or maybe I should say a faster way of earning those XP, I think XP could be making a bit of a comeback, but for now, not too good. You know, I just saw, and it is the championship prize for this weekend. If you guys haven't seen it, it's a beautiful exclusive 1 of 4, maybe 1 of 5 cards that you're able to find in the world. Is the Lilia Phaethon promo for this weekend. On that topic, how do we feel Lilia fares right now? Because early on, a lot of people were saying Lilia is busted. The amount of aggro-ness you can do with that legend is unmatched to any other thing of its kind or any other legend in Riftbound currently, but we haven't really seen it do all that well, at least on the regional side. It didn't top 8 in Sydney. It didn't top 8 last weekend in Suzhou. What do we feel is holding Lilia back? Because on paper, it doesn't seem that bad, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very high value leader, at least when you just look at it. I think the problem is not Lily itself. It's the fact that every purple deck has Vex in it.
True.
Vex is just one of the premier units of the set, and is honestly just very, very absurd of a card. And when half the room has a card in their deck that says your leader doesn't work, I mean, it's hard.
Yeah, more than just the leader too. Like most of the Lilia decks rely primarily on sprites to beat the bodies to conquer things. And or even if they're not running sprites, a lot of the other cards they run have accelerate, things like Thousand Tailed Watcher. And so when a Vex comes out, it basically says you don't get to play the game for this turn. And then you've got to rely on the few units that you actually have. And unfortunately, with the amount of combat tricks that a lot of these purple decks have, it's really tough for Lilia. But besides the Vex, I do think Lilia is a very strong deck. The fact that your sprites will actively want to trade, and her ability to get sprites out at lower cost means that she's paying less energy for more might than the average, than pretty much any other legend. The trade-off being that the bodies don't stay on the board. So she just wants to trade incredibly heavily. She just scores incredibly fast. And of course, the trick that people are running now is triple uncheck power. And you just uncheck power, sprites enter ready, double conk. And you can just win. Like Sprite Burst, Sprite Burst, uncheck power is the 12 energy combo that you just use as a game-ending sort of trick where there's not a lot of counterplay.
Nice. I can see how that could be pretty effective, but I think I was just to say, I feel Lilia just lacks the answers to the Vex apathetic, right? But unchecked power being one of the clean answers, but it's a little expensive, and some Vexes do run the abandoned. They do run the hard bargain, so it's so punishing to pay all that power and energy, because you most often won't be having 2 energy when it's time to go ahead and cast the unchecked power. So I can see if they give green blue a easier bounce kind of thing, like similar to Rebuke, similar to Starcross down the line, maybe we'll see her. But for now, Vex is just holding her back. But I guess on the topic of Vex, I believe he was the number 2 representation in Sydney, because Sydney did a great job of giving those stats. They do a good job here in China production side, but for statistics wise overall, they don't give us like the number 1 battlefields or the number 1 cards. I do remember it was Vex, I think, came number 2, but saying that, I don't remember what was number 1. Chat, help me out to remind me, or maybe RMC and N8, if you guys remember seeing those statistics as well.
I do not recall, but I mean, it's probably some card that was like, it's a very basic card that most decks.
It was some. Oh, I think it was Scuttle Crab. Scuttle Crab came in at number 1. Vex came in at number 2. Yep. But what I was getting at, and I hate to bring up this topic, but just kind of playfully, kind of just to jest at it for now, do we feel down the line, is Vex comparable to Draven Executioner? Or no, it was Draven Vanquisher was his name. Do we feel like he's heading down she's heading down that same path eventually? Or is there going to be enough answers come set 4, come set 5 that is probably not going to catch the same depth, if you will, of Draven Vanquisher?
I mean, Vex is good, but I don't think she's like. I think Stellacorn's higher on my bad list personally.
Okay.
Vex.
I mean, you have to remember that even in the article where they listed the ban cards, they said we're banning Draven Vanquisher not because Draven Vanquisher is broken, but because we can't ban the Draven leader.
Right,
so,
right.
I think the card is fine. I would have liked to see it had a power cost. Right. And I'm really hating to see the text creep on cards. Like, it is a card that has a keyword and a very powerful ability for no power. But I guess we'll have to see in the upcoming sets if this continues, or if it's just like, okay, this is the one really powerful card of the set. Because every set's going to have powerful cards.
Yeah, it's kind of makes it worth it to chase. Like a nice little chase card. Oh, what were you saying, RMC?
I think part of the problem is also that it's specifically in set 3 where we got the ambush mechanic introduced, and we got Lilia and LeBlanc, both of whom have a lot of ready things on the same turn. Like prior to this, accelerate was a rare keyword that you'd have to build into your deck, like very intentionally. So because of that, that's why I said like I don't have Vex that high on my bad list. I think it feels really bad in set 3, but as other sets come out, we'll see ambush being less of a key thing, and I do think we're a bit ambush happy, as you kind of pointed out with Prismatic as well. So it just feels really bad right now. But even quite a few decks, I'm not seeing necessarily 3 copies of Vex in every single purple deck, right? It's specific decks might run 3 copies of it. And Other people are just sideboarding it to deal specifically with LeBlanc and with Lilia. So because of that, it's a good card. It's a solid card. Right now, it's probably one of the premier cards for just stopping, like, what do you call a card? It's like kind of control, but it doesn't kill stuff. It just like restricts your options kind of deal. I don't know what the TCG term for it is, but basically it's
Like
it's one of the few
limiter,
cards
like you're
right
limiting
now.
your opponent's options
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah, it's like one of the few limiter cards we have. So that's why it feels so strong right now in current meta.
Gotcha. And I completely agree. I think, as NA said, it comes down to that the Vex Legend hasn't really made too much of a splash so far in set number 3, especially in these Chinese meta. In Sydney, it actually did manage to get all the way up to top 8 position. But in China, we honestly haven't even seen a single Vex on stream, which brings up a point. Maybe we get a Vex sometime really soon in today's event. So I think those are the legends we're kind of hoping for, right? I know NA wants to Ezreal. We'll keep that one on the back burner as well. But a Pike, a XPE, Vex, and then I said one other one. What was the other one I said? There, I'm looking at only the set 3 ones and Rengar. Those are the 4 legends we haven't seen at all for the Unleashed circuit so far. So I'm down for any of those legends. But does Vex have an issue with issue in general? Because I feel like Vex is okay, but it's slowly but surely hitting a little bit of a decline. At least in our weekly tournaments, I've noticed that, because early on there was like 1 to 2 Vexes always in top 8, and then recently I think someone asked me the question, what happened to the Vexes? So I don't know, how do you guys feel? Is it still strong, or are people figuring out how to play against it?
Why play Vex when you can play Vex and a better leader? That's
right.
That's the main problem for me. Is while I think she is a solid leader, maybe not amazing, she makes you do a part of the game that is notoriously difficult, which is hold.
Yep.
And the game is not a defensive game for the most part. It is a aggressive game, and forcing yourself to go for a holding game plan is, I mean, it's always going to be a little bit harder. And they tried to compensate by giving her this very broken champion unit. But why not just play that champion unit in Aurelia? Why not just play that champion unit in Ezreal? Why not just play that champion unit in Diana? Kind of the issue here to me.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think like there was a mono green Vex that was sprouting around early in the split when those things first came out. But yeah, like holding is just tougher in general. And the other problem is what happens when you don't get on battlefield first. What happens in the early couple of stages when you don't have all those tricks to keep your green hold alive, and then you fall behind. And Vex is not ideal at playing from behind. If she is forced to do so, then she relies more on the purple side of things, the combat tricks. And like Fritz said, at that point you're better off playing Irelia, because Irelia is much better at attacking, and she can also hold. So as fun as Vex is I think she's still great at Nexus Knights. By all means, take her there, and she'll have a lot of value. But at the higher levels, when they know what to expect from the Vex, that's when things start to get really hard for her.
Right, I believe a lot of pro players have considered her a go first legend. Shines so brightly when you're on the play, but when you're on the draw, you have a big tough task to get ahead of their opponent. So I could totally see where they're coming from as well. So Vex perhaps becoming a little bit of a best of metal chase rather than I'm trying to win the whole dang event kind of legend. So we'll see. I mean, I would love to see a Vex prove me wrong. I wouldn't mind seeing a Vex make it really far, because I'm trying to think back. I think Vex did make top 16. I'll check on my phone the post I did earlier this week. I think there was Vex in 15th place, something like that. So they're not doing terrible. It's just they are getting a little bit overshadowed, as we mentioned before, by the better green purple legend being Aurelia. And on that Aurelia topic, hopefully they avoid, maybe I won't even say anything so that I don't jinx it. I was going to say, hopefully we get to avoid Aurelia, which I usually don't say because I enjoy Aurelia. But because she's at the tippity top of the current meta, we can avoid her for a little bit. Are you guys on the same page?
Yes, I see way too much.
Right.
I hate Aurelia.
I know, and I hate her.
No, thank you.
We just seen her, and it's generally a little bit of the same strategy over and over. Protect the queen. Can I stick the GA? Can I get the Zonias? Can I get a Stellar Corn Herder? So we've seen it one too many times. Sometimes it is really exciting because sometimes they do make some absurd plays that you didn't see coming. But more often than not, we've almost seen all those crazy lines so far, especially because it is a Spirit Forge legend. But maybe wait to see her in a little bit further in the day 2 scenarios over in the top 8/top 16 situation as well. And Z Godhand saying, didn't Sydney have a couple top 8 Vex? Z God, I think it was one top 8 Vex. Let me look for you.
Yeah, no, 4th place. I remember the deck name was Eek Bonk Repeat or something like that because it was kind of a funny name. But
is it the Aurelia variant where you just play 3 Aurelia, 3 Swifties, and you're playing worse Aurelia?
No, that was the one that didn't top 8,
okay.
but he was another Chinese player. I want to know the answer to this question. Is EDG Rico here? And is the EDG Annie player also here? Because I would love to spectate these guys as well. I would imagine since Randy has made quite a big name for himself out in China as well, they got to throw him on the feature match eventually, no?
I hope so.
They do. I don't think it'll be in the first couple of rounds.
Right.
They usually try and save the big players of Riftbound for later rounds because they assume that they will make it there. And then if they show big names in the earlier rounds, it's usually like famous people or people who are coming over from other games. Like we had that StarCraft former pro at which one was that? I can't remember which tournament was that.
Scarlet, you're mentioning? Or are you thinking about last week? Last week there was a pro Valorant player in round number 2 playing Azir. I believe his name was Nobody. EDG Nobody.
Yes.
EDG just signed all the best players, it looks like. They have a bit of a monopoly over there.
Did you confirm it was the player? Because that's really cool.
It was him. It was a pro Valorant player. If you guys didn't see it was round 2 in Azir versus, memory escapes me. I don't remember, but EDG Nobody, pro Valorant player, was in round number 2. It wasn't a set. It wasn't a set 3 legend because I was like, man, they're really not going to give us any set 3 legend as early as round 2. But at least it was a pro player, so exciting nonetheless. I confirmed because I was looking through the Chinese socials and a whole lot of people were getting an autograph by him with like his picture and a Riftbound little graphic next to it too. So they were definitely excited to have him there.
Yeah, when are the League of Legends pros gonna get into this? Come on, man.
Imagine one day someone like as big as Faker. Granted, my League of Legends esport knowledge isn't up to par with some of you guys at home, as well as I know RMC is super big on it as well. But if a big League of Legends pro comes in, that would really help it out. Not that Riftbound is like struggling by any means. I feel like it's doing decently well, especially for, TCGs nowadays is probably up there, maybe top 3 already. We'll see when the data comes out. I would imagine top 3 in your first year is a little bit ambitious, but I feel like if there's any TCG to do it, it has to be Riftbound.
Yeah, you're already halfway there, right? There are a couple of tier 2, like former tier 2 players who are, or current actually, I think Robbie Bob's still playing, who have been attending the North American regional qualifiers. Like I've met them there. Kitsuo, Robbie Bob. I think Gorica did really well in the first couple as well, and he does some guides. So tier 2, yes. Tier 1, I guess they're still busy, but like former pros, like come on, man. So, some of y'all have to be smart enough to like switch over to this. Like League of Legends is a cerebral game if you're the strategic type. So surely some of them can transfer into the TCG side.
I would imagine.
Okay.
Especially once your APM kind of fades, your fingers aren't working the same. I would imagine TCG is kind of like a slower paced thing to kind of really dive into. So we'll see, maybe year 2, year 3, we'll see those bigger names. But Pearso has a point. Skara plays Riftbound. He's pretty big on Riftbound too. And Skara's a big name in the space as well. So yeah, I love to see it. I know Frodan. Is it Frodan or Frodon? Either or, you guys know who I'm talking about. He plays TFT pretty well right now, but he also plays a little bit of Riftbound. So we do see these bigger streamers, bigger creators coming into the space, and you love to see it. Nothing helps a game grow more than that. But I did see the timer. It was down to the final seconds, but they took it away, so there could be slight delays. The round 2 was supposed to be starting momentarily, which is why we were trying to buy some time until then. But we have no indication now going forward, but I would give it another 5 at most, God forbid, another 10 minutes at worst, I feel like, before this next round gets started.
Yeah, the early rounds, especially the overtimes, tend to run pretty long. Because I guess there's so many people playing, and then you probably always get like a couple of those people who just don't know, newer or whatever, and so they're kind of slow, and then Yeah, just
Yeah,
drags out.
we say that, but the game you guys casted went all the way to the final 5 minutes. So I guess overtime slash the pairing preparations is was taking on a little bit. And as we speak, right on the timer, it looks like you guys will be casting relatively soon. But back to the casting booth they go. Quick little side note about the casting booth. The guy on the right, if you guys don't recognize him with the glasses, he was the Fiora player in set 1. Or no, not set 1 because Fiora wasn't around set 1. In the early set 2 meta. Oh, no. This is what I wanted to say. He was the set player in set 1 and then became the Fiora player in set 2. So he's a pretty big name out in China. At least I've known him from doing these regional co-streams. So I definitely feel like he has some good insight. And I'm wondering, because Fiora did somewhat good last weekend, but she didn't really place like in top 8 or top 16. Do we feel like Aurora her best build? Because I know, NA, you said you're testing Aurora Fiora, or is there a better way to build her? Maybe the baited hook strategy, or just the old school mid-range method? Because I don't feel Fiora is all that bad. The color combination, as we discussed below or before, is really, really strong currently right now.
Yeah, I probably don't think Aurora is her best variant. I think it's a cool variant, and I like playing different stuff. I think my only deck that I play that's like the standard, not even standard, because Ezreal is very flexible. I was gonna say Ezreal is like my one deck that I play that's like, well, yeah, it's just like a meta deck, but it's kind of cool that Fiora has so many different variants, and they all seem pretty decent at the very worst.
I think she's pretty strong right now. I think the one thing that was holding her back in Spirit Forge was the lack of card advantage, right? And then there was new tools in, I believe, yellow with the Shadows Call coming in. So you can give something temporary, trade in, get the +2. We saw things, of course, you could Hidden Blade your own card, but then there's the other card that's coming in as just a 1 energy, 1 power. Actually, is sacrifice 1 power?
Yep. No. So, no on power. Just one energy.
Just 1 energy, right? Yeah. So sacrifice. Yeah. Fiora is already doing mighty shenanigans anyways, right? So sacrifice seems to be a perfect addition to Fiora decks. So I want to see a really good pilot on Fiora, and hopefully they could really put her on the map for a lot of people, because I feel like she's also similar to Kha'Zix, a bit underrepresented for set 3.
For sure. I think the Shadows Call is a big one for hook Fiora specifically, because now you get the card draw and you're going to hook her anyways. And I think the hook variant's the one I've seen the most talk around for the Fiora builds. Fritz, maybe you can confirm that, but yeah.
I mean, I don't particularly like hook Fiora, but I do think it is a pretty high ceiling version of the deck, right? Because you can get out those Harness Dragons early. Like you said, Sacrifice is a very good card. And then having access to Shadow's Call does make your deck more consistent. So, yep, definitely can see it.
And guys, it is time. We have finally been blessed for the round number 2. We have no idea what legends are, but I'll throw you guys over to the feature table. One more round with RMC and NA45. Best of luck, guys. I'll throw you guys over right now.
Okay, and we've got a player called Nirvana here, along with a player who looks like he's from some team. Again, with the nails. The nails are on point for some of our players today. I know chat was popping off in game 1 about the thing. Ahri, okay. Yeah. That's a legend we also haven't seen. When I first saw the cards from set 3, I did think it'd be good for Ahri, and plus is going to get his Rengar. Right. There we go. Right. Offense versus, well, I guess Rengar's not really offense, because just when you play it, you can ambush on your opponent's turn.
Look, and it's the Chinese exclusive Rengar that we are not going to get. Very cool. Thank you, right? But anyway, the Ahri is kind of interesting. They are opting to play the green Ahri instead of the the blue. I feel like generally it's the blue one because it's just a little bit higher value on its own, right? You play it and it's getting value every combat, whereas green is, well, you have to hold, which, as we discussed when we were talking about Vex, holding is not guaranteed by any means.
Yeah, Starspring, as well as the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Starspring gonna, I think, pretty obviously going to be the Rengars, whereas Ravenbloom is the Ahri staple. Going back to your point there, Fritz, about the sort of green versus blue Ahri. I think in set 1 and set 2 for sure, blue had a lot of value, and it's sort of a low guaranteed cost that you can play out very easily. But in set 3, I was saying one of the things that excited me about Ahri was that there's a lot of cards that strengthen your hold now, right? You've got Valmaw, you've got Alpha Wildclaw. So it's much easier to protect green Ahri now once you're set up. And you don't even have to go first anymore. As long as you get onto a battlefield of your choice and start stacking all those defensive measures, once you've got any sort of tank or Valmaw down, Ahri can come out and then she'll swing the game so that even if you're behind, you'll catch back up in points and pull ahead.
Okay, fair enough. I trust your judgment there. I cannot say I have played a lot of Ahri in set 3 yet.
Yeah, I thought about it, thinking of the best of. So we that's a bunch of friends who are just kind of testing around with it. You're still relying on a lot of the old stuff, but you can already see with the Blue Sentinel, with the Sona, the idea of just holding and getting all those hold effects can be absolutely massive. Blue Sentinel and Sona, especially together, oh my goodness, it just gets, it's kind of ridiculous. It's like Annie on steroids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no spells in hand, only units, which is a little bit spooky, but when you're going first, you really can't complain, right? Having the units, because you are going to almost guaranteed get that first hold. And then at that point, you can start loading up and building your wall. Rengar might be one of the better leaders at dealing with that, though, with the ambush, and does have the ambush champion as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because Ahri will negate it if you're using the ambush offensively, but as we mentioned as well, if it's as long as you play a unit, it gets a +1 on that turn from Rengar. So defensively, it could potentially make a difference. If there is one thing that Ahri does struggle with, it's actually kind of conquering and moving up, challenging into fights. A lot of times they're trying to use spells to remove people. Raven Bloom, of course, the 2-drop that we knew was available, should, as you kind of pointed out, guarantee the Raven Bloom conservatory for the Ahri player.
Yeah, definitely not going to complain about that one. And first mate being played down. And gives it says, I'm giving this +1. Here you go. Why not? Love to see it. But should be a pretty straightforward push up. I imagine it will be on to the conservatory, as you said. I mean, seeing the free cards is going to feel good.
Oh,
okay.
I mean, for the Star Spring.
I don't hate this either. You can say, hey, I'm going to deny this from the Rengar, and I am going to instead cut their mobility off. I think I'm going to get more value by limiting their options than giving myself more options, giving myself draw. In this case, they're going to say, I will choose to not get these extra draws at the cost of making it a little bit harder for my opponent to move around. Because the Star Spring is a lot of mobility, right? Especially with the Rengar deck.
And I guess if you're Ahri and you're going first anyways, you're able to get onto a battlefield so early. Raven Bloom Conservatory doesn't matter if you never attack it. So the Ahri might be saying, okay, you can take that. I don't care. I'm already on your battlefield. I'm just going to deny it away from you. I'm just going to hyper stack here, and there's nothing you can do about it. And one thing about ambush, of course, is that when you're ambushing, you can't equip gears or anything, right? Like it's only reaction speed that can really follow up, or maybe action speed as it goes into showdown. So with an Ahri, with the -1 as soon as it pops up, once you hit sort of critical mass, it does become almost impossible for a Rengar to be able to remove with just the options that they normally bring to the deck. Unless, maybe they have like an Elder or something, but I can't say I'm very familiar with Rengar decks. I don't imagine that Elder is something that a lot of them are running unless they're running the Aurora variant.
So this will be the moment where we get to see if Rengar does want to contest the Star Spring. I actually don't hate contesting the Star Spring here, but opts to instead go for the Conservatory, which is probably fine. It does feel a little bit spooky the moment you start letting the big hold build up, as there's the Sona there, which, like you said, is going to get a lot of value, and then we know that it's green Ahri. The green Ahri will come down at some point, and we saw the Sentinel in hand, so there's a lot of hold value. Yeah. And instead, opting to move up for the Conservatory. To be fair, it is Rengar. Like, there's ambush, there are ways to deal with stuff, and as I say that, comes a challenge.
Yeah, and this is where things get a little bit dicey, right? That's the Rengar player. Yeah, because you had to assume that there was going to be some sort of combat trick to protect those champions that were sitting on Star Spring. That's why you play the Sona on turn 2, to ready up those runes for combat tricks. And it's almost obvious that it was going to be the discipline, just because if it was the on guard instead, they would probably have kicked back the Ravenbloom student off the Star Spring, so that it's holding alone, and then the Sona gets kind of big. So if you were going to challenge and try and kill it, I do feel like you should have just swung the bodies in there, throw in an extra ambush. With the Rengar on the side as well, you can get it up to a 5 on the attack, 6 because you played it that turn as well. But yeah, with just the first mate, it kind of backfires a little bit. Ahri is still in a very, very comfortable position, and the hold continues. And every turn you're not killing something on that side, it's another turn it just gets rougher and rougher for you to try and break.
Yeah, I definitely would not have hated just throwing my first mate and then a ambushed Rengar there. And then you still do have the challenge if when they do try and stop your push. Because then you kick them off the battlefield, and then you stop this right here, where now there's going to be a double score with the Star Spring, and there's still a Sona and a Sentinel on the Star Spring too. So it's just kind of spooky. Like, I feel like you do need to make these aggressive plays.
Well, the Ahri player now doesn't have any more combat tricks, so
this is true.
It's a bit of a game of chicken and bluff right now. You've got the
Yeah.
Sentinel, which has shield 2 as well, so it's a 6 defending. You've got the Sona, which is a 4, so that's effectively 10, and you've got the -1 on the swing-ins. We do see a punch first, so it's a question of how much does Rengar want to commit to make this work, and also how brave is he, right? It's a game of chicken. You've got one unit up, you've got your pit rookie, you get a swing to one side here. Which side do you go for?
Were there no red runes? It's so hard to tell. I can't. I'm not
there's a red
colorblind, but no. On the previous turn, because someone in chat is saying there were no fury runes. But I thought I saw a red one. But maybe these body runes and the fury runes, especially the alt arts, are so close looking to each other. Especially when you're mixing up all the arts. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Are there literally? Wait, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it literally 5 different? No, arts
different types of runes.
Right now, I think.
The different arts. Yeah, he certainly has a spread.
Wow.
Yeah. So can confirm he was on 5 body runes last turn. So yeah, good catch from chat once again. I keep forgetting to look at the color of the runes. I just always assume that they have the runes to be able to kind of do the things they want to do. But
that's fair. That's fair.
Now it's complicated because even with Pit Rookie, even if you bring Rengar in, that's 6, that's 8 total, you need to punch first. And it would deramp you so heavily this turn for you to do that. So for now, looking like it's going to go for the Ravenbloom Conservatory, going to go for the trigger first. And keep in mind, the Pit Rookie has a -1 on the swing, so you will need to buff up the Pit Rookie.
See what we hit off of the defend trigger here.
Oh,
that is a good one.
We don't have to use it yet, though. We get to see what pump now. And as a Rengar player, it's like, well, do I still want to pump now? Is it worth it?
That's demoralizing. Now it's like, do you even want to commit? Because now you commit, and it's just getting stunned. Yeah. So it does opt to play out the pretty kitty Rengar.
Oh, the graphic they had was the base art. Unfortunately, come on, give us the pajamas. There is still the potential for punch first as well as the Nidalee in hand, but the problem is either way, you've already deramped one rune. Do you deramp another for Nidalee?
Yeah, you have to pay so much to get this to go through, and all you deal with is a single Ravenbloom and a card they got for free. So it does not feel good at all.
Okay, and he gets to draw a card. Imagine he hits an on guard off of that. Like, that's just nightmare fuel at that point. Because Ravenbloom is gonna get a +1 from this. If he hits an on guard, it'll be a +4 total. So that'll be a 6 might Ravenbloom. Even when you throw in that Nidalee, you just trade at that point.
Yep. So it does opt to throw down the Nidalee here.
Oh, he did not. He did 1,000 tilt off of it. Okay, so.
Not a card you quite need in this situation when you have that nice big hold built up. Have the point lead. I think I see a Fade the Dust in the hand. It looks.
Yes. Turn the Dust in the hand. Blue Sentinel, 1,000 tailed. I think it was Guard? Oh, no, the other one. Oh, I always get those two mixed up.
Desert's Call, right?
Desert's Call, yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why I always get those two mixed up. They're 2 different colors. Desert's Call is the green one, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
So first.
But unfortunately, didn't have the extra pump spell he needed. Didn't have another spell he could play. So Ravenbloom can only take out the first mate. And with the Nidalee conquering, card draw for the Rengar, more options. Will be tapped out for this turn. Will still be behind in points, and that's not getting better anytime soon, I don't think.
Yeah, definitely does not feel good. Ahri will be going to, what, 6 runes, I want to say?
Yep.
Which does mean that we probably... I guess you could still play out the Ahri champ if you did want to, specifically because there is the Sona. And you are getting the Sentinel. I want to say it gives a power, correct?
Yep. Yeah, on your hold, it grants you a floating power at the start of your turn. So you do have to use it or lose it.
Yes, yes.
Discipline. One turn too late, but does finally show up. Now, the problem for Rengar as well a little bit right now is that in terms of ambushing, it's when you're attacking. But you need something to attack up. There's no accelerate or there's no way to cheat like the start ring because you're on the Ravenbloom side of things. So you're kind of hoping for, what, a Rengar, the orange Rengar from your side to be able to attack that battlefield directly and then try and buff it up with the punch first. As for Nirvana, the Ahri player, yeah, he just needs to keep adding body. He just needs to make this as expensive as humanly possible.
Wait, did he not use the floating power?
Hold on a second.
That is how that works, right?
It.
Like,
yes, I think he forgot about floating power.
Oh yeah, look, he's like he grabbed the bomb and burned back there. He's like, no, shoot. Okay, well,
yeah,
it happens. It happens.
Okay, he's gonna hide a card with it, so
yeah,
that's gonna be fine.
Yep, yeah. That's a funny one, but I don't think it'll make too much of a difference here. We have Sona restanding everything, and you do have to play into 5 runes plus a fairly big hold there.
Yeah, that's the scary part too. And again, no tech. So you're kind of drawing aggro into the Ahri, and you're also saying that, well, I'm betting that you don't have Rengar, or if you do, I'm going to force you to use it this turn, and how many Rengars are you going to hit? As you can see in hand, no Rengar. I believe that, is that a Pike?
Yeah.
Alt art, I think.
Yeah, he's going to play it here. So paying the optional cost, we'll let it come in ready with +2. So it is essentially an accelerate, and then Rengar going to make it into a 5 might. Probably going to just throw it into the battlefield.
I couldn't quite catch if he had another sort of ambush card in hand to back this up. No, it looks like by playing Noxus Hopeful, that tells us that it's just the punch first that you're looking for. Potentially to do more damage. Well, no, actually you have to because of the -1, so everything is above it, and it'll have to be a punch first to get it up to, what is that, a grand total of 8? So you could kill Sona and Ahri potentially.
I feel like if I'm Rengar, I'm just passing priority and saying, if this goes through, I kill the Ahri, which is fine because then the points are still, it's not snowballing too hard. And if my opponent tries to buff up their stuff, then I can commit the punch first and then go for like a big... Yeah, so now I think you commit the punch first.
Well, the scary part is, what do you draw off the discipline? Imagine it's another back off, right? He's got enough mana to do it. Oh, another discipline.
That's a good one. Oof.
Okay, so Pike now is up to, where's he at? 6, 5, 10 might? So he'll be able to kill something. The question is what he actually wants to kind of go for, because Ahri is now at a 6. He could go for Ahri Sona, or he could go for Sentinel Sona. If he buffs up Sona, then there's only one, like, you can only take out one thing at this point. That's the Pike.
Mm-hmm. There's the hidden as well.
True. There's the hidden. That was the Emperor's Divide. So he could pull everything back if he wants to. Give that point over to Rengar.
It wasn't a call. It's the divide.
It was the Emperor's Divide, right? Or...
Okay. No, I believe. Oh yeah, because you can't hide the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Emperor's Divide. Yeah.
So you're right. So you do just pull it back here, and you can pull everything back, right? Everything at the battlefield. Oh, okay, that's fair too. Says I'm just gonna save my Sona and.
So he's just gonna let them trade? Oh no, it'll be 6 and 6 right now. Sorry. So he's just forcing only one of them to die at this point.
Yeah.
Unless Rengar's all tapped out at this point. Interesting choice.
So I'm sure I'm missing something because I feel like you just play the discipline there, right? Oh wait, was he too big? I didn't catch how many counters were on him because he got 5. What? So 5 from punch first, plus
And then he
3.
had, yeah.
So
Uh,
8, 9. Oh, it was 10, right? Yeah. So he could not have saved the. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
yeah. Oh, okay.
Yep.
So Nidalee is now at a 4 on the Ravenbloom Conservatory. So I actually kind of like the call from Brana. I think it's
Yeah.
what he's kind of trying to do is just save the discipline for a potential pump on the next turn. Either as a defensive pump or offensive pump. Either way, you can make something happen. And Rengar is completely tapped out at this point. So Nirvana can actually go to 6 by conquering on the Ravenbloom, put the Rengar in a really awkward position where you've got to swing up on both sides. I'll find something one way or the other. The question is more just how he wants to go about doing this.
Yeah, Rengar has barely any runes left. We're only at 3. It does have a fair amount of units. So maybe you can just say, I'm just going to save these for challenges and stuff. Then, wow, that is a card.
Set one eager apprentice. Yeah, when it's at battlefields, energy costs get reduced by 1. So it helps you kind of pump up more spells. And I actually find it very interesting that, okay, I thought he was going to try and start swing the blue Sentinel back and then maybe swing out the other side or something. But instead, no, he's just playing it there. And it looks like he used the Desert's Call. He's going to make 2 Sand Soldiers. Do we just hyperstack the Star Spring? I mean, there is a Noxus Hopeful and a Rengar on the other side. The Rengar will be swinging with the Assault 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could just hold them in base. Yeah, so it does opt to hold them in base. Get the Sona. And it's still pretty scary to swing into this.
Yes. I mean, it should be a 9 swinging, but because of the Ahri, if Noxus and Rengar go up together, it's only a 7 at this point. And we got to keep in mind the shield 2 of Blue Sentinel as well means that the defending total might is like 13 might. Plus the discipline he has in hand. And again, as the Rengar, you've got to be assuming that there's some sort of combat trick. You don't know what it is, but something's there.
Yep, absolutely. Thankfully, not on even points, though. So Rengar is pretty safe here for one more turn. If they do choose to try and play it a little bit slower and develop for a turn, I can't imagine that's the play, though, because the longer you wait, the more stuff just gets thrown on that battlefield. It's a little bit scary.
Yeah, definitely. He's thinking about what he has options wise. He's only got 3 mana up, but that's enough for most of the ambush cards.
Yeah.
I don't know what he still has left in his hand right now.
All right, so swinging in for it is going to be 5 on the Rengar and 5 on the Hopeful. So swinging in for 10 face value, and then I think I saw a Nidalee in hand. I want to say.
Yeah, that was the ambush card I was thinking of. Wait, so actually Rengar's swinging in with 6 right now because he got the +1 from the Legend when Pit Rookie was played. So that'd be 11, so down to 9 currently. And then, yeah.
Isn't it? Well, doesn't he have okay, am I doing the math wrong? I thought it was Assault 2 and then +1 and then -1 for Ahri.
Yeah, so that's 5 on the Rengar and 4 on the Noxus Hopeful total right now. So
Makes
9
sense,
total.
makes sense.
So using the Discipline early to pump up the Sona.
Okay. So, yes, the Rengar too.
both.
Actually, the Rengar. Does this just cleanly beat? I think it does, right?
14. It gets up to 14. Yeah, that should be just one. No, it's not enough because of the discipline, I think. Hold up.
15, right? Because you get another +1 for the Rengar leader.
But then you get -1 from the Ahri. I hate the Ahri Legend because of the constant +1, -1s that you got to keep doing.
This is true. This is true. You make a good point.
If he's short 1, I think he's short 1.
Oh, that would be quite unfortunate.
Oh, they're also trying to ascertain the math here. Yeah, I think the Rengar miscalculated. He's looking very concerned all of a sudden.
Oh, did he maybe forget that Sentinel had shield?
I think so. Yeah, the shield too. So Eager Apprentice will survive after that, all that madness.
I mean, I guess you could go for this and say like you won't have units. I mean, the Ahri deck doesn't play an insane amount of units. It seems pretty crazy thing to hope for at this point, but
Yeah. Especially when you do see the two Sand Soldiers back at base as well. It does get
yeah,
worrisome
absolutely.
to say the least. Yeah, I think the Rengar player knows he shafted. Usually, it's towards the end of the game. Usually, when we see the player know that they're kind of cooked, then they start checking and looking through to perhaps learn what is in the deck for next game. Double Thousand-Tailed Watchers as well.
Yeah.
Blue Sentinel. Yeah, this is really it's definitely not an easy position for this Rengar to have to play through. The good news for Rengar is he should be able to conquer at least one side. The bad news is it might not matter because this Ahri should be at a 7 and just needs to hold one of the two battlefields.
Yeah, I don't even. I guess you could go for the hold. I was gonna say because you have double 1,000 tail, I wouldn't even hate just playing a 1,000 tail here, retreating, pushing the Sand Soldier up, so I'm at 7, and then just saying I'm gonna push with 1,000 tail next turn, as Rengar should not be able to hold like multiple 1,000 tails. But this works too. Just gonna develop a bunch of little units. This is actually better. Yeah, this is more might. This is 8 might instead of 7 might. So yep, definitely works.
Yeah, same concept, which is just save the 1,000 tilt for next turn, and you're just everything off. Yeah, the thing with Ahri players a lot of times because they are so hold pilled by the time they're when you play a lot of Ahri, it's all about holding and defending. That a lot of times they will try and go for that hold instead.
Yeah. So used to one game, you got to be flexible.
Yeah, exactly. And especially into a Rengar, because the math you got to do with Rengar is that there is assault potentially when they're attacking. So if you can get them to defend instead, it's actually much easier to take over them. So I like the call here from Nirvana, from the Ahri player. And yeah, I expect to just see 1,000 tills with the 8 runes or 9 runes that he's got. 8 runes exactly? Yeah, 8 runes. No, he did get 9k. Yeah, just swing in. There's no real good answer from Rengar. Was it 2 cards in hand from Rengar? 3 cards in hand?
I guess the only thing to be careful of is, I guess, like 3-drop Accelerate plus Thrill. Or sorry, 3-drop Ambush plus Thrill. And if they like attack incorrectly.
Sure.
But it's like a pretty high ask, to say the least.
Oh, they did hit Thrill.
Okay. There's I mean, it still seems very unlikely, but
he doesn't have enough mana for. Okay, because I was thinking like if he has like the orange Rengar or something, right? You could drop that 6 might plus 1 from the entry because you're defending. It's straight up 7 might, and because it comes after a potential 1,000 tilt drop, like you'd be fine. But yeah, right now I like the way he's playing. It's not the immediate 1,000 tilt drop. He didn't immediately try and reduce might. He's actually trying to bait things out first, burn the runes, so that when 1,000 tail swings later, he doesn't have to worry about fresh units being dropped with more might.
I mean, this will get a lot more value of the 1,000 tails for sure. He's committed these accelerate units, and now he hits 2 units with the Watcher.
Yeah, and you know that, well, what options do you have, right? If you use Throw of the Hunt, you only have 1 mana up, which at worst would just be a punch first. So, yeah, that's why I really love this. And now your Sand Soldiers are also big enough to conquer these. So you just send your Sand Soldiers in to probe to see, okay, what is your combat trick? What options do you have here?
Yep. Yeah, I don't see a way this wins.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to hope for the punch first, I guess, off the top of the Red and Bloom Conservatory. Not able to find it. Thrill of the Hunt, however, does work. So it'll come back in 5 this time because of the Rengar.
Yeah, because like even if you do hit a wait, so if you hit a punch first, that's a sabotage.
Yeah, if you hit a punch first, you can get that up to a 10. But it doesn't matter because you send a Sand Soldier on to the other side, and then you just swing everything else onto. Well,
that's what I'm saying. Like this is like the same thing as the previous game, right? Like it's
they just don't surrender.
Like Okay, so putting on your opponent the misplay, which is it could happen.
It could.
It could happen. We'll see if he does opt to play around a punch first.
Yep,
Okay.
there you go. Okay, to be
Okay,
fair,
that-
yeah, I think the Rengar was just hoping for a potential sort of misplay. But the problem is he didn't have punches in his hand. We saw his hand. So if you I guess he just wants to kind of psych out the
Yeah.
Ahri player.
Sure.
I personally don't know if there is a psychological advantage to that. Like when you actually just didn't have it in hand, you're delaying for a couple more seconds. I also don't think it's
Mhm.
particularly detrimental. Like a couple of seconds delay is
Sure.
fine. Last game was like you played an entire like full turn, you know, which you didn't have
Yeah,
to play,
yeah.
and that eats your time. But something like this, that's fine. Really well played from the Ahri player, and kind of glad to see it. This is also kind of my concern with Rengar a little bit. He's a bit linear and straightforward, and I feel like if you're not running either dragons, ironically, or with well, not ironically, but it's weird to see dragons out of Volibear, but Rengar can do it. I don't think it's
Yep.
as great as Volibear because you can't replenish. That it gives you the ambush power, or pardon me, not the ambush power, the +1s. Or if you're not doing Aurora, I just feel like Rengar is a little bit difficult to be able to make work in the current meta.
Yep, I'm of the same opinion. I have a friend here where I live that has been on the Rengar. It's like decent. It's not the best, which when you're competing to win an event, but if you're competing for a medal card, absolutely. Absolutely. It is a cool deck, and I think the ambush mechanic does give a lot of player expression, like a lot of ways for you to outplay people, a lot of ways to play around things. I think it's a cool deck. I think Thrill the Hunt is an absurd card, probably one of the best champion spells in the game, to be honest. So
Fair enough. And if you're playing Rengar, it's not always about the win. Sometimes it is just about
true.
the thrill of the hunt. Now, speaking of sideboards, though, because we do have to think about that prince a little bit.
Excellent.
I do think the matchup for Rengar into Ahri, it's probably one of the more unfortunate matchups. I won't say it's bad necessarily,
Mhm.
but the -1 negates a lot of what Rengar is looking for with those additions with the pluses. So kind of looking at that, I'm thinking if you do have spells to remove stuff, don't rely so much on just the units, but things like Falling Star, things like the I'm blanking on the name all of a sudden, the repeated red spell, which we were just talking about for Jen. Piercing Light. Thank you, Plus. Whispering quietly in my ear. Yeah, if you've got Piercing Lights, like those are the sort of things you need to start bringing into the board against the Ahri. Yes, she has Defy. Yes, it could mess you up. But I think you have a better shot of trying to force those spells through than you do trying to force the bodies through right now.
I definitely would like to see a little bit more aggression in the next game. There was that on the third turn of the game, I want to say, or fourth turn of the game, where the Raven Bloom was and the Sona were on the battlefield, and there's the opportunity to go for the push on and clear that battlefield off. And he opted not to do that. And it kind of snowballed, right? It was like you let it sit there, and then now the Sentinel is coming down, and now the Green Ahri's coming down, and it just gets worse and worse and worse for you. So you really got to contest it early before they have all these cards all this access to card. So even if you do end up like, okay, well, I went for it and they had the answer and I lost, you ended up losing anyway to just slow bleeding. So
exactly. Yeah, and ended up deramping. The challenge really wasn't. The challenge really didn't help matters into that sort of situation. And again, when you see that mana up, when you know that they played the Sona, there has to be some sort of combat trick, right? Whether it be even a Defy would have just messed that up. So very, very risky. Now, going to game 2, Rengar will get to go first, though. I do think going first is huge for Ahri, because if she can get on board, she's hard to dislodge, very similar to sort of Yi, except a little bit weaker early on, stronger later on. Whereas for the Rengar, if you're able to kind of get your units down first and sneak on and choose which battlefield that you want to get on first, then it becomes a lot. You have a much higher chance. And then Ahri has to play on the back foot. She's the one who's to eventually actually attack up and figure out a way to, get ahead and get that extra point, whether it be from Green Ahri trying to survive, which again can be tough. I'm assuming you're going to be citing in some of those control spells, like the Piercing Lights, like the Falling Stars, to deal specifically with that Ahri to make sure that you maintain that goal first advantage.
For sure. So let's talk about the next game in this best of 3. If you are a Ahri player, and it sounds like you have a little bit of experience with it, what are you putting in for Rengar? What's your side deck looking like right now?
I mean, I think just the Valmol pump spells is kind of
Mhm.
good enough already. I don't think you're changing that much out from your sideboard from what's already
Okay.
in there pretty much, because you've got your disciplines, you've got your on guards which you're probably running as well. Those are big spells to kind of handle most of the
Mhm.
things that are coming in. Maybe you put a couple more back offs, because if you don't already have a bunch of them in there, specifically to deal with the likes of the punch first, because that's really the main thing you're concerned about is just punch first.
Yep. I think that makes a lot of sense. And we did see a cool card that we did catch at the end of the last game there is a Confront in the Rengar's hand. And I like this card a lot in the deck. It does make all these units into kind of, it makes them into pseudo accelerates for the cost of 2 extra energy.
Yep.
And it means that if they are an accelerate unit, well, you don't have to pay that extra power cost. You don't have to pay it for the pike or the any of the units, which is kind of nice. And this really hasn't seen a lot of play outside of like set 1 Yi lists maybe. So, and sometimes these Aurora lists that just use it as like a draw one. Pretty cool
Yeah.
to see it actually in a.
Yeah, I think it's very mana efficient, and especially for an ambush deck like this, because like we said,
Mhm.
besides the orange Rengar, all your other ambushes actually need an attack to swing up. Oh,
What
here
just
we go.
happened?
Here
Oh,
we
did
go
he
again.
forget
He
the
missed the
arena?
arena's greatest trigger.
No.
I love how like even the
Oh my
scoreboard on the stream like
gosh.
started at 1-1, and then I feel like we see this almost every single China stream. It's like
It's
somebody misses the
so
arena's greatest.
bad.
We were just talking about how Ahri needs to find a way to get ahead.
Yeah,
The
well,
Rengar
that'll do
just
it.
gift wrapped it and served on a silver platter.
Oh my gosh, man. That's ridiculous. And especially when it's your arena's greatest.
Yeah.
You can see he is not happy. Oh, that poor
Yeah,
guy.
he just cooked himself, and it's even okay. So he also had an unfortunate sort of 2-drop, right? He's relying on
Yeah.
Infernum to get in there, which is great
Mhm.
on the attack, but not so good on trying to hold. So if you swing that up, and there was a unit from Ahri, it'd be even worse, because now like you lose the ability to try and hold, and Ahri just gets onto board anyways. Thankfully for him, it wasn't complete disaster.
Yeah.
The Ahri player didn't have a turn 1 play.
Sorry, brick. Well, maybe
Yep.
not brick, but it did whiff, and it does look like you get to go for a front double counter, which is not bad at all. I mean, okay, Ops not the I'm
didn't
kind of
go for that.
surprised. I feel
I am
like
too.
okay, fair enough, fair enough. Using to develop instead.
Okay, I am not a fan of this particular play. Like I agree, developing board all good and well,
Yeah.
but when you're developing with Infernum, when it can be sort of an ambush card from hand with the plus assault, it just feels so much better to play it from hand when you're swinging up. And Ahri doesn't have a lot of accelerates, especially not this early on, like unless they're running sprites, which I guess could be a thing, but isn't. I don't know how many of them are running. I guess sprite bursts.
It could be like playing around the sprite burst, but I feel like you do want to take that aggression, especially after being set behind because of missing the arena's greatest point.
Yep.
Right. So
And you can play the Infernum as well from ambush and get the Rengar trigger to keep things alive. So I kind of didn't like the play there. He could be up even more points at this time. He could be up like 4 points potentially, or pardon me, up to 4 where he's playing on even numbers. But I guess in his mind he was trying to play around the Ferris Forerunner, and that's why he opted to maintain his runes. He didn't want to deramp so that he could actually get the Ferris Forerunner out.
Right, so already getting pushed up onto the arena's greatest. Right, in the holding position now. A lot of cards to work with. I'm sure this hold will be a bit of a see. Okay, just upping. I was like, what is he doing here? Or no, he's just trying to decide if he does want to play units here. I think I see a divide in hand. Is that a divide?
I think so. Or yeah, I think a divide, discipline, and feral strength are sort of his responses that he could look for. Which to me, this is probably a desperation play because he had to play the Ahri. That tells me he didn't have Raven Bloom last turn. So he had to brute force it with the Ahri.
Yeah.
But he doesn't actually have the protection he wants for Ahri. 4 runes when you see double Infernum is not the call. Infernum is assault 2. So those are going to be 3s, 7 total swinging in. Sure, -2, down to 5. But that's assuming there isn't another ambush in hand. It gets down to the wire a little bit as the Ahri player right now. So you're low-key gambling a little bit that, hey, I have enough to handle this that he doesn't have that many ambushes. Unfortunately, the third Infernum coming through, that plus the Rengar would be enough to break.
Yeah, that's a lot. I think you definitely go to try and break this here. You know that Ahri has a lot of tricks in hand for sure, seeing as they just kind of passed.
Yeah.
But I'm absolutely going for this here. And wow,
Ooh.
okay, opts to play out the confront here. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. It is going to just be
digging?
a cycle at the worst.
True. Oh.
Is there a unit in hand you see? I feel like in this situation, it's just kind of burning energy, but it does have a lot of energy to work with as they did get a couple channels off of the peak.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if he still has 6 runes up. Okay.
True.
That's actually pretty good if you've got the Ferris Forerunner, which you could accelerate and swing in. Even if the worst happens and it dies, you still have the 2 mechs next turn, and you're burning through resources. And most likely you should be able to kill Ahri. Because at 4 runes up, you're assuming it's like double discipline. It's the worst case scenario in this situation. Where you pump the Ahri up to an 8. And 1 Infernum and... oh, that is not the Ferris Forerunner. Okay, Determined Sentry.
Yeah, well, opting to not play the Forerunner out then, which I guess fair enough. It is cool with the confront though, where you could like swing and then they pump up their stuff and then you have the mechs. But I don't. Does that like really change things? Okay,
I'm not sure what the purpose of the Determined Sentry is, because Determined Sentry is, it says that I can't move to base, so that cannot be.
It is, and it's like 0 might, right? Oh no, Ahri can only go down to a minimum of 1. It's like one of the old cards, right? So technically, it is a +1 here. Okay, all right. There is the Rengar champion unit available, so even if stuff does get buffed up, worst case. All right. Ahri going up to 6, Ravenbloom to 3, so defending for 9. And it is swinging in for, what, 3 plus 3.
3 plus 2 plus...
It doesn't have a buff, am I?
But the other has the +1 from the Determined Sentry being played. Yeah, so it's 3 plus 3 plus 1 currently swinging after Ahri. And then he's going to try and swing with the Rengar as well, which will be a 5.
Kind of surprised playing the Rengar here instead of the Infernum from hand. Okay.
So I think the idea here is that the Rengar alone should be enough. Oh, is it enough? Actually, no. Wait. Math. I hate the math I'm going to do on stream here, Fritz. This is...
Okay. Wouldn't Inferno be enough? Because that's another
12.
3, and then you're at 3 plus 3 plus 1, which you'd be at 10 over 9, right?
Yeah, so basically you're playing around with the 2 energy up, you're playing up around another discipline, potentially. So that's why he's just throwing the Rengar in, because that guarantees that it will be sufficient without having to throw everything in the kitchen sink into that particular battlefield.
Well, my thought is that you play the Inferno and then you still have runes for the Rengar, right? If they do have something. Or is your thought that like you want them to invest that, or?
Yeah, I think the idea is. Okay. I'm trying to remember what else he has in hand. If he has like some sort of, like if he wants to leave runes up for potentially like, reactionary, like protective plays on his turn, so that he's trying to spend the minimum amount he needed to conquer that, so he had options. I just can't remember what's in his hand besides the Inferno right now. So yeah, I'm not sure what he can do with just 2, like maybe a challenge or something.
The upside down discipline. Or no, sorry, upside down.
Thwonk.
Thwonk. Okay.
Old school Sun card.
Right. Ooh, this Valmaw could come in pretty clutch right here. Could clear off that entire battlefield.
Yeah, I think you just swing that up first, the Ahri, and then you see what fresh hell the Rengar has in hand.
I don't think there is a lot possible here. Yeah, just everything dies. This missing point is really hurting because you would be on 6 points and the game would be threatened right here if you had not missed the arena's point, but instead only on 5. You still do have the Forerunner. Playing too much about that, but means Valma, it's going to be a little bit annoying. I will say the Rengar deck is probably fairly good at pumping stuff over Valma, but we do know that there is a Thwomp in the hand of the Ahri, so contesting the battlefield could be a little bit difficult.
Oh, what was the hidden card there? I missed it.
And
I was trying to see.
That was Zonius.
Oh, Zonius. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Unless he has another hidden. But
No,
I did see
he has
Zonius in the head.
Yeah, no, he has a Thwonk, a Defy, Thousand Tail, and then the Zonius. Yeah, I just can't remember what the Zonius. Oh no, he has one more card actually, but no, just having the Zonius I think will be enough because you're basically playing like around potential punch first. Is the big thing to get over Valma at this point. So as long as you've got something to keep it alive. Now it would expose your Ahri to some sort of follow up from ambush, but it would cost a lot from the Rengar to get that done at that point.
Yeah, for sure. It does play out. I'm gonna get the draw here. Yep, gets a draw, and now the Rengar is attacking for 6. Obviously -1 from Ahri, so it would be attacking for 5. That's still not quite enough. You do need to be attacking for at least 8 into the Valm. It's got to be thinking about the Emperor's Divides as well, as I think that's happened twice this match so far. He's probably like that. These damn divides, and there is a hidden, and
yeah, how much
might be taken a little bit surprised by the Zonias. I don't think Zonias has been revealed yet.
No, I mean you've got to assume that Zonias is probably in the deck, especially for something like Ahri, which has to defend so much. But yeah, I agree with you. I think at this point the Emperor's Divide is probably top of mind from game 1 and game 2, and the other problem is still, do you have enough might to get over that, right? You've got to remember it's a -1 when you swing in. That's why Valmos is so good for Ahri, because normally you need 8 to even do damage. Now you need 9 to even do damage when you swing in. And right, unfortunately, no pump spell, no punch first. I'm trying to think what else Rengar might run that can pump besides just playing a bunch of units.
Kind of surprised that they didn't leave the Forerunner alone on the peak, because you're like not super disappointed about it dying. It's like not the worst thing in the world, but now they just could lose the oh my gosh, is it Kinku Monk or something?
It's the set 3 card.
Kinku Initiate. Yeah, it's draw 1 if your other unit's total might is 5 or higher.
Yes. Yeah, it's one of the new card draw cards.
Yeah, I'm surprised it was played to the battlefield, especially when you know your opponent plays Watcher.
Well, the thing with Watcher at this point is that there's not enough runes for Ahri to play it. So even if you play Watcher, Raven can't get over it. So I think it's fine to kind of put it there. You're more just being wary of it in case there's something that like Charm or something that moves it off, and then you don't get the whole point. And with the draw you get from Kinko Initiate, with the runes you've been getting from the battlefield as well, I think the Rengar is generally okay with sort of just wants to hold that to give himself potentially more options. The big problem for him is still trying to get over this Valmo Ahri on the other side, and now there are actually runes up. It looks like just 2 runes up, but you've got to play now around like Discipline. We know there's a Thwonk in hand as well, plus hidden card. It's just a nightmare situation for Rengar.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty annoying. That being said, Rengar does have some cool tools for it. Like, we know that Throw of the Hunt is a good card to have to get around it, though I don't think I see one in hand. Yeah, the hand looks pretty dead, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of units.
Well,
and
he got the punch first, which was what you're praying to see.
Which is, that's just going to get eaten alive by the Thwonk. You did say...
Yeah, and the problem is, like, as a Rengar player too, you're thinking I need to buff up whatever my biggest unit is as much as possible, because if I punch first, like there's a -1 already, and they can potentially discipline. If the discipline gets, so you need basically what's the math work? It's 10. You need an 11 or greater to even have a chance to get in there. Now with the Ferris Forerunner, of course, you're already at a 9 before the punch first, so they're gonna try and swing this in.
Yeah, I don't hate this. This is forcing at least a card out.
Yep.
We'll probably just trade with the Thwonk here. Comes the Thwonk. So it does get stunned. It is going to die. And what's cool here is it does make the 2 mechs. And now the pike should be at 6 might. I feel like if the... Yeah, okay. It's not big enough. It's not big enough. I was like, oh, this is so cool. We can get it up, the Rengar or the pike up big enough. But the Rengar would only go to 7, -1 on the attack. 6. And the pike would only go to 6, -1 on the attack to 5.
Yeah, but that's all you need, effectively. At least, well...
Well, you have to get
he's
up
out
over
of
the
runes at this
Valmar,
point.
right?
Yeah, so the idea is... The big problem is the hidden card at this moment,
Yeah,
right?
that's
If it is
true.
a back off, you're completely stuffed at that point. So, and you have to play the punch first to get things over. But the pike has enough with the punch first now to trade with the Valmos, which is the big deal. Because now you're
true.
forcing... As long as you can kill the Valmor, the rest of this is doable.
Well, yeah, so this is this should be cleaned up then, right? Because you just punch first, clear the Valma, and then swing over with the Rengar.
It should be.
because the
I'm not
Rengar
sure.
doesn't have the Rengar
Okay.
doesn't have the... It depends where they distribute the counters, right?
No, on pike that would be with punch first 10. So you have enough, but they're going to swing with the Rengar instead. So that's 4 on the Rengar, 9 total.
Yeah. Yeah, because then Pike goes to 5, so Pike should clear the Ahri as well. Yeah, that works, right?
Yeah, he has enough for sure to be able to take out the Ahri this turn. And
Nice.
then he's going to be in a decent position as well. Well, the Irelia is going to be... actually, no. They're in generally a good position. There's a lot stacked on the other side because the start
Wasn't the game over?
Oh, you're right, because it is 8. Yeah, it is GG.
No. This was a well-played turn. So that should be game, right?
Yes, he's tapped out at this point, so the Zonya's not quite able to save him. Really well played from the Rengar player. Barely able to eke that out, living on the edge. But yeah, the nice part I was thinking in my head too was even if he didn't win this turn, like he was still in a good position to try and hold for the next turn because I already struggle. But then there was the 1,000-tailed Watcher, I guess. So yeah, really well sequenced, really well thought out. It took a while to think about it, but he had the time to do so. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely cool. I liked those last couple turns by the Rengar. It did show what the deck does do, which is when you have a lot of ways to generate a bunch of units on one turn, you can really pump your guys up very big when you're playing on the offensive, playing into a battlefield.
Yeah.
He probably got like what, +4 or +5 might that last turn, because you had like playing 2 units onto the battlefield, you had playing the 2 mechs off of Forerunner. Like it was a lot. And the Pike too.
Yeah, and not even including the punch first that ultimately came through as well. So, and part of me feels like it goes back to the conversation we had last game about how Ahri players, oftentimes they get in the mindset that they just need to hold. Well, ironically, this was a situation where they just needed to hold. They had so many options in their hand, right? They had the Twonk, they had Defy, but or maybe just adding extra bodies to that particular battlefield. They were just lacking that little bit of might, but they opted to try and set up for the next turn. They took a bit of a risk, and part of me wonders is like me, they kind of forgot that the Rengar was kind of on 7 points, right? Like they just they had no choice but to hold, but they were still thinking of the next turn because the turn after they'd still have to break the other side, or he could just hold. So it was kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. They looked at their hand and just decided no. They didn't feel comfortable. They didn't think Watcher alone was going to be enough to get over whatever was being stacked on the other side.
Yeah, I don't quite remember what was all on that battlefield, but there's a lot of math going on in these games with all of the random boosts, all the random reductions. It's a lot of mental stack, and you did see that it already messed up a single combat where the Rengar swung in and didn't realize that he was losing by 1. And the Ahri might have done the calculations and said, okay, well, if they have this many runes and their whole hand is units, well, I still am fine, but ended up being just like 1 might off. And in that case, literally just moving the Raven Bloom to the battlefield fixes all of it, right? So
yeah, actually would have been the difference there. And it just comes out of such thin margins. But huge props to Rengar player. Like you said, he kind of miscalculated that swing earlier, and he missed his own arena's greatest trigger and still came back from the massive deficit from 2 huge mistakes. He was still able to swing. And that's why it just feels like in Riftbound, holding is so difficult, right? That's why Ahri struggles to be meta. Vex is struggling to be meta when she has all these tools, because holding, there's just so many variables.
Nope. I think
A lot easier to handle.
Right, and it looks like the players are getting ready here. And we have, oh, and there's the Grove. Ahri loves this battlefield, quite a scary one. When you see your Ahri or Vex opponent going first onto the Grove, it does not feel good. Did we lose? Oh, there you are. Okay.
Nope,
I was like, did we lose you?
No, you don't get rid of me that easily, Fritz.
All right, so maybe not the craziest hand this time around.
No.
I saw a couple Desert Call, a Emperor's Divide, and
Feral Strength and Stupefy. So didn't actually pull a 2-drop. Desert's Call can function as a 2-drop though. So
yes,
it's kind of
this
okay.
is true.
Yep. We do see the Grim Apothecary as well. Once again, second time today, actually, we're saying it if I recall correctly.
Yeah, the card's very good in combination with the bunny, which he does happen to have.
Okay, does he hit a 2-drop? Nope. Desert's Call it is.
Yep. I mean, this is fine. It kind of functions the same way. Obviously you'd rather have like a Raven Bloom, but as long as you are sticking to the battlefield, don't think you can complain too much, because you can just play the Sona to it on the next turn.
Yeah, and then of course, we forgot to mention Seat of Power for the Rengar play here. So looking to try and conquer both sides. I almost feel like he's playing this third just because this is not the battlefield you want to see against Ahri. Trying to wrestle away control from an Ahri can get kind of difficult. Even still Faithfolk on the first turn play as well. That one is really good, I feel like, with ambush decks where you can just pull something and you still have the assault side of it.
I really like it with the Grim Apothecary as well. I think it's a pretty insane combo. Like on the next turn, you have a few options, to be honest. You could shove the bunny up on the other battlefield and say, come over here, the Sona or something, and then play your Apothecary. Apothecary. And then just reuse the bunny, or you could play out like the Rengar pouncing and say, I'm just going to win this combat. Like, there are a lot of options here. Cool.
Yeah, I think they ideally want to get rid of that Sona, but this is where it gets a little bit risky, because if you swing the Irresistible Faithfolk to the open battlefield, the Seat of Power, and ambush, if things go wrong, you just gave Ahri another point. So kind of got to think a little bit.
That's
and
true.
then this is why Ahri is a little bit hard, because normally you want to be the one attacking as the ambusher. There's a lot of assault ambush cards, but against the Ahri, the -1 just screws the math.
Absolutely. Though we did see in the first game that did opt to go for a little bit more of a passive route and did end up losing, though you can't be results oriented. It might have, sometimes the correct play still ends up losing. We'll have to see what they do opt to go for this time, but it looks like deep in thought here, and okay, we're going to go for it.
Okay, that's a choice. I think the concern that you're thinking of here is potentially like on guard when you pull something over. If you had attacked on the other side, the on guard's only +1, but ends up being a little bit more might on the side of the Grove of the God Willow.
Doesn't use Fae. Okay, fair enough.
Doesn't want to risk it. I respect that.
Yep. Does get to move the bunny back, and is just going for a big develop. I don't hate it. Can try and set up enough that you are able to deal with even like the little combat tricks on the next turn. The only thing that is a little bit scary is, wow, I see a singularity. That singularity cannot be played quite yet, but it would be good. Yeah, the hand actually isn't that good, right? It's just like the Feral Strength and the Stupefy for actual combat tricks, but this card is quite good. Meditation. I like drawing 2 cards, yes.
His whole deck's falling apart. He was so eager to draw. Ooh, pulling up the charm. That
Pot of
could
greed.
be good. Yeah, true pot of greed meditation.
Pot of
Exhaust and
greed.
pot of greed.
I will draw 3 cards from my deck.
Yeah, the lack of units is buggering Nirvana's hand a
Yeah.
little bit right now. He's still got the 3 runes up, and the D-ramp as well from earlier is hurting him, because now Rengar not having D-ramped at all last turn is going to be a hit 2 runes when it swings back over. So I think you want to charm, but the question is, what do you charm here? Because if you're too greedy, actually he's tapped out, so no, this is the perfect time to just and get the biggest thing off the board.
Well, the one thing is you probably are trading with the Sand Soldier, right? Unless I guess you could Feral Strength the...
Yeah, that's why he's thinking desperately right now. He wants to hold the Stupefy. He wants to hold the Feral Strength.
It's like a lot to invest to removing 1 unit. And like, sure, we have knowledge that the rest of his hand just doesn't do that much. So, wow, okay.
Yes, so he has the Emperor's Divide as well. So with the readied up runes that he'll have the 4 runes. He can attempt to Feral Strength, and then if that's still not enough, he can... I don't know how I feel about the hiding. Okay. Oh, this is unused. Okay. Thought he was about to hide the Emperor's Divide. I was like, ooh, that would deramp you further. That's kind of spicy. Yeah.
So it is able to clear the Hopeful. Being said, there is like a fair bit going on here for... I'm actually not super unhappy if I'm in Rengar's position here.
No, yeah. You're really happy.
Yeah.
You finally hit the orange Rengar for the first time in this series.
This is true. This is true.
Can be good to help you score stuff.
Do you opt to pull anything in? Yep. Looks like opting to pull in the soldier, and now you can... Oh, okay, just passes it over. I'm kind of surprised. I feel like I like holding on to the bunny here, but it is still 2 into 3 here.
It's 2 into 2.
2 into 2. Good point. Because wait,
but
did he?
I don't know if they know that.
Did he remember to trigger the Ahri? Wait, no. Isn't Ahri on attack?
Yeah, it is. But that's the thing with Irresistible Faithful, is that because you're swinging in, you are on attack. It's the same thing. That's why it's useful for Lucian and all that.
Yeah, but
it looks like they didn't catch that.
No, does that not work? I thought it was that the combat starts and the Ahri doesn't control the battlefield when the combat starts.
Yeah, she doesn't. But it's one of those funny things about Riftbound is when... So the way it works is whoever's attacking gets assigned attacker, and then defender just gets auto-assigned to whoever else is there. So even if the defender shows up late to the party, they still get assigned defender status. And that's why Irresistible Faithful works with Lucian decks really well, because you get assault. When you swing in as the attacker.
The reason I'm asking if this is different is because assault is like a continuous thing. You get it no matter at what point you're assigned it. But Ahri has a trigger on attack. But by the time the attack trigger window is cleared, I don't. You don't have the. You are not defending. So like it's the attack. Right. Yeah, that's my thought.
Sorry. No, you're right. I forgot that there is a. It has to be a battlefield you control specifically for Ahri. So yeah, she is defender, but she doesn't control it. So okay, no, so that works out.
Yeah, that was pretty nice there though. Does get to clear the Zonias, and a lot of cards in hand now. But ooh, I see the kitty cat, the Ivern card. I like that card. Melser, thank you. Its name was escaping.
Yeah, I have trauma from it from precons. The Ivern decks were very obnoxious with it. And it's great with the Sona as well, just to try and soak a little bit of that damage early on, so that when you're throwing bodies in there, it's not...
Yeah.
With the whole Ahri passive. Yeah. And Sentinel too. The Rengar got played, got thwonked, got bounced. So Sona still managed to hold on. We see Blue Sentinel and Mouser. So we're just stacking more and more bodies onto there.
Some pretty high quality ones too, both with Shield 2. Going to be, what is that? 2, 4, 5, 9, 13. 13 might hold represented, plus of course the Ahri reduction, plus a hidden. So it is quite a hill to get over.
Okay, but does Rengar have the tools to get over it? We know he's got a red Rengar in hand. He's got a red Rengar in the chosen champion slot. So that'd be 5 might each swinging in, potentially 10 might, even accounting for the minus, which will apply this time since Ahri is actually controlling said battlefield.
Yes.
So that'd be a total of 15 potential might swinging in. It would be enough might, but the hidden card again, it's always the hidden card. I never really thought of Ahri as a hidden card legend. Like that's Teemo who always hides everything left and right, but the hidden cards have been very effective for Nirvana in this particular series.
Yeah, they have put in a lot of work. But yeah, the time is almost out here, and I I guess I'm a little bit in the favor of the Ahri in time because you do have a way to cheat points. That being said, if Rengar is able to break the hold here and get a point, I will say if they go the time, it seems pretty likely to be a draw.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about the whole. Yeah, I suspect draw is looking like the most likely outcome at this point. So Rengar swinging up with 5, has 3 runes. Oh, there we go. Is going to pull in one of the Rengars. So that is a 10 might swinging in with Mouser at a 3 and tank.
So I see a meditate. Do you see a singularity?
I think the hidden card is the Emperor's Divide. So you could pull back here, but you would be giving that point over.
Yeah. And again, time is quite important here, as it's looking like this will be turn 0.
Ironically, the time is actually being burned by the opposing player, so feels a bit bad for the Rengar in this sort of situation.
Yeah. If Rengar does take the battlefield, even if they're through a divide, it is possible for if they do take it, it does seem pretty unlikely that the Sona can win. Or the Sona. I say Sona. It's really just a Sona deck. Like, come on.
Okay.
The Ahri deck.
He went drawing. What did he find? Ooh, and because he burnt the mana, he can't double pump with the Feral either.
Yeah. Is that enough, though?
Just to pump by 2?
Yeah, I did not catch the map.
Okay, wait, sorry. So Rengar, Rengar's -1/+1, so he's 6. The other Rengar is because here's the double faithful. So it's 11 swinging into 4/4/3, 11 to 11.
3, 7, 13. No, isn't this 15? Defending for 15?
With the fair, because Sona 4. Oh yes, Shield 2. I forgot about Shield 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Defending
So
for
it's
15 and attacking for 5, 11. So punch for
13.
Oh no, another Rengar pouncing. Nice.
Which works. I mean, same thing. It's still +5 into this particular situation. But you are forcing Rengar to commit everything right now to make this happen. And he also still forcing some T-ramps to come through. The problem is for the Ahri, I'm a little bit concerned that you're not going to be able to reconquer if it is the Emperor's Divide that you're pulling back with. Yep.
So it will be the divide. All right, so what is it? There's 7 on seat, and now defending it'll be 6 plus 3, so 9. So defending for 12 and defending for 7. And now Rengar does take the point lead 4-3. So that means Ahri is almost certainly not going to be able to double conquer unless there's a Watcher in.
Well, she's got Singularity. We know that.
I still don't think you can double. You know what? Let's actually do something. So,
yeah, because you take out the Rengar and you take out the Noxus Hopeful, so you've got 3 on seat, and then you have 6 on the Grove. 3 on seat, 6 on Grove. Yeah, you're short 1.
Yeah.
You could trade on one side, conquer the other.
Yeah, but then you're always drawing. Because the Faithful takes the traded one.
No, actually, no, you can do that. And the Mouser would be the one surviving thing. Because you've got You can send Sona up to one side after you kill the Noxus Hopeful. Send it up
Mhm.
to that side, and then you send the other 7 Might onto the other side.
Okay.
Onto the. So you'd barely be able to do it actually.
Okay. Yeah, then this does seem possible.
Rengar with 1 card in hand.
It's a good one, surely. Surely. It's so funny when I see people pay their runes and then like, did I really want to do that? Like, right? So it does take out the Rengar and the Hopeful. Now it is math. So
Okay, so using the Sentinel instead to conquer. So that does mean he will be tapped out for his turn most likely. I think the other casters are the Chinese casters are a little bit confused about why not. Why not Sona? And then you'd also have runes up.
I'm not sure what Rengar is thinking
Oh.
about here. I guess it's probably what damage is being done. 'Cause
Wait,
the
no, sorry, I
tank-
forgot. Yeah,
tank, right? Yeah.
it's tank, and then
So 1, or it's just kill Sona, right? Like 1.
yeah, you surely leave the Sands sure.
Wait, Sona can't die. What am I missing? Because they have 6 damage to work with.
Cat has tank, but Cat is one. There's 6. There's 6 might to distribute here. Cat only has 1 might, right? So you leave the Sand Soldier standing, surely.
I could be missing something. It's very possible. Maybe was there a buff plate or something? Yeah, okay. So
I don't think he had enough runes for it. Yeah, so it's
yeah,
just Sand Soldier.
so it does just die. So now you need any ambush, and it's wait, did he have a Zonias as well?
He did, but he got burnt on the the Sand Soldier
No.
earlier.
He just hit another card.
Oh,
That's
he had
what I'm
another
saying,
one.
like,
He pulled another Emperor's Divide, if I recall correctly.
okay. Oh, that actually does enable a double conquer if you can on the next turn, because Rengar does have to score here. So Rengar has to score and then has to hold the battlefield.
Yes, and he has
This will be Rengar's last turn. Wow. This is Ahri only has 3 runes, but it doesn't really matter.
I think wait, sorry, what cards are in his hand again? He's got a. Oh,
That's an awful one.
That
Okay.
is not what he needed or wanted whatsoever.
As long as the other unit is a real unit, it's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, no, it's not because it needs to be big. Oh, it's a Grim Apothecary.
no, it
So
just needs to be a unit, because then Bunny goes, oh, you're right.
because
Ooh,
of the
yeah, that's
shield from
rough.
Sentinel.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, I think he's cooked at this point. But hey, really well played to kind of get to this point in the first place from the Rengar player. I don't think he misplayed
This is rough.
really much at all. Yeah, because what options does he have, right? Like you've only got the 1 card. You're going to Grim Apothecary. So your it's just the Faithful goes up to 3, but the -1 Grim Apothecary -1. You're down to 4 on that side, so you can't pull. But if you don't pull, then wait, would that be enough? Yeah, so you're trading Irresistible Faithful. Yeah, and then the problem's you're out of cards, so the opponent knows exactly that you have no options.
Yeah, now you just lose to the divide, which ironically is going to be quite good here.
Yep, it allows you to reposition and kind of
Yeah.
swing in with the Sentinel, and the Grim Apothecary really only with.
I guess you do can do this. Yeah, okay, this is good call here that you can bounce the bunny and replay it there. So now
True.
does say you will have a buff spell or we will get a draw. I mean, it's possible
Let's
he doesn't.
see what he has in hand. Oh, was
I
that
didn't see one,
Valmos?
actually. I don't.
I saw Ravenbloom, and I think he drew a Valmos, and the other card was another unit. Yeah, it's Eager Apprentice.
yeah.
Oh no, it's Sona,
So-
not Valmos. He doesn't have
That's a
it.
draw then, right? Oh my gosh. That's insane if that's true. Wow. Okay, wow. That's impressive. So, I didn't think that it could be done, but he saw the line. Go.
They came down to
Oh.
top decks for both these players, and neither of them really
Oh.
found what they wanted. But here we are.
That's pretty cool. That is quite cool. So this is assuming we do have the turns correct. I'm assuming we do the way this is being played, but okay. So yep, goes for a trade. What did he? Why did he? He's like,
Like, are you okay? Is there something more? And that's time. That was turn 3.
That should have been the game, yeah.
Yeah, at least according to the counter on the top of the screen there, it says that it's the
Yeah.
third overtime round. So,
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's what a crazy. That was a crazy game. You know what? That was pretty cool. I
It
did
was,
not
you know-
expect to see Ahri versus Rengar and be right down to the wire like that. Awesome
and
stuff.
I'm actually really okay with this sort of ending between these two matchups. You know, it was kind of like the strongest spear versus shield sort of matchup, and it turned out to be completely even. The Rengar wasn't able to break the Ahri, but Ahri also struggled a lot and wasn't quite able to clutch out a win when all is said and done.
Yeah, that was definitely an entertaining one. I really enjoyed it, and I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. So much math. I felt like I was, back in college.
Yeah.
There we go. That was a good game though, right? It's too bad it did end up coming down to a draw, but both players really fought it out. It was tough. It was a bit of a battle to try to beat Ahri on the grow with the God Willow on the play, right? So
Yeah.
nods off to Rengar for trying his best. But there are some good takeaways, I feel like, from Rengar. First I want to commend him for not playing Aurora in a body deck like a lot of the Sydney players did. So
True.
good on him, because that was a well-optimized Rengar build. He really synergized well with Fear's Forerunner. When the mechs come in, you get not 1 but 2 buffs for Rengar Legend ability. He found a home for Determined Sentry. Not only can you kind of expedite things with Arena's Greatest, but it's a 1/1 and you buff. So it's like a mini pit rookie for Rengar, which I like to see that. And then he played it really, really well. It's just Ahri almost low-key counters Rengar in a sense, right? Because you're kind of nullifying all the increases they're doing with your minuses like you guys were getting at those games.
Yeah, and in a way, I feel like this was the better outcome for a Rengar player, because I think if that game had gone on, Ahri had more options and she was about to set up the tent, the camp, and everything, and the Rengar was going to run out of options. So, well played from him to be able to drag that into a draw sort of situation as well. But a little bit of unluckiness, I think, on both players' side. We saw the problems that happened in game 2 that Rengar fought back from. We also saw Ahri missing her turn 1 play on 2 of the games as well, which also set her a little bit behind. So from both these players, resilience to come back from the rough situations that they're in. But having a draw in round 2, that...
And obviously, I still think you're cutting out here and there. It's never happened to us before, so I don't know what's going on. We could try to figure out for the future, but I don't know if there's any settings you're messing with, or I don't know, because it happened a couple times, right, NA?
Yeah, it's been happen a little bit, but
Oh dear.
not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, not the worst.
It's a sign that I was only meant to cover 2 rounds.
Exactly. But yeah, nice 2 rounds. Good 2 games to start off this Xi'an Regional Open over there. But yeah, you guys did commit for those 2 rounds. So if we want to go ahead and say our goodbyes for the time being, NA45 will be back here tomorrow. RMC will be back sometime in the future. We'll keep an eye on him for sure. But now will be perfect. I'll go ahead and take a mini break, because that game went to overtime. So by the time round 3 starts, it shouldn't be as long as a break as round number 1. But I'll still take a little mini break, maybe make a little tea or something for my throat in the meantime. But if you guys want to go ahead, any little closing remarks you want to leave us on, now would be perfect.
I'll start and okay, yeah.
Sure.
So start, as always, a pleasure to be here, and always I think the opening rounds of the China regionals give us some really fun games. Like, skill play is one thing, but just watching the matchups is really fun. So I'm always glad that I'm able to catch some of these early rounds. Thanks again for having me, plus and thanks Fritz as well. always a pleasure to work with you. You know, very knowledgeable, and you cover a lot of the gaps in my knowledge. So, thank you very much. I won't be on tomorrow. I've got league on Sunday morning early Brazil time again, so can't stay up late. So,
No worries.
hopefully, some other event in the future.
For sure. We'll see you around. Thank you so much, RMC. Killed it as you always do. And your go, NA.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ryan, for casting with me. It was a lot of fun, and thank you, Plus, as usual, for having me on. I enjoyed it and had a couple disaster games, but it happens, and we learned a lot. So
I didn't think they were actually a disaster. I think everyone was right there with you because no one really knew what Jin was really getting to, because that was one of the first times we honestly saw him on stream. So I think everyone could have related to you in those moments.
Yeah, chat was MVP for those games, man.
I
didn't think it was bad at all, honestly.
I was in disaster mode, but like I said, we learned things. It was fun.
For sure. Those are some good games. We couldn't ask for anything more. I hope with these next couple of rounds, I know you guys are in casting, it's actually going to be me and Mr. Plus coming on next. Hopefully we can keep that excitement going. Maybe we don't jump straight into a Mastery / an Aurelia matchup, but I will knock on wood so I don't jinx it. But NA45, thank you so very much. And RMC, or I should say Ryan and Fritz, since you guys been using first names today, throwing me off a little bit, but I can respect it, of course. I will see you guys around. So thank you. Until the next one, for NA tomorrow, for RMC in the future. See you guys. All right, guys, that is a goodbye farewell. We'll see him in the future. Like we said, I don't know how much of a break they're going to take, but this was already an overtime position. So I'm willing to bet there's a max of like 10 minutes remaining or so. So like I said, chat, I don't know if I told you guys, but I told the casters that Wednesday stream we did. I don't know if you guys, if anyone of you guys at home remember the Wednesday stream. I casted every single round. It was 7 rounds straight. My voice was killing me. I was like, I don't think I'm going to be able to cast in China. Luckily, the 2 days rest did me well. I'm okay, but I'm not back. So I'm trying to minimize my talking for as much as I can. So forgive me for not yapping as usual as I can. So let me take a short little break. I'll go ahead and bring our next co-caster in, and then we'll go from there, guys. Let me know who you want to see for round number 3. I wish we had control because we saw Jin, we saw Rengar. If I was the production team, I'll try to find the one remaining XPE, because I think I just posted on Twitter, if you guys follow me there, the dex distribution came out. I think there was at least 5 or so XPGs. Let me pull it up. Or you know what? I'll pull it up right on stream before I take a little break. And I'm trying to refresh the stats. Okay. So we'll go here. Open. We'll hide this. We'll go here. And then where's the other one? Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. Okay, I grabbed the one. Okay, let me open this to a new image. And then this one to a new image. Okay, these were the day 1, the most representation, chat. So as we expected and talked about a little bit, Aurelia number 1 sitting right under 11%. Mastery right above 8%. Diana LeBlanc making a little bit of an increase compared to last week. LeBlanc was like the 7th to 8th most represented last week. Coming in at number 4, so nice little respect to LeBlanc. Sivir falling down a peg, coming in at the 5th representation. So Aurora not as prevalent as they were last weekend. The other ones, nice Fiora, Vex, and Set. So those two seem the top 10 or 2, 4, 6, 8 representations so far for day 1. Now for actually I said there was only 5 XPEs. There's 12. So guys, let's pray. Let's see if we can get a nice little XPE, or at the minimum a legend we don't see too often. Cough cough. Ornn could be fun. Teemo could be great. I'm down for some of those. A Leona could be good. I'm trying to remember, did we get a Leona in Suzhou last weekend though? I don't think we did. It might have been on the Sydney cast that there was a Leona. So I'm down for a Leona too, because there's been rumors that Leona low-key can pop off in set 3. A whole lot of stun support. That new little Vex card, when you stun something, you move it there. That's kind of cheeky. So I'm down to see something like that. And then let's go on the other side of the bracket. Or not bracket, but deck distribution. Okay, Vi, and man, the fall of Kaiser has to be studied, chat. Kaiser used to reign supreme, huh? Kaiser used to be in the 30% day one representation, coming in at a lonely 1.7%. Only 11 people having belief in Kaiser, almost as much as Jin. I guess people are playing Jin to try to get the best of meta card, but Kaiser falling down, Pyke, so on and so forth. Kha'Zix, criminally underrepresented, as we talked about before. Same could be said about Poppy. She did so well, but you know, if Prismaticism saw this list, he would definitely shed a tear. Annie as the second lowest deck representation coming into this event. Renata number 4, Annie number 5. Annie's not bad. You know, Prismaticism will tell you, I guess it's just the other purple reds. Actually, where's Draven? Okay, Draven not doing too hot. The red purple really falling as well, huh? That's crazy. There's no red purple in the first list. They're all the way on the second one. Is Pyke, Draven, and Annie. Okay. How on earth is Jinx higher than Annie? That's what I'm saying, Night Fighter, for sure. Where's Jinx? Jinx is higher than Draven. Actually, they tied. But chat, I digress. I'm going to leave you guys. I'm going to pull this on the side. Like I said, since these guys went to turns, it's pretty realistic that we have at the maximum 10 more minutes in between these next rounds, before we get into round number 3. In the meantime, chat, so you guys not just looking at the commercials, I'll leave you guys. I'm just going to take like a nice little 5-6 minute break. I'll be back super soon. But I'll leave you guys on some of the matchups. Maybe some of you guys at home didn't catch last weekend. It was Ivern versus Master Yi. I know it's Master Yi, but Ivern has some good plays here. So, chat, I will be right back. 5 minutes or so. I'll send you over to the feature table for round number 3. I think the legends, I was so interested on seeing the Vex one, but I don't even know what the legends are. But oh my goodness, chat, letting us know Victor won. Wait, is that right, chat? And real quick, chat, do you guys want me to put it on the big screen or leave it on the little to kind of signify this is old video? But guys, all right, I don't think you guys are probably indifferent, honestly. I'll take a little bit of a backseat until the waiting soon. But let's see what legends you guys get the pleasure of spectating. I think it's Ivern.
And Ivern.
Master Yi and Ivern.
Little screen. Okay, cool. Night Fighter, I'll be right back.
Heroes, 2 new junglers straight out of Unleashed. Of course, one of them cares about XP far more than the other, but still getting to see 2 junglers come into our Unleashed set, and I am really excited to see what happens with Ivern. I know Master Yi was very powerful in the pre-release, and so was Ivern, so it's kind of cool to see this matchup in a constructed format now, but I've seen a lot of Master Yi gameplay, to be honest, but not a lot of Ivern, so I'm really excited to see some Ivern on coverage.
So interesting to note, it is once again the Proving Grounds Master Yi that we're seeing.
Not even our XP from the from the pre-release. This is the old classic Wuju man himself, just a good old +2 on solo defending, which of course is ever so powerful. Just a basic +2 might on both battlefields can really go a long way. So tried and true, coming back after set 1, set 2, and now set 3 with a couple new tools. One of the main ones being Surprise Defender Orange Rengar, coming in to be a defensive Deadloom Predator, which is a pretty powerful tool for Master Yi.
And I think he actually had the Rengar in hand. I think we saw a Scuttle Crab as well. So we'll see if that pounces in. The battlefields, of course, are Nami as well. That's going to be nice to enter things ready. The battlefields are Forbidding Waste and Altar to Unity. So looking to create tokens potentially. And what's interesting to me, you kind of alluded to it earlier, Mr. Plus, the fact that Yi is really good on the hold. Well, Ivern likes to play on the hold as well, because when he conquers, he gets to create a brush battlefield, which gives +1 to dogs, cats, birds, Iverns, Poros, and who else? Like the whole zoo, basically.
Lions, tigers, bears, oh my, yes.
Yep. Actually, funny enough, not bears, unfortunately, as I learned as a ball bear player. Doesn't help me very much. But if you conquer, you can get rid of the battlefield. So, of the brush battlefield. Oh, and he's using the Volt, the full art one. Very nice.
Oh,
But yeah, so they both want to hold on the battlefield as much as possible to maintain the battlefield for Ivern and for Yi to get his actual legend ability.
yes, and very cool full art brush that you pointed out as well. He's rocking the overnumbered Ivern, so a blinged out Ivern fanatic. Looks like we got a couple mutated Mausers coming down onto the brush. A already powerful defensive hold card, but when you give him both an extra +1 might from that brush, they just get a little bit harder to deal with. So we're going to be interesting to see if these brushes end up being relevant. The battlefield for our Master Yi player is the one that was conquered, it looks like. So
Yep.
Master Yi was attempting to make some sort of use out of Altar to Unity. I'm not entirely sure what his game plan with that battlefield was, but Ivern saw fit to remove that off the board rather quickly and turn it into a brush. So we'll see if our Master Yi player wants to fight to get that brush away and actually make use of that battlefield if it was something important to his game plan or not.
And I'm curious if it's the idea of sort of Elder Dragon acting as a pseudo Imperial Decree, and then having all those 1 might recruit tokens to just send in like a Victor would have done in set 1 and set 2. Because yeah, I'm thinking about it too, like what does 1 might recruit tokens do for a Master Yi who wants to hold solo, right? Like, great, you've got a 3 might recruit holding. Congratulations. It's not really going to stop an Ivern from eventually running you over.
Yeah, and then another interesting, I mean, obviously in this instance with the Forbidden Waste, it won't come up, but it is funny that Master Yi is one of the only heroes in or legends in green that can actually make the Scuttle Crab a worthy opponent and give it the +2 might on defense.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate that it's kind of just net 0. So it's literally net 0 in this case. Okay, green Ivern alt art.
Guys, real quick, I am indeed back. Nice little break here. Actually, I didn't put my camera back. Am I back? Okay, I am back. I'm ready as well. Join the camera. Okay, Mr. Plus, we'll bring you in here. And guys, I'm bringing us back in here because that was the fastest break we've ever seen. I saw the timer. It was like 2 minutes. I'm like, okay, we could do 2 minutes. So the casters are back. Now we need casters on our side of things. So let's go ahead and see if we can bring in Mr. Plus. And we got to bring him in ASAP because it looks like we might as well. I think we're going to have to bring you in during the feature table. Mr. Plus, can you hear me? Mic
Yes,
check,
sir.
mic check.
I'm here. I can hear you.
Nice. How are you doing, Mr. Plus? Good evening.
Good evening. Doing pretty well. Excited to get into casting already. Looks like we got in just in the nick of time.
Literally right in the nick of time. And oh, I almost manifested it. I said we are missing an XP Master Yi, and an XP Master Yi is exactly what we have for this
Nice.
round number 3. So I don't know if you saw, but we had some really fantastic matchups already. We saw, I believe it was a Rengar earlier on, and then first game came up to, oh, and whoa, this is definitely an interesting
Nice.
matchup, but Ornn as well. Do we think it's going to be something like the Tempo Ornn that's been running around lately? Have you heard of that one?
Yeah, this more aggressively slanted Ornn using Sprite Fountain and things of the sort to be a little bit more consistent throughout the game rather than just building up to the one giant unkillable Ornn is a pretty cool new way to see the deck be constructed and piloted. So maybe we'll get to see that here. I'm also really excited to finally see XP after last week when I mistakenly thought it was XP and it just turned out to be Proving Grounds E. Now I finally get to commentate a XP with you. So this will be really fun.
This should be fun. We haven't seen like a full-on XP build, except, of course, the Kha'Zix build we've seen recently. And, of course, for a second there, I'm like, Arena's great as an XPE, but, of course, this is Reckoners or Greeners. You get the hunt mechanic on Conquering and on... Actually, wait, the hunt is already on Conquer and Hold. What is the Reckoners used for? Oh, you double up on the hunt mechanic. That's what
Yeah.
it is. So it's really, really powerful in XPE.
Yeah, Reckoner's Arena is really fun, and XP can really turbo your XP up to those high numbers, especially with cards like Gromp that have the Hunt 3. You can get up to that 11 XP mark really fast, and even up to the level 16 for that big Master Yi that comes in and is a 13/13 that can't be targeted by the time you get up to level 16. A really strong payoff unit for this XP mechanic.
You know, I have yet to see that card be played, so maybe here in the round number 3 of the Xi'an Regional will be the first time I get the luxury of spectating it. But this guy's looking serious. He looks like he might just be undefeated. I'll be happy to see a 2-0 player going against another 2-0 player with the Ornn as well. So these guys most likely starting off their tournament run pretty hot so far. And I'm curious to see how exactly they decided to approach the deck building aspect of this deck. As anticipated, a bit of an XP centralized deck, which I believe, what's the little monkey called again? I completely forgot.
I don't remember the monkey's name, but I do like that card as a early 2-drop that can get you those hunts early, and then in the late game, kind of in the same way that Clockwork Keeper was for Master Yi back in set 1, where it's just this good 2-drop that you can throw down early game, but if you draw into it late game, it's an extra source of draw most of the time. At least in the case of this monkey, it's in the late game, 6 XP isn't a very high threshold to cross, so it should be active relatively quickly, usually somewhere in the mid game.
Definitely, and Wuju Apprentice was the name, so we'll keep that in mind going forward. But here we are, the game number 1 of this round number 3 will begin shortly, and it looks like Master Yi will be on the play. But you know, how do you feel about this Dust Rose Lab on Ornn? Is that a bit indicative of the Sprite token possibilities from Ornn? Because that's usually what we've seen it used with temporary units, no?
Yeah, no doubt. I think you're right on the money there. Usually when you see Duskrow's Lab, that's a bad giveaway that there's going to be some temporary units here that you're looking to cash in for that extra draw. So probably going to see some sprites this game through not just the Sprite Fountain that I mentioned earlier, but also Sprite Burst being a new spell card that's just generically powerful for blue and pretty much every blue deck. 5 mana, make 2 ready 3/3 sprites is just a strong card in general.
Definitely, and we'll see. We're seeing it here. Actually, I believe Reckoner's Arenas goes on the hold, so we'll just generate the 1 XP from the Hunt 1 from the Wuju Apprentice. But on the hold, it does trigger your Conquer effects, effectively doubling up on the hold. So you are looking at threatening a whole lot more XP than it originally was thinking about because of the Yi coming down to reinforce that battlefield. So I think a collected total of Hunt 3 on the hold, and then on the Reckoner's Arena, that might be 6 XP in a single hold.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about at the start of this match when we saw Reckoner's Arena, is that this thing can just turbo that XP so quickly. In this scenario, just like you said, if he's putting the pressure on Ornn to break this battlefield already, because you'll go straight to 7 XP on basically the second turn of the game almost, and that's very strong. Third turn, but you know, this is getting that level 6 for the hero power to give all of your units +1 going forward, and then also activating the Chosen Champion Yi here to become deflect and ganking and be able to start moving back and forth between battlefields and generate even more XP thanks to his own Hunt too. So this is looking like pretty good start for our Master Yi player, as we see Sprite Mother, the original sprite generator for blue, coming out to bring in a 3/3 ready sprite, and now we have Sprite and Lonely Poro at the ready for Ornn to contest this Reckoner's Arena, while being tapped out on Master Yi's side. Might be able to get there if he has a buff, but looking like he's just gonna go ahead and get the free point on Duskrow's Lab instead, and now he's basically relinquishing that 6 XP over to Yi.
Yeah, that's just, I was thinking about minimizing that board state just to kind of slow down the XP mechanic, but not feeling too threatened out from XP. Of course, level 6 is where things kind of come into fruition as the ganking comes online, so that little token might not actually survive to see the Duskrow's Lab come into play. So maybe just not thinking that one step ahead, because I don't mind trading the Sprite token to at least kill the Wuju, make the Hunt only go Hunt XP 4 rather than XP 6, because once he hits level 11, we know how ridiculously powerful that can be. It's a free confront. Every single one of your units come in ready, comes with a buff. You're playing a different game of Riftbound. I know me and you know the game Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah.
It's exactly like that. Everything comes in with rush or haste, whatever TCG mechanic you know it as beforehand. It just comes in readied and able to push on and conquer / score at your whim. So it's really, really strong effect.
Yeah, no doubt. I and genuinely enjoy that this leader, this deck a lot. It was actually the deck that I was gravitating to towards the most in the beginning once we got everything spoiled. I tinker around with this XP quite a bit because I just genuinely enjoy these type of archetypes where it's this slow build up to a big payoff. And I think the payoff in Master Yi's case is pretty strong. Like you said, just being able to have everything come in ready. I mean, we saw how powerful that was in set 2 with cards like Bushwhack and the Miracle deck.
Oh yeah.
And just having that baked into the leader can really get you into some crazy scenarios where your opponent can't really play around everything. If they play around spells, then they kind of get caught by green's negates, and then if they try to play around your units, well, you just bring in more units that are ready to go right off the rip. And those units can be pretty big too, with, like we mentioned before, the Master Yi 12 drop that can come in and be a 6 mana 12/12, or at that point he'll be a 6 mana 13/13.
Untargetable at one point too.
Exactly, and it begs the question whether or not this Ornn player has enough experience in the matchup to know whether or not that was something to try to stop early on, like you said, and take off just a little bit of that XP. Because if he had thrown in the Lonely Poro and taken down the Wuju Apprentice, he would have only gained 4 XP, only gone to 5, and he wouldn't have gotten ganked this turn. So a big difference just in that one small decision point early in the game. And now looks like he might have forgotten about the +1 from the Master Yi's level 6 as he just threw in the Lonely Poro and got the draw, but nothing else.
Very similar. He's like, oh, I'm not playing the Proving Grounds Master Yi. There's no additional buff, but you forgot he's already at level 9, threatening level 11 as early as the very next turn. That has to be the fastest level 11 I've ever been able to see. So well done on this player, but trying to go ahead and kill at least one of these units. But either or, if the Master Yi on Duskro's Lab does stay alive, he's going to be able to hit. Actually, if any of these units stay alive, that's going to be level 11, as we've been discussing this entire game long. That's everything coming online. Granted, I don't think he has any units in hand. Funny enough, we're seeing double discipline, a punch first, the draw 2 mechanic that should just cost, I believe, 2 energy at this point. So a lot of gas,
now that he's level 6.
but not the units he needs for now.
Yeah, so we'll see if he can find some ways to draw into those. I mean, as you just stated, the concentrate in hand, and should he get this level 11 right here going into the next turn, that will be reducing that card to a 1 mana draw too, which is very powerful. And right now he has that 2 XP on board with his Master Yi sitting there at the Duskro's Lab with Deflect and ganking, as now Ornn goes in to attempt to take out the Wuju Apprentice with a Sprite and is swiftly answered by a Discipline on the Master Yi side, but that was negated thanks to a Defy by Ornn. And now a second go at the Discipline, had the second copy in hand, and will get this Wuju Apprentice up to 5, making it able to survive this attack from the Sprite and net us a draw as well.
Right, things could not be going any worse for our Ornn player here. He is undefeated, but he hasn't met his maker just yet, and it might just be at the hands of this XP Master Yi. He's doing fantastic so far. Still has the Sprite Mother in back line, but now both units are past the might total of that Mother in the back line. So thinking, what can he do this turn? Because not only is he going to be scoring up to 5 point, crossing that halfway mark, but as we said, that level 11 does come online, and we'll see how well he's able to make use of that. So passes it on. That's a 4 point difference between these two players. Master Yi's trying to go on a speed run here in this game number 1. So how much total? I mean, that's the 2 from the one side, 2
there
from the other side. So all the way up to 13 in a wait, I thought he was at 9. Oh yeah, he's grabbing another dice, of course.
Yeah, so going up to 13 already, he's just 1 turn away from getting to that level 16 and having the untargetable Master Yi online if he draws into it, which I don't believe he has currently. It looks like double punch first. Now we're going to get that 1 mana concentrate. What's great about this too is that being a 5 mana spell base cost means you can't even defy it. So just gets to draw those 2 cards for 1 mana. Very powerful. And now throwing in a Scuttle Crab to get another draw. Scuttle Crab coming in ready and actually having 1 attack, so can do a little bit more work than he's normally able to do. As we just see it pass on over, Master Yi's feeling comfortable, just being able to hold with what he has. Not much of a board established for Ornn, and he's already up to 13 XP. I think Master Yi is really happy with the way this first game is going.
Definitely. It's electric performance so far from Master Yi, saying this is why a lot of people are underestimating his power, and things kind of go picture perfect, especially when I could get that perfect game on Reckoner's Arena. It's definitely looking like it has a higher ceiling than Master Yi, the Proving Grounds one, of course. But I think the one thing that does edge over, Master Yi does have the edge over this XPE is the consistency factor, because can he do this one more time on the draw in a different battlefield situation? Of course, we'll find out rather shortly, because this one seems to be all but wrapped up, at least for the time being. Goes ahead and plays a card that we've been seeing lately in Diana decks. I believe is not Frigid Jewel, is it? I know what it does is when you draw the second card for the turn, +2 on a unit. Is it Frigid Jewel?
Yeah, that is the name. Frigid Jewel. Yep, you said it perfectly. When you draw a second card each turn, give a friendly unit +2 this turn. And I think that's pretty nice tech for getting a little bit of extra power on these sprites and being able to facilitate a little bit more of an aggressive game plan for our Ornn player. But it seems a little too late at the current juncture. Maybe in the next game we'll get to see this card put in a little bit more work, although there still is 2 more turns before Master Yi can shut the door on this round, so perhaps this will see some relevant use yet. But as it stands, Master Yi is feeling really, really strong, and like you said, the consistency of Proving Grounds Yi is why more players gravitate towards that deck as opposed to this one. But this deck, when it gets off the ground, feels so much more powerful than the Proving Grounds Yi, just not only because of that level 11 coming in ready, but giving +1 to all units at all times is sometimes just a big boon compared to the +2 on a solo defense. And I think that a lot of people don't really want to go through the strenuous effort of trying to make this deck work when it's so easy to just play Proving Grounds Z and get that +2 for free. But if you can make this deck sing the way you want it to, I don't know that there is a better green-orange deck in the format.
Definitely, and it's for sure this game number 1 singing quite nicely. Goes for the pseudo charmer. Actually, it is kind of a charm, but I believe at level 6, I might have to look it up, it stuns as well. So even better than that. So taking care of everything in the back line, and Ornn is just up the creek without a paddle, having nothing to do here. You're at 7 point. This might be the most one-sided game we've seen all regional day 1 long. So this one should all be wrapped up. Quick little side note while Master Yi finishes his turn, these aren't the League of Legends rank, guys. Those are actually the Riftbound ranks, how China does it over there in their whole series they do, which I'm talking about the regional circuit, the city challenges, which is the summoner scrimmage equivalent over there. They give you points for winning and top 8ing. So those are the Riftbound ranks, synonymous to League of Legends ranks, but they're actually the Riftbound ranks. There's a big old leaderboard over there, which I hope they bring it to the States/European region soon.
Yeah, we have something that's kind of similar, I suppose, if you wanted to use it in the similar aspect with that the Rift Elo site that I've seen going around the community a little bit.
Did you hear about that site recently? Or the news update about this site?
Oh no, what is the news update?
It got shut down. It got a nice little cease and desist from Cardio. I guess they had too much information or pooled. I don't know. They said it was from stalking concerns. But I think it was utilizing too much information from Card. I honestly, I don't know how the back end worked, but I just know they posted on Twitter that they had to shut down. But I digress. Let's head back to this game as Ornn tries to find some kind of out from this board state, which is very hard to do currently. You finally dealt with the unit he established on the opening turn, the Wuju Apprentice, but that seems like the best you're going to do so far.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to see how this Master Yi has gotten this far ahead off of the back of basically the first 2 units he played at the beginning of the game. They've just been carrying this entire time, and now we see Master Yi losing his chosen champion finally as a 5 might sprite comes in for the attack, and then the -1 from the Stupefy. But it looks like still not enough. just one might short, I believe, on that math to clear it out, and now going to pass it over and give the game to Master Yi after he gets that hold up to 8. So a very swift and decisive victory for Master Yi going into this game 1. We'll have to see how they adjust in game 2, at least on the side of the Ornn player, to deal with the quickness that Master Yi was able to get to that XP threshold. Obviously, like you mentioned, we won't have Reckoner's Arena in the following game, so we'll see how Master Yi can adjust to now having to be on the second turn, or second player rather, and not having that Reckoner's Arena.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm keen to find out what other battlefields does he go ahead and play. I would imagine, I think there's a battlefield that literally says you can tap and gain XP, but I'll be lying. Is there one that like that, or did I make that up?
Yeah, no, that's the battlefield that came with Master Yi in the pre-release kit.
Okay.
Very strong XP builder. If you're able to get a hold in the same way that Master Yi was in that game, you can just, if you're planning on keeping your units there anyways, tap them, get that XP up. And even in the late game, after you get to level 11, sometimes with that battlefield, if you take control of it, you can just play your units directly to the battlefield, and then because they come in ready, immediately tap them for XP as well.
Right.
So you can kind of use that little bit of extra XP generation from that battlefield to get you from that 11 to 16 threshold in the late game if you need to turn that Master Yi online and make him the chonkiest camel you've ever seen.
You know, something to note, which I find quite difference between Master Yi XP and then Kha'Zix, Yi or XP Yi doesn't really have any ways of using the XP, right? Or correct me if I'm wrong, how does XP, besides being at certain levels to maximize those cards and get those extra abilities, unlike where Kha'Zix says use an XP, gain a buff, use 2 XP, retreat your unit, XP doesn't really do any of that, right? So once you have XP, you're almost keeping that forever.
Yeah, in the Master Yi's case, unlike the other XP leaders that, like you mentioned, want to generate smaller amounts of XP and just spend it right away. In the case of like Poppy, you just get that XP and then use it to draw, and Kha'Zix very quickly uses his XP to either pull back or give a buff. In Master Yi's case, he really wants to keep the XP at a high enough threshold to keep his level up abilities alive, because he gets some really strong spells that have additional modes once you have that, like we saw with the Skyward Strike there. You get the charm plus a stun, and then in the case of combat experience, which I've seen many Master Yis run, it's a 1-for-1 reaction buff, but when you're level 6 and now it's a 1-for-3, which is very powerful, having 1-for-3 reaction. And you know, there's a lot of XP payoff cards that Master Yi gets to play that obviously the namesake of his Master Yi Unstoppable, the giant 12/12,
I want to see
is the big one. But there's definitely some other cards that you can get some payoff from the XP without having to spend it. But in some cases, I've seen Master Yis play the Blood Rose to generate some XP early, and then also that becomes a payoff of its own in the late game, being able to spend that 3 XP should you have a bunch of excess, which can be the case through the quick turbo XP generation like we saw with Reckoner's Arena. Sometimes you get up into those 20 XP marks and you have so much extra XP you can start using it on Blood Rose to ready your units and do some fun stuff. So we'll just have to see how this deck is built and what we see in the second game, as it looks like Master Yi is running the XP battlefield. I'm not sure. I'm drawing a blank on the name currently, but this is the tap to draw XP. And then on the other side, we have Aurora rocking the Arena's Greatest, trying to speed this game up so Master Yi can't get that XP in enough time.
Right, and I'm looking at here because we do put the battlefields on screen. Gardens of Becoming is exactly what the name is. And then, of course, Arena's Greatest does signify that that is supposed to be a more accelerated / aggro tempo Ornn, but wasn't able to do too much against this XP, at least in game number 1. But if there's any time to shine, it will be on your turn, or the turn you're going first / your Arena's Greatest turn. So let's see how fast of a board state can this Ornn develop, because you do have the Sprite Fountain, which is essentially the turn 0 score 1. You can't hold, but you do make a Sprite Fountain or a Sprite token on the Death Note trigger, so you kind of go two points ahead of your opponent as early as that opening turn with a single card. There's also the drop border card, which enters ready when you have 1 gear or 2 gears, if I remember right?
2 gears.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 gears for that one. Oh, look at that. 2 Master Yi's in hand this time. And he's got the sweet Alt-Art Cosmic Yi. Card looks beautiful in person, so hopefully we'll get to see that played down. But I did spy a Sprite Fountain and Oren's opening hand that you mentioned, so we will probably see the Sprite Fountain coming in to play right off the rip here and get us all the way up to 2 points on turn 0 of the game, essentially, thanks to the Arena's Greatest, as long as he doesn't miss his own Arena's Greatest trigger, as
Yeah, come on.
currently
This
it
would be the
seems like
first
she
time
might
you,
have.
you missed. Oh no, he put it. He gained the
Oh,
one.
he did
So
put
there
it.
we
Okay,
go.
okay. I didn't see him signal to it or anything, so I was a little concerned, but we did get there, the 1 point to start, and now throwing a Sprite over to that XP battlefield. I will have to, once again, look at it. I know you just said it, but got a little bit of a longer name than I...
Gardens of Becoming, if you're talking about the battlefield.
Yeah, Gardens of Becoming. I'm just going to say Gardens.
Yeah, we could call it
because I don't want
Gardens.
to say the whole thing.
Oh, and a slower start for XPE. Gets out a nice little Zhonya's Hourglass, but doesn't have any kind of pressure for the next turn to kind of stop if there is any kind of ambush for Oren to go ahead and hold these points. But it doesn't seem to be the case. But, you know, we were wondering where the big, bad Master Yi was in the game number 1. It looks like they were waiting out for this game number 2 because quite the heavy hand, as you point out. 2 12-drop Yis is not what you're looking for early game, so it might be a little bit that consistency issue we discussed earlier, and not too ideal to start things off for himself. But let's see if he can kind of keep his composure and try to hang in there, especially in this Arena's Greatest game. It's going to be a whole lot easier said than done, as your opponent's already up to 3. If he could drop another Sprite Fountain or something similar, but okay, avoids getting that even tempo for now.
Yeah, we do see brutalizers, 2 of them come into play already, as now Gromp comes down for Master Yi, just going to tap out for Gromp and pass. This is, of course, a 5/5 with Hunt 3, so basically a glorified vanilla, but it does get that 3 XP on Hold and Conquer, so it can, on its own, get you up to that level 6 after you Conquer and then Hold the following turn, should you be able to defend it, which... in this case, I see that being a little difficult thanks to the amount of aggression our Oren got to start off with this game compared to last. These brutalizers being more or less like a Heart of Dark Ice in Oren, because he can just equip one for free every turn with his hero ability, making these sprites come in for 6, as a Sprite Burst now comes down, of course giving us those 2 3/3s, which will allow us to double Conquer. And this is definitely going a complete 180 from that game 1. Now it's all eyes on Oren. Oren is humming the way he drew it up, and you can't ask for much more.
Definitely on full display on exactly why he has remained undefeated in these first 2 rounds and trying to stay that way in this 3rd round of this regional. So goes on the 5th point of this game number 2. Can XPE try to slow things down? The Gromp is okay, but that's only going to be enough for a single battlefield. Granted, those are temporary, so they're not going to be sticking around for too much longer. So maybe 5 is where Oren starts to kind of slow things down for the first time in this game number 2. But let's see. Gromp was a killer in the pre-releases. Like, when you dropped them and you were playing any kind of XP Legend, he was such a good unit to play. Let's see how effective he's going to be. He's going to try to bring him down to the same might total as that Sprite token, but met with the Defy. So going to be trading, or not trading, but will be conquering, and doesn't get the Garden as he's not ready, but does get the first XP of this game too, going up to 3 so far. So as you mentioned, a bit of a slower start comparatively to that opening game, but let's see what can they go ahead and do with the remaining. And okay, trying to go all in on the hunt mechanic. That's threatening, I believe, 3/2, so an additional 5, level 8 next turn if at least one of these stay, or both of them stay, I should say.
Level 8, and that will give us the Master Yi level 6 activation on the Chosen Champion. That, of course, will make it a hunt and ganking unit, or sorry, ganking and deflect unit. So we'll be able to gank over, get that hunt to bring us up to 12, and then can tap the Gromp thanks to the Garden and get us up to 11. So threatening going all the way up to 11 in the next turn and looking like he's going to get there as Oren finally hit a brick wall in terms of his ability to keep up the pressure, as it looks like he has nothing but spells and gear in hand. I think it's 2 charm and the jewel, which now we see the jewel come down. So tapped out, only an Ornn on board, which will get an additional 2 or 3 might, sorry, from the 3 gear. So up to 7 with the 1 from the brutalizer, only at 8. So could potentially fall victim to a charm if Master Yi wanted to get really cheeky, but of course the deflect 2 kind of deters that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think Master Yi's just going to be happy here to get up to level 11 thanks to this Garden plus the gank from Master Yi, and now start to really get, I think, even potentially see this 12 drop Master Yi come down now, as he doesn't really care about the level 16 effect at the current juncture, especially against this type of Ornn deck. You're probably not worried about it getting spot removed by some spell, as it is a 13/13. So probably more than likely going to deploy it here, as it'll only cost him 6 mana after he generates this XP and goes to level 11.
Now, when we play this big XP, or when we play this big Master Yi, are we more likely to go ahead and play him on the base just to kind of be safe from this Ornn that might be incoming your way? Or do you feel like reinforcing one of these battlefields a bit more of a better play, would you think?
Yeah, I think probably reinforcing a battlefield is fine. Of course, it comes in ready, so he can opt to play this one back here now, and since he has the second copy in the following turn, come in and throw down the second one. And then we're looking at 2 13/13s and then a 6 might Gromp and a 5 might Master Yi with ganking and deflect. So impressive board from Master Yi. What was an amazing start for our Ornn players seems to have come to a screeching halt. I did see what looks to be a Sprite Fountain off the top, so a little bit more aggro available to him here now, as he can get a Sprite to come in with this Ornn. But I do believe, yep, that looks like an Emperor's Divide in hand and no Defy for it. So Master Yi can easily just return both of his units back to base, basically flash his Master Yi and his Gromp to safety if either one of them are threatened in this instance, and then just have a massive clapback. And Ornn here is running out of steam. Not a lot of cards left, only 2 charms in hand, so hopefully can find a way to make use of those here. But it's looking like what started off to be so strong for our Ornn might be swinging back towards Master Yi ever so slightly here.
Right, hit a bit of a brick wall, as you mentioned before. Now, trying to do some math here, saying you add the Brutalizer, so he has an additional +4, so up to 8 as the base. Brutalizer number 1 brings it up to 9. Brutalizer number 2 brings it up to 12. So 12 total might. That's only going to be trading 1 for 1 with the Master Yi in the back line. So even with those charms, it's just not looking like a favorable position for Ornn, unless you find a way to going ahead and using the jeweled. The frigid jewel, of course, that would bring you up to 14, but I don't see a way of drawing your additional card for turn. Doesn't have something as simple as the Stupefy here. So going in the tank, but I'm just not seeing a way of efficiently clearing the board, and more importantly, clearing that unit in the back line. And I kind of misspoke there. That's a 13 might unit in the back, because it's on offense and on defense. So Ornn can't even clear it with that single unit alone.
And this goes back to what we talked about in the first game. This is the thing that separates this Master Yi from the Proving Grounds Master Yi. That +1 is always active at all times. Doesn't matter if it's offense, defense, if it's alone, or if it's a whole gang of hunt minions together. They're all getting that +1 buff. And sometimes that just one little might is enough to throw off the whole math. As you said, Ornn is sitting at 12. Could be a clean trade if you wanted to try to get that Master Yi off the board. But in this case, it's a 13/13, so not even a clean trade. And unfortunately for our Ornn player, he doesn't know that another Master Yi Unstoppable is waiting in the wings.
At readied position as well, coming down the very next turn. So tries to do the best play he can do. So swings over to the little Master Yi, met with the Emperor's Divide. So bringing able to retreat only one of these units at one of these battlefields, but it does leave the window open for a charm. I don't think the big Master Yi has deflect, right? Or I think that's just the little one.
Yeah, just the little one has deflect. The big one does get the untargetable at level 16. Still got 5 XP to go there, but just going to come in with the charm to more than likely get rid of the little XP, or actually in this
Okay.
case, wanting to get rid of the Gromp, valuing that punt 3, but unfortunately the Zanya's Hourglass that was their turn 1 basically traded the charm for a Zanya's. This will put our Ornn player up to 7, so right there at the cusp of victory,
Right.
but unfortunately, he's probably going to fall short here as his last card in hand is just a charm, and these double Master Yi Unstoppables will be more than enough to clear out the board.
Man, so close, but just not close enough. Can taste it, can taste victory. He's up at 7 points, but with the second mastery in hand, there's just so little you can do. All you have is a single charm in hand. All you have is a single card in hand. I just don't think there's anywhere where you're going to defend from both of these units. I mean, the one big boy Master Yi alone can go ahead and contest the Ornn, but trying to minimize the presence over on the other side of the board, goes for the charm. Most likely the sides of you. I mean, it doesn't. Oh, wait. Did he do his math right? Wait a second. He's 13. He might have just punted right here. I mean, granted, he was doomed from the start either way.
I think he let him take it back, maybe, or nope. That's to the bin.
China,
this is what we
China's
talked about
no
last week.
takebacks over there.
We talked about this with Proving Grounds, Master Yi, how often this happens where you're like, oh, crap, I forgot about that solo +2 defending. And it looks like our new and improved XP causes those same headaches with every once in a while you just forgetting, hey, by the way, this has an extra +1. So thanks for charming me up and letting me score on your turn and killing your Ornn. I will now come in with my 2 hunt units and generate another 5 XP, get us up to that level 16, and make Master Yi truly unstoppable, as he will become untargetable, and then he could throw down a second copy and have both battlefields being defended by 2 13/13 untargetable units. I don't think there is anything in the world that Ornn could draw to save him here. Even an unexpected or unchecked power would not be enough in this instance.
Right.
So I think the writing is on the wall. He kind of punted there, although to be fair, I don't think that had he realized that +1, it wouldn't really have made a difference, as we already stated. Even if he did get to get that trade off, the second Master Yi Unstoppable in hand was probably going to slam the door here with only 1 card left in hand for poor Ornn, as we went basically 30 minutes in this round with a swift 2-0 from Master Yi.
Right, very, very speedy. And it looks to be a judge discussion going on. I believe he forgot to get the conquer point. Let's head back to a little bit of casting booth for the time being. But I'm pretty sure what happened there is with the charm, when the charm unit went in, he counted the conquer, but when he passed the turn, I don't think he counted the hold, because if memory serves me right, he was at 5. He conquered on his opponent's turn, goes to 6, passes a turn, holds to 7, and then the final push should have got him to 8. So we'll go back to the game now. They didn't correct. Oh, he is at 7, so then conquers the 8. That's exactly what happened there. So GG, a very speedy game number 2, which Ornn almost had it all but locked in. But at one point when he had to go ahead and play out the Ornn champion, it was just way too slow, and XP Yi completely stabilized. And he's here to prove that XP Yi can hang with the very best. And he looks familiar. I think this is one of the casters. Do you recognize him, Mr. Plus?
He does look familiar. I was going to say something, but I wasn't sure exactly where I remembered him from. But really cool to see Master Yi on full display in both games, going first, going second, getting to use both battlefields to their full effect, and show, like you said, what Master Yi or XP Yi has to offer opposed to Proving Grounds Yi. And I got to say, I'm really happy to have got to cast that game with you, because I, like I said, had a lot of fun messing around with this XPE at the beginning of this set release, and to see it now show that it can stand the test of aggressive Ornn is really cool to see, because you kind of think in your head that like this slow XP buildup deck might be susceptible to an aggro deck like this, and he showed that if you play your cards right, you can even stop the fastest of decks from stopping you from getting that XP.
Right, because that was a bit of a downside that a lot of people were discussing before, saying XP is just a little bit too slow. You're spending all your time trying to gain those XP to get your big abilities off. But being proven wrong is what we like to see in these regionals. And that's kind of what happened here, even against the likes of a really speedy Arena's Greatest Game, found a way to get there. And we thought those big boy masteries were a bit of a heavy hand, but of course, the higher levels you go, the cheaper and cost effective those big masteries go. I should probably get this name right. Let me look at his name. Unstoppable, of course. Quite matching name for him. And Silent Knight saying, honestly, XP has been way too slept on. I'm saying Silent Knight, I think he should be a little bit more represented. Like we discussed before, I think it's a consistency factor. I think it's just less reliant on things like the XP mechanic. But when it flows, it just goes completely favorable for yourself. So good stuff. I like to see it. There was only one bad thing about that amazing game, Mr. Plus. Do you want to know what it is?
You go ahead and tell me.
That was a 30-minute game, which means this is a 30-minute break because the other players have to go. And if you guys know anything about the Chinese regionals, they don't have a backup feature match. So what do we do for 30 minutes is the struggle here. But we'll chit-chat a little bit with chat and stuff like that. But for anyone that was wondering, because I saw a couple questions in chat, can I get the XP list? Guys, the lists aren't published anywhere except after the event. They're literally, the brackets are on WeChat, which we don't have access to. Only the players competing have access to the bracket. But for the lists, I get them and I post them. You guys know how we do the single uploads. When we throw up the single uploads, check the description, check the pinned comment. I'll have the list there, but we don't have the list right now, which I would love to see the list because it looked pretty optimized.
Yeah, it looked nice. And you mentioned our history with Dragon Ball Super card game. The first deck I ever built in that game was a Beerus deck because I liked the idea of this build to 16 energy and being able to just tap 16 and say I win the game. And that's why I gravitated towards this Master Yi so early, because it kind of reminded me of that, of this, hey, get to level 16 and you have this unstoppable unit that just comes in ready, 13-13, can't be targeted. It runs over pretty much anything in the game, and it's a huge payoff that is really fun when you get to slam that bad boy down, especially when you have that beautiful cosmic Master Yi alt art.
Nice. And Cywick saying you guys have a don't talk to me or my son ever again energy. Cywick, what do you mean by that? I'm not too sure. Do you mean the dynamic between me and Mr. Plus? You guys always say Mr. Plus is my dad, so maybe that's what you mean by that.
That's what I think he's referring to.
It looks like they're saying a key card was that unstoppable Master Yi. What round is regional on? Wu NIC. The regional just finished up with round number 3. So we're approaching a little bit of the halfway point as there are 7 rounds of Swiss today. So down with number 3, going on to round number 4. I say going on, but it's going to be a little bit of time till we get up to round number 4. And someone's saying we could scrim on stream. I guess we technically could, huh?
Yeah, we could.
Honestly, I could play the Vex I've been kind of playing, but it's so unoptimized. Someone asked me, I've been playing Vex, how's it been? The Booty Popper, and good name, by the way. I honestly haven't been playing too much. I don't get to play as often as I really want to. I especially haven't been to locals all set 3 for sure. But even online, the last time I was playing, I feel like Mr. Plus was the stream you were tuning in on. So I haven't got any games under my belt, which I should. I definitely should.
Yeah, it can be hard sometimes. I feel you there. It's, you want to spend as much time as you can trying to perfect your deck, but sometimes other stuff gets in the way. I know I've been struggling with that myself recently as well. I'm trying to get prepared for Vancouver next week and trying to find the time to meet up with local friends that are also going to Vancouver and get those in-person reps has been a little difficult. So trying to do what I can online, but obviously paper playtesting is always preferable, at least for myself, and I haven't been able to get a whole lot. I actually tried to go to locals this just before this stream. Once I jumped on with you, I went to my local game store and played my first round of locals and then headed out so I could be ready for this. But I have a lot of a lot of trepidation, I guess, about my deck going into Vancouver. It's like every time I do one of these events with you and see all these cool decks, it makes me start second guessing myself. Like maybe I should have just committed to XP. This deck looks so fun and cool. So,
You
but we'll see
know,
how it goes.
last time we talked, you were told me you were pretty heavy on Pike going forward. I mean, last time we talked, are you still feeling the same way? Are you really leaning towards Pike? Because Vancouver is just the very next weekend from today. Are you leaning on bringing Pike over to Vancouver?
Yeah, that's where I've been putting all my time into. I had dabbled with a couple of other builds of different decks that I was thinking about running, but at the end of the day, I just feel like I've put the most time into this deck. And as you can see by my background, I'm in love with Bewitching Spirit.
Oh,
And
yeah.
this is the deck that makes the most use out of that card. As a former Cell abuser in Dragon Ball, I love the discard decks. So I've been making people frustrated with Pike, and at the end of the day, even if I don't come away with the dub, I get to have the joy of my opponent's misfortune with making them have no cards in hand.
You can say that again. Misfortune indeed. And instead of the timer chat, they're showing us how many tables are still active. So 119 tables. So double that for the players are still at it, battling in this round number 3. So it's going to be a little bit of time. But you know, there's no card that frustrates more player than that Bewitching Spirit. I don't think there's any card in the game. Maybe, guys, what card is more frustrating to play against than Bewitching Spirit? Because so much so that in our recent weekly, we had to disqualify a player because he cursed out his opponent for discarding his whole hand. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So, hey, fair play to our judges for handling that. So thank you so much, Danny, specifically. Handling that, because yeah, I mean, it's just frustrating to get your whole hand kind of dismantled, of course. But I don't know, it's just a card game at the end of the day, but we do take it pretty seriously at the highest level, right?
For sure. I mean, I get it. It is a frustrating mechanic, especially in the case of Pike, that just doing it over and over again. And in my case, where I basically built my deck around just doing that as many times as possible, I've had my fair share of crash outs on TCG Arena, just instant disconnects, some choice words being thrown my way. I have a screenshot of one that in particular was pretty funny. So I could share with you off stream, perhaps a little too spicy for this stream. But yeah, this is a frustrating card for sure. Really it is a frustrating maxer.
Yeah, hopefully it goes well, because I don't feel like too many Pikes are on people's radar. Even today, let's go ahead and see what was the deck distribution for Pike. I say that, but I think it did come in as the highest red-purple deck represented today. So out of 640 players, Mr. Plus, only 10 of them choosing to bring Pike today. So not having too much faith, but going for the best of meta card nonetheless. Are you feeling the same way? Like whether you do good, at the worst, you can go ahead and contest for the meta card?
Yeah, that was part of my decision as well. I mean, there's some other decks that have been testing well, and definitely some of the people that I'm going to be traveling with from my local game store, some friends, teammates, that we've discussed some other decks that have some very strong promise for this event that I would more than likely be perfectly fine and comfortable piloting. But I think in this instance, the last RQ I went to was the Vegas RQ, and I tried to go for broke on that one, and I brought Draven, and unfortunately crashed out at X21 in day 2, so didn't get there. And I think this time I just wanted to give myself that opportunity to maybe get the best of should I have a similar result with a lesser represented hero. And Pike, I think, fits that description, being that
perfectly.
The Sydney RQ, I think he was I think he had the same amount of players as like Ezreal players. So I mean, like 30 or something like that. So much higher odds. And the other aspect, of course, is like I said, just being there and making sure you're having fun with the deck you're going to be playing, especially when you're going to be playing so many rounds, so many hours. It is very taxing. So you want to be playing a deck that you enjoy.
Right. And, you know, we are thinking about covering Vancouver next weekend. I believe it will start if it's 10 a.m. West Coast, because Vancouver is West Coast, right? Is on that side?
Yeah, it's West Coast. It's about 3 hours north of me for my flight. So not too far of a flight. So it'll be Pacific time, yeah. So 10 a.m. Pacific. You're East Coast time, right? So
Yeah,
it'd be
so 3
1 for
hours
you.
ahead is where I would be at. So you guys will start at 10 a.m. over there. I'll be starting at 1 a.m. over here. But we've been doing back-to-back co-streams this whole weekend long. I should probably, but it's Vancouver, chat. I think we have to
Yeah.
cover Vancouver, right? Oh my goodness, my daughter's gonna. Okay, I'll make it up to her one way or the other. Cause yeah, I've been kind of all in on Riftbound, which is probably why I don't play as much. Cause if I play a lot of Riftbound throughout the week, since I'm kind of like centered, or my life is kind of revolving around Riftbound at the moment, I kind of get burned out sometimes. So I try to distance myself from Riftbound throughout the week. That way I can kind of give it my all when it comes to those co-streams or the weekly events and things like that. Because it happened to me in the past, like with Spirit Forge. I was grinding, where I didn't want to see. I mean, you guys would probably relate with that. You don't want to see another Draven game. But at my point, I was like, man, I don't want to see any set 2 legend at this point. So I was like, you know what? Let me take a little bit of a slower position or slower pace for set 3. But I'm starting to miss it. I feel like I should be grinding some games. But hey, the tables are going a little bit faster than I would imagine. Already down to 84. But Mr. Plus, I don't know if you saw the little message I wrote a little higher up on the caster chat. I am trying to minimize where I can how much I use my voice. I don't know if you could tell, guys, but it's already starting to deteriorate ever so slightly on my side. The stream on Wednesday kind of got the better of me. So I was thinking we'd throw it over to a short little break in the meantime. This one should at least be maybe 10 minutes, but I'll be back in like 5 to 8. That way we can continue on our conversation. Mr. Buzz, are you down for a little bit of a break, or do you want to chill with chat for a little bit? I don't want to force you to be here, but up to you. I don't want to also kind of force you to take a break.
Oh no, it's all right. I could tell that you've been putting in the work, so you definitely need that little bit of break, get your voice back in touch. So no problems here. We can definitely go ahead and take a break.
All right, Chad, we're going to go on a short little break. At the max, it won't be a 10-minute break, or at the max, it's going to be a 10-minute break. So apologies. We'll come back rather shortly. Just keep a tab. Actually, instead of watching the number go down, I'll keep it open on my phone, and then I'll go ahead and show you a little bit of a backup feature match, if you will, from last weekend. So let's go ahead and pull this to the side. And guys, normally I'm down to go ahead and just kind of yap away during these breaks, but there's no way I make it to day 2 if I don't stop talking now. And you guys know, being on stream, chatting with you guys, I like it. This is why we do it. But at the same time, I got to play it smart and be like, I'm not going to have a voice. You know, by the end of Wednesday, when I was done casting, it hasn't happened to me, at least in a very long time. It literally hurt to swallow. I was like, this is different. Hopefully I could heal by China. And I did heal, but I didn't fully heal. So I'm trying to rest up just a little bit here. So guys, hope you understand. And Saturday night, you got to do Vancouver. I can't do all these all-nighters. I'm saying, oh, yeah, Saturday night. It's going to be a little bit better, but I kind of don't mind the all-nighters, because sometimes I can stay up during the day and then fall asleep earlier. So I can still do things in the day. For Vancouver, that's my whole day gone, right? So sometimes the all-nighters work a little bit better for me, but you're totally right. All-nighters are killers as well.
Yeah, I feel you there. Definitely staying up, if you're not used to it, can be a little grueling. So be a nice change of pace to get a daytime stream going for Vancouver. But
For
if
sure.
you're ready to go on break, give yourself a rest. I'm ready to join you, and we'll be back shortly, I assume.
Sounds good. I'll tag you on Discord when we're ready to ride.
Sounds good.
All right, chat. We'll see you soon. Be back soon.
See you soon, chat.
As well, because it's a fully blinged out deck, is going to be played. And when you play it, you can go digging potentially for a unit. And if the unit that you decide to pick, I believe it's 3 cards, and if it's a dog, cat, poro thingy, whatever, you actually get a buff a unit anywhere. So it's going to be the loyal poro that gets hit there. So that one dies when it's with another unit. You get to draw a card.
Yeah, very cool to finally see this artwork get to come into the game. For fans of Legends of Runeterra, we were aware that Lonely Poro would become exuberant once he had a friendly Poro join him, and now we get to see that version here with the Poro we just received the buff from onto Ivern. And this Ivern card is actually pretty nice in that it also not only does this effect on play, but also on hold. So I have seen some talks about making a deck with holding with this Ivern rather than holding with the yellow Ivern, which it seemed like was kind of the design idea behind Ivern to go for this effect of getting all 4 types on the board and then scoring some extra points with the yellow Ivern. Seems that a lot of players have found that to be a little bit too difficult to enact, and it's become this idea of like the juice isn't worth the squeeze. But with the green Ivern, you can just end up amounting so much card advantage, and honestly, the buffs aren't anything to scoff at either. So I kind of like seeing the green Ivern, which I'm a fan of any deck really that can make good use out of the rare champion available for the champion zone for any legend. As a Pike player, as I mentioned before, I'm using the Epic Pike, and at launch, luckily they've gone down. But at launch, when you're having to use the Epic version of your champion card, it's usually a lot more expensive. And I like getting to see these leaders that can make use of their maybe underappreciated rare champion like the Green Ivern.
Yeah, for sure. It was interesting that he actually opted not to play the Ivern, since you did mention that on hold, he'd be able to proc that effect again, especially when you've got double mutated Mauser. Like, it does feel like a very strong field already. But yeah, he played it back in base, so I think he's going to try and maybe look to conquer on the other side. We now see the Nami swinging up with a Discipline. Keep in mind that the Mausers get the +1 from the brush as well. 1 mana up from the Ivern, and his hand just got scryed by the Scuttle. Wait, was that 3 Scuttles? That's the second Scuttle that ran in. And it scryed the hand. So the E player should know that it's very, very safe to swing in.
Yeah, another punch first. Massive buff to our Nami, who's already gotten a +2 from the Discipline. Gonna get another +5. Go all the way up to a +7 buff, bringing our little 3/3 Nami into a giant 10/10, but look at that, it's a hidden back off at that battlefield. So for all her giant might, she just gets pushed back by a couple of kitty cats.
Adachu, I think, mentioned in chat that when the Scuttle Crab dies, you can also look at the face down cards. And I guess the Master Yi player maybe didn't look at the face down card and only checked the hand. You should have known.
That is a completely valid point, and that should definitely have been known.
Yeah, that is super rough, especially when you use the punch first, right? Because the D ramp is now extremely huge. Right? You're down so many runes from where you should have been. You should have been at advantage, and now you don't have that. So really rough to see the Master Yi player kind of lose out on that. The XP as well, really not racking up. You've got the 1 XP from the Scuttle Crab running in, so the Master Yi chosen champ that we just saw get played will not really benefit from that. Now, Ivern swinging up, and he's not going to be alone for very long.
That means we get a brush here as well, so no longer having to worry about that forbidden waste, giving this Ivern or any other potential solo defender -2. Now it is just an extra +1 for this Ivern, bringing this Ivern up to 6 might by himself. Obviously, might want to reinforce that with another unit here, but could also just leave all this mana open for spells and counter spells. We'll see what he chooses to do. Looks like it'll be just that. It looks like he offered the pass. So see how our Master Yi player tries to attack now with having to deal with 2 Mausers on one end and an Ivern in another, and they're both sitting in some brush.
And that was what kind of confused me a little bit, was that like you have the double Mauser tank, but you're putting the Ivern exposed alone. Now, if you do play the Poro, the loyal Poro, there's no tank on that. Like, you can swing in and kill the Ivern first, and then worry about the Poro after. Well, technically there's not enough might to be able to do that, but the idea stands, right? You're trying to finish off the Ivern first before you worry about anything else. So it looks like, yeah, I thought he passed the turn with the hand gesture, but I guess he was more saying, okay, are you going to do anything? Which, again, 0 energy, probably not.
Fair point. So now turn's still going down. Maybe see that Porto come down to assist Ivern after all. I don't really know why you would deploy it to base if you were going to play the Poro down here, as that Poro wants to be with the buddy to trigger the death knell anyways, but could be trying to bank on the fact that he's not super confident in being able to hold both battlefields and wants to have an attacker to come back with on the next turn. See if that ends up panning out as we see a rune recycled to hide a card at which brush? At the brush with Iron, and I didn't get to see which card was hidden, but could be a back off, could be a hidden blade. We'll have to find out. We'll see if this Scuttle Crab gets sacrificed and the trigger to reveal it will be remembered this time.
After the last time, like I really hope he remembers to do that, and that's kind of why I query a little bit, like whether or not it was even worth necessarily hiding the card. But we'll see. There's a combined 7 might, but I believe there is a discipline in the hand of the Iron player as well. So I'm trying to think about the might calculation here, because it's 4 base plus buff, so that's 5. Discipline gets you up to 7. So you're potentially trading whatever that hidden card is. It's got to be something that really helps out in stopping that. And against Yi, it's kind of risky too, because Yi is orange green, and green's like the sort of permission color. So there's always a chance that like there's just a defy, not so fast, something to stop that hidden card from kicking through.
Yeah, of course. So see if the contemplation here is whether or not it's worth to send in this Scuttle Crab to scout ahead potentially. I'm not sure if perhaps both players were unaware of that portion of the text of the Scuttle Crab. I would be surprised, but it's a potential that's just an overlooked aspect of the card. We are looking like we're going to be deploying that Rengar now, though, and actually going to go for the 2v1 over at the brush. Rengar himself is a cat, though, so he actually does benefit from the brush as well. So Rengar does come in for 7, and with that discipline, we'll push it up to 9 and just beat out the double Mauser that is sitting at 8. But we know that there is a discipline in hand for Ivern as well, so let's see if he's going to decide to deploy that to one of these Mausers now and go for the kill on this Rengar, and that is what we're going to see. Is there a answer for Master Yi? I don't think so. I believe he tapped out. So yes, nothing left in the tank. Just hoping the 9 to 8 was going to get there, but discipline is enough to keep one of these mutated Mausers alive and get this Rengar into the bin.
Oh, because of the reaction speed, he's actually going to defy the discipline as well. So Rengar only gets to kill, well, I guess at 7 might he gets to still kill one of the Mausers. I don't know if the discipline was worth it, Mr. Plus.
I mean, it looks like he disciplined into the defy and then just decided that the defy was worth it to deny the draw from the Master Yi player. I could kind of see the argument, honestly. I'm not sure. Maybe he's not thinking there's anything else worth defying going on now that he's tapped out and there's nothing in his immediate future he's afraid of, I suppose. So might as well just deny the draw. Obviously, the might difference didn't make any change there. Still lost the same amount of creatures. And now Nami coming in and getting the Conqueror and able to remove that brush and give us our Altar to Unity back, and a hidden card for Master Yi over at the Altar to Unity, which should more than likely be one of those Zanyas that he had 2 of in hand.
And for the Ivern player now, that complicates matters, because you don't want that Nami to stay there. If Nami holds, your next unit you play enters ready, which is kind of a scary prospect for sure. So you probably, like, ideally you don't want to swing a loyal Poro alone, because I mean it's not very loyal when it's alone and you're not going to get the card draw. But now with the hidden card, it further complicates matters. And maybe this is the time you wish, like, hey, maybe I actually kept that defy to deal with the hidden card. Now we know it's a gear, but we know it's Zonya's most likely, but the Ivern player doesn't. Buff comes through, as it is going to be a Daring Poro that was picked up. So now the Loyal Poro is stronger than Nami.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we get to see the power of that green Ivern already that we were mentioning before, discussing earlier. The drawing extra cards off of it effectively is kind of giving you this Vex effect, you know, this Grove of the God Willow type effect, where if you are able to hold, you're going to continually get card advantage, and not just the card advantage of getting to search a unit card off the top 3, but also when you do hit one of these required units, getting that extra buff, again, is not something to completely disregard here, and it's actually enough to get our Poro up to 4 to be able to threaten this Nami. So the buffs seem inconsequential, but they actually do tend to make a difference over the long game with Ivern. So it's really cool to see how this deck is functioning in this form right now. But obviously, there's still quite a hill to climb. In a good position with a decent lead, but Master Yi is definitely not out of this yet. That hidden card is something that's giving our Ivern player pause, even though we know it's just Azanya's. He's might be afraid that it could be. Actually, what else is it that Master Yi
we also
players would
forgot.
normally?
Well, we also forgot that Master Yi is +2. This is not the XPE.
Ah, yes.
So
Yeah.
he actually has to pump it up, which. Oh, Bonds of Friendship.
We have the buff of all
Bonds of
your
Friendship.
cats
So
and Poros,
like
right?
for each tag of like dog, it's dog, cat, bird, and for each tag they have, it's +1. So I know, yeah. Wait, yes, that's the friendship one.
Oh, it's
He
each
has a
tag amongst all units you have. I see. So, yeah, so he has a Poro and a cat, so he gets +2. If he had a dog, would have been +3, and then of course the bird +4. So could be a 1-for-4 buff. Is a pretty cool inclusion. I know that in the XPEs they play the new 1 mana +1 buff, but if you have the level 6 requirement, it's a +3 buff, so a 1-for-3, which is pretty nice. I like some of these new ideas are designed for some of these buff cards that are kind of just, rather than just being like a generic like 1-for-2 or 2-for-2, 2-for-3, they have like modal uses where it's a 1-for-1, but if you meet certain conditions, it's actually overvalued. I like these design cards, and that one in and of itself is a pretty powerful one, being able to be a 1-for-4.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate. That's why I don't know how I feel about all these sort of proving ground Yis that we're seeing come through once again when XP is a thing. I know that XP a lot of times people are complaining it's a bit too slow, and trying to get the XP is a little bit difficult when they don't have any special effects, and it is kind of that 1-for-1 you were talking about with just the hunt mechanic behind them. But unfortunately, as we're seeing from this game, Proving Ground Z has similar problems, right? He's really good when he's defending, but not so good when he can't get on. We do see the forfeit, the scoop coming through, the Yi player recognizing that, hey, I don't have a way to clear you off, so we scoop, go next, and really, really well played from this Ivern player. I was terrified of Ivern in precons, but I didn't think he was going to be necessarily that good when it came to constructed, but being proven wrong right here in round 3.
Yeah, and interestingly as well, I think at least for myself, including this game we're watching now, most of the Master Yis from the Proving Ground sets that I've been seeing played are these mid-range Yis that are playing stuff like the Scuttle Crabs and trying to do the defensive shenanigans with Rengar, and not really seeing as many of these Proving Ground Yis try to go back to the well of Dazzling Aurora as much these days, even with all of the hype and hullabaloo around Dazzling Aurora in set 3. You would think that all of these orange decks that can play it will at least attempt it, and we've seen that with different decks. I mean, Garen we've seen in previous tournaments, and Poppy lists I've seen I've seen a few that are playing Dazzling. Anything that's orange gives it a go. But Master Yi is a proven concept for Dazzling Aurora. We saw Dazzling Yi in set 1 be a very formidable deck, and even in set 2 for a decent amount of time. And yet, for some reason, Proving Grounds Yi, I have not been seeing go back to that well now with the advent of Elder Dragon being added. It's pretty interesting to see that they've all decided to go down this path instead.
You know what? Maybe later on we'll see Rory make it after. I think in Vegas one made, was it top 8 or certainly day 2 and was on stream. So for now, it is going to be the Scuttle Crab once again. The Yi somehow just always find it. We're talking about junglers, and I guess the Yi is one of the faster ones at taking that Scuttle Crab. It's going to come in. The battlefields, actually, we should mention that as well, Mr. Plus, because for the Yi, it looks like he's running, is that Star Spring?
Yeah, Star Spring, the battlefield. When you play when you play a unit to this battlefield, you may move another unit here back to its base. So, giving you a way to bounce units back to base if you're able to hold, which Master Yi is obviously planning and trying to do. then on the next turn, if you need that unit to go ahead and come over and attack that other battlefield, you can play a unit to Starspring and move that unit back to base and let it give it a pseudo ganking essentially. So a good battlefield for mobility that Master Yi is going to want to take advantage of. But on the other side, we have Rockfall Path, which kind of seems to be the theme with Ivern's battlefield choices that I've seen so far, is a lot of battlefields that inhibit your opponent and kind of deter them from wanting to go there. And then you go and fight for their battlefield and take over their battlefield and turn it into a brush and leave them with the battlefield that you're hoping they'd be on, because it's less than ideal. And in this case, Rockfall Path completely disallows them from being able to use Rengar or any type of ambush strategies there.
Yeah, and it's a great answer. I feel like people were already talking about Rockfall Path to potentially stop ambushes from coming through, but I feel like not a lot of decks ultimately end up adopting the Rockfall Path, just because it inhibits you from defending as well, because you can't play your own units there. But I love the fact that you pointed out that Ivern just doesn't care about that. He says like, well, you're going to hate it, and I'm just not going to care about it either way. We saw the GA animation come through as it was attached to the Master Yi. I like the idea there. That is one of the few ways you're actually going to get XP, is the hunt on the Master Yi. Charm coming across onto the Feral Cat there.
And Defy coming out in response, opting to keep this cat alive, doesn't want to give it away just yet, thinking that he's going to need that to mount an offensive on his following turn. Defy is able to go through and keep his cat alive thanks to no green runes over on Master Yi's side, no chance to counter Defy the Defy. So passing back over, it's 0-3 right now. Master Yi in a much better position than game one, but Ivern finally with some units on board is going to try to start whipping up a comeback as he sends his cat over to the Scuttle Crab to try to attack the Starspring and potentially turn it into a brush.
Apologies, it's Frisky Hunter. What's the name? Sorry, not Feral Cat. I got the
Frisky
wrong there.
Hunter.
Yes,
Feral
the
Cat
claw looks
sounds a little bit more ferocious.
Yeah, that claw looks kind of scary, but no, it's just frisky. That's all it is. That's what your cat will tell you when it shreds your curtains. Now we do see the discipline come down, and it's going to be the friendship once again. The power of friendship is ridiculously strong with Ivern here.
Yeah, your 2 mana +2 buff is nothing to my 1 mana +2 buff.
And it's really unfortunate for Yi as well, because he was thinking about using the. Oh my! He got so lucky. Oh no, he had on guard. Okay, so he had the back off as well in hand. So I was thinking like he's unlucky. If he had used the back off, it would have sufficed. But I did not catch the on guard that we are seeing played right now to continue buffing. But it's not a fair comparison. You had, what was that? 3 mana up against 6 mana from the Ivern. So that was always going to be a risky losing battle.
Yeah, and the top deck off the discipline for Master Yi was a Punch First, which I was wondering if he had the stones to cast a Punch First to keep this Scuttle Crab alive, but just goes with the On Guard, tries to see if just the On Guard will be enough, but unfortunately it was not. It did, however, get quite a few resources out of the Ivern player's hand, and with what little resources he was left, these last 4 cards, our Master Yi player is now aware of. We have 2 more Frisky Felines, and it looked like a Discipline, and I already missed the final card there. Catch what the final card was?
It was the
Poro. It was a friendly, exuberant Poro that wants to have his friends by his side as he crosses over.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that Poro comes down. Right now, I don't think defending is the real way Ivern needs to play this right now. We kind of talked about the fact that Master Yi gets to go first. He's a hidden point, so at some point the Ivern has to swing over. So if you're playing the loyal Poro, I think you play in base so that you can set up the swing with something else. You can be loyal, a courageous loyal Poro. We know there's daring Poros in the deck. Maybe those 2 Poros end up swinging together. For now, though, it does look like the Ivern player is just going to stack onto the brush. By some time, and the XP from Yi keeps on rolling.
And we're only 1 XP away from Master Yi gaining ganking thanks to his own level 6 effect. Not only ganking, but deflect as well. So at that point, he would be able to come cross on over and start threatening that brush. And with the likes of Punch First in hand and what looks to be like a Rengar as well, there's going to be a lot of attack power at Master Yi's disposal rather soon. So Ivern's going to need to find a way to potentially remove. I saw in the first game, we saw he had the 2 salvages in hand. So potentially try to remove this GA from the board so he can more easily remove the Yi with something like Hidden Blade and get this problematic unit off the board as quickly as possible, because once it has ganking and deflect, it's going to be much, much more difficult to deal with and make it really hard for Ivern to do what he wants to do and set up and hold down a battlefield.
Are you able? That's a Rengar in hand, right? Like I'm having problems making out what that card.
Yeah, that is a Rengar.
Okay. Is he just gonna try and drop this? There is still 3 mana up for the Ivern. Frisky Hunter and Bird together is, I believe, 6 might total, but the Rengar, of course. Okay, so yeah, he didn't have he opted.
They don't want to risk it again, it seems, after last game.
Yeah, and if he dropped the Rengar as well, I mean, he would have 1 mana up, so he'd have the mana to punch first. I don't know, as you said, if he'd have the stones to do it with Rengar. But if you're gonna do it, like I do feel like Rengar is the right one that you're gonna punch first with. That's the card you really want to keep alive.
And why was the brush removed now from the... Oh, are the Ivern player... Ivern elected to remove his own brush on hold so that he can potentially utilize the Star Spring effect. And this is another aspect that makes Ivern so interesting. Manipulating when you get to utilize the battlefield's effects and kind of limiting your opponent from ever getting to effectively utilize the battlefield's effects in the way that they built their deck around is a really cool idea behind Ivern's design that seems like at a glance like it may be you're kind of propping it up more, giving it more hype than it deserves, but honestly it is a really interesting design, and it's cool to hear how that's coming into play. Our Ivern player removed the brush, and now we'll see how they attack this turn by utilizing the Star Spring themselves.
Okay, so the problem I'm seeing with this is that the Yi is already at a 5. So how are you gonna buff this Frisky Hunter up to be able to deal with that, knowing that the Yi has 4 energy up, right? Because Yi right now sitting there is he's a 5 right now, but when you go say hi, he's gonna be a 7.
4 for another Frisky Hunter, so we're gonna get another bird in. Maybe just wanting to set up more units back in base. This is interesting that it wasn't necessarily a play for the immediate turn, but a setup play to get that Lonely Poro up with an ally to give it the ability to trigger its death knell, while also moving the stronger unit or the unit that you want to be using for the upcoming assault onto Master Yi back to base, and then giving him a couple more companions back there to start to build up this potential attack. So not necessarily a big pop-off turn that turn using the Star Spring, but more of just a setup. And now we'll see if the Star Spring ends up being given over to Master Yi now that he has the 7 XP that Master Yi does have deflect and ganking, and only 1 rune up for our Ivern to defend the Star Spring with. It looks like there might be a Lonely Poro and a bird headed to the bin rather soon.
Yeah, and that's the moment where, as the Master Yi player, you're thinking, is this a trap? There's 1 mana up. Friendship costs 1 mana. And now you've got a bird, a cat, and a Poro. So it's +3. Do we swing? No fear. We still got punch first, right? So we swing.
Yeah, so we're already attacking 5-4. No more +1 buff from the brush. So these little guys are staying little. And whoa, the big ambush from Vialma. He really wants to make sure he handles the business down here at the Star Spring.
Yeah, and I think that's a really strong card to be able to play as well. Because Ivern decks, as far as I'm aware, Mr. Blitzen, perhaps you could correct me if I'm wrong, they don't run too many big units. So they're more about kind of holding and just getting like a spam of units. And Valma, as long as you're not big enough, you don't do combat damage. So, yeah, good luck trying to kind of deal with that.
Wow, and interestingly enough, also utilizing the Star Spring effect there to
Yeah.
move Master Yi, get him out of harm's way, maybe actually considering that you were correct and he had the friendship or some sort of buff that would actually be able to get the might total high enough to potentially trade. Oh, but the Viamol doesn't let them do damage anyway, so I'm not really
Yeah.
sure why he wouldn't want the extra XP and the extra fortification over at that battlefield to ensure the hold and make sure that our Viamol is able to trigger and get that extra draw. I'm now a little bit more skeptical as to why he moved the Master Yi back with the Star Spring, but nonetheless, Vialma is now on the board and in play and presenting a big problem for our Ivern player because, as you mentioned, they don't typically play a lot of large units, but you know what can make your small units large is Grand Stratagem, as we see now in hand. Something that is very strong when you're making a lot of these bird tokens, which also must be reminded to our our viewers out there. These bird tokens have deflect, so they're not your simple 1/1 recruits. They're the 1/1 recruits with a new and improved flavor of deflect on them. And now that Grand Stratagem is coming down to play and buffing all of our units with a +5
It doesn't have enough.
buff.
Wait, what? Hold on, this doesn't make sense to me. Why does this work? Because the Frisky Hunters are 8 with Grand Strat.
Yeah.
Valmaw is a 10 because of Master Yi's passive. Am I missing something?
Oh my goodness, he didn't real. You are completely correct. This is interesting. First the Scuttle Crab, and now the Master Yi's own effect being forgotten. Those are two massive blunders for our Master Yi player that honestly you just cannot let those kind of things go by the wayside. Those are back-breaking, game-altering misses to not see.
Wait, okay. So I guess here I'm wondering too. Like, is it the judge's role to point out that doesn't work?
I mean, I would, in the spirit of competition and maintaining proper game state, I would
Yeah.
imagine so. But it's also on the players to remember their triggers and all that jazz. You know, we've heard so many times before. So guess you can't really do anything now unless we have a direct line to China, which I know I don't. So just gonna have to
Neither
keep
do
rocking
I.
with how the game went. Viama, of course, did not die thanks to the Zanya's Hourglass in the base, so just got pushed back. And now we're seeing a little hand come across the table from our judge sitting there, so perhaps we are now realizing, oh, we are. Hey, look at that. Viama was actually at 10.
Oh my goodness, that's so much. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it changes anything, to be fair. Because I mean, you just swing up with the 2, right? And Valmaw got saved by Zonia's anyway, so you're just gonna swing in and score it.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Looks like we are heading straight into the action here as our round number 4 is starting up. With me now, I have Bandit joining in to commentate alongside what looks to be a Vex matchup. How are you feeling tonight, Bandit?
Oh, we are kicking. We are kicking in excitement. I'm just here. I have been brushing up on my Riftbound awareness as we will be covering a second Lux. So we're going to be put to the test immediately, plus.
That's true. We are going to test our knowledge rather quickly because Lux is a lesser known legend, at least lesser exposed, but very powerful now coming into set 3. This is one of those legends that is kind of those future-proof legends that only get stronger with time as more 5-cost spells get added into the game, 5 or greater, that is. And we've got quite a few good ones in set 3. So Lux, finally seeing some well-deserved attention coming into this round as we now get to see how she fares against the controlling hold of
Was that a
Vex.
Bandle tree
A Bandle tree? I did not see. I see the
on the
Rockfall
battlefield?
path.
Yeah, that was the second one. Was the first one the battle? Because I saw a big old tree. I saw a bunch of Yordles. And
Oh,
that
it is.
really surprising from the Vex being able to hide 2 of those cards underneath there. I think that will already be kind of foreboding, heralding what we can expect from our Vex pilot.
Not to mention a bold strategy to come out of the gate with a Bandle tree, not knowing whether or not you're going first. Obviously, not every deck is going to be making use of Bandle tree the same way you are, but that doesn't mean that they can't go first and take control of that battlefield and keep you from ever getting to use it yourself. So bold strategy coming out of the gate with a Bandle tree start for our Vex player. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Yeah, and with our battlefield selected and our players going to sculpt their hands, just to kind of set the stage of what we can expect throughout the early game, right? As many of you well know, Vex is looking to hold on to this battlefield, so having a more hidden card strategy attached to that does make sense. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lux, who is really focusing on those higher cost spells, so I'm not expecting too much fireworks in the early game. Lots of development, ramping, setting up for that glorious mid-game.
Yeah, Lux definitely a mid to late game hero. Does have a couple early game cards as we see the starting hand showing us a Salvage, Ravenbloom Student, a Frigid Jewel, and a Singularity. So a couple 2-drops to start us off. And then we get to have some removal as we cross into the mid game with that Singularity. And one thing that is difficult about cards like Singularity, which are obviously very powerful and often very strong for a Lux deck, and against a Vex, it can be a little bit awkward having to pay that 2 power cost and then also having to pay for Deflect, as a lot of these Vex decks not only run this 4 cost Vex in the Chosen Champion zone, Apathetic, giving itself that natural deflect, but also can be running the 3 cost Yordle that gives all of the units at that battlefield deflect as well. The LA, I believe, as it were.
But let's take a step back from that, right? Because if we, like normally, with the presence of Ambush and Accelerate, Vex is a real nuisance. But how much restrictions is that really putting onto the Lux, I'm going to ask myself. As you're just sitting there, I'm totally fine just either combating into it or letting it sit there and try and race myself on towards the other battlefield. We're already up that very first point, so Vex is forced to come and fight you, so to speak, because sitting back means that she will lose out on the long run.
True, but we do see a charm, which is helpful in that breaking that enemy battlefield apart. Not to mention there could be the advent of cards like Evelyn in the deck, being that we see the Bandle tree here. Probably going to see quite a few hidden cards in this list as we see a Tide Turner come out and attack the Rockfall path to take down the Ravenbloom Student. Both players not going to the Bandle tree just yet, but a quick little charm is going to come out and take out the Lux in the back row too. So very strong start for our Vex player. Lux definitely going to be feeling the hurt from this starting salvos from Vex.
And this is that harsh point. Like usually we expect the more turning of the tides to start when there's more resources available. But being able to nip this in the bud kind of completely turns it around on Lux. All that momentum she was building up is squashed, washed away, and now it's a clean slate for our Demacian representative. Now, this is the time where it really can start to hurt that Lux might be lacking that accelerate, even with Vex not on the board yet.
And Zanya's Hourglass deployed rather early. Interesting to get this on board while you have a vulnerable Tide Turner out that can just be taken out rather easily by our Lux player, and will proc that the Zanya's rather on the Tide Turner, which is not the unit that you wish to be saving with the Zanya's more often than not. But In any case, just trying to play for tempo as best you can as we see a Sprite Burst come out for Lux, one of the best new cards in Lux's arsenal. A 5-mana spell to get us that draw, and then make 2 ready 3/3 sprites, 6 damage wherever you want it, and a draw is not anything to scoff at for our Lux player.
And it really is kind of that activeness where you have to get these cards out now, because the moment Vex hits those battlefields, you are in trouble, and your deck is just restricted that much with the presence of sprites.
Yeah, and an interesting thing that we didn't really consider here is that a lot of the times with Vex apathetic, your goal is to play her directly to a battlefield after you've captured it. And by going to Rockfall path, you prevent yourself from doing that. But thanks to these Boots of Swiftness, Tide Turner is able to get right on over to that Vandal Tree and take control of it, but not enough runes at the moment to deploy our Vex, and nothing to hide either, so a little bit of a window of opportunity here for our Lux player. Let's see if she's able to capitalize on it.
So we're really just looking in this situation. We are properly into the mid game now. And if you're looking to, all right, what is the next step? We have this Vex a bit more restricted on her resources. So you do want to get stepping onto those battlefields. Make sure you're not falling behind too far. However, you do have to make that comeback run. And this is one of the beefiest Tide Turners that I've seen in a while, Mr. Plus.
Yeah, it's a big Tide Turner, getting a lot of work done for our Vex player in this early mid game, but a nice little recruit generating spell here that will also, of course, net us a draw, getting those 4 recruits on the board, and then the salvage to get those Boots with the fur out of here so we can stop this Tide Turner from ganking back and forth.
Now, it's not just the apples that are at the bottom. The barrel that is beneath them, we are kind of scraping it right now. And usually when the sneaky deckhands are coming out to play, I feel like they are very high value in the early game. Then they kind of drop off in the mid game, where it's very crowded. And they usually, towards the end of the game, their value starts to peak once more. However, because this has been quite a bloodthirsty game, the battlefields are currently unoccupied, and even if they do empty out a little later, the fact that you're able to sneak that tempo onto there with the deckhand should be something you'll be have to keeping in mind. Now, taking a look at the hand, that is one loaded up Lux.
Yeah, we see Ruination, one of the other big new cards at Lux's disposal here, being in hand, and a card that really works well with the Vanguard Armory, a card that Lux was already playing most of the time in our set 2 versions of the Lux deck. Not seeing it so far yet in this build, but perhaps somewhere in the list, and one of those combos that just feels very oppressive once you can start to get that online, being able to clear the board with your Ruination, draw yourself a card, and then deploy 3 units to the board thanks to your Vanguard Armory. It often gets you in a really comfortable place for our Vex player, but here instead of Ruinate, elect to drop our Thousand Tail Watcher, give those -3s across the board, and now hopefully be able to take this Vex down with the army of recruits. Still 2 runes at the disposal for any type of tricks on both players' side, but let's see how this showdown at the Vandal Tree resolves.
And here is, I think, one of the archetypes of decks that people are just not as prepared for nowadays. With the Vex seeing a lot of play, we see a lot of eggs in single units, right? That's why the Vex is getting so much power, because she can, with the back off, stun the units, keep them tied down, limit their impact. But so many tokens on the board right now, it is kind of hard to address all of them efficiently. And when you see the resources available, yeah, we have recovered a little bit, crawling back up to 5 cards once again. But if you have to burn through, let's say, 2 cards to even get yourself a foothold back onto any of these battlefields, that is just not the line that you want to be running right now.
Yeah, and I think in this instance, we actually are a little bit kind of bought out of that predicament on our for the Lux player side because of our Lux player tapping out here, not being able to do anything, not hiding any cards on defense. So able to get the double conquer here, but gonna have to address the Watcher thereafter. Obviously, Watcher coming in stunned the previous turn, thanks to that Vex apathetic at the Bandle tree. Wasn't able to haste and run in there with Accelerate, but this turn will come ready and be able to swing in for that big 7. So we'll probably need something like the likes of a back off that you mentioned, or another hidden card as we see a flash of a switcheroo in hand. So another potential out here for our Vex player, going to carefully evaluate how to approach this fight in this next turn, knowing that that Watcher is ready to pounce in with a plethora of runes behind it. 10 runes coming into the next turn for our Lux player.
Now, curious observation right now. Despite the fact that we have a Bandle tree on board, and we did have Vex sitting on board for quite a while in control, I don't think we've seen that many cards be actually hidden.
No,
and that
not
is
really.
Cause for concern to me. If we are not hiding anything big right now, and we do have the switcheroo, right? So that is at least one of them that we should be trying to take care of. The only question now is, where do you want to put that down? Both battlefields from the top of my head are sitting on 4 might, with both Vex and the Tide Turner that has the Edge of Night, I believe.
Yes, the Edge of Night, yep.
So they're both sitting on 4 might, so they're gonna get their things in here. And when you are committing the overzealous fan already, I do believe you're kind of setting up a carrot and stick scenario, except the carrot is also looking quite stick-shaped.
not a bad analogy there. And the Rockfall Path actually is just putting in a lot of work here, not being able to play cards like that overzealous fan over to the Rockfall Path, or hide cards like the Evelyn or any other hidden units. Rockfall Path finally showing its worth as a battlefield that was not seen very much play in previous sets, but this set is doing a lot of work thanks to the advent of Ambush and all these new hidden units, and just being a generally disruptive battlefield. So something that Lux is able to capitalize on pretty heavily here in this matchup, as we see Vex kind of in a rough spot in trying to figure out how to deal with the current board state. They do have a charm in hand, but not willing to go in and try to charm the Watcher and use that switcheroo. So
yeah, we're not hiding
just,
either.
Yeah, just instead keeping the 2 runes up, and now a Cola weak drawn for our Lux player.
That is painful. That is definitely painful, because Lux is sitting on plenty of exposable units. Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, I guess kind of a lucky out where the sneaky deckhand just entered play. But this is going to be a rough scenario. We do have the 2 energy available. It will be put down, and that is a big investment on the rune department. But if it can rid of the 9-tailed Watcher, that is just such a devastating blow.
Interesting too, like you mentioned, that it was not hidden. Some opting to spend the 2 runes and the 2 power costs there rather than just the single power cost of hiding it. I'm not really entirely sure what the strategic
here it comes.
value
Ruination
of that
incoming
is.
plus.
Yeah, Ruination's gonna come in and answer the board. You got rid of my Watcher, where here's my fail safe. I'll just clear the whole thing out and set us back to 0. And now, being on 6 points, Vex is in a position to threaten lethal if they can get the double conquer going, but not a deck often known for being able to accelerate units. But that sneaky deckhand is there to come in. I do believe he top decked
that, because he did play it previously already. Now, we do know that there is a Cold Week available for the Lux, who, I'm just going to say it, Mr. Plus, kind of a sore loser. Oh, you lose 1 combat, so you have to wipe the board? Come on, man. Where's your honor at? I thought that was what the Motions were all about. Now, we do have that Cold Week. That can definitely get rid of the sneaky deckhand. But then you still have to battle your way all the way back up to that 8 points. You are 4 away from that, which is miles at this point. like we said, they do have those abilities to really
Ooh.
spew out
Ooh.
multiple threats coming through. And this is, even though I don't mind getting rid of their last unit, and
That's their
Zhonya's,
last card. They have nothing
but that
left.
was a full
They're in
turn.
top deck mode now. There's nothing left in the hand. No units on board. Vex is forced to just go straight for top decking. Luckily hitting a stack deck off the top, so getting to look a little bit deeper, but only finding one little unit, not actually in a great
Overzealous
position.
fan.
Yeah, this is a kind of a predicament that Vex was not expecting here. That Ruination did way more than initially thought. It put our Vex player really far behind, and this is where you get to see the power of Lux, getting those consistent draws from all of these removal spells that they just continually play. As Vex has been winning these combats and getting this huge lead, she's been depleting her hand, while all the while Lux has been maintaining a healthy hand size, and now it's 0 cards in hand to looks like maybe 7 on our Lux's hand, so a huge gap. And even though the point gap was there, I think we'll start to see this start to swing the other way for our Lux player.
And here you see the power of denying these holds for our
Ooh,
Vex.
another crazy
we will
top
be able
deck.
to cast some units out there, including but not limited to.
This could be
some
game.
Of those deckhands.
He can equip the last rights to our overzealous fan, move in, conquer the rockfall path, and then pay 3 to revive the sneaky deckhand over to Bandletree and win the game, I believe.
Yeah, that should be line of play. That is how we're putting it down, and that will be our very first game going down. And, well, it just goes to show that there might be certain organs in these cards, and if you were to believe in them hard enough, they might just get you out of that bind, plus.
That was really cool. I mean, you know how powerful Last Rites has been. We've seen it throughout Spirit Forge, and we're seeing it again in Unleashed. It's a very, very strong equipment. And right there, hitting that off the top was exactly what Vex needed to slam the door on Lux. Even though Lux went through so much work and effort to get our Vex player down to no cards in hand, no cards on board, looking like they were going to be able to make that comeback, those cheeky top decks were just enough to get our Vex player across the finish line.
And when you are in that top deck mode, I've been in it plenty of times because I like to play very greedy decks, that burn through their cards. And when you're in the top deck mode, it is like you're suffocating. It's like you're in a tiny room. There's one speck of light at the ceiling that you're looking at. It's like, oh, if only I could get there. And then the next 2 cards you draw, oh, I got there. Yay! I guess we will be going to our very next round. It is a bit of a hole to dig yourself out of. But when you do manage to hit it, and you... Honestly, it's the reward for putting the pressure onto that Lux earlier on so swiftly. It does pay off in the end, and now it crowns them victor.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit before about how frustrating a hand destruction deck archetype can be, and getting down and forcing you into that top deck mode. But equally as frustrating from across the table can be when your opponent is in top deck mode and just keeps top decking the right answer. And that just happened to be the case for our Vex, as they were able to get what they needed across each turn and close the door. But now that we're going into game 2, what kind of adjustments do we expect to see out of our Lux player? I'm not sure that there was necessarily anything wrong with the deck in how it was performing that round. It just seemed that Vex may have gotten off to a much stronger start.
That is kind of the thing to me, because in my head, this matchup should already be a little bit more favored to the general play style of a Lux, right? Because the restrictiveness that comes with the Vex deck is not really hitting all of its marks, right? It's going to hit some sprites, and it might be hitting some of the Thousand Tailed Watcher, right? But that is quite of limited impact. Meanwhile, the amount of bodies that you're playing on the Vex's side is quite impacted by, let's say, a Cold a week. And in that regard, I feel like if Lux can manage to keep up throughout the early game, then you are in that position where you're not 4 points behind, right? You can battle them to the end. You can hold them back a bit, prevent those holds, prevent those draws. And that is how the Lux should go through the early game and then absolutely squash them later on.
Yeah, we definitely saw a bit of an unfortunate start for Lux there, and not in the Lux's start per se, because Ravenbloom into Chosen Champion Lux on 2 and then 4 is not a bad start. Obviously, that is pretty good curve out, and the real linchpin there was just being able to get those boots out and then the charm to take out both units in one turn and set Vex so far ahead in that early game and really slow Lux down so much. So assuming we don't see another optimal countermeasure from Vex in game 2 here, Lux stands a much higher chance of stabilizing much quicker and getting us to that point that we saw towards the end of the game where Lux is more in control, as now we are joining into round 2 of our Lux v Vex matchup, as we see the battlefields are going to be Ravenbloom Sanctuary over for Lux, and then the Power Nexus or Nexus of Power
sure is.
for Vex. So
paying for victory points.
Yeah, maybe not something that you see resolved very often, but it is this kind of I guess ticking time bomb, you could say, that
it's the beauty
you have
of that
to be aware of.
You don't have to activate it many times. You only have to activate it once. That's all you need, buddy. Because now the threatening game starts just that little bit earlier for the Vex. It can tick you if you're holding on 6 now. That is suddenly lethal if you're not careful. So it's up to them to be mindful of that and not prevent the situation where they have to make those hard choices. Now, can Lux recover in our second game? Let's see if we can get another blistering start for our Demacian pupil.
And blistering start is right, as we see Plundering Poro come out. Maybe not the fastest unit of all time, but a great turn 1 play, a little Poro that will come in and conquer to give us a gold, as we see a stack deck come out for Vex across the table, looking at potentially taking that Tide Turner, kind of wanting to consider where to start here, as we have Zanya, so it looks like a charm, Overzealous Fan in hand. Didn't get to quite catch all of it, but does have access to a turn 1 play here in multiple ways.
And just to kind of walk you through where you're at as the Vex, right? You want to get stuck on those battlefields as soon as you can. Get as many of those draw triggers from your legend as you possibly can. Now, do you really want to be put in that situation where you have to claw yourself back into it? Do you want to allow yourself to have to fight them on that Ravenbloom Conservatory? There is just so many tricks up their sleeve to lure them away from their battlefields that Vex is okay going second in this regard.
Yeah, and we have a double salvage in hand for Lux too. So if any of those gears that Vex has in hand do come out to play, we have an answer in hand already at the waiting for Lux. We saw Boots of Swiftness in hand, and obviously we have a few copies of Zanya's that we saw in game 1. So quite a few targets for these salvages. So definitely looking to maybe throw off our Vex's math by getting a cheeky salvage in at an opportune time here, as we see basically the same first 2 turn play come out for Lux rather here, with the turn 1 2 drop into turn 2 Chosen Champion Lux. Once again, Vex does have the capability. I believe we had a charm in hand to try to maybe take this Lux out of the back route once again.
Sure did. And these early turns where the reactions on the side of Lux are quite limited because she does have to tap out, is just really coming back to bite her. The greed in a way is just kind of threatening. However, you do need a capable body out there to be able to take care of it. There's only 2 might, but in that situation, you'd prefer not to lose your unit. Now, 2 from the fan and 2 from The Edge of Night will definitely get the job done. We have plenty of energy left to lure that Lux out of there. There she goes. As quickly
little
as she
grin.
came, she will disappear.
Yeah, I think our Lux player is getting a little bit of a case of deja vu there. Like, wait a minute, didn't I just do this like 10 minutes ago? Why is this happening to me again? But at least this time, the Raven Blue Conservatory did proc and reveal the top being a Ruination. So Ruination going to the hand of our Lux player. Vex this time being aware that it's there, may have to temper their board state a little bit more to play around it as to not get blown out by it once again. But a nice grip of cards in hand, 7 cards in hand to 2. And this is what Lux continues to do so well, is make use of all of these removal spells to continually draw cards, keep their hand plentiful while getting rid of the Vex's resources. Now, having just the Overzealous Fan with that Edge of Night on it and 2 cards left in hand, Lux is feeling a little bit better, although that that turn of events with the Conquer into Charm felt a little backbreaking. I think Lux overall is still in a pretty solid position here.
And that is kind of the issue in this one. The fact that all of the victory points on Vex's side are coming from these Conquers. Lux is not allowing them to draw cards from holding battlefields. And I'll be honest with you here, Mr. Plus. It's the only reason Lux is still in this game. Every one of her turns seems to have to answer the threats put down by Vex. And if they don't do it efficiently, they will be falling behind more and more and more.
100%. And that's exactly what Vex is hoping for as we see the singularity off the top. Exactly what I was hoping to see for our Lux player. A nice little 2 spot removal and a draw, getting both those units off the board, and now just the Edge of Night left in the base for Vex with only 2 cards in hand that I believe were both spells, and gonna put Vex into that top deck mode really quickly once again.
Yeah, has it been enough then? The real difference maker right now is the fact that Vex is so far away from those 8 points that she's looking for. And yeah, we get Vex Apathetic out on the board once more. But right now, Lux is overtaking Vex that little bit. Not in points just yet, but in just how the turns are playing out. She's overtaking there. The reactions are making room for proactive play. And what we want to see? I want to see plenty of tokens to make sure that if Vex does get a bomb off, it might not be enough.
And we do have a double Singularity in hand. It looks like double Salvage, Ruination, Frigid Jewel, Stupefy, I believe, and maybe one more card that I can't make out there. Maybe a Bellows Breath. Looks like a 1 mana, 1 power card. So a Sprite Burst coming out now. Great double Conquer capabilities here, and not to mention that juicy draw from the Lux. So looking pretty good here at being able to prevent the Lux from, or sorry, the Vex from being able to counter here, as we can throw these Aura, or sorry, these sprites up and make it a little bit harder for Vex to get over the top, as there's no buffs in hand currently, just an Overzealous Fan, a Charm, and a Defy. So nothing that can really get the stat boost up above the threshold of 6, which currently is all Vex has on board with that Edge of Night is 6. So just matching the sprites.
It is just not the situation for a Vex to be in. And at this point, maybe the Vex player kind of has to take a moment, take their foot off the gas, and proper develop for a single turn. Give themselves that room to breathe. There's no threat of lethal just yet. So take your time. And that is kind of the dichotomy that you have within Vex, because you don't want to be taking your time whilst you're not on a battlefield. You need those draws.
100%. And not to mention, the more you take your time, the more you allow Lux to draw into more answers. We already know off of the Raven Bloom Conservatory that there is a Ruination in hand, which is probably a big factor in what's giving our Vex player pause here as to not want to take or to start to develop and overcommit to the board, because if they throw out all of their units at their disposal out at once to try and develop, Lux is more than happy to just ruinate and say, well, now once again, you're unitless and in that top deck mode, as we get to see a rare action speed salvage come out to try and take the Edge of Night away, but quickly defied, as now there's only an overzealous fan and charm in hand for our Vex player, as the charm comes down to bring the Poro up and take that down as well. Just that last overzealous fan in hand. Lux may be in a very strong position to win this game.
We're going to have to see, because first of all, we do need to address the Vex situation, but we've seen the Call of the Weeks before. We know what can happen if there's not enough bodies on the floor, and even though Vex is getting back somewhere, she's back on the battlefield, sure, but that's only a single card left in hand. This is such a fragile hold onto the battlefield, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Lux is more than aware of the situation that they are in. I don't think they'll be leaving that opening where they can lose the game on a whim like they did last time.
Well, yeah, definitely. And we now have the salvage coming out to take care of one of those Edge of Nights, which looks like it dressed into a drag under. So Lux can definitely choose to just eat that deflect cost. It's only deflect 1. So yeah, just pay the yellow that you need to for drag under plus an extra one, deramp an extra rune. But now just that single overzealous card or overzealous fan in hand for Vex. Lux in a commanding position, as it looks like Boots of Swiftness was the top deck. A very equipment heavy build for Vex.
And that is kind of where you're starting to stumble a little bit. You're just simply running out of bodies that can actually hold all of that gear, all of that equipment. And meanwhile, Lux, she's taking it easy. And when there's still no threat from the Vex's side for lethal, for a proper line back into this game, they can be coasting. And what a hopeless situation they are in right now. Another singularity. It just, there's no end to these barrage of mortar strikes hitting all around our little Yordle friend.
And unfortunately, this is looking like it might be the end for Vex. No cards in hand, just going to have to hope to top deck something. Top deck's a hard bargain, shake of the head. Think he's realizing that the writing is on the wall and just going to scoop it up. And we get to go to game 3. Very well played from Lux. Very similar, in all honesty, to game 1 in terms of Lux's ability to whittle away the resources of Vex down to nothing. Just this time, Vex was not able to get as fortunate on those top decks and not able to get off to as quick of a start either and get them into a position where
that is the main part.
A cheeky top deck could get them across the finish line. At this point, when you're only at 4 points, even the greatest top deck isn't enough to get you there.
And that is the main part, right? Yeah, of course, you might be sometimes drawing the perfect cards for the occasion, true. However, that early game wasn't nearly as swift as we saw in game 1. There was no need to really pull on the emergency brake called Ruination on Lux's end, because they could keep up just as well as the Vex did. Now, going into game 3, and we have seen the outcome that I was expecting to be a bit more representative of how this showdown is supposed to go. Going into game 3, what else can you do except take that first turn, rush out onto the battlefields, and make sure that Lux doesn't get that opportunity to settle into the mid and late game?
Yeah, now we get to have Vex on the play here as well, so definitely capable of getting quickly out onto a battlefield and trying to get that hold established. And wondering what we'll see for the third battlefield here, if maybe it'll be Grove of the Godwilla, as we've seen some Vex run, and perhaps kind of a desperation play at this point just to get a little bit more draw. As you said, we haven't got to see many holds, if any, for Vex, so no triggers from the leader ability. So that is part of the reason why Vex is struggling so hard to keep up in hand parity with our Lux player.
Yeah, and the curve is a lot lower. I mean, she's not drawing every single turn. There's a whole lot to it. And Fizzbuzz, I am going to have to ask you, is this the new way forward, right? It's a archetype that we haven't seen a whole lot of. The last time we saw it, it was more in the Rek'Sai and Victor type, where you get to flood the board and have make them have answers for it. But with so many tokens on the board, does this have a real shot in the current meta?
I believe so. I think I was actually thinking just as we were watching that last round there that this is one of the unique things about Riftbound that makes it so different from a lot of other card games in that you know, because our win condition is based off of conquering these battlefields in the same way that Victor was able to do so just off the back of a bunch of 1/1 recruits. Lux is kind of doing something similar here, just playing a lot of high-end spells and removal cards, but as far as units go, most of them are on the lower end because at the end of the day, you don't need the big 7/7 Watcher to come in to win you the game. You can win that final point off of a 1/1 recruit. And that's what makes Riftbound so interesting, is that it's not necessarily always the biggest and strongest unit that wins the day. Sometimes all you need is that one little recruit to get you across the finish line. And we've seen that come to fruition in both games for Lux here, as now we go into game 3. And I didn't get to see the battlefields. What are we working with here, Bandit?
So we had a Targon's Peak, from what I saw, and then a second battlefield that I am currently trying to decipher just
looks like
a little bit.
Forbidding Waste, I think. It looks like the -2 on solo defense. Forbidding Waste over there on the right side, which would make it the Lux's battlefield. So again, another battlefield from Lux that's just a nuisance for the opponent, especially in a hold deck where if you go in for that conquer there early, you're not going to be able to hold it more than likely if you don't have some backup, as that -2 is rather cumbersome.
And of course, just huddle up on the battlefield with more units then. However, we saw the pick potential that Lux has, where she'll be taking out the weakest link or your strongest link, and that is the awkward position to be in. So it really feels like a damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation. Now, these early games have been the real stumbling block for our Lux. Let's see how she fares it this time around. Overzealous fan already onto the board, ready to start conquering and hopefully holding. Is this line of those early game charms just simply not good enough, Mr. Plus?
Well, we do get the conquer over onto the Targon's Peak, so actually maybe being able to deploy our Vex on turn 2 for the first time, and then having the 2 runes readied at the end of turn for defense, but instead electing to just go for the conquer onto the Forbidding Waste, kind of offering a fork, if you will, to our Lux player, making them decide which battlefield they want to attack. Obviously, attacking the Forbidding Waste is very powerful, as it'll make that sneaky deckhand 0 might and give an easy victory over to our Ravenbloom student. But now, because they have presence on both battlefields, they're forcing Lux to be able to answer both this coming turn in order to prevent that infamous hold that Vex has been so eluded by this match so far.
And usually when your opponent is fanning out in the way that they are right now, as we actually see some card being hidden. Oh my lord. I thought it would never happen. Spreading them out. This is such a daunting prospect, right? Because we know how the Lux can just kind of snoop away left and right on those battlefields if need be. Now we know that Zonias have been seeing a lot of play, but are they getting the value that they have to be? I think they've saved a Vex once, and that was about it. And if that's not a Zonias next to the deckhand, they might be in for a world of hurt.
Oh,
Edge of Night gets the job done all the same.
It does just make it a tie currently, just 2-2 thanks to that Forbidding Waste. So any spell out of the hand is enough to buff our Ravenbloom student above that 2 might and get it across the finish line to take that out. But in not so fast, actually. 2 runes de-ramped here thanks to the hide plus the not so fast. So bit of
Most importantly, a draw. Finally, a hold trigger for the Vex. And this even though their economy is in complete shambles, the fact that they are drawing those extra cards right now might just be enough to keep the train going. And for Lux, that was not a cheap play whatsoever at all. And they are back in that more of a reaction state of plays where they have to address two battlefields at once. And if you're looking for outs in that regard, where you can pressure two separate battlefields, there are options. We have the singularity. And that is like the most efficient answer in our current situation.
Yeah, Singularity, definitely a great tool to answer the current board state, but we do see a Zhonya's here, which are Vex players contemplating hiding, and it looks like will be hiding here to keep this sneaky deckhand alive. So even if Lux goes to answer these two units, our Zhonya's is going to be revealed and keep at least one alive. So trying to
I think that is a singularity.
Yeah, it was
And
a singularity off the top.
Even though they do have the Zhonya's, the fact that it goes back to base kind of takes all the wind out of the sails of our Vex player. So once again, the pressure is mounting and being denied these hold triggers over and over and over again. They're in a marsh of Lux's making.
At this time, though, the Vex is actually able to save both units. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a judge intervention off of a mistaken card hit off the top of the deck for Vex player. I think that's what it seemed to be. The alarm there looks like he accidentally his arm brushed
Walk
the
me
top
through
card.
it. Why are we saving both of our units, Mr. Plus?
We actually had if you look into the drop here, a gust was reacted with onto the singularity here. So opting to gust one unit back to hand and then allowing the Zhonya's to save the other. So both units going to survive our singularity, one getting exhausted, putting back to base, and the other one being put back to hand.
And I'm not sure if we saw targets, but I can only imagine it will be dropped onto the sneaky deckhand, as that can be played immediately onto a battlefield. And even though Vex is not able to get those hold triggers to really pop off, the fact that they are already sitting on 4 victory points, it's way more reminiscent of that game 1, where we are able to put the pressure onto the Lux, where simply answering my turns is no longer cutting it.
Especially in this current game state that we just saw, by utilizing the gust to save the sneaky deckhand, like you mentioned, a unit that can just come right back out to the battlefield, and then the Zhonya's keeping our overzealous fan alive. That means we aren't getting the hold, but we are going to score up to 6 on the following turn, thanks to Lux being tapped out, not having any recourse. So already going 6-0, being within that lethal range. Vex is in a totally different aspect of the game that you're used to seeing her. This deck that normally just wants to set up huge on one battlefield and go for the long grindy hold game. This Vex player is playing a totally different version that has been pretty cool to see. A more aggressive, almost Aurelia style version of Vex.
Yeah, it really was all about not letting it get to that late game. Or a more aggro version of the deck, and having that conscious of mind to adapt to the situation in front of you. That is what being a good player is all about. Knowing the limits of your deck and how even a small minor changes, not only in cards available, but how you are playing them out, can change the color of day all the same. Now, on the side of Lux's side here, we are seeing that drawback, right? They're 3-0. They got here's in some condition. However, this cannot continue the way it has been going on. What do we have to pull out of the bag here to get this Vex to a grinding halt?
Yeah, it's in a precarious position too, as we just used a singularity. So going from 6 runes back down to 4, thanks to the double recyclable cost of that singularity, means we're only going back up to 6 runes again. So enough to cast another singularity should we have one. But at this point, it just feels like you're trying to stem the bleeding as best as you can, and you're not able to actually get any kind of a foothold established of your own to start clawing your way back into the game. And thanks to a couple of these Vex draws that have already transpired, Vex is not hurting as much for cards this go around as well. So Vex coming out and kind of utilizing this strategy of just rather than putting everything into one battlefield, I'm going to attack both battlefields and make you answer both of them. And if you can't answer both, then all I need is one of these to hold. Rather than going all in and trying to force a hold on one, I'll just split my resources to both and see if you can answer both. And it seems to be working out very well in this third and final game of the match as we see a Tide Turner hidden over at the Forbidding Waste. The untapped 2 coming out from our Targon's Peak gives us 4 runes to play with on defense, but only 1 card in hand, which I don't think is going to stop the Sprite Burst from coming in and getting the double conquer here.
Well, we're going to have to take a little look because we have that Tide Turner hidden away. So that will be able to at least keep hold against one of them. And the Discipline being able to overpower his friend on the other side. And that is the power of the Targon's Peak, being able to untap that little bit of extra energy to keep them alive and kicking. 2 might currently another Discipline. No need for the Tide Turner. And there is GG Kolb. Vex getting it done in dominating fashion in game number 3.
Vex, the top deck god. That game 1 and game 3 showing just how powerful you can rip some cards off the top of the deck and get there right there at the end with a double or Discipline into Discipline. A very well played game from our Vex player, piloting it in a very unorthodox, I should say, for Vex, as we've seen in the past manner, but enough to get the job done against Lux, which, like you said, was looking like it should be favored in the matchup, but I guess maybe not as much in this different
It's real simple.
style.
They adapted to the situation in front of them. It is what was required of them. And yeah, they got a fortunate run out, but you have to set yourself up time and time again to be hit by fortunate runouts. It is no coincidence that it is usually the same people getting lucky over and over and over, right? Because they are the ones setting themselves up in positions where the odds simply favor them. Now, round 4 come to an end, and the flexibility of Vex reigns supreme. Going on into future rounds for our Vex, what is like our biggest hurdle to overcome throughout the entirety of our tournament, Mr. Plus?
Well, in this version of Vex, I would maybe say another traditional Vex, something more akin to trying to stop all of these ambushes. Not even really ambushes. Yeah, it's interesting because, like I said, it does kind of feel or look more like an Aurelia deck. So I guess I could wager that maybe whatever weaknesses that Aurelia currently has in the meta, this Vex
what do you mean
list
by that
might
exactly?
share.
Like what do you mean by it plays like an Aurelia deck? Because that doesn't really compute for me yet.
Just in the build type, I mean, obviously we're seeing triple Boots of Swiftness, sneaky deckhands, cards that you don't typically play in Vex, cards that are more aggressively slanted, trying to, like I said, present a fork rather than what we assumed in that first game, as rightfully so. We've seen so many Vexes before. They get that first point, they get that point tempo, being a point ahead, and then they just hold. And the weakness, as you pointed out, is that if your opponent gets that first point on board, then you're kind of put in this precarious position where, well, I have to go on the offensive. I have to attack that other battlefield so that I can get the point parity back in my favor. And it looks like in this variant, they've said, well, rather than deal with that issue, I'll just create a new issue for my opponent and spread the love to both battlefields as opposed to piling all up on one. We didn't even see the apathetic come out on turn 2 any of those games. Definitely not a typical play pattern for our Vex deck.
And here's kind of what I like about the sneaky deck hands and the way they have been coming back into the metagame. For one, here's the thing. It's got kind of stolen by more aggressive decks, right? It was usually the answer for going second, hitting that in the early game, super duper, you love to see it. And more, the answer for it is like, all right, to really keep the tempo going, we play the deckhand. But for a Vex, it kind of makes sense because it, as if you were to play out in the unit accelerated, it gets onto those battlefields just that tad bit quicker, allowing you to set up those holds a turn earlier than you would maybe be ready for. And we saw it in Sydney as well, with Ashen OCE, who piloted the Teemo deck, who was essentially the fastest hold deck the West has ever seen. Where you have to rush out onto those battlefields, hide those cards away, and the sneaky deckhand in that list as well is absolutely pivotal because it allows you to get situated and entrenched onto those battlefields just a tad bit quicker than your opponent should be ready for.
Yeah, not a bad idea to go for in Vex, especially with the Edge of Night and the switcheroos, the tide turn. So many cards that they can hide, akin to a Teemo deck. And although we didn't actually get to see the battle tree kind of come into fruition there that first game with hiding a couple of cards there, we were actually surprised at the lack of hidden as in that first game. But nonetheless, it is an interesting take on the Vex strategy, and I think you're completely right. Just using that sneaky deckhand to accelerate being able to hide cards and try to get a hold going is definitely something that I think we might see more Vex players adapt, especially, like you said, after the results of that illustrious Teemo in the top 8 of Sydney, coming in hot with those sprites thanks to Sprite Fountain and getting those holds as quickly as they can.
Now, with our first regional qualifier with Unleashed behind us, and also some more tournaments being played in Asia right now, Mr. Plus, I'm gonna have to ask you: is there a deck that's like heavily overperforming in your eyes? A deck where you didn't have the highest of expectations, but you are surprised to see it this heavily represented or having this many positive results?
I can honestly say not really for my case or for my opinion. I think that the meta has been rather healthy overall in terms of deck representation. How many decks have been able to perform? I mean, as we just discussed, the Teemo making top 8, a deck that I think if you were going off of any Twitter tier list was not on the bingo card to make top 8 in Sydney, but showing that it can get there. And I think that has been kind of the big thing that Unleashed has brought into the meta after what was such a top heavily dominated Spirit Forge meta. And Unleashed, it feels a little bit more like you can get there with way more decks. There's so many viable ways to perform in this meta. We've seen Diana in the hands of Al and ZQ, and Vex get some really nice solid wins like we just saw on stream. I mean, it just feels like there's so many ways to attack the format right now, and it's something that I'm really excited about in this Unleashed meta so far.
And what I always like when a new set comes out and you're really in the early stages of development, of people finding out what works, what doesn't work, it usually takes a bit of time for the decks to either hit their final evolution or to be discovered at all, as we sometimes saw near the end with Spirit Forge at the end. All right, Ezreal, is that really good? Didn't really show up afterwards at all. So you see a lot of ways that the game can be played right now, and with each new set coming out, especially because there's only been 2 out before this one, the options are growing exponentially. Hold strategies are a lot more viable now that there's more tools available. I just can't wait what the next iteration of deck building will be and how long till we have a Poro tribal archetype.
Yeah, let's go. We're all in that Braum waiting room hoping for the Braum Poro deck to come out. I can't wait to see if that ends up being its own archetype. A little multicolor Braum Poro deck would be really fun to see. But like you said, there's just always something on the horizon to look forward to with Riftbound, because not only off of just the legacy of the IP, all these champions from League of Legends that everybody wants to see, but champions that currently exist that we see getting power boosts, like we were discussing with Lux, a legend that was more or less kind of tossed to the wayside for most of the previous 2 metagames, not really seeing very much representation now finally starting to eke her way up into people's notoriety, and now she's on a few players' radars as like a legitimate deck to be worried about. And it's one of those decks, like I mentioned before, that will only continue to get stronger as more spells get added into the game that cost 5 or greater. So definitely a deck that if you're looking to get into the game, if you're a fan of Lux, if you're a fan of the control style, one of those decks that you can get in with now and grow as you grow as a player. As the game grows, you can continue to grow with that deck until we get that inevitable rotation in 2028. But you don't have to worry about that. That's 2 years from now. That's future use problem. Go ahead and get in on that Lux now if you're...
Just to change the spotlight a little bit, Mr. Plus, and to put it on you instead. What are you prepping right now? What are you bringing to your local Nexus nights? Are we gearing up towards a regional qualifier, perhaps? How is that approach like?
Yeah, I actually am going to Vancouver next week, so I'll be this time next week in Canada and dreading my my following day. I hopefully will be asleep by this time next week, getting ready for that main event on Saturday morning.
What you been prepping with?
I'm prepping Pike currently. That is what I've been playing and enjoying.
Spice.
I'm a fan of hand destruction archetypes, and that is how I've been playing Pike, and it's been a lot of fun for me, not a lot of fun for my opponents, and that's exactly how I like it.
Now, here's the thing, right? I like a discard deck just as much as the next person. However, do you ever feel like that it is, in the current state of the game where many draw effects are available, that it's kind of trying to dry the floors while the tap is running?
I think there's a few decks that can make it feel that way, and I think honestly they're a little bit more few and far between than I think a lot of people have on their radar, I guess you could say. That I think the common conception is kind of what you said, that it's a little bit too slow, that it can't really get there a lot of the time. But we just saw a Lux player essentially accomplish that feat without having any true hand discard. And I think that's kind of the approach that I've been trying to take with the deck as well, is playing a very heavily control-oriented game plan and just trying to play a lot of removal spells and slowly grind and whittle away the opponent's resources in the same fashion that Lux just did to that Vex player.
Because my experience with discard decks has been as follows, right? Because I feel like the target player discards a card should actually be read as target player discards their worst card in hand. Just to kind of drive it home, where like the real place where it starts getting value is when they're already on limited amounts of cards. And when they are already on 0 cards, you have to capitalize on that. And that sometimes feels like a lot of hoops you have to jump through before you really start getting in that comfort zone. How have you been navigating that towards your practice?
Yeah, I think that there's some matchups that can feel a little bit difficult to get you into that sweet spot early on, depending on how early draws go, obviously. But for the most part, they're definitely... I think the thing about Pike is that he has the tools to address almost any scenario. It's really just a matter of navigating and finding your way there, and that can definitely be difficult at some times. But when you do accomplish it, it is very rewarding, and that's what keeps me coming back to the deck over and over again, because it's different into every single deck into the game. Even though my game plan more or less stays the same, I have to alter it and change it for all these different strategies that I sit across from, which of course applies to most decks in Riftbound, but not all, as we've seen with the influx of complaints about a dazzling Aurora, a deck that kind of just wants to do the same thing every time, regardless of whatever their opponent's doing. So I think that's mostly what brings me going to something like Pike instead of something like Dazzling Aurora, which obviously has been proven to be very strong, but not something that has me clamoring to play the game just to sit there and hope to hit Dazzling on curve.
And just to make sure that people who want to stay up to date with all of your Pike experimenting, Mr. Plus, where can we get a hold of you, stay in touch with you, keep up to date with your latest iterations?
Well, I am going to try. I know I've said this many times on Runes and Rift, but I am going to continue to try
This
and
time's for real, guys.
this time, I honestly, it has been like Plus and I discussed previously prior to the break, just real life stuff getting in the way and making it a little bit difficult to get the scheduling going. But if I can nail down a consistent schedule, because that at the end of the day is really what's prohibiting me, is that I don't want to just go live randomly whenever I feel like it. I want to be able to lock down a consistent schedule so I can have that repeat viewership and bring you guys great content. So as soon as I can lock that down, you guys can catch me over at twitch.tv/TheMrPlus. And then, of course, the same handle over on X to keep up with my posts that are most always related to Riftbound. And I will definitely be posting about my tournament report as I play through Vancouver in the coming weeks. So if you want to see how my pipe run goes live as it happens, go ahead and give me a follow on X, and I'll be posting live as I go through the day.
And I do recommend you guys check Mr. Plus out over on his socials. Get those deep dives onto Pike, if you will. We're going to be throwing it over to a quick little break. When we get back, we will be moving on to round number 5, and I will be joined by no one other than BMU. Mr. Plus, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be right back.
Thank you all, and have a great rest of your stream, Bandit.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Maybe more, if not maybe similar intricacies to this matchup. I personally never seen Rek'Sai versus Lilia, but I feel like they have a similar game plan. Kind of math is for blockers and just send in their units, something of the like. So we'll see how it goes. I'll throw it over to you guys though for the remaining.
All right, so we get to see both these players come in here, and more than likely they're just going to be turning cards sideways and pushing them into battlefields over and over. And we'll see who could do that a little bit faster and more efficient, as we see the battlefields out for this game 1 are going to be Zidane Warrens and Rockfall Path.
And I can't quite recall who the best of Lilia in Sydney was at the end of day 1, but I remember the deck list was like just a whole bunch of low drops, like 2-3 drops, and then like triple uncheck power, triple singularity, triple, like I think it was triple or double 1,000 Toad Watcher. Like you went from 0 to 100. That was it. There was no sort of mid-game or middle of the pack sort of things to play. And it's just very aggressive, right? Lilia is just creating sprites. They don't hold. Very few Lilias, if any, I think are playing Blue LeBlanc right now. So they do their thing on one turn and then they die, which puts you in a really awkward position against Rek'Sai, because Rek'Sai wants to perma-conquer if possible. And the difference is that Lilia also wants to be very aggressive, but she doesn't have the physical bodies staying there, whereas Rek'Sai might have physical bodies staying there.
Yeah, and from what I've seen of some of these more recent aggressive Rek'Sai lists, is they're running just an obscene amount of 2-drops, just all these low to the ground cards that they can consistently be able to throw out there and get these easy, cheap conquers, and then have almost a guaranteed hit off of the legend ability to have something that they can play from it and gain advantage that way. And the thing about having so many low to the ground units is that that's great if you're able to conquer early and get that train started and generate advantage and get ahead of your opponent. But if Lilia is able to get there first with her sprites, like you said, don't hold, but they do block your opponent from conquering that battlefield.
Sure.
And that 3 might can be a little bit annoying to get over for all these 2/2s and even the 2/3s that the Rek'Sai has in their deck. And if a Mask of Foresight gets added to that equation, it becomes almost impossible for one unit to get the job done. And then the entire frame of how Rek'Sai has to play the game changes.
Yeah, for now though, I think Rek'Sai is going to be okay with how things have started out. We'll see if he's able to overcome. I think I saw a what was that? The Falling Star in hand potentially as well. Going to start with the Void Hatchling, which is kind of core to Rek'Sai's idea, where you reveal cards from when you reveal cards from your deck, you can check it first and then choose to recycle, so that you can potentially look for a different card rather than whatever you might otherwise have drawn with the Rek'Sai Legend. And very lucky, I feel like, for the Lilia player. Didn't actually have any low drops. Had to mull away one of the singularities, had double singularity in hand, hit 1,000 tailed on that mull. So going second at least gives him the ability to play his chosen champion. He will have a unit on the board.
Yeah, and the chosen champion on turn 1 has always been a powerful play for the legends that have access to one of those 3 energy, 3 might chosen champions. It's just in this instance where it can be a little bit sketchy going against a red deck that can, as you mentioned before, throw out one of those falling stars and attack it in the back row. And it may not seem like it is completely worth it to use one falling star on just the chosen champion Lilia, but this Lilia unit is actually a big component of the game plan for a lot of Lilia decks, so getting it off the board quickly can actually be a huge boon for slowing the Lilia's pace down, not being able to generate as many sprites and get extra draws and combat tricks with smoke and mirrors.
Yes. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think that was sort of the big card that we saw in his hand that really operates off Blue Lilia, where you pick a unit you control and a temporary unit and swap their locations, and Lilia just leaves behind yet another sprite when you kind of do that. So you can pump up in an area, kind of do more damage while keeping Lilia potentially safe as well. We did see the Void Rush being used, the Noxus Hopeful being played as well. So I think the Rek'Sai player are going to be quite happy with how things are working out for now. Now Lilia swinging up. There's no energy left for the Rek'Sai players, so actually didn't see what he hit off the Void Rush, but considering that nothing got played, yeah,
he hit double Phoenix actually, so wasn't able to play either of them, and now just has double Phoenix in hand. He was able to bin the original Phoenix that he had in hand thanks to Zon Warrens, but now he's got 2 more in there that he's got to try to get rid of and start to bring back from the dead, thanks to their inherent effect when he inevitably does cast that falling star he's got there in hand.
Yeah, we do see a Defy as well in the hand of Lilia. Unfortunately, Defy not quite able to deal with Falling Star thanks to the extra power cost. Now, the Double-Edged Blade, right? We saw a lot of Falling Star back in set 1 with Kaisa because it was such a cheap spell, but for everybody else, it's an expensive spell. Even with the seal, you're thinking twice whether or not you want to do that. Smoke and Mirrors being used on the turn for the Lilia. So putting a 6 might block on Zon Warrens, wanted to make sure those Undying Phoenixes do not get recycled out that cheaply.
Yeah, this is such a powerful card in tandem with this Lilia unit, this blue Lilia unit, and one of the, as I said before, kind of linchpins of the deck, and something that really gives it a big power boost and being able to defend these battlefields, generate some extra card draw, and keep this Lilia safe. And that's one reason why you kind of want to prioritize getting rid of the Lilia as quickly as possible. So surprising that the Rek'Sai player didn't evaluate that importance of removing the Lilia as quickly as much as I think I would, and allowing it to stay there and kind of just waiting to try to get more value out of their falling star. But in this instance, you never really feel that great having to use falling star on a temporary unit that's going to die anyway. So there's not a whole lot of other targets that you really want to use that on outside of the Bright Queen, which will more than likely not be out for quite a few turns anyway. So maybe in the end it was correct to hold it and be able to take out that Sprite Queen when it does rear its head. But for the time being, it seems like he's getting a little bit punished by letting that Lilia stay out.
Yeah, well, choices as to whether, he's thinking about potentially just doing the Falling Star right now, take out the Lilia, and then at least you can try and conquer up to the Rockfall path. But yeah, the thing with Lilia that's really scary is the Lilia Legend as well. For every temporary unit you have, it decreases, you can pay 4 energy, tap her to create a sprite, and for every temporary unit you have, that cost decreases by 1 each time. So it is kind of hard. Like, you have to assume that it's probably at minimum 2 sprites swinging up per turn, but we're going to see Cleave and the Noxus hopeful to get up there. He really wants to get the discard engine going. I love to see it, and he'll still have the 2 energy up as well for the Rek'Sai legend to be able to try and find another unit.
Opting not to summon the Phoenix that he already had in the bin after killing with the Falling Star, just letting it sit there, has other plans for this energy, looking like he wants to use it on the Rek'Sai ability. Unfortunately, hitting 2 cards that he doesn't care to play at this current moment, so ultimately not going to get much out of the legend ability. Just dig 2 cards deep and move one of those Vi's to the bottom of the deck, and now using the 2 energy instead to bring out a Noxus hopeful. So obviously a little bit more rune efficient, as you do have to recycle a Fury rune to resummon the Phoenix. So maybe not entirely worth it to bring it out so quickly, but now that all 3 are in the bin, that means that any point in this game, if there is a spell removal, all of a sudden 3 Phoenixes could come from the great beyond and really pose a big threat to the holding capability of these sprites. As we saw 3 sprites at one battlefield is a pretty big number to overcome, but that's light work for just 2 Phoenixes.
Sure. I think early on, especially, you have to be very mindful as a Rek'Sai about your power costs. Rek'Sai does need energy to be able to play a lot of those cards. If he had more energy, for example, he would have been able to play actually bring it in the Vi rather than having to recycle that away. So because he paid the seal earlier, I think it's the right call in this case to just kind of build up. Lilia, when you play Lilia deck, she's very quick, very fast. She can score on turn 1 with potential sprite fountains. On turn 2, it's pretty much guaranteed that you have a sprite to play just from the Lilia legend as well. So she scores very quickly, but she does tend to run out of gas a little bit in the mid game. So sometimes it's about kind of holding your nerve, recognizing when you need to swing, when you don't need to swing. Sprites will die anyway, so it feels really bad when you're just losing units to them, even if they don't necessarily conquer, but you're losing permanent value, whereas the sprites are temporary. Literally, that's the trait that they have, and they're always going to be swinging. They're more than happy to trade whether or not they can score.
Yeah, it's a really interesting a take on an aggressive deck where it's just sending units in and not intending for these units to even stick around for more than a turn. It's something that we haven't really seen realized. We've had these sprite generators since set 1 with things like the Sprite Call and Sprite Mother, but and they were good aggressive tools in their own right when they were used. But now we're getting a whole new deck just centered around that idea, basically amped up to 11. The whole deck is just revolved around completely utilizing sprites over and over again, and it's a really cool, like, simple but effective aggressive strategy that I'm really getting a kick out of now as we're watching it play out. Just how this is more or less just kind of some basic fair Riftbound after what we just witnessed with the Aurora mirror, going back and going to this where it's just straight up math of throwing guys at each other. It's really fun to see the dichotomy between those 2 completely different styles of Riftbound.
Yeah, now we are getting a bit of sort of a judge call where they're trying to figure out the exact timing of all of these. We did see the Cleave being used on a Noxus Hopeful who was already bigger than the sprite. I believe it was partially one to set up for a sacrifice that will help, channel 1 and draw 2, but also to potentially get a card down in the event that he hits a Legion card, which was one of the tactics of Rek'Sai, was that there was a lot of Legion cards in the old Rek'Sai deck as well, and I'm assuming in set 3 there still is. A Defy coming through to stop the sacrifice.
Yeah, so it looks like he has to pay the cost of sacrificing the unit to play the card, so that card or the unit is going to the bin regardless of whether or not the sacrifice resolves, as it is an additional cost. So it got defied, his unit goes to the bin, but now because he killed a unit with the spell, even though that spell didn't get played necessarily, it is able to trigger all 3 Phoenixes coming out, as we see 2 runes recycled and a red seal tapped. We now have triple Phoenix on board. And now we get to go ahead and resolve the Rek'Sai finally, which just shows us 2 cards that we cannot play, and they're going straight to the bottom as we pass it back to Lilia.
You know, I don't think I've actually seen this interaction before, where the defy onto sacrifice doesn't work because sacrifice, or it blocks the draw on the channel, but it didn't block the actual kill, which was the important part. And that is so unfortunate for the Lilia player. It feels incredibly bad because now there's 9 potential Might ready to swing up. And what does the Lilia player have? 2 scuttles. I mean, yeah, you can create a sprite, so you'll always have 3 Might, but 3 Might isn't really doing squat. And those Phoenixes don't care if they die, right? They're more than happy to run up, trade, and you can still double conk anyways.
Lilia can go for a double conquer here thanks to the Sprite Fountain I believe
True.
she has in hand, so can go ahead and make 1 Sprite that'll then make Lilia's leader ability 1 cheaper, so can tap out to make the 2 Sprites and go for a double conquer here, but debating on whether or not that's worth neither Sprite capable of holding the battlefield thanks to triple Phoenix on board. And even if you were to double up, that only answers 1 Phoenix. They still can send 2 in, take out both your sprites, and then double conquer all the same. And then from there, you know, in the same way that we were discussing how the temporary units, you don't really care about them getting traded away because they're temporary. They're going to die anyways. You're using them just to score points and make it obnoxious for your opponent to score. That's kind of what the Phoenixes do as well. Like, if you do remove them, they can't just come right back.
I think it really comes down to what we were saying about how both these decks, the difference between them is that one gets to hold with temporary, the other gets physical bodies, which can't hold with the sprites, whereas the other one can with the physical bodies, but it kind of costs a little bit more. And that difference is also going to be a power cost difference, right? Because to bring back the Undying Phoenixes, you got to pay power costs. But their energy cost is cheaper than the sprites that Lilia has to make. We're going to see a sprite burst actually be the call right there, burning out all of the mana from Lilia to be able to double conk while still keeping the scuttles back in base. They can conquer as well, potentially, on empty battlefields like we had seen in this situation. And it looks like he discarded the Sprite Queen for the Xi'an Warren's draw. That's 1 Undying Phoenix in.
Yeah, the Phoenix is going to go ahead and come in, get the conquered, opting to choose Xi'an Warren's discard draw first before going ahead and resolving our Rek'Sai ability. Rek'Sai is going to come in and reveal a Noxus Hopeful plus sacrifice, and a Rek'Sai player opting to use that sacrifice while that assault bonus is still live on the Phoenix to off it for the ramp plus 2 draw. As we see now here, the ramp comes and the 2 cards are drawn. Interesting that he was also able to play that same Phoenix that he just sacrificed as well.
Yeah, that was one of the things I know people had been kind of complaining about, is the fact that you can sacrifice Phoenix to kind of do it all again, as it were, and just kind of bring it back. But it fits the theme and the lore of the Undying Phoenix, I guess, the fact that you can, that it just never quite really dies there. Now, the problem is the other sprite. Are you going to run both Phoenixes in to score and try and keep pace? I almost feel like you don't have to opt into this game right now. You are 4.25. Playing on even numbers is good. And for Rek'Sai as well, like, yeah, the legend's already been used, but yep, there we go. Just going to swing that in for now.
Yeah, just trying to keep up on point tempo, I believe, and get some extra card draw off of sacrificing these Phoenixes, which is always nice. Being able to supplement your draw on a deck that is already trying to do so just off of the leader effect, getting you like pseudo extra draw. So trying to keep the advantage rolling, and Phoenix being a great card for that, as it's a card that just keeps coming back from the drop, never really needing to take any cards out of your hand, aside from obviously the spell you're using to trade away their units with, or your own in the case of sacrifice. But just a hyper efficient strategy that is more or less pretty straightforward and linear, in not too flashy, but very effective, especially in an aggro mirror where your opponent is desperately trying to race you to the finish line, and they're not having as many removal spells and capabilities as you. They're trying to do it off the back of almost exclusively units and a few pumps here and there, but nothing like Hidden Blade or Falling Star, the just outright kill spells that the red and yellow have access to.
Heart of Dark Ice into Scuttle Crab. Okay, and it works with the Stupefy as well, potentially, to lower it down. You know, we were just joking yesterday, Mr. Plus, that the only thing that makes, the only legend that can make a Scuttle Crab actually a threat is Master Yi, when it's defending alone, +2. But today we're proven wrong. Heart of Dark Ice, good gear.
Yep, Heart of Dark Ice is enough to get our Scuttle Crab his first kill, probably of all time.
First offensive kill, I guess.
Yeah. Now the points go up to 6, putting Lilia in kill range. This is a point where you always want to be as the aggro player, where you're just on the cusp of being able to go for that double conquer win. Now just going to try to clean up the board state a little bit more, get rid of these Phoenixes, and kind of force his opponent to have the ability to bring them back out. But unlike the sprites that come in ready, this Phoenixes do not. So even though he can recur them, they're just going to come in tapped, and they're not very good on defense either. So this is actually a potentially very powerful position for our Lilia to be in, now going up to 7 points, just 1 point away from victory.
Now it is worth noting, because the sprites can't hold, Lilia sometimes gets into a bit of an awkward situation on her 7th point, where it's easiest for Lilia to just double conk for the win. It's kind of difficult for her to hold for the win. And for the Rek'Sai player right now, you just need to take out that Scuttle. The Heart of Dark Ice has worn out. The heart has stopped pumping. Scuttle is back to 0. You sneeze on it, and it will drop dead. The Lilia is completely tapped out as well, so you have plenty of options as to how you'd like to proceed on this.
Yeah, as we see Void Rush, Sacrifice, Falling Star, and Hidden Blade in the hand of our Rek'Sai player. Few options to work with. 9 runes on the turn, so Void Rush being able to get 2 cards off the top, find something worth playing, maybe hit an Undertitan to extend the reach on this turn. Still rocking that Rek'Sai in the champion zone too, hasn't come out itself yet. Could also be an acceleratable target here this turn. A lot of options to consider, and definitely something that he's going to tank a little bit on, as we've stated before, that Lilia can more often than not come back with a double conquer pretty efficiently and effectively, especially with Heart of Dark Ice on board, plus the Sprite Fountain on board right now, is guaranteeing that we're going to start the next turn with a ready Sprite that can attack for 6 thanks to Heart of Dark Ice. So he already has to account for 6 might crashing into him on defense once he passes turn. And it's going to make this turn very crucial in how he chooses to approach it, whether or not he wants to set up on a battlefield to try to hold to prevent the double conquer, or if he needs to perhaps just go for the double conquer and hope that he can defend at least one of the battlefields instead of going all in on both, because there is the capability, although like you said, Lilia is not the one often to hold, that a hold can happen thanks to something even as small and innocent as a Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, and for the Rek'Sai player, because of the Rek'Sai chosen champ that he has as well, he can actually look to accelerate things that come off the Rek'Sai Legends ability as well when he wants to play it on. So I almost feel like you want to wait, hold your accelerates for next turn. You just have to get through the Lilia's turn first. And you were doing some math, you're saying minimum 6. That's a minimum 6 that Lilia is swinging in with next turn on one sprite. You've got to assume there's at least another sprite from the Lilia Legend itself, not to mention whatever fresh hell is coming out of that hand. If there's another sprite burst, that's going to be 2 the sprite burst, a very cheap 3rd from the Lilia, and then suddenly you're staring down not 6 might, you're staring down 15 might that could swing in from both sides. So I think that's the sort of thought process that the Rek'Sai player is currently trying to math through and trying to see if like he can actually set up a block to stop all of that coming through.
Yeah, like you said, 6 might minimum is a wild proposition to be staring down the barrel of, as you're not only looking at just that 6 might minion coming in for free at the start of the turn, there's 9 runes up at the disposal, so you could have Sprite Burst plus the leader ability making 3 more sprites, another Sprite Fountain coming in the mix, making you 4 more sprites. There's just a big potential for a huge clapback on the next turn. So it puts you in this awkward position of whether or not you're able to try to defend one battlefield as a deck that is not typically known for being a defensive deck like that and holding.
Yeah, the only sort of defensive or reactive option would be that Hidden Blade. Now, did just draw a Vi, which is potentially helpful. I mean, it's great on offense when you can stun. Defensively, it's just a 5-body unit, but 5 might be all you need. I'm assuming he's probably going to play the Honest Broker right now, just to defend on. It would have to be Zon Warrens, yeah, because he's not on the Waffle Panthers yet.
It looks like he decided against it. Yeah, just put it down after all. And now we're gonna send the original Honest Broker up, which will get us up to 7, making it a tie game. But now the death knell of the Scuttle will trigger, revealing the remaining cards in hand. And now Lilia is aware of the sacrifice, aware of the Hidden Blade, knows what he has to play around, as well as this Vi, which is a powerful ambush unit. However, the stun is only on attack, so not as good on defense, which is going back to what we were just talking about. This deck is just not geared towards defending almost at all. It's very aggressively slanted. Almost everything it wants to do is proactive and not reactive. So if they're put into this position where they're going to be put on the back foot and being forced to play defense, a lot of these cards aren't going to hold up as well.
A warm and hearty welcome back. We are prepping to get started in round number 5 of the Xi'an Regionals. And next to me is no one else than BMU Buttermere. BMU, how are we doing this fine morning?
It's very early for me on a Saturday. This is 10 to when I sleep late, but I just cannot avoid Riftbound content at the moment. Bandit, I am so excited to be here with you. So excited to be on the Runes and Rift channel, and even more excited to see some Chinese Riftbound because the meta is just that little bit different to us, isn't it? So I'm not expecting what we see in Sydney. What are your thoughts?
To me, I just like the clear different characteristics of the decks that we see East and West. Where I am, I'll be really clear with you. I'm a little biased towards Europe, and you'll always kind of hype up the creativity of decks that we are usually seeing in Europe. And in China, I feel like it is a bit more. How do you say that? By the book, I want to say. But in their own way, they have a lot more character to it as well. It really feels like more of a unit, more unity to it, and I do appreciate that. So what am I looking out for? I am looking out for Vex decks. We saw one before. We're gonna expect plenty more. And what I have been really on the lookout for is Ahri lists. I feel like China might just be surprising us with a flaming hot Ahri list.
I really hope so. I played Ahri in set 1. I absolutely adored it. I've been trying to get her to work set 3. It just feels, I don't know, red purple feels very strong. It's just Ahri just doesn't feel like she's there. But I heard you were looking at an aggro Kazakhs list as well. Tell us a bit about
that. Oh, my favorite part of an aggro Kazakh list is the fact that it doesn't play Aurora. No, but jokes aside, I feel we have seen it show up in the Runes and Rift weeklies here and there as well, where they're just mounting the pressure from turn 1. And it's so hard to punish because you are just chilling in your base. You're putting out too many threats on the board to really be nuisanced by a Moonfall, by a Charm. Most of the move cards that only deal with like one threat. And if you do pull in the Kazakhs, then you're going to have to combat 6 Might. I feel like there's a lot of tricks to it, and you can really mount the pressure, if you deal with an opponent before they really get the opportunity to settle themselves into the saddle. But enough about me. BMU, you were talking to me about something way more unique. Let's put it like that.
Well, yeah, I say unique, and I think it's very much like, hey, there's only like a few people in the world that can pull this deck off, but it's the mid-range set. So Set got a lot of tools in Unleashed, like the Vine, the new Peacekeeper one, where it stuns when you attack. You've got things like Irresistible Faithful.
Only on attack.
And you got the only on attack. You've got the true classics in there, like, you know, the Sifria, the Punch First, to make stuff absolutely massive. But then they've picked up things like you know, Ash focused as well. So it can go absolutely wild. But it looks like, according to the stream, we are seeing some Riftbound on the table.
We are sure getting into game as we're getting our last minute
it's Tubby.
meditations all up and running. Judges ready to go. Players ready for action. BMU, are you ready?
I am very ready, and I recognize the name's Dubby. I think either topped or oh my god, sorry, that's just completely threw me. It's a Darius.
It's a Darius coming in, spinning. Now, I just have to see, and we will be facing off against the Irelia. Now, this is a canon event, BMU. We're gonna do some reenactment of the lore right in front of us. Now, no Xi'an here. There's no Singed here to, you know, enact his war. No, I'm not going to say that. But we are looking for a more of a tempo-based match. And those are really, in general, really hard to beat Irelia on. Is this a more Darius, a more aggro variant? What is the adaptation we want to see?
Yeah, so as an Aurelia main, I've been an Aurelia main for quite a few months now.
I think
I think it's going to be going into set 3. Probably Aurelia, I've got to be honest. The thing that kills Aurelia is that early tempo, like just murdering. You can't ever get on board. And if we know anything about the color yellow, it's got quite a few tools to just kind of go, no, your unit doesn't exist anymore. So it could be one of those things, like if Aurelia manages to establish a few units, gets, you know, a few points on the board, and Darius has only got those red cards without any of the yellow sort of kill spells, it could end up very Aurelia favored. But I don't know what this Darius deck is going to look like. I've not seen Darius and Unleashed yet. Bandit, have you?
This can go a whole different amount of ways. We have seen a more mid-range variant where you just kind of spam in your more beefy units kind of to hit the Darius, move onto the battlefields left and right. We've seen baited hook variants all the way back in Origins that are that good. Even LeBlanc is running them currently. Now, on top of that, we have a more aggro variant that recently has kind of been more favored towards Rek'Sai and Spirit Forged, but there is something to say for that opportunity to have that Darius in your zone there. The only part that you should be worried about when you're piling the Darius is handling resources, and particularly cards in hand. It struggles to keep the engine going and fueled up.
Yeah, and I was just looking at that opening hand of the Darius there. We do see a main deck salvage, which can really, really mess with gear decks like Aurelia's. Interesting enough, he threw the Falling Star. Now, there's a lot of like small units that, you know, I do like, but like if he makes a mistake of just kind of like dropping the Aurelia and not like Guardian Angel in it, you can just absolutely kill it. And with salvage in your opening hand as well, couldn't you just like bait the Aurelia, Guardian Angel, remove the Guardian Angel and just kill the Aurelia? Yeah, it's a lot of runes to recycle, but I think you just win the game off that.
It is. I mean, you as an Aurelia player, I gotta favor your opinion over mine in this regard, but it always feels so niche in my hand to be wielding the Falling Star and for only to be disciplined twice or something, right? And they're like, oh, I just sacrificed my entire turn. They drew 2 cards, and I am held here with something in my hand. So maybe he is prioritizing the fact that he wants tempo out over the fact that he wants to be more controlling and saying, right, you can play your Aurelia all you want. I'm just going to be too quick for you.
Yeah, and already I want to give the Darius a point just for repping those new Poros. How beautiful are those cards?
Power move.
And it looks like the Aurelia has a lot of options. Scuttle is probably my favorite 2-drop for green decks at the moment. It replaces itself, gets
BMU, I
something on
have
board.
to interrupt you here.
Yeah.
This will not stand. You will put the respect on his name as proper. You're talking about Mr. Seymour here, right?
Seymour. I will never remember a Poro's name. They are
No,
Poros to me.
no. That's
Oh,
Scuttler. That's Scuttler.
Scuttle.
Seymour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's
Seymour
called
the
Seymour.
Scuttle Crab. Okay.
Yeah, because he helps you Seymour.
Ah, that's clever. Well done. Thank you. I'll have to remember that now. That is forever in my lexicon, Bandit. Thank you. That's one of
You're
those
so very
memories
welcome.
now.
But you're definitely on the right train. This has been regarded by some people as the strongest card to come out of Unleashed yet. And honestly, it's hard to argue with them. For a card that does so much for so little, why wouldn't you run this card?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? There's nothing better than just kind of like, hey, scoring a point with it, keeping it alive, moving it back, and then just having the option to see your opponent's hand whenever you want for absolutely free. And the Jhin coming down. Interesting addition to the Darius deck.
Yeah, and this will be a fun one. Shout out to Dubby, who has been tutoring me on the ways of the Jhin. Now, usually we see this represented in more chaos decks, where you can fully abuse his ability, where whenever he moves, you get a power and a energy to spend to your liking. In order, it's going to be a little tougher to really abuse that to the fullest. However, the fact that it has deflect, it brings a proper amount of might in. It means you can just cheat out in action all those extra little bits coming through, and ganking on top of all that. Now, no secrets for a lot longer. As a second Seymour comes out, surely one of them will end up on the chopping block.
Yeah, I've got to imagine like one gets thrown in, see what the situation is in hand. One gets kept alive to, you know, those important turns where you're like, look, he's got 5 runes up. I can't possibly risk a bad decision here. That's generally what you should do. But right now, the Aurelia hasn't really got much going, and I'd be a little bit worried against a yellow deck just putting a Guardian Angel down and just going, oh, I hope that doesn't get blown up. So he's using stack deck to kind of have a look and, you know, fix his hand a little bit. We do see lots of buff spells coming off that stack deck. So there's the Defiant Dance. There was the Discipline. That's kind of what you want to see at this stage in the game. Yeah, Stellarcorn in hand as well.
Yeah, there is all the pieces are there. The engine has yet to be assembled properly, but also Darius is not really mounting the pressure all that much just yet. We're very much still in the early stages of the game. Give it another turn before we are on the precipice of entering that mid game, where the Darius really has to start mounting the pressure to force this Aurelia to commit to develop important pieces that are vulnerable for interaction.
Yeah, exactly. And if we know anything about the Aurelia matchups in general, like, yeah, if they score a few points early, you know, you can put some serious pressure down. But generally, you don't need to worry because your mid game is just so strong. Like, you're almost impossible to take off a battlefield if you've got a few runes up and a few cards in hand, you know? But the Zorn Warren's being captured by the Aurelia, so going up on points. And this is what I mean. Like, he's just kind of raw put out that Guardian Angel. And, you know, against the yellow deck, especially with Aurora in the meta, you've got to expect they might just have a salvage and they might have just kept it versus you. So you've got to be very, very careful about how you play gear.
You got to be careful. No doubt about it. However, at the end of the day, it's a single card. It's 2 energy. And if that clears the way so you can hold on to your Swiftfoot boots, right, which give that little bit of an extra nudge in there as well, as we will be moving up to the Zorn Warrens, getting our extra energy and power. Let's see if it will be spent in any sort of way. The hand will be revealed first, and here's my opinion about Seymour. I feel like the fact that he reveals hidden, why you gotta do me like that, Seymour? I like playing Teemo. Leave me alone.
But it's not just at the time of death, Bandit. It's the whole turn. If your opponent hides a card at the end of their turn, you are allowed to see it if the Scuttle Crab died that turn.
Surely not. That Seymour...
That is the ruling. Seymour sees more for the entire turn.
God damn. I don't like that.
If your opponent hides a card at their end of the turn, you go, "Hey, my Seymour sees it. Show me."
Damn.
That's a crazy ruling, right? It's a crazy ruling.
Should have called it Palantir or something.
Yeah, all your data belongs to me now. Thank you very much.
Just have like a giant eye of Sauron on the art, and every time you do it, I see you. Just to get in your
People are
opponent's
gonna
head.
have to remember that one. I promise you, it's going to catch a lot of people out. Salvage coming down. This is what I mean. Like the salvage is obviously because of Jin as well. It's going to just be played for one rune because Jin obviously gives you that extra power and the energy as well. And it's just going to kill this Guardian Angel. Like I know it's only a Guardian Angel. I know it's only 2 runes. But the fact that he gets to replace the card off itself, it's cheaper. And now you can't play Aurelia next turn. Because if he's got something like a Falling Star, if he's got something like a Hidden Blade, Aurelia's just going to get disappeared. So it takes that tempo away from the Aurelia. And this is what I was afraid of. And the Darius is playing this very, very well so far.
Keeping the cards close to the chest. Now, the fact that the Aurelia is being kept on their toes, right? Where you're introducing some sand into their gears. Get them nice and grinding. Get them mucked up a little bit. Make sure they can't hit those power tips, those peaks where they want to strike, that they are delayed a little bit. And if you keep that engine on going, you will be rewarded for it. Then the very next turn that you have to commit, they simply don't have the runes to really threaten you and also keep them up for the next turn. So you're going to have another turn.
Yeah, sorry, Bandit. I just absolutely love this play. I can't remember the name of the card, but it's the axe that basically, if you conquer, it doesn't do damage. If you don't conquer, it deals 4 damage to the unit, and it gives it +4. So that Jin is 8, and he's just going to have to gank in between battlefields as an 8 might unit. Like, how do you deal with that? Like, that is a lot of might very, very early.
And to add on top of that, even if you decide, all right, we'll just take a step back for a turn, we're gonna sit on what we are sitting on right now, try and prevent that conquer. The fact that you're allowing him to gather that much distance between you and that finish line is really gonna come bite you back in the butt. Now, you do have to keep an eye out on the cards in hand. 4 is very comfortable as of right now, and we know that there is a Kai'Sa hidden in there as well. Mm-hmm. But these are those pivotal points where the game should start to tip a little bit more into Aurelia's favor. This turn and the next one. So Aurelia has to get it done now. And what do you want to see? Aurelias and Stellacorns.
Yeah, that's the thing. So now it's the point where it's like, hey, I want nothing but buff spells off the top of my deck. But the thing is, like, with losing the Guardian Angel, he's kind of lost that safety net. And now if he wants to play the Aurelia, he's going to have to somehow get the Aurelia up to 8, which is obviously Defiant Dance. If he picked it up
off
that
stack
deck, I can't remember if he has. Exactly. So you're going to be paying a lot of runes to kind of get that Jin off the battlefield. But the problem is that axe is then going to be 4 in his base, and there's a Poro sitting there ready to crack back. So how do you do all of that? Exactly. How do you do all of that in one turn as Aurelia? I don't think it's possible. So he's just going to have to slow it down. He's going to allow the Darius to get to 5 points, and then he's going to go for that big turn where he's got plenty of runes up.
I do wonder, because in my eyes, it's really going to boil down to, as we do get another Falling Star as well. Got to be careful, though, because there is
I know it's a lot
available.
of deflect. I know it's a lot of deflect, but it's just like you're getting a free power from the Jin, you get a free energy, and if he just doesn't have 2 Defiant Dances or a Defiant Dance and On Guard in hand, he just loses the game.
Well, right?
Yeah, not so fast as well. But at least you get something out of the hand, the hand. There.
Exactly.
It's expensive, but you can just win here if this goes through. So it's a really interesting situation. Like, what do you do as a Darius? Do you just play it safe and wait for like a better opportunity? Or do you just go, hey, if I play this, do I win the game? And then just go game 2. It's a very weird decision.
It is that pivotal point, right? Because do you have to mount the pressure right now as a second Jin sitting at the table? You kind of have to ask yourself, do I need to make the commitment of winning more, winning harder? What is the price of letting it sit for a little bit? Because with the points that he has available right now, he is already at a comfortable distance. He can start threatening the game into
he has another axe. Oh my God. So look, there's a Jin in base right now. He's presenting 12 might on that Jin if you kill the other Jin. He's presenting 2 energy and 2 power. He's presenting a free falling star every single turn, Bandit. This is a very, very interesting Darius deck. I am loving this right now.
It is building momentum, and it hasn't even played Darius at a single point in the game, right? I love decks that can kind of surprise your opponent, catch them off guard by making those tempo plays onto the battlefield. 2 Jins at their disposal, all of the energy they could want for, and they are still keeping up in cards. They still have the Kai'Sa in hand. This is looking on the up and up.
Yeah, what I love here as well is like the Darius is just like, hey, kill my Jin. I don't care. You're going to have to invest. I'm just not going to leave any runes up. I'm not even going to hide any cards. Like, I am not bothered about what you do on your turn. I am showing you in my base, I have enough to do whatever I want to do next turn. As you're right, Bandit, that Darius sitting in the champion slot, he's got equipment that gives you +4 on board. Like, it's crazy amount of might for the crackback. Aurelia has to play extremely safe here.
Yeah, a Guardian Angel is the bare minimum to try and break this choke position that this Darius has onto the board. They're going to have to commit. And how high will the price tag be? How many deflect opportunities will have to be spent? We're going to start off with a stack deck. What are we looking to find to break this hold?
I think obviously with the Abandoned Hall, the stack deck just gives you a +1 anyway, so you may as well play it as you enter the battlefield. But what I'm looking for is self-buff spells. I'm looking for those disciplines. I'm looking for those on guards. And
ding, ding.
He completely ignores my choice and goes for the boots.
Goes for the boots, despite the discipline already there, which kind of tells me, well, then there must already be those self-buff spells in hand. It's been a while since we've gotten a proper look at it. That is step number 1. Our very first victim of the Aurelia. Now, we do know for a fact that the boots are available. Aurelia is still not used, so we can start threatening that other battlefield if we want.
Yeah, exactly.
We're already on that. My bad.
Yeah, we are with the Scuttle, and now he's going to charm into charm across the Jin, so he's going to get rid of all the threats in the back line. I kind of always forget charm exists, and it's such a broken card. And obviously, the trick here with the Aurelia with the Abandoned Hall is every time you play a spell, you give a unit here +1. But because Aurelia is being chosen by the battlefield, she actually gets +2. So this is essentially a discipline for playing things like stack deck, a discipline for playing things like charm. It's an incredibly powerful battlefield for Aurelia.
You thought that Purple Diana was good at buffing herself on spells. No. Aurelia says, hold my dancing blade.
Exactly. Yeah. Here, catch this.
Preferably between your spine and your lungs. That is the natural sheath for one of those. Now, with surgical precision, Aurelia has taken care of some of the most painful cards that we're facing across the board. However, those equipments aren't going anywhere right now. And the fact that you can throw them onto the Poro, launch them into the stratosphere against the Aurelia, and then if you really want to, you can then play out the Darius. If that is your second play, it will be untapping. And you can start threatening that second battlefield. You have Kai'Sa in hand still. So this Darius, even though it took a major blow, is still running in this game, and getting to those 6 points is what it's all about right now. So you can start threatening lethal, ramp up the pressure on the Aurelia, so she's always forced to take into account that you can end the game whenever you want.
Yeah, exactly right, Bandit. And this is what we were saying, like, early game. Like, Aurelia's happy to give up, like, a couple of early points, establish a proper board, get the situation correct where you've got runes and buff spells, and you can kind of deal with anything. And obviously, the Aurelia's sitting on a battlefield, it's not the scariest unit at the moment. It's 5 might, because obviously it's not ready, it's not been chosen, it's got, like, Guardian Angel sitting on it. But there's a hidden card and 4 runes up. And if anyone knows anything about playing into Aurelia, that is absolutely terrifying. That can take that Aurelia from 5 might to 20 might quite easily.
Especially in the hull, right? And even if you do take care of that Guardian Angel is attached to that. So you really gotta be thinking twice. So if we can survive this very turn and just have the Conquering Stacks, dig a little deeper on the Zaun Warrens, get that extra card in hand, you might be in a more favorable position. And when you're attacking solo into a battlefield with hidden cards, you gotta be ready for your unit to end up stunned in these Unleashed meta. And drip feeding your units into stuns and stuns and stuns all over again is just not a prospect that you want to be going for right now. So getting onto that 6th point, throwing it back to Aurelia, saying, all right, next turn I can start threatening a lethal if you're not careful. What are you going to do about it, Mr. 7 Energy?
Yeah, there's nothing worse than having a big scary unit on a battlefield. And we do see the Starcross coming out to bounce this Crab and bounce the Kaiser. That is such a value play. The card is so good. The Scuttle Crab Seymour replaces himself, and Kaiser costs a lot of energy to put down again. That completely killed the tempo of the Darius player, and it looks like the Aurelia is clawing her way back to this victory situation of 6 points, which you said.
Coming up a little more. Now, the Darius is already used. We have 3 energy available. The Poro is ready to go. So we are still threatening the fact that we can get onto that 6th point. We got rid of the Starcrossed. I feel, even though, of course, it's a bit of a blow, I think our bottom line is not moving. And our main objective for this turn can still be acquired. Next turn, we can still threaten with the Darius, but it's gotten a lot harder, right? Because getting out the Darius and the Kai'Sa is simply not happening when you're only sitting on 9 energy.
Yeah, so the thing what I'd be doing right now is thinking, is that hidden card a switcheroo? Can I just go and kill the tempo? Do I just go Poro, double axe, kill the Aurelia, pray I can get over it, and falling star
That
it?
feels so risky.
It does.
That feels so risky.
Is now the time for risk, or is now the time to kind of go, you know what, you can have one more turn? Oh, hidden. Oh, I thought it was a hidden blade for some reason. It's an honest broker. I don't know why
almost. Yeah, and because I feel like even if you do take care of it, the Guardian Angel is attached to it, so we're not really addressing the root of the issue, right? It's only part 1, and
that's what I was saying. So if you swing in, kill it, and then falling star it in the back line once the Guardian Angel's done, you lose a lot of runes. It's a big risky play, but can it just win you the game from there?
They're not going to go for it. They're going to play it safe for now and start to focus on their own points of power. On that 6 victory points, it is really up to the Aurelia right now, and the resources she had to put in is damning, right? Look at that economy. It's in shambles.
Yeah, it's not good, but Aurelia's fine on like 4 to 5 runes most of the game. Honestly, like it doesn't make that much of a difference. Like all your big buff spells just do so much value, especially obviously on Abandoned Hall. But even so, like just choosing Aurelia with a discipline +1, choosing Aurelia with a Defiant Dance +1. It mounts up with very, very small rune amounts. So it's not as bad as it could be for a legend like Kaiser, where all their big cards are 6 runes, 7 runes with a Watcher, for example. So it's not as bad as it looks, but it's not good, but it's not bad. It's nice and neutral. It's
silver lining. If there's any silver lining to the current situation, it's the fact that Aurelia has left the hall. So getting those insane might spikes has been reduced just a little bit. Darius is going up to his 9 runes, and with Darius in the Legend Zone, that could be 10. That is the territory where Kai'Sa and our Darius can come out on the same turn. There's only 3 energy available. This is do or die. If they have to Starcross, they can only do it once. We have the Honest Broker ready to go. Make use of those axes. Lay down the law. Show Noxian might.
Yeah, the problem is Aurelia's raw sitting on 9 might at the moment. They have 3 runes up. If one of them is a Defiant Dance, it is awful for you. It's going to be so hard to get over that might gap. If they have a Defiant Dance and an On Guard, Defiant Dance and a Discipline, I think you just straight up lose the game. But I don't think you can possibly hold either. Like, it's such a difficult position.
Hear me out, BMU, because I think if we send in the Honest Broker, just to feel it out, right? That is already 9 might. You're looking to trade, right? Either your Aurelia goes down, or you have to commit energy. The moment you commit energy, you are blocking off the path to a Starcrossed. And then afterwards, you can still come out swinging with the Darius, with the Kai'Sa, I mean, it's not the line we're going, right, with what we're seeing on play, but that you
I
still
like
have
this, actually.
9 might on ready to go, but they're going to play it cool. And I think this was the opening to strike, and they are letting it pass right in front of them.
Yeah, because now obviously, if Aurelia has like a bunch of buff spells in hand, which we just saw that she doesn't, so she's kind of bluffing. The Aurelia's kind of bluffing. Hey, look, I've got 4 runes up. Do you dare? And we've kind of seen the hand, so obviously we've got really good information that says like, oh, there isn't those, those scary spells in hand. But obviously, if there was, I think you're right, Bandit. I think last turn was the crack. That was where you could win. Yeah, exactly. And now, obviously, you've got the Aurelia. In real terms, if you don't know the hand, you've got the Aurelia on the hall, and they're going to have 8 runes open, or 7 runes open. It might be. So it's kind of like you've just made the situation worse for the sake of playing 8 might. It's a really, really weird place to be. But the scuttle coming down there kind of tells a little bit of a story. Still looking for the right kind of units, or the right kind of spells. Sorry.
Here's the thing from me. I think, especially when you're playing into Order, the Scuttle Crab making its appearance just kind of makes it less threatening to be hit by Call of the Week, which was such a power play from Order decks, especially into the Aurelia, which has so many eggs in so little amount of baskets. That is kind of the play for me that I was worried about. Now, this is it. Surely there is no time like the present for our Darius. No. We have to commit right now.
Yeah, this is the turn. You have to conquer both. You have to conquer both this turn. Like, if you just conquer one, put all your eggs in one basket, the Aurelia just comes back, and it's going to crack back, and it's going to be horrible. Stage
they
1
do have
of
right
the
to
plan
win, so
is complete.
It's over.
They do.
We saw it in hand, I believe, twice.
Yeah, they do, but it's not over. It's not over.
No. But like, they have right to win. If it goes back to their turn, it's over.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, no. If it goes back to the turn, I don't think it matters what they've got in hand. I think it's over.
So here is where we are at. In our current situation, Darius will be coming out. A second spell will ready him. The army has amassed. The war horn is sounding, and our final march is coming up. Is it enough to break the Ionian hold onto the hull? And BMU, real quick, are we going to drip feed our units in, or do we have to commit all at once altogether?
I think you have to just go, because the thing is, if you go with like 10 might and you're like, oh, 10 might's good enough to get over it, and then they play a discipline or a divine dance or something like that, it's kind of over. I think you just literally attach the axes and swing with all the might you could possibly have. And I think looking at the Aurelia's hand, I think this just wins.
BMU, he has right to win. Can't he just on action right the wind out of there? No, because the showdown on the hull will result first.
Yeah, exactly, and it's 7-7, so you cannot let them get a point here. So we're assembling the masses. That's 8-16. That is 22, 23 might.
Here we go. All right, the war drum is drumming. Can you hear the drumming of our hearts, BMU? It's all coming down to this. 2 energy left to wreak havoc upon the Aurelia, but in the halls, Aurelia reigns supreme. Can this be the moment to overcome such a disparity? Aurelia is playing to her strengths. What are the outs? There's so many outs, BMU.
She's already on 9 might. And normally I'd be like, oh, hey, Aurelia can easily get to 30 might on the hall with a couple of Defiant Dancers, a couple of On Guards, but we've seen the hand. It's not there. I'm not sure what the Aurelia is doing here. I don't think they can do it. They've got an On Guard and a Discipline, actually. That's a good couple of first steps. So they can draw something off that Discipline. If it's a Defiant Dance, I can't quite get the math right in my head doing it straight up right now, but a Defiant Dance is definitely what you want to look for here. He's counting it. He's calculating it. He's doing some maths. He's got the scientific calculator out. And the abandoned hall actually makes such a massive difference here. Like a crazy amount of difference.
Here we go. We're off to the races. Discipline is the first shot fired.
Yeah.
That will
dig. Discipline's a +4.
+4 for 2.
Yeah.
That already gets us up to 13. And we still have 3 energy ready to go.
Yes, that gets you to +13. It gets a gets a card. Does he get to plus 13? Yeah, so it's
Was that? I do believe we saw a nip.
no, it's plus
of the
5,
Defiant
isn't
Dance.
it? It's plus 5. Because it's 2 for the thing, 1 for picking, 1 for casting a spell from Abandoned Hall, and 1 for choosing. Discipline is plus 5 on Abandoned Hall. That is
Yeah, that seems
nonsense.
reasonable. That seems
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
that seems like a pretty good return for I don't know 2 energy that also draws me a card. Yeah, that seems like.
So
a fun
she's
play.
on 14 might at the
On
moment.
guard still ready.
On guard still ready, but they have that's it now. I don't think they've got any more draw.
I mean, didn't we see? It might have been a Defy instead. I thought we saw a Defiant Dance. I saw circles on a card, so that got my heart thumping. But I feel like that would have been coming out already. That Defy on guard.
This is crazy. Like the Aurelia is more than capable of doing it with that many cards in hand, that many runes open. Like that's the scary thing about this deck. It's more than capable of overcoming 26 might with 3 cards. But he just doesn't have it. So on guard is what? Plus 2, plus
And
1
all.
for the Abandoned Hall, and plus 2 for chosen. So that's another 5 might.
You can't say that they didn't give it their all. And I feel like here's the thing, right? With the information we had that there were limited buff spells available, it gets a little easier. And still, it
That's
goes to show
20
how
might.
big the opening was when they were outside of the halls, right?
Yeah. That's 20 might. Did they have? They don't have enough runes and stuff. They don't have 2 ride the winds, do they? Although it wouldn't matter, no, because the showdown would
No,
start.
because the showdown resolves first, and that brings them to 8. And because they
so
scored
they
both
can't
of the
ride the wind,
battlefields.
ride the wind, can they? No.
Yeah. For those
I was
unfamiliar.
I was just
For
trying
those
to think of
unfamiliar.
any outs because this guy's obviously thinking hard, and at this
Yeah.
point, it's like it's over, bruv. Just
But
move on.
just to
the
take
next
it from
round.
step 1, BMU. For people that are not as familiar with the rules, when the first showdown is going on and you start a second one, the initial showdown has to fully resolve first before the second showdown starts. So if they were to
Correct.
ride the win out of there, they wouldn't get to the 8 points before the Darius does, and that is all she wrote. No more outs, and Darius picking the first win against Irelia, our most recent regional champion. So here you have it. Nothing is unbeatable.
No, and it's absolutely crazy that with 2 cards that Aurelia went from 9 might to 20 might in 2 cards is
Hashtag just Aurelia
absolutely
things.
crazy. And Gandhi in chat I just seen as well just said it's a punch first with a draw. And how terrifying of a card does that sound?
And still, it was not enough for the Noxian overwhelming preliminary forces. I just love to see an Aurelia crushed right in front of me. I'm gonna be really honest with you there. Whenever one of those more underdog decks is surprising and can get the job done, that's a story that you can be rooting for the entire weekend long. There's a reason they are 4-0, but heading into game 2, it's not gonna get any easier. What are the main hurdles as a Darius that you have to take into account that the Aurelia will be sideboarding, BMU?
It's a very good question. Obviously, we've seen use of those axes, and we know Aurelia will run like a disarming rake or an adaptatron. Could that be brought in just to take away like that 4 might in the back line? Like very, very possibly could be used there. The other thing I would worry about as a Darius on the Aurelia side is that Vex apathetic. Like if you can kill their ability to accelerate units into you, things like Darius in the champion slot become practically useless. So there's a lot.
You're hitting the nail right on the head.
I think so. I mean, I've not played this matchup against Darius, but I've played matchup against gear decks as the new Aurelia, and those are the things that, and obviously aggro decks as well, and those are the things in my sideboard I'd be looking for. But Bandit, any opinions? Like, how can Darius like continue the momentum into game 2, or do you think Aurelia is just going to have it with the sideboard choices?
So here's the deal. I have had a lot of contemplation with other casters, with other pro players about Call the Weak in situations like this and its power. Now, we're not sure if there are any in the sideboard. We haven't seen any in the main deck, as far as I know. But I feel like it's kind of a trap in this regard because the access to the Scuttle Crabs right now, you're so situational. The Falling Stars,
right.
I feel you might just be ending up cutting them because the potential for Aurelia to overpower through it regardless is something you always have to keep in mind. It's such a negative tempo play for yourself. Just taking that gamble, it doesn't have to go that way. And we saw how capable Darius was without it, not playing both of his falling stars that he drew. And with the haul taken out of the equation right now, I feel like it's on the up and up for Darius, even if they don't go first in our second game. That last one, it's up to Aurelia to match that tempo in the early game. How many Vex Apathetics can you get onto those battlefields before Darius hits the ground running?
No, fully agree. And I haven't really thought about the Call of the Week situation versus like Scuttle Crabs like on board. Like it just, you're right, Bandit. It just feels horrible if they just go, okay, I'll kill this and show me your hand, please. You know?
And it's still costing you power, right? Which in your resource heavy deck already, right? Quite draining on your resources. You have to be very mindful. I do like the way they piloted it. Can they keep a level head and keep the ball rolling? Targon's peak is our chosen battlefield. Can go either way. With Aurelia going first, with Scuttles on the board, I feel this match is definitely leaning towards Aurelia.
Yeah, I absolutely love Targon's Peak as Aurelia going first. It's just so brutal. You can play your Aurelia out very, very early and keep it safe with a couple of runes up as well. And you're right, with that Scuttle like replacing itself, you just see cards after cards. And a good looking hand to start, just a bit of lack of units, which is unfortunate. So he's going to have to chuck the Defiant Dance and the Defy. Like, that feels really nasty versus yellow decks to chuck a Defy that early.
It's going to hurt a lot. Now, Seed of Power on the other side of the board, which I'm going to be real with you here, BMU, might as well been played by the Aurelia as well, who's very capable. Call of the Week, it is spotted. It is being slotted in. He is of the opinion, no. These Scuttle Crabs, get them out of here. I'll be holding on for the most opportune moment. And they do show themselves occasionally, like we saw.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They absolutely do. And like, there's nothing worse than having like this big scary Aurelia there. You've got all your buff spells to save her. And then your opponent just goes, kill it. And you're like, what? It's like, yeah, just kill it. Just get rid of it. Oh, okay.
But you have to be mindful.
Thank you.
Because Unleashed is a nasty set. Because having a Call of the Week, being answered by a Star-Crossed, gives me nightmares. Be like, haha, I got you. And like, all right, I'm going to take away your weakest unit. And, look at that. There's a Darius left on your board. Oh, would be a shame if you were to throw it away, wouldn't it?
Oh, what a turn one for the Darius as well. The Gem Jammer and the Noxus 6 might turn one. That is a tempo play if I ever saw one.
Yeah, that is already putting some calls onto the fire. Keep those engines churning. Aurelia is up for a difficult task.
Aurelia's got a complete dead hand. That is so dead.
And what options do you have but to play your Aurelia then, right? In the next turn.
You can't.
And
yeah.
Because they have the Call of the Week, it is nightmarish. They are not doing well. And because the Seed of Power is situated there, they will be topping up their hand afterwards as well, keeping yourself going.
That is absolutely crazy. And then obviously they get the Targon's restand, so they're not even going to be that vulnerable. So, we could just see the Gem Jammer take the Seat of Power, draw one, do absolutely nothing else, and then wait for that Aurelia. When they don't do anything turn one and turn two, they've got no units in hand. That Call of the Week is going to be so valuable. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? They're not going to tap out. Because Targon's Peak will be keeping the door open for that tactical retreat.
Did he remember to restand the runes?
Please untap your runes.
Please remember.
You want a tactical retreat just in case? You're going to sleep so much better at night. There we go.
It's fine. It's fine, Bandit.
Guys, call off the witch hunt. We don't have to catch anyone here. All the outs are still onto the table. Finally, some Chaos runes for Aurelia. But is it too little too late?
It absolutely is. Like, if he plays the Aurelia, he has to play the Aurelia. That's the thing. He has to play it, and it's just going to get cold. And it's going to be game over. This Darius could literally take this match 8-0, Bandit. Are we going to see a Darius go 5-0? Are we going to see the rise of the Darius card prices, Bandit, after this stream? I think we might just.
Oh, no.
Oh no, it feels so
It will be
bad.
cut down. And man,
Oh,
you
no.
know that Darius Hart skipped a
He might just
beat.
scoop. He might just scoop. Honestly, he might just scoop.
All
Just call
right,
the week and
guys.
you win the game. Just call the week and you win the game.
Close up.
Just
Close
call
up
and you
on
win.
Aurelia's face. Close up on Aurelia's face. We need to see it right now. 2 points will be coming through. We have an Ashe being set up. I'm not going to call the week for some reason, but we do have, of course, Darius. No, we have Darius. We have Darius. The ability. It adds an
Oh
extra
yeah,
energy.
of course.
Just making sure that there's no Defy in hand.
Yeah, true. Yeah, as soon as he sees the lack of Defy, that's the game over.
Nothing personal, kid. But yeah, I will be ruining your day right now. Have fun with that. We'll be taking notes just in
please
case there
close up.
is divine intervention spawning
Please
a Defy in
close
hand.
up.
And you
Please.
gotta have to keep an eye on it. We need his
Please.
face for the next 20 seconds.
Please,
take it in.
Just do it. Just do it. Just please do it. Steals the Guardian Angel.
Just in case, keep your eyes on the board. You just know it's about to happen, and it's devastating. And if it happened to anyone else but Aurelia, I'd probably feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, it feels kind of justified. But yeah, just this could be absolute meme territory. Obviously, he gets the bonus energy from the Jin as well, so he can just literally
Hold on to your hats.
for the week now. And
Shake of his
yeah,
hand.
that's it.
Which,
It's game over.
honestly, that is the most emotion I've seen at a Riftbound table on stream for a solid time now.
Yeah, exactly. Jin just doing Jin things, gaining energy, gaining power, and unless he top decks a unit here, he might just lose.
Yeah, they're on the ropes, and here's the thing, right? Because the predicament that you're in as the Aurelia, you
There's a
are
telecom.
afraid of
Okay.
waiting for another turn, right? Because the value that Garry's is gaining is so much. You feel like you have to develop something onto the board to keep yourself in the race. It costs them possibly everything, and their untarnished record might be besmirched rather soon. Now, the only upside is they have plenty of cards in hand. They have plenty of runes to work with, and what is on board, it's not insurmountable, but overcoming it without your Aurelia is just a bit of a monstrous task.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, right, they've got the Stellarcorn. They have to play the Stellarcorn. That is non-negotiable at this point. Discipline the Stellarcorn, draw a card, activate. Stellarcorn goes to 5. You now swing the Stellarcorn in, you get to draw 2. You get to have a look at some more cards, keep 2 runes up. Obviously, with the Targon's Peak Conquer as well, you're going to have some defensive options. So you're right, Bandit. It's not insurmountable. It's just a very, very horrible position to be in. That starting hand, those starting draws from Aurelia, absolutely murdered the tempo. Is it over? I would say 90% chance it's over. But if anyone can come back, it's Aurelia with runes and cards.
Yeah, we all you need is a card and a chair, right? That is everything you need for a win. Now, I do like the ebb and flow from Darius here, right? Vacating the battlefield, making sure he can get another draw if he double conquers next turn. And there is a guaranteed extra turn for Aurelia. So they can develop a bit, draw a bit deeper. And getting on the Targon's Peak means that they have access to the flash again. I'm not sure if we spotted it in hand just yet, but at the very least, we know they have a right to win, so they can vacate the area if need be, keeping their Stellarcorn alive. It's not done yet, but the noose is tightening, BMU.
Yeah, it's practically there. Oh, the charm. That's a good thing to do here. Charming the Ashe in. Obviously, the Stellarcorn's on 5 might, the Ashe being on 4, so that says to me that Aurelia wins. And you're still going to get the +2 runes, as you mentioned, Bandit. So it's a very, very good player. And you get your GA back, if I'm not mistaken, on that text.
You sure do.
Oh, but he gives
Unless we're going to be assaulting a little more.
He's going to have to spend a rune here just to keep the Stellarcorn alive. He can't let that die.
Absolutely not. Has to Defiant Dance in hand, but getting all those valuable cards out the way already before you want to be thinking about them, just to keep you in the game rather than to crush your enemies back. It's not where you want to be. It's another out taken off of the board for Aurelia. It was a nice little play, and the resources spent on either side. You're not unhappy as Darius.
No, I don't think you're unhappy as Darius. I don't think you're unhappy as Aurelia in this situation, ironically, as well. Hiding a card there. We've seen the Edge of Night being a hidden card before. Could it be the same thing? I'm not sure. But if it is, that Noxus Hopeful then has a hill to battle up. You know, when you're swinging into an opponent and you have to act first, it kind of almost reveals, you know, what your attention is. Yeah, we do see the nasty axe coming down again. So that Noxus is going to be 8 might before he even does anything.
We will be sharpening that axe only to swing it once. It's a true Abe Lincoln style assault that we can be launching up here. And now, I will say, despite the fact that we are set up for success just that little bit, these are some of the cracks that we were worried about in the armor of Darius. Only sitting on 3 cards. You're quite heavily dependent on getting the double conquer this turn. If you don't, you're kind of running out of an escape plan, and your lines of play are starting to become a little bit more linear.
I agree, but I also think, like, knowing, obviously we know the Aurelia's hand. You know, we can see that there's not a lot of units in there. If Darius just takes the Stellarcorn off the board, I think he can't lose from there. Knowing Aurelia's hand, obviously, it's a bit of a different situation for the player across the table, but that is the situation we're looking at. So Aurelia is having to steely-eyed poker bluff his way, going, you can't take that Stellarcorn off. I know you can't. But Darius does have the tools in hand. And of course, he does have the Darius on board as well. So that presents 7 might almost immediately.
And here's the thing. I feel we know for a fact that the Stellarcorn is not going to die to this turn. Because there is either the Edge of Night available, ready to go. All right, so you're going to have to commit the axe. If you commit the axe, I'm going to write the win out of there. And then it is up to the Darius, who's 5 might, to battle with my 5 might Stellarcorn Herder at the very least. Or you put it back in base if you're not a greedy player.
And we know this Darius isn't greedy. That's the thing. This Darius played game 1 so cool, so calm. But it looks like he's decided to just play the axe and pass. Interesting situation.
All right. Just to kind of run it through that, right? He is, just to kind of like tickle the brain a little bit, of the opinion, all right, I cannot dislodge this Stellarcorn Herder. Exposing myself to a single battlefield that only gets me to 5, which is not the power threshold that I'm looking for, right? Can be dismissed. So I want to be on 6. It's 6 or nothing. This can be the play. But you had Aurelia on the ropes, and you're giving her time to get back up. You're giving her a free count to 8, and if she can land that knockout punch, it doesn't matter. She got down.
True. Very, very true. Has he got his GA back? Because Ash died.
He should have his GA back.
Oh, he does. It's in hand. I can see it's in hand. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I'm just making sure the judges didn't miss anything like that. But yeah, you're right, Bandit. Like, playing it slow, playing it patiently. Is there any point risking your entire board, your entire tempo for 1 point to go to 5? Probably not. Let's play it a little bit slow. Let's make the Aurelia overcommit. But right now, if I'm Aurelia, I'm never overcommitting. I just want to keep as many runes up as possible, as many options as available.
You know why you don't have to? Because Darius is not threatening lethal. You are always guaranteed to get that extra turn. And simple as that. Darius cannot match the value engine of a Stellarcorn Herder moving around left and right. Ooh. And with the Fizz, getting the charm back, they're whittling away at that amassed little skirmish settling in their units. Now, Tactical Retreat will bail out their unit if it is allowed to resolve.
Yeah, and obviously with no Define hand, that kind of gives it away. Like, you would 100% defy that. 100% if you had one. Like, there's no reason ever not to defy that. So it kind of gives away the hand a little bit. You know he's not going to have the defy. So if you draw something like a Hidden Blade or something like that, it could just make the difference. So yeah, Stellarcorn's
but they have not so fast. So it's also like a false sense of security, maybe. if they're indeed lulled into the hypnosis of like, no counter. Oh, so it's a free board.
Exactly right. Yeah, exactly right. Obviously, Aurelia just playing it slow, a bit safe. Like it feels really weird. Like when you're technically so far behind on points to kind of withdraw and play it safe, especially as an Aurelia. Like you like to kind of hold battlefields and threaten, lots and lots of spells. But at the moment, Aurelia, I think, is playing this absolutely perfectly. They bided the time. They played all the right cards at the right time. And Darius is down to 2 cards, and one of them kills your own unit. So that's a bit rough.
Yeah, and having to fan out right now to draw an extra card, right? We do have the seed of power. We can draw an extra card, but it means you have to commit to 2 separate battlefields. It means you'll have to play out your Darius. That is a awkward position to be in, one that is reeking of overextensions, and that is exactly the type of plays that Aurelia will be punishing so hard. And suddenly, we have a heck of a game on our hands, and Aurelia might have righted the ship. There's no more water being taken on. We're a little bit low on the runes, but we are taking efficient trades. There are insurance policies, and most importantly, we are drawing cards.
This is the call an ambulance, but not for me meme, if I've ever seen it in a game of Riftbound. This looked like Aurelia was absolutely on the ropes, getting absolutely bopped in the face repeatedly, and then all of a sudden, a lucky right hook out of nowhere, and all of a sudden Darius is stumbling backwards. And I think this is the best play for him, actually. It's just play your Darius, wait another turn. You've still got time. But unfortunately, obviously, with the Stellarcorn on board, Aurelia's going to be drawing cards a little bit more often than you are. You know the GA's in hand, so he can potentially just save something. 2 units on board, he can claim 2 battlefield here and gain another card. So it's kind of like, how much time do you want to wait? I need to wait, but how much time can I possibly wait? That is the issue right now.
And to me, I'll be very honest, when that Stellarcorn Hoarder was exposed, in my opinion, some extra decisiveness could have been the game changer. And that just goes to show how quick you have to be with your thinking, how flexible you need to be. No one line will be reigning supreme throughout them all. You have to adapt on the fly. And currently, I would like to see some liveliness from Darius. That opportunity has passed. That ship has sailed. Now we have to deal with that in front of us. Adaptatron coming out. GA overcoming there as well. Being able to get rid of that axe already, readying the Adaptatron. This is spelling out disaster.
Yeah, that is a nasty, nasty Adaptatron. And as we were talking about before the first game, like, do you side that in versus this Darius deck for what you've seen? I think absolutely. And it looks like the Aurelia player agreed. That is devastating. That was so much might just taken off the board. That Adaptatron's now 5 might, so you need something to get over it with a Noxus. Like, it's such a good card in Aurelia when you can just boost it out of nowhere. Like, your opponent thinks they're safe, but they're just not with an Adaptatron lying around.
Gotta be mindful. The first Conqueror's axe will be axed. And now they are going to equalize the score. Stellarcorn spread out thin. However, take a look at the resources available. Tapping out will be getting 2 energy back from Targon's Peak. But these are the moments where you have to put out yourself a little bit more vulnerable.
Yeah, what do you do here? Like, do you activate the Darius and swing in with 7 might when Aurelia's got 2 runes? And obviously the Stellarcorn's on 5. The Adaptatron's on 5. And a Defiant Dances absolutely shuts you down. Do you try to develop and wait another turn if he draws a unit and the Aurelia goes up to 6 points? Like, as I said, this looked like Aurelia was done. This looked like it was going to be a 3-turn absolute blowout. Salvage is actually quite a nice card to get here as well.
Yeah, it will be replacing itself, which is quite important. Energy aplenty for the Darius. He just needs an outlet to put it on. Here is the thing. With the grasp in hand, you can cheat tempo a little bit, which would be very nice if you were threatening the game. You are not threatening the game. So you got to be very, very mindful of how you spend that, because the finish line is quite a ways away. The most important sub-objective that we have right now is to address our Stella Corn problem?
Oh, okay. Another good card to kind of get here. Obviously, unfortunately, you'd have to kill one of your own units, so it's not as good as it could be. But can't you Call the
In
Weak
response, you
react
can-
to Call the Weak Death Grip?
Exactly. That is kind of the play you want to make. However, it does mean you can only threaten a single battlefield unless you commit your... you can only threaten a single battlefield this turn, which will only get you to 5, which has all the same issues that we were talking about before. However, you do put it to the test. What will the Call the Weak get rid of? A Fizz. Is that really what we're going to write home about?
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Bandit. Yeah, that is the card that you choose here to get rid of. Obviously, we see the Not So Fast in hand, but if he plays Not So Fast, he has no Defiant Dances. And if Aurelia taps out, all it is a
Plus,
math problem.
What are you
going to
Not So Fast? Because the Call the Weak doesn't target.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about I'm just saying in general, the Not So Fast has options to stop things. Like we, as the Aurelia player, we don't know that the
fair enough.
the call is in hand essentially. So you do have options to kind of backwards on that. So yeah, it's a really interesting thing to do here. So obviously he's giving the assault here to the Darius. So this is a very this is a lot of might. It's a lot of might.
We're getting our maximum tempo in, right? If we can indeed get our Darius onto the board and get rid of the Fizz, then we can start playing out the lines like we had it in mind. Afterwards, we can try and get that Call the Weak through if we have to, or just straight up overpower the board. At least get rid of the Fizz as a consolation prize.
Yeah, so this is 11 into 8 that we're looking at. Yeah, sorry. This is 11 might into 8 with the assault and the activation. A Defiant Dance swings at 4 points. So that just loses. So you've got to be really careful here. You've got to be so careful as a Darius Bandit. It's a really, really important turn, this one.
Gonna come down to this one. And even in the other regard, do you want to... It is a tough place to be in. They will be committing. The Finance might be popping on through, but you have
to... You can have the Death Grip.
You have to, but... It's... When you have to Death Grip your Assault Darius, it's not really where you want to be at. It will be coming out. It will be the shutting door for a lot of other plays that might be coming through. We're tapping 2 and... No, just a single energy. There we go.
Actually, I've just... Yeah, so if he Death Grips the Noxus... Yeah, but then you still would need to trade. You can't get rid of the Adaptatron, can you? So if he Death Grips a Noxus in response, he wins this thing. He can then kill the Darius with a Call the Weak and kind of wipe all the tempo off the board of Aurelia, but then he's going to have nothing himself. So unless the Aurelia can do something here, I don't think it can. That might be the play. That might be the play of going, if I just wipe out 3 of your units here, do I just win? Like, the second I get a unit down, do I just win?
An empty board for Aurelia is disaster. She only has 3 next turn, 5 energy to work with. We know she is running low on bodies. Is that the play? Stack deck, but what are you really going to find that will bring you solace here? Not a whole lot. StarCraft being revealed.
Defy was off the top deck as well. The Defy just wins in the game if he had it in hand.
Yeah, so close, yet so far away.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Game 2, 6 minutes remaining. So this could just end up as a tie. Wow.
Yeah, and this is the moment. Are they aware?
Really quickly?
Are they aware of their current predicament that they are in? Will we see the last Call of the Week come through? Will they want to trade it? That is kind of my worry. I feel like it might just be worth it to trade your Darius for the Adaptatron. They're not going for it, though, which surprises me a bit.
Yeah, exactly. And then obviously the boots coming down here. The Adaptatron now is going to be threatening the Darius on the other side. And again, this is what I mean. Like, this is why I might have just called the Weak, just to take away the fact that, you know, Aurelia can gank quite easily with her abilities and everything like that. Very, very easy to gank across. I might have just done it. I know it's sacrificing a Darius, but the chances are you run more units than Aurelia does. So it's a very nasty situation. I don't know which line was correct, but obviously we see the Adaptatron fly across here.
to me, you're giving so much room for Aurelia to play to her strengths. On her turn, where she gets to move, where she gets to dictate where she's fighting, and that she will be the attacker, that is the line of play that is disaster right now. But as from a purely competitive point of view, I do appreciate the fact that this Darius is playing fast, that this Aurelia is playing fast, and we see nothing of that slow play for the Darius to kind of like eke out, and then, all right, cool, maybe I can squeak out on my single game win. I do appreciate that. But the fact he's on an empty board, no Darius available, Tides have to start rather soon, and the cards are running out. He's practically in top deck mode.
Yeah.
GG's called,
So,
and...
Yeah. As soon as he gets a unit on board,
1-1.
Aurelia obviously doing Aurelia things. It's going 1-1, but it's going to be 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Of Darius
and now I'm
going
curious. Now I'm curious. Is Darius running Arena's Greatest? Will he get that extra point? And
Ooh.
Darius has all the accelerated units. He could be, even on the overtime, right? We get a few extra turns. He could be already sitting on 4 or 5 victory points by the time they go through it. They really have to sideboard insanely fast. Gotta be swift, gotta be decisive. And at this point, that is all you need. The threshold to get past that tiebreaker.
Exactly right. And it got to a point where it's just like, oh, look, there's 4 minutes remaining. Let's just scoop. Like, again, I think some actions were taking a little bit longer in game 1 than they probably should have, but there was a lot of math to be done. Like that Aurelia taking a long time in that final turn to calculate the fact that they could not get 26 might. I know it's a possibility bandit of Aurelia getting that high, but obviously he just knew he couldn't do it. So a little bit of time wasted here or there, but other than that, they're playing very, very quickly. So this just goes to show like what a complicated matchup this could be. And once again, guys, in chat, look, you know, we see plays in hands. We can see things like this. Do we say it's the best play? I don't know. All I'm saying is there's an option for it. Could it be a best play? Who knows, Bandit? Who knows?
Speak for yourself, BMU. I'm a legend. I am objectively right
you
all the
always
time.
say the absolute best lines and best plays. You are
It's
Magnus
my way
Carlsen of Riftbound.
Or the highway. Now, to bring it back to the lessons learned from this road, I want to see from Darius decisiveness. It's what lost him the game. I'm just going to bring it very straight to him. If he had the decisiveness, and Noxians usually pride themselves on how brave they are. If they were a little braver and commit to that play, they might have lost all the same, but they would have stood such a good chance. They would have played to their strengths, and in the end, that is all you can do for yourself. Repeatedly get yourself in situations where the odds favor you. You're never going to get 100%. Never. However, you can try and do your best. Can they get it done in our final game? The threshold is 2 points difference from your opponent, correct?
Correct.
That's the number we're looking for. So as an Aurelia, you're sideboarding in everything that has Accelerate. Everything that looks like a sneaky deck hand. Something to get you onto those battlefields as fast as you can.
I agree. And the thing is as well, so we're in a bit of an awkward situation because if Aurelia runs sneaky deck hands in the sideboard, generally they play it with the Targon's Peak going first. When your opponent's going first, sorry, as a go second battlefield. So we've seen Targon's Peak as the go first. That tells me the Aurelia is probably not running sneaky deck hand. That tells me the Aurelia is probably not running any more 2-drops. So we're at the absolute mercy of the top deck, I think, and we know Darius can go fast. These battlefields are going to tell a very, very, very good story here. We see Sunken Temple and Arena's Greatest Bandit. You were absolutely correct. The Darius is going to fly. Oh, we do see Titan and a Stellarcorn, but he does have 2-drops.
He does have 2-drops, and they're going to be extremely important. Only 30 seconds left before we're going into overtime. It is racing. Now it shows, it pays off to show off all your training, all of your earlier victories, all the time you put in to show off how quickly you can pilot your deck. Now is the time to show it, not a second later.
Yeah, and it looks like the Gem Jammer and another Poro. Is this man running a playset of the old Poros? What a legend.
He deserves it. He deserves the win. Getting onto his second point. Aurelia only 1 behind. Will have to commit to either one of these battlefields, but they have the tools available. Now is not the time to think about the long run. Now is time to be short-sighted, to be only thinking about right now.
Yeah, so this is overtime turn 0, if I'm not mistaken. And they can kind of take a little bit of a breather. They can take a thought. They're trying to rush the first initial turns, get as many in as possible. But now every decision is so important. Any misplay, you just straight up lose the game. Any sort of like, maybe that was slightly wrong, you draw the game. And right now, people do not want to draw in these regionals because it absolutely kills your tempo. Guardian Angel being played and attached to trade quite nicely into that Poro.
Here you go. 1 point to equal out the score. But you have to be on your best. We're going to see 5 more turns. Irelia will be closing out our structure then, right?
Ride the wind, defiant dance, ride the wind. The ingredients are there for Aurelia to take a massive tempo lead. It's I think this is Aurelia favored right now, you know?
You don't have to commit just yet though, because you know you are sure of a next turn. So maybe you can fend off, scare off any scary Darius plays that he might be looking to get out of the way. Now the X coming through.
Axe. They've got so many options. Both players have the right options to make this absolutely insane game. I know we're on a limited amount of turns, which really sucks because I'd love to see them play out their game free like this. But Bandit, it could go either way here. I'm not sure who has the stronger hand.
And don't forget that Darius does have access to a 7th energy, which, especially in the early game, is so important. Salvage and the Axe are already kind of cutting it close. Will fit barely into 6, but he knows he will get 1 more turn. But every turn has to be maximized from here on out.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing I'm afraid of is the Defiant Dance. That is such a game changer in terms of like units. But if you swing the Poro in, obviously it has deflect, so he's gonna have to pay some extra runes, which kind of slows him down that little bit. But you just can't afford to lose any tempo. Is he just? He is. I think. Oh, actually, the assault. That's gonna be 10 might.
It's gonna be 10
That's
might.
an insane play.
But you have to think about, you have 2 energy available. Will you be taking care of the salvage? No, it's not what we're doing. More assault, more better. Fire up those engines. Give them absolute hell.
Yeah. So this is going to be a double assault because he repeated it with the Darius there. So that's going to be what 7 + 4 is 11 might. A Defiant Dance just doesn't get over that, but a Ride the Wind lets him score another point.
Yeah, and draw because it's a mighty unit now, right? No, that would mean he would have to cast Defiant Dance as well, which I doubt that is worth it.
No, I don't think so.
All right. This is the biggest Darius we have seen all game. Not an axe needed. Double assault is our line of play. We are tapped out, including the Darius. Ride the Wind is exactly our bailout strategy. It will be getting us another point. It will make us hold on the very next turn. So we will be up a single point. If we can get 1 more turn through, and they will be guaranteed 1 more turn.
Yes, they will be. And obviously this goes up to 4 points as well. So this is potentially the way that they kind of get back into this game. But look at the rune count. They're only going to have 5 runes next turn. That's not like, I know Aurelia is good on low rune count, but when they've established, when they've got other Aurelias, when they've got things to play already. And Darius, as I said, this is every single decision matters right now. Every single decision. So this is turn 2, right? So 1 more turn after this.
Turn 3. Turn 3. Aurelia had
0, 1, 2, right? Yeah, 0, 1, 2. So this will be turn 2. So there's 1 more turn. Darius has got 1 more turn, right?
Oh, we're playing 3 turns. We're playing not 5. All right, this is the last turn for Aurelia.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have trouble counting.
And then 1 more for Darius. Yeah.
I was sick that day at school.
Oh, okay.
So
moving it back, discipline, activate. Yeah, okay. This is really nice. So that's 5 might. Obviously, we know they've got a Defiant Dance, and the Darius is tapped out. This is the winning play, Bandit. This is it.
But hear me out here. They can only get a tie, can they not? Darius will be getting 1 more turn. They have 2 units in their base. So Aurelia can only get up to 5 because she already held. As long as Darius just conquers the other battlefield in his own turn, which he can easily do, it's a tie. Definitely not the outcome he was hoping for, but it's not a loss.
Yeah, exactly. They're playing for the draw now. I was thinking like, oh, we're playing a proper game here. We're not. I was like, this is the absolute winning play here.
The
Take
only
the Darius off, and that's it. That's it. But yeah, you're right.
The only
they
out.
Can just swing it across. Can they win?
They have. Do they have Ride the Wind in hand again? Because then they can score on Darius' turn. That's the only way they can get out. If they can Ride the Wind, they can go up to 6. Darius goes up to 4, and they won't have the might to contest a 3 or 4 might tie turner. That's the only way. So keep your eyes on that Aurelia hand.
Yeah, I don't think there was a Ride the Wind in there. I don't think there was a second one.
I think it was. I think it was the only one.
Yeah, Discipline was a great card to use there to accelerate the unit, essentially to gank it across and get the card draw. Because you're right, Bandit. If he drew a Ride the Wind from that Discipline, that could have been the game.
Will we be cutting through? Yeah, it will be going
That's
over.
Kind of risky, right?
Why would it
That's
be
kind of risky. Moving the Gem Jammer on its own. That's kind of risky because if you had to Ride the Wind there, like then you were in a really, really bad situation.
Well, if you had to Ride the Wind, you were kind of cooked anyway.
Yeah, true. But I might have moved 2 over. I might have just made sure he can't win there. He's going for the kill, but it doesn't matter.
No, even if he... I mean, it's... Here's the thing. It's the best play you can do if you had other turns to set up for, but this is heading towards the draw phase. And I will say, even though it was kind of a expected result from, I think, like 15 minutes ago, where it was like, oh, it might just be a draw, yada, yada, yada. The fact that we took so many twists and turns to then still arrive at the draw, they made us sweat for the most expected result.
I mean, if this was like a full game, this is absolute blowout. Aurelia wins this 100%. Like, obviously, Darius might have played differently if it was a full game and yada, yada, yada. But yeah, I think this just ends on a draw, and I think that's all it was ever destined to do.
Despite their best efforts, the fact that Aurelia managed to claw their way back in that game number 2, the real highlight of this match, the most that they could hope for after such a disastrous start to game number 2, will mean that they're not out of contention just yet for that all-encompassing top.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, like, the regionals, the structure of the regionals are so devastating. Like, you need to just win. Like, a single draw this early can almost throw you out of contention for, that top 8. It is absolutely brutal to get to that top, Bandit. Like, anyone that's top 8 in a regional is such a good player. It's insane. And so that was a nice little draw there, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, definitely. That's how we will be finishing off that series. Next up on our schedule is round number 6. We are making good headway through our multi-day event. And I think, does this Darius deck have legs? That is kind
absolutely.
of my thinking point. Is the way he's running it preferable over, let's say, the Rek'Sai, right? Which also tries to not rush, not out-tempo you, but has a similar line of play. What are the true distinguishing factors in that regard?
Yeah, exactly. And I think we spoke about this in Spirit Forge as well. Like, do you run Darius or do you run Rek'Sai? And I think my analysis from back then was basically like Rek'Sai just does everything better than Darius. Like the delving, just get an extra card. Darius suffers a lot from no card draw. Has that changed in Unleashed? I haven't seen enough of Darius to make a call on that. But I think Rek'Sai is just a better red-yellow combination. And obviously, unfortunately, Vi was just not quite there in those colors this time either. So I think if you're going to run red-yellow, it's probably Rek'Sai, Darius, Vi in that sort of order. But Bandit, have you got any thoughts on... Let's talk about Vi, because we're probably not going to see one this deep into a tournament, let's be honest. Might be, legend, but who knows? The legend, yes.
Yeah. Honestly... For me, the reason to play Vi is because he has the sickest overnumbered art. And that will just be a highlight of whatever round I am playing in. Whenever I need to pick me up, I'll just look at my gal and the 2 wolves on her back. Maybe go over the textured... Oh, I think that it will always spark joy for me. But besides that, I feel a deck that I'm going to label as gluttonous, where you want to constantly overpower, over-invest to then have a minor reward for that in a meta that is rife with stun effects, with star-crossed. It has a tough time, not necessarily of its own merits, but more of the precipice that the skirmishes you are entering, the matchups that you are entering, will always feel like an uphill battle.
Agreed. And I think the Vi over number is just, yeah, it's one of those like Marmite type arts. Like you either absolutely love it or you absolutely hate it. I love it.
You either love it or you're wrong.
Art.
That is
yeah,
the way
exactly.
it goes.
You love it or you're wrong.
No, and I mean to stay on that art, like for me, let's talk about art, because I love talking about the art, especially how much character it has. And for me, it is such a different path to take for the interpretation of a card. It kind of embraces that anarchist, punky, Sex Pistol feel to it that I really mess with myself. But it goes for certain other cards as well. The fact that they're giving the artist so much freedom to put character into the artworks. Let's take a look at, for instance, Vex, the overnumbered art, where it is joyful. It is a bit chirpy. However, it still embodies that doom and gloomness of the Vex. Take Ivern, for instance, which feels so whimsical and so warm, like a warm bath or a hug from your dad. Like, it warms me up inside. And whenever a game gives that much freedom to the artists, I will always be picking up what they're putting down.
Yeah, I fully agree. And the fact that obviously this is a Riot card game, it's League of Legends. There's so many opportunities for skins to come in as well. Like I'm waiting for the like T1 skin God pack to be in like set 7 or something like that. And just like that is my holy grail, you know. There is gonna be something like that's going to happen, and the whole system is going to blow up. Obviously that's going to invite in the scalpers and everything like that, which do you know what, Bandit, I don't know if you like, I don't know how much you like play or collect in real life, but the stock issues that we were having in in set 1s and 2 just no longer exist. I can walk into any LGS anywhere near me and buy Riftbound, which is just phenomenal for the game. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I've been getting pinched a lot just to lately, and we're past St. Patrick's Day. And I'm still need pinches to make sure that we're living in the real world and I can get MSRP boxes. It's okay. It's definitely a good price to pay, both for the box and in physical harm put upon me. And to me, that is what it's all about, right? Keep that level of entry low. The moment you start to price people out of the game is when, when that sweetness that is introduced turns bitter, to ash in my mouth. So keep it coming. And shout out to Riot and to UVS for getting that sorted on such a relatively short timeline.
Yeah, it felt like it was like a really quick turnaround. And just we're talking about the art, it's on screen right now. Those over numbers look phenomenal. Gandhi in chat says, do you guys think Abandoned Hall might get a ban like Dreaming Tree? It's too much power for Aurelia. I mean, the reason things like that got banned is because they were just generally the best battlefields, and it was kind of making the meta very stale. Like everyone was playing Obelisk, everyone was playing Reaver's Row, that sort of thing. Like it just made sense to kind of shake up the meta. Is everyone playing Abandoned Hall? I don't think so. It is really, really powerful for Aurelia, the Bandit. Do you think like we're going to see more bans? I know obviously people are a bit thirsty for bans, and every week on Twitter, every day on Twitter even, I see Aurora ban, this ban, that
we're trying to lynch our next card.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's kind of like mob mentality. Like, I lost to Abandoned Hall. I need rid of it.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. Of course, it feels powerful. There can be no doubt about it. We just saw it happen right in front of our eyes. 2 energy, having 5 might on the board is definitely powerful. However, I feel that battlefields are allowed to be powerful. Cards are allowed to be powerful as long as there are clear ways to interact with it. And that is, in my opinion, why certain battlefields got the axe, because there was a tough time to interact with it. Let's take the one where you can retreat. The name eludes me right now. Reaver's Row. that was not a fun experience. And I will say, seeing an Aurelia fight for her life and then barely not make it, that was entertaining as hell. I'll be very straight with you. That made my heart race. And I am always very reluctant to advocate for bans, especially so early on into the set, where we have seen certain powerful decks, right? We have seen calls for Vex being like, oh my god, it's so powerful. And then in reality, it's powerful, but it's not that bad. And as long as all cards or all domains have a route to be powerful, I think it kind of writes itself.
Yeah, Bandit, I was on the exact same sort of thought train as you, and the Poros on screen right now just distracted my train of thought because they are so pretty. Look at those little
derailing the train of thought, huh?
Yeah, but what I was gonna say, yeah. So usually, like, I'm on board with you, Bandit. I'm completely on board with you. Like, bans early on into a card game is worrying generally, but I think with the bans in Spirit Forge and Set 2, they were the right things to do at the right time. Does that mean every set we need to see 4 cards banned? Absolutely not, Bandit. You are 100% correct. Things can be powerful as long as they can be interacted with. I think that's the line that needs to be taken. Can Aurora be interacted with on game 1? Not necessarily. On game 2 and 3, absolutely it can. You know, so that's where the balance comes in. That's where you've got to frame your mind. Like, can I physically do something about this situation? If the answer is yes, it probably doesn't need a ban.
A peak example for me is Ferris Forerunner, right? This card was everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. And people were like, oh my god, it feels so unfair to play against. I'm not having fun playing against it. One set later, the answers are there. One set later, and the entire field has shifted to the point where Ferris Forerunner is good value play. It's still seeing play, but it's not that boogeyman that we saw from before. And I can only imagine it will have a very similar outrun when Vendetta will be hitting the shelves, and we will be introduced to even more cards, and the options keep growing exponentially.
Yeah, I think they said in an early interview that the first 5 sets were all designed together. So I imagine by the time you get to set 4 or 5, like, it's going to be very obvious what the design intent for the game is going to be. We're still seeing new mechanics being added. We're still seeing, you know, new ways to play spells. We're seeing new ways to interact with characters and battlefields. It's all coming together. And we're only on set 3, Bandit. Like, this, like, look, as much as I like to hype card games, and I've been a fool before, I'll be honest with you, I've heavily invested in card games that have absolutely died. I can only see this improving, and they're showing it step by step.
There is just such a big backing behind it, and they are listening to the feedback that is being put out there. Not only listening, but then taking action accordingly. What more can you ask for for a game that has both a good IP, a talented design team behind it, a management team that is listening and applying the feedback as it is presented by the players? Now, of course, there's always stuff to improve still, and we can, you know, the grass is always greener on the other side. But for me, I am a happy camper. I'm having so much fun playing Sealed in our in the local game stores. I am having fun play testing weird brews, and the creativity feels endless. I feel like with every new game that I'm playing, more puzzle pieces are revealing themselves to me, picturing a larger picture.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And there's a few things in chat as well, like Alchemy saying, I don't really want new mechanics. I agree to an extent. Like, right now, there's so many things. If you play like an XP deck, Bandit, like, you've got so many things you need to track right now. It is crazy. XP gold and ambush and this and that. Crazy. There's going to be a few more mechanics, but obviously, you know, the sets fade out, so old mechanics will die, new mechanics will come in. There is a lot to track at the moment on a game board, but it's not overwhelming. It's not quite a Yu-Gi-Oh yet, but if they keep adding a new mechanic every set, it might just get there, and that's not something that I want.
What I like, currently in the new set, you can expect lots of new mechanics, right? I think that is right for the taking. You want to diversify the game, give many routes
new
to play.
colors as well.
However, and that's what I like to see. old mechanics are still getting love. We are still getting new hidden cards that are interesting for a Teemo deck to be playing. We are still getting new gears in the upcoming set, making Ornn decks go to the next level, right? So as long as the existing mechanics are getting love, you won't hear me complain.
Yeah, I agree. And the great thing is, like, there's still set 1 characters that are playable. There's still set 2 legends and champions that are very playable. And I hope to see that going through. I don't want to see a day where it's just like, oh, all your set 1 champions and legends are absolutely useless. You know, that's not what I want to see. Until obviously the rotation comes out, in which case they are literally useless and constructed. But this is not what I'm talking about at the moment. The other bit of chat that just said, would you say that Miracle Draven deserves the bans yet? If you played against Miracle Draven in a regional or a skirmish, you would 100% say that it deserves the bans.
And I think the real deciding factor in cases like that is one that, in all honesty, I don't like to talk about a lot, but needs some attention, and that's the Aurora lines of play. Why did Draven get the axe? Because it was getting so good that it was always better to play a Miracle Draven package, even in other colors. Every deck that had access to it would want to play it, to the point where any decks were playing it. Anything that could get his hands on it wanted to play that. And we see something similar happening right now with Aurora being played, where legends that were usually not prefer an Aurora line of play, the best competitive result that you can get is by playing Aurora. And when creativity starts being hampered by lines of play like that, those situations cause for concern. Otherwise, I say let the innovation take hold. Let people dig for the answers. That is a big part of the fun when I'm brewing. It's like, all right, how am I going to solve this puzzle? How am I going to answer the question laid out in front of me? But when the answer for any situation starts to be this line, very linear line of play, it comes at the cost of not only creativity, but skill expression as well. I died a bit inside when I saw Alan ZQ play top 8 in Sydney, and it was just hopeless. Like, these are some of the best players in the world, and what were the outs there? There were none.
Yeah, it was a real, like, Alan ZQ is such a fan favorite as well. Like, everybody just loves this
not like
man.
him?
Yeah, exactly, right? And when you see him just getting absolutely bodied by, you know, someone goes, I just play Aurora and I win. Like, it's not fun to see as a crowd. But you know what? Aurora, like, it feels like it should be very strong. And don't get me wrong, it's very strong and people are complaining about it and yada, yada, yada. But there are options. You've just got to kind of tech for them a little bit. You've got to have gear removal in your main deck, I think, now. If you want to be competitive and you want to try and win game 1, you've got to have some sort of gear removal. And we saw that from the winner of Sydney, obviously Rico, having an Adaptatron main deck, which is not something we've seen before.
I mean, here's the deal. Yeah, of course, it's susceptible to interaction. But the fact that it's so feast or famine, the lines of play, right, also means that when you're playing Aurora, it's like, all right, either you have it or you don't. I'm going to play Aurora. If you have the answer, that is tough. That's a tough luck. But if you don't, then it's kind of over. Like, such binary lines of play, I think, are an injustice to the versatility and creativity that the game holds. That is why I think to listen to the players that are putting out the arguments like we are right now. Like, I don't like, not necessarily the lines of play are bothering me, but the fact that it is overpowering creativity from other sides of the Rift.
Yeah, I agree. And don't get me wrong, like, dazzling Aurora on its own isn't the problem. It's obviously what comes off the back of that can be the problem. If you don't have the answers to answer like an Elder Dragon or a Mind Splitter or, you know, all those horrible things that come along with those colors, then it's going to be a very, very tough matchup. Is it unwinnable? I definitely don't think so. As we've seen in regionals, you know, it's definitely a winnable matchup. But it wouldn't surprise me if the next set has something like reaction speed gear removal. That is the thing.
Fingers crossed.
That can absolutely shut down these sort of decks. Will
And
we
honestly,
see it, or is it too powerful, Bandit, do you think?
to me, if they were to accidentally leak that, right? Like, oh, oops, left direction speed card at the
if they leak
toilet
that,
at a regional qualifier.
I'm buying
with a
50
post-it.
Auroras right now because I can just get them sold as quick as possible. Like, just get them out.
Yeah, I mean that would already kind of make me sleep a little better at night, right? Because that means there is light on the horizon. There, there is the pressure is lifted from the situation. For right now, we've only been, what is it, a month, less than a month. We've been 3 weeks roughly since we've had access to the cards, and it wouldn't be the first time that there is a surprising line of play that we just simply haven't touched on yet. That simply hasn't been getting its laurels. That might offer the solution towards it.
Yeah, and I hope so. And someone has said that Aurora would still get the unit off at the end of turn, even reaction gears. Correct. But if they opened up any other avenue of playing a reaction spell, then the Aurora would just get killed without the trigger.
We'll have to see what the future holds. For now, I think at least for me, we're going to throw to a quick little break. I will be signing off myself.
Oh,
BMU, you'll be taking the helm afterwards. I'm going to thank you so much for joining me in an exhilarating series up so far. If you want to get a little deeper understanding of some of the trixies out there, you should probably go and check out what is over on the Caster Bandit page on YouTube, where, well, most recently we've been talking to Prismat, right, before his Atlanta winning run, and afterwards, well, we've been tickling the brain of Ashen OCE himself, our top 8 Teemo, the first one ever in the world. Make sure, if you're interested in something like that, to give that a little peek on over. That is it all for me right now. We'll be throwing it to a very minor break, give BMU the chance to wet the whistle, and when we'll be coming back, it will be round number 6 right on the board. Don't go anywhere.
so much. Welcome back to the Runes and Rift coverage of the Chinese stream. Bandit has left the building. Joining me is EK, and we are straight into the match, EK. Sorry to drop you in at the deep end, but how are you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. You know, it's a lovely day over here, and the day's just started, and I can't wait to see some great Riftbound from side of how'd you spell it? Xi'an?
Yeah, Xi'an. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And it's a Azir versus a LeBlanc. What a matchup we've got here! What a turn to join EK. You lucked out on this one, I think.
I did. Now these are two decks that are just so well known for being the utmost of attack, right?
Mhm.
Azir, tokens, equipment, Arise. We have LeBlanc, different types of tokens still, right? But still that overwhelming force that is the LeBlanc deck.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, LeBlanc is one of those ones I see the most ruling calls about. Like, can I actually do this? Does this work like this? When can I react? When can I do this? So it's a very, very complicated deck to play. It's a very high skill ceiling, but my God, does it feel oppressive to play against when it gets rolling?
I had to personally start playing the deck just to kind of get the deck, you know?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's nasty, and we do see the LeBlanc opening up with that Dusk Rose lab as well. So that's a really nice card. So EK, do you know what this one does?
Yeah, it says when you have a temporary unit here, you can get to kill it at the beginning of your beginning phase to draw one. And you know what's temporary? All your tokens. So you'll be drawing a lot.
Do you know what draws cards when they die? Most of LeBlanc's deck. So you kind of get like a double hit there. So it's a really, really good battlefield. And what do we see on the side of Azir?
Is that the I forget the names, right?
It's the equipment one, right? It's where you can pay one less for the equipment. All of Legends, that's the one. So it restands your legend, right? For one. I'm not mistaken. And yeah, so we see the opening hand for the Azir, a couple of Doran shields. That's a really, really nice start. Obviously, get those Sand Soldiers rolling. The problem with playing against LeBlanc, I feel, is the fact that when it gets on the battlefield, it's so kind of oppressive to play into. And I think EK's dropped, so you're just going to have to hear me yapping for a few seconds, chat and stream. I hope you don't mind. It's just going to be myself, BMU, commenting as much as I can on this game until EK jumps back in, and it looks like we are starting. And the first thing I notice is these players' rank symbols in the top look absolutely beautiful. And they're currently 4-1, so we're not seeing the 5-0 decks at the moment by the looks of it. And Sand Soldier coming down, and I think EK is back with me. Yeah. EK,
my
apologies. Are you here? How's it going?
I'm here with you. Now, I want to say, right, usually I look at these games, and I do see, like, Emerald, Masters. This is the first time where I see two Challenger players playing each other. So I think these are, like, probably some of the best players that we have from side of China.
Yeah, and interesting, they're both going 4-1, so they're not showing us a 5-0 game, which makes me think it's like something like an Aurora mirror that nobody wants to see on stream. No. So they've just gone, Azir versus LeBlanc seems fun. Let's do that.
Right, I know we've had a lot of these games from side of the Chinese regional, so they just kind of only show the top, like the 5-0s. So having some light on this really, really interesting matchup. I mean, how do you think it's going to go? Who do you think is favorite here, BMU?
I honestly haven't seen this matchup yet, but from the results, I think Azir is really powerful in this set. Does Azir run into a lot of LeBlancs at regionals? I would imagine so. So I think in terms of like deck power, I think LeBlanc is a very, very powerful deck. In terms of experience and things like Cole the Weak coming down to stop any tempo, like we just saw, I think Azir can actually have a lot of options versus LeBlanc.
Right, and I think this is probably one of the best ways of dealing with LeBlanc. We've seen it with Purple, with Gus. We've seen it with any kind of deck that can just say no to the initial conquer, right? If LeBlanc can't get on the board, she can't make tokens. And that's what exactly Azir's gunning for right now.
Yeah, and just look at, I know obviously LeBlanc has lots of ways of like generating runes, generating gold, generating cards in hand. But when you're down to like 3 runes and your opponent's kind of like just doing what they want to do, and you know you're against yellow. So as you said, EK, like if they get onto a battlefield, there's so many options just to stop them conquering. And if LeBlanc can't conquer, it can't get its game plan running, and that can just absolutely kill it. You're right, like the introduction of like Gust back into main board is specifically for this matchup.
Exactly. And I think we're gonna see a lot of like kind of adaptations from the side of like the Azirs, the any decks in the game to kind of deal with this oppressive deck. And right now, I'm loving this. So we do Shadow's Call to give our own unit temporary, right? And because it's temporary, we can now actually take use of the Dust Rose Lab. It's not just kind of a LeBlanc only effect now.
Yeah, exactly. And it could be even worse. We did see the Hidden Blade, so they could potentially draw 4 off of this one Sand Soldier token, which is just kind of wild, like how much card draw yellow has access to now.
Right, and I think we're actually saying no to that plan, going for maybe a plan where we tap 1 to ready our legend.
No, I think he's just going for that one. I'm not entirely sure why you choose. Okay, that makes sense.
right, yeah. That would make sense. So again, choosing to say, hey LeBlanc, if your units can't conquer every turn, and I have a unit that's disposable, like these tokens from the Eye of the Herald, from the Azir legend, right? We could afford to lose our tokens, our units every turn, but LeBlanc, paying a power every single turn to kind of play these LeBlanc yellows, it's getting it pretty expensive for them. We're only on 5 runes.
Yeah, exactly. And just looking at the hand, we do see it's the Karthus variant of the LeBlanc. We haven't seen the baited hook yet, so I'm not sure if it's that version. And just for a little bit of clarification, yeah, Dust Rose Lab is right. You can kill any unit. It doesn't have to be temporary, but chances are you're probably not killing a unit that you want to hold down.
Right.
So temporary is probably the right call. And we do see a Cold of the Week coming down. So both players just playing absolutely like basically whatever I played last turn is probably dying. We see the Watchful Sentry come down. But yeah, you're right. If LeBlanc can't get onto a battlefield, it just kind of dies. Like there's not much you can do here. I think we might have lost EK again. So the sword coming down. I forget the name. Oh, no, it was hello again. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. So yeah, the sword coming down. So Azir is going to be able to generate another Sand Soldier. And obviously in a battle of attrition, like as long as you've got gear to play, which I know Azir runs like so much gear, obviously, you're always going to have units. But LeBlanc could very much run out of steam if it can't get on the battlefield.
Right, but now this is kind of the one turn, right? This is the one turn where we let up from the side of Azir, because now LeBlanc has the board, right? We will get this copy of this Sentry. And think about it, this Sentry is now threatening not 1, not 2, but 3 draws if we can get it on the Dust Rose Lab.
Yeah, and do you just kind of go, I know it feels really, really weird to do this, but do you Hidden Blade the Sentry to prevent the conquer and give him 2 draws or give him 3 draws now rather than 3 draws later and a conquer point? Like, is that an option, EK, do you think?
Oh, okay. So,
It's a decision to be made, right? I don't think it's the right one, but it's a decision to be made.
I think it's one of those ones where it's funny. It's definitely funny.
Yeah. He gets rid of the Karthus. That's an interesting choice. I think we had another one. Okay, that makes sense. You get rid of a Karthus because you've got another one in hand.
Right, for sure. And remember that we have the Glass Mysologist, so the Grave Karthuses that we throw there are not lost forever. So it could be something that we kind of say, I'll throw it in the grave now, so that means my Glass Mysologist that comes up next turn is going to be that much stronger.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you're on the side of Azir now, what are we looking for? It's too early for Arise.
Yeah, Arise is although Arise gets a lot of value, it is very, very early. And the thing is, like, you've got to once this LeBlanc deck starts rolling, and it's going to start rolling with the Karthus in the back. Can you get rid of that Karthus in the back is probably one of the main options in your mind right now, because those triggers going off twice is just insane. Suddenly LeBlanc has 20 cards in hand, has a full stack of runes, and it's very, very hard to win there. So he looks like he is going to try and challenge that battlefield. And you're right, you have to move quickly here. But what else can you do? Like it's really, really hard to interact with stuff in the back line right now.
Right, we did see our Call of the Week go away. We did see our Charm go away. And those are two important answers for this Karthus. But now, BMU, I think we're about to give this LeBlanc a draw for, and that's not something that we ever want to do.
Yeah, it's kind of like, do I just give you draw 4 now, or do I give you draw 3 at the beginning of your turn? Like, what options do you have? Honestly, LeBlanc is going to draw no matter what you do. That's just the fact. Call of the Week coming up. We've seen the mirror image and the glass mixologist. We could see just Karthuses everywhere. 17 death knell triggers on the chain, EK. It can get pretty wild.
Right, and now this is just the strength of this LeBlanc deck. It's more of an inevitability. I think it's similar to like the Aurora decks, where once LeBlanc gets going, there's no stopping it. But the big but in the situation is Azir, Arise. That's the one card to generate enough tempo, enough might, that just might break this hold.
Yeah, and right now what we're looking at, 1, 2, 5 pieces of gear. So an Arise is absolutely disgusting at the moment, and I don't think he's got it in hand, but it's definitely a possibility as soon as he does.
Yeah, and I do agree. And do remember, because these tokens, we don't really care too much about these 1/1 tokens, so we will be killing them for the Dust Rose Lab to draw one. And that means one card closer to our outs, to our charms that we need.
Yeah, and I think that is a Hidden Blade being played underneath. I think the idea is probably going to be like Dusk Rose Lab and Hidden Blade draw lots, looking for those answers to this LeBlanc that is slowly getting crazy. Like, look at that clutch of cards he has. Yeah, I just saw a Watcher as well, and that is absolutely devastating.
Right, I think I saw a Watcher, we saw the Mirror Image, the Glass, Call of the Week. There's so many answers from the side of this LeBlanc player here. And now Azir, who kind of had that commanding start of the game, had one turn where he let up, and just LeBlanc is threatening so much now.
Yeah, like literally one turn of, oh, you've got a unit and I can't get rid of it. Oh, well, there's the tempo swing gone. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And moving Karthus into the battlefield, a little bit risky. But obviously with the glass behind it, you can easily get those back.
Right, yeah. I think the play we were trying to go for there is say, hey, if I play my glass on top of the battlefield that Karthus is in, right? You get the multiple death knells, right? It's because it's technically on the board still while the death knell goes on the chain. So not as risky as initially you can think about, because if he does die with a mixologist, and we technically could make another copy, that's 3 mixologist procs, so we can bring back both Karthuses and a LeBlanc if we needed to. And that's the strength of this deck.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the other thing I've seen a lot of recently as well is those death knell interactions. Like, because of the new ruling, EK, and again, you probably know this better than me, but a death knell goes on the chain and you still retain control of that battlefield. So if Glass Mixologist dies, you can play units to the battlefield that just died at. Am I correct in that thinking?
You're absolutely correct. I mean, the worst I've seen him, BMU. Maybe you've seen it in your locals. Have you ever had a Galio slapped onto that battlefield?
This is the play we were talking about. The double Galio from the Glass Mixologist Karthus trigger, and all of a sudden 12 might comes down. And you're like, oh, never mind.
I think this deck rewards kind of setting up. It's a slow ball to get rolling, but once it starts rolling and you know kind of where to put the pieces, it's very strong. But I feel like the exact same thing can be said about Azir, right? And here, as you said, we're using our Dust Rose to kind of get that +2 draw, let's say +1 draw. What are we looking for, BMU, if you're on the side of this Azir player?
Again, I think right now you're looking for an arise. Like, you need to kind of take back control of this thing. You need like a rise. You need some combat tricks to keep LeBlanc off the battlefield. Because right now, if they build up these runes, which obviously the Sora and Shout is going to allow you to do, they've got loads of cards in hand. You're not going to win that resource war. You need to win the tempo war. Right now, he is 2 points ahead. But the cards in his hand don't lend themselves very well to holding battlefields.
I think that is very much true. One thing we can kind of do here is we're on 4 points. So we're still on our even point tempo, right? As much as it sucks to hear, with the kind of infinite value that we're about to see LeBlanc get into with mirror image on the glass, just a lot of units are about to be on the board. We are still closer to that victory point, and no matter how much, if LeBlanc can get 1 million might in their base, but still lose the game, that's still the position that we kind of want to be in from the side of Azir, right?
Yeah, right. There's so many times where you're like, well, I've got 40 might in base. Yeah, but you're on 7 points, so what does it matter? And I think that's kind of where Azir needs to be. You're right, EK. Like, it needs to be the case where he's like, I'm so far ahead on tempo, like, you're too slow right now. But we do see the Mixologist, we do see the Saurian Scout, we do see the card draw available on that Hall of Legends as well. So there's going to be so many options for the Blanc to do stuff. The only thing it's got going right now is obviously it can create those tokens, but it's running out of tempo, I think.
Right, and we're kind of seeing the Azir kind of get into this issue where we did draw a lot of our equipments early. Yes, we have a lot of equipments for this incoming Azir, but because these equipments are not in our hand, we actually can't use our legend. The only thing we can do to use our legend is the BF sword, which is the entirety of our rune pool, basically.
Yeah, and it kind of just opens up then to like, hey, unless you're willing to hide that hidden blade, which he has in hand, to potentially combat the Glask, you're gonna give the LeBlanc more cards, but at least it doesn't copy itself. Because when those things start copying themselves, they are so hard to deal with.
Right, and there's nothing scarier than facing down the barrel of 2 Glass Mixologists, and then they can bring back Karthus, they can bring back more draw, more runes. I don't think we've seen a rune generator from the side of LeBlanc yet. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Not yet, no, but the Soaring Scout is there, ready to kind of generate some runes, especially if you can get these, the double triggers off the Karthus that can ramp up very quickly. And EK's decided to play the BF sword just to get another unit, but he has tapped out. Are we going to see a hidden blade going down? I think we kind of have to.
Right, I think it's more of a as long as this Mixologist can't get on this battlefield, we can go up to 7 points. LeBlanc, we do have some accelerated options, right? Because that's what we want on the side of LeBlanc. We do have something like the Watcher, something like the Mirror Image. That's a lot of resources to kind of throw down into this attack, and that's exactly what we're about to see.
Yeah, exactly. And it's crazy at the moment. Like, this game's going either way. The Mirror Image coming down. I absolutely love this card. Copying, I would imagine, the Glass Mixologist, which that 5 dice does represent. And now all of a sudden you've got 10 might in those Mixologists, and they replace themselves as well. So what do you do as Azir here? Do you just give them the draws and the respawns? It's not, there's no good decision, I don't think.
Right. So these hidden blades are kind of an issue. Either A, you go in, use this hidden blade on this token, and not only do you give them a draw too, but also you give them a Karthus, which makes the second Mixologist that much stronger.
Yeah. It's such a rock and a hard place situation here. And he does opt to use the hidden blade, which is obviously going to give the LeBlanc 2 more cards for basically nothing. It's going to generate possibly a Karthus coming back, I would imagine. Maybe LeBlanc, but I would suspect the Karthus. And then that second Glass Mixologist gets his second Karthus. And it's horrible. How do you play against this?
I think this is an old Hearthstone thing. We're in Value Town, right? If we're on the side of LeBlanc. Not only do you get one Karthus right now, we're gonna see another one, or LeBlanc, and this is the issue now.
Oh,
We're
I
still
love this.
down 5-2, right? You can have all the cards that we want. We need to have some way of making use of them at the end of
Yeah,
the day.
I love this. That was a 5-5 trade.
Mhm.
No, it wasn't. No, it's 5-4 trade.
It's
Okay,
5-4.
so Glass does that. He is using the LeBlanc ability to copy it as well. So yeah, you're right. If this is Hearthstone, this is Value Town all day on this on the side of LeBlanc right now.
Now, I've never seen this interaction, right? Because I've never had the Azir before. But I'm pretty sure if we had another mirror image, we could have actually tapped one, ready our legend, make another Karthus token, and still try and go for the second conquer. So not Karthus, Mixologist.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The fact that the tokens come in ready as well, obviously, we see that more prevalent in those windswept hillock games, which I imagine will be the next one. So yeah, sometimes you can just kind of conquer a battlefield, copy something, run it across, and it gets pretty devastating. But that's not the situation we have on our hands right now. It looked like Azir was kind of steaming ahead in the early game, really denying LeBlanc's ability. But I don't think you can deny it anymore. Another mixologist coming down in the base as well. Look, I think right now his hands might be bigger than his deck. That's insane.
And that's a very big point from the side of Azir, LeBlanc. Getting this early hold, getting this big hold, this mixologist that threaten more Karthus, more LeBlancs. And I think we're just doing this play just to get 2 runes.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. It's a whole turn worth of ramp for essentially a 1 might unit. It's probably going to be pretty useless. So I actually really like that play. Just going, yeah, I'll just give me 2 runes, please.
Now, if you're on the side of LeBlanc, right, this is the kind of one issue that we're into. Our opponent's at 6 points. And these yellow decks, no matter what, are decks that you can't count out when they're at that 6 point. We've seen it with Victor in set 1, Bellows plus tokens. We've seen it now with Azir. Arise, still the card that we need to see from the side of this matchup.
Yeah, I can only imagine he runs 3 of them, and unfortunately hasn't run into any of them at the moment as well. So it's a little bit like, ugh. Would it be the best card right now? Probably. Would it win in the game? Maybe not, but it put him in a lot better position than where he is right now.
And I do agree, but I think the one thing I love from the side of Azir is I think Aurelia and Azir, no matter what, there's always a way for them to break a board. These decks, Death Grip, the might bonuses, discipline, there's answers to any problem if the problem is might.
Yeah.
Now the one issue is if we do have these Karthus procs, these glass procs, we can definitely get over 10 might, but then can we then get over the cavalry that follows up right from the mixologist procs?
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, obviously, with all these procs, like if you now arise to clear that battlefield, the Blanc is going delving for 4 units that are then going to be ready for the next turn. They're going to have a whole stack of runes available. And it looks like the Azir is just kind of digging for answers using the discipline as a, cost 2, draw 1. I don't know if he's going to go for a fight here. Like, it's insane the value those mixologists can get with a Karthus on board.
Right, and I think we're looking at it, and there's a lot of draws, a lot of runes. And remember that we can always just say, hey, instead of playing these at base, I'm just going to play all my rune generators on the battlefield. You'll kill them again because you have enough might. And next turn, I'm starting with 12 runes.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like the Azir play is looking through the trash of LeBlanc going, right, if I trade with this one here, what does that look like? And to me, it looks like a Karthus and a LeBlanc, or possibly 2 LeBlancs. It's a really, really tricky position to be in. And we might just see the Azir either go for it or scoop. I think those are kind of the 2 options you got. You got 1 more turn potentially to wait before LeBlanc just gets absolutely silly. And it looks like he's going to go for the build-up turn. A BF sword coming down. And he is unfortunately not able to play another token this turn. He's fully tapped out.
Right. I think that's kind of the issue that we ran into with all these calls, all these hidden cards, that our rune generation has not been good. Now, we do have Death Grip. We do have Brutalizer. If there's any deck I can trust with to kind of break this big board, it's this deck.
Yeah, and it looks like he's doing the calculations like, hey, if I do this next turn, so if I strap everything to this unit and then get another unit and accelerate it and do all these lovely stuff, like there is a possibility that he just gets overwhelming power and completely knocks the LeBlanc off the battlefields. But obviously with that token about to pop, he is going to get 2 more units from the trash, and it's going to get pretty scary.
Right.
We might just be going for it here, you know?
I think we are. I think we're just saying if there's ever a turn for us to kind of get these kills, it's now. The issue is we're getting 4 readied units, and that hidden blade, you know, we can stop 1, but can we stop 4 if we're only hiding behind 3 might?
Yeah, exactly. And that is a hidden blade on the bottom battlefield as well. It was a hidden card, shall I say, on the bottom battlefield. We don't know if it's
correct.
But chances are. So Brutalizer being equipped. This is a big old sand soldier. So it could potentially take over the 10 might here. But obviously it's the crackback that's the terrifying thing.
Right. I think the Azir player is saying, you know what? These tokens are going to die. Right? This token's going to die next turn. He's going to get 2 units. This glass, I'm going to have to deal with him eventually. He'll get 2 units. So saying, I'm going to deal with it this turn. He'll have to invest a lot of resources to get back into me. And I mean, that's where you just hope to God that you find the Arise.
Yeah, right. And obviously you've got a hidden blade on that battlefield. The top battlefield is guarded by a sand soldier with a lot of might. So it's not as simple as, you know, oh, he can just run back. But look at the units coming out of the trash for LeBlanc. That is a Carthus, 2 LeBlancs or LeBlancs at this moment in time. And obviously that, I forget the name of it, but it gives assault and it's very nasty to deal with. That's it.
Right. The Black Rose Dignitary, I mean, where are you staring down now? You're staring down like what, 20 might if you're on the side of Azir?
Yes. So yeah. So 5, 8, 11 plus 8 is 19 plus 4 there for the assault. Yeah, so it's like 23, 22 might, something like that. It's really nasty. Yeah. Is he playing for the top deck Arise? Like, because at the end of the day, like the next stage of this game is going to be a might problem. And Arise solves might problems.
For sure. I mean, Arise, Death Grip, this deck has the resources to kind of do so. The issue is, if our tokens die next turn, we used up a lot of these equipments. I think there's there's 6 on board. So the chances that we see more tokens, we need something like the Desert's Call. We need something like the Arise. And I'm afraid that if we give this LeBlanc any more turns, we're going to see that kind of board double and double and double.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. Like, thankfully, the LeBlanc ability is exhaust. Otherwise, it would just be absolutely crazy if it was just like every time you conquer the hold, just clone stuff. We do see just the biggest clutch of cards in the hand of the LeBlanc. So much might on board as well. And just like the easiest conquer, like, hey, yeah, use your Hidden Blade if you want. Like, I'll happily take 2 more cards and a full set of runes, you know? Oh, he's Hidden Blading his own. He's looking for the Arise. He has to be delving for it. It has to be what he is searching for. Let's have a quick look. Oh, did I see it?
Ooh.
Did I see? I thought I might have saw it, EK.
Okay, so if the Arise comes up, this game kind of switches up, right? We have 6 ready tokens. Okay, 6 tokens, 2 of them ready. Turn after, we have Death Grip, a way of kind of using this might, and that's 2 holds. That we're still 3 turns away if you want to win for the side of LeBlanc. I mean, this Arise can just be the entire, like, everything that we need.
Yeah, I love that as well. He called the week, I think it was a soaring, and he just generated so many runes.
You don't see the day where Call the Week is basically a wrap card, right? And that's the only thing that you only see that, inside LeBlanc with these double death knells, triple death knells. I'm sorry.
LeBlanc is just crazy, man. Like, you're just like, okay, yeah, I'm kind of in a good position. Oh wait, you have 12 runes and 17 cards in your hand. Like, oh, I cleared the battlefield. You just gained 4 units back. Like it's crazy. But the thing about the Azir is like LeBlanc is effectively tapped out now. They have one hidden card. They have 10 might on one battlefield and 9 might on the other, with obviously the triple death knell of the turtle. Was he a rising hand? I don't think it was. And what do you do here? Do you play for one more turn? Or is one more turn just impossible to deal with?
Now, the biggest issue here that's kind of staring us down, as much as we had this issue of, oh, this is a might problem now, it kind of flipped. We have this Rune Rex. Rune Rex is now threatening to deal 12 damage to the base.
That's an okay card. That's fine.
Right. 12 damage. And then BMU, we can copy it extra to get 24 damage straight to base. And that's something that we have to... I mean, if you're on the side of Azir, that's like a full-on rifle that we're staring down.
Yeah. Let's just go next, man. Come on. Like, if you've not got exactly a rise in hand, I don't think even a rise saves you right now, to be honest with you. Like, it is not looking good.
Right, because we do have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it's the 7th equipment, right? Double Rune Rex deals with 6. Okay, no, deals with... It's 3 procs, yeah. 6 of the new tokens that we're gonna summon. So technically, even if we do a rise, the chances are only one of these tokens is gonna live. With the incoming 6 procs, 24 damage from the Rune Rex.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if both of them die on that turn, obviously you've got 3 procs on each, 24 damage. It can be very, very nasty to deal with, and it just doesn't feel good, does it? It's like, if you kill a Rune Rex, oh cool, I lose my entire backline. That's fun. And we do see just the Brutalizer coming down, so it looks like the Azir didn't have the answer this turn. But when LeBlanc is holding, it just gets worse for you. Like, every turn is infinitely worse.
So I will say, there is something really mean you can do that on the side of LeBlanc. If Azir ever goes to equip a unit, that actually opens up a reaction trigger, which means that we can use a card like Sacrifice to reaction speed, kill our own Rune Rex, and then kill the units before they get their equipments.
Yeah, it is nasty. Like, the introduction of that Sacrifice card, especially in decks like LeBlanc and Set, is such a tempo switch. So what is it? It's draw to +1 rune, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Kill a mighty unit as an additional cost, which does come up, and then draw to channel extra a rune.
Yeah, and we do see the Glass Mixologist popping and putting out 2 more units on that battlefield. It's just nasty. Like, honestly, when LeBlanc gets rolling, it is really, really shocking. And he has copied the Rex on the bottom battlefield as well. So potentially threatening like 24 damage if both of those die. It is mad.
Yeah, 24 damage, and we can get at least 12 of those.
Never mind.
Oh my god. Oh, that's 4 times. So let's think about it, right? Oh god, that's a mirror image on the Rex. Oh, make it stop, VMU. Make it stop. This is a massacre.
Does he have the Sacrifice just to pop this and just like, hey, you lose your... No, he's just putting it on that battlefield as well. I don't think there's anything the Azir could do. And seeing this board state, I'd just be like, let's go next.
Well, I mean, definitely. I mean, we do have the Hidden Blade also to kind of pop this add reaction speed. And Azir, there's Azir Rise, but even then, I feel like Azir...
I don't think there's a winnable... I don't think if your opponent, like, literally discarded his entire hand here, like, you can't win. Like, I don't think... Like, it's just insane. Like, you've got a machine gun on every single base here. Like, the second one of those Rune Rexes get popped, 4 death knell triggers go on the chain, and it's just over.
That's 16 damage, right? And we don't have 1. We don't have 2. We have 3. 3 of Rexes.
and they can be played at reaction speed. So even if we go to like equip our units with the weapon master, with the equips, we can just go, yeah, 1 second. Let me use my card here.
Have I like just miscalculated this situation? Obviously, this Azir player knows exactly what he's doing. Like, would you be wasting time here with an Arise if you didn't think you could win?
I mean, let's see. How much might can we get? Remember, we have to dodge these incoming bombs that are 16 might units. So that means anytime you try and go and beat a battlefield, you have to go in with at least like a 20 might unit, I think.
I would have loved to seen a sacrifice right now. just bang, 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 bang.
But we can. Yep, that's a sacrifice. Reacting to the equipment trigger, one of the strongest things that we can do on LeBlanc, and we're about to see, all these tokens just start going to grave.
Yeah, that's horrible. You're like, oh, my only out is a Rise here. Oh, never mind. Ruined Rex just absolutely devastates anything that's active. And obviously with the 7/7, that has to be a fist bump, I would imagine. Yeah. And
For
go
sure,
game
yep,
two. That is just nutty.
I mean, that is the strength of LeBlanc. It's like a giant boulder that keeps getting more and more mass as it goes down the mountain. And if you can stop it at the beginning, right, it's small. But there's no stopping it when it gets to the end of the game.
I thought the Azir was playing really, really well at the start, like literally like overextending slightly to make sure LeBlanc couldn't gain a foothold on the battlefield. But you kind of need to make those plays. Like, you can't let LeBlanc get an early hold, because if it gets an early hold, it just runs over you. So played really well at the start. The mid game swung slightly back into LeBlanc's favor. They managed to get the hold. They managed to get the cards that they needed, like the Watchful Sentry to draw cards, Carthus, Mixologist, all those lovely mid game tempo cards. And I think from like that point on, it was so difficult. And unfortunately, Azir just didn't have the right combination of cards into that mid game, and he definitely didn't have the runes because he overextended in that beginning to stop the LeBlanc kind of conquering and holding, as we mentioned. It's a double-edged sword, EK. But what did you think of that matchup? Was there a way for Azir to get back into that, do you think?
I think, I mean, as you said, Azir kind of did do that kind of overextension, but it was something that we were forced to do. We have to get LeBlanc off these battlefields. And remember, it was one singular sentry that got away, right? That started this chain of tokens. And if you're on the side of Azir, we just didn't have as much tokens from our side, right? Because we spent our runes earlier in the game, we couldn't play a BF sword and play a token. We couldn't use our battlefield at singular time. And if you're on the side of Azir, you're thinking, okay, that was game one. How do I now accelerate my deck? How do I go even quicker, have even more control? And I'm not sure. I mean, do you know what the sideboard cards that we can kind of see from the side of Azir?
Honestly, I don't know the Azir matchup very well. I've not really played Azir, unfortunately. Maybe chat can help us out. Like, is there any Azir mains in the chat that can let us know? EK, what do you think? Is there anything like Azir could do to go quicker in this situation?
I mean, so this is the plan, right? You go to an Aurelia deck, go to the sideboard, pick up a sneaky deckhand, get a Sharpie, color that green, call it a day. But
yeah,
I mean,
that might be the play.
That might be the play. No, but being genuine though, if we're on the side of Azir, the one thing that can save us is our battlefields. We can get something such as the Arena's Greatest, I think, where we can get the 1 point extra that can save us from the side of missing out on that extra turn. We're on 7 points. Imagine if we had the extra point from the battlefield, we'd be on 8. That would be our win. So that's, I think the one issue. I think the only other card that can accelerate a unit from the side of Azir is guards and Arise, of course.
It's one of those things. It's timing, isn't it? It's about having the right cards at the right time. Obviously we've got some we've got some people in chat here. Desert Core guards, possibilities. Get some more units out very quickly. We do see the opening hand of the Azir, and it looks like there's a charm that can definitely help stop the tempo of the LeBlanc as well. But I think you're right. Did they just go to their Aurelia friend and grab some sneaky deckhands?
I mean, if you're on the side of the Azir player, this charm, I think now we have to think about, was my first charm too early? Was it incorrect, the charm in the LeBlanc? Should I have waited for the Karthus? And that's a very hard decision to make, because on one hand, you give your opponent the opportunity to draw so many cards, right? But on the other hand, you're letting a Karthus sit in base very pretty. It's a hard balance to go for. And we do see the Karthus on the side of LeBlanc. This might just be...
Yeah, and I would imagine the Karthus, the LeBlanc goes second as well. So Karthus turn 1 is going to be... It's a risky play, but it's probably the best play. Like, against green decks, it's kind of risky because obviously, as we mentioned, Charm and stuff like that.
Right.
But establishing Karthus turn 1 and getting like those draws off the LeBlanc and stuff like that, it can just be absolutely devastating.
Right, and I do agree. Now, the issue is, if you're on the side of LeBlanc, I think you can just, if you have a 2-drop, I'm just happy to drop it down. Maybe the center can just go. Going for the LeBlanc, I think just saying...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I do like the LeBlanc going first, only because if we play the Karthus next turn, we can double up on these death knells, right? Because it'll be ready. But other than that, going down a rune early, we have the charm, we have the guards, so we have ways of accelerating our units.
Yeah, the thing is, like, just gonna go Conquer, which is great. Obviously, that cheapens the gear, doesn't it? As far as I'm aware, that battlefield. And then we do see, is it Frozen Waste if I defend here alone on the side of the LeBlanc?
So Frozen Waste is I think an excellent battlefield from the side of LeBlanc, because if you think about it, when is LeBlanc ever defending alone?
Well, not only that, if it is defending alone as well, it doesn't care if the units die, because they generally give you really good triggers. So if anything, it encourages your opponent to kind of swing in there.
Right. So imagine we set up our LeBlanc on the other side of the battlefield, right? We copy it. Now that's 6 might on the side of our defense, and that's not going to get minus. Now, as the Azir player, you have to answer that. I mean, brutalizer, equipment. And then the unit that's left after the attack is left defenseless.
Yeah, fully agree. And the other thing playing on my mind as well is the fact that there's only 20 minutes left of this round.
Yes.
And I don't know if it's like I haven't really caught up with the entire stream, but the past game we casted as well, round 3 had 30 seconds left. Like, are we going to see just draws after draws after draws? Because the game is getting more complicated. Decks like LeBlanc require a lot of thought. Decks like Aurora, believe it or not, require a lot of ordering and stuff like that as well. Like, are we going to see the game slow down again, EK?
I think we're kind of with these decks that have a lot of like moving parts. We saw it a lot more on the side of Miracle Draven, Miracle Ezreal. These decks, they need a lot of thought. Do I double? Do I play this unit? What do I bring back? And it's also a lot of like dexterity, right? You have to handle so many cards that the game, it will take longer if you're on the side of these players. Now, this is the advantage of being the Azir. If it does come to a draw, if we do get this game to win on our side, and it does go into overtime, LeBlanc takes time to get going. And that might be why... That actually might be why our Azir player chose to kind of extend that game 1. He's saying, if I give the LeBlanc player any more time on the clock, literal time, that means game 3, they could actually be in a position where they're ahead of me in points. But because I've extended that timer, game 3, if we go into game 3 and it's overtime, we'll just win the game because we have more ready units.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that is, like, obviously time does play a very big part of this. But going back to this turn, look, you're going to give, if you clear this battlefield and then charm the Karthus in, you're going to give the LeBlanc so many cards, but all the tempo is going to be gone. And if we know anything about LeBlanc, it needs tempo to kind of win. Do you see, EK, this line of killing that battlefield, getting them all the cards in the world, but managing to clear that board? Is that more valuable right now than just holding?
I mean, that's definitely a tough ask. I think I know we have the charm in hand, correct?
Yes, we do.
So if there's ever a world where we charm over this Karthus, kill it, and then okay, hold on. I think I found the line.
Yeah.
So we charm over, kill the Azir. Our tokens currently at, I think it's at 5 might. If we have Death Grip, we can Death Grip the token, give that 5 might over to our second token, 7 to 6. We can clear the board.
Yeah, and he doesn't, because we dealt with the Karthus before, it means that there's no double death now. So they do get to draw 2, which is fine. It's not as bad as draw 4, that's for sure. Right. But we've completely changed the tempo swing of this, and Azir might have just figured it out.
Right, going in, I think, yeah, we do see this. There's the Death Grip. We found it. Now, this is huge. So, not only did we deny the LeBlanc a draw 4, even though this is a draw 2, we still have to we had to discard a card to get that token, right? So it's more of a draw, like it's a +1 on advantage, which is still good, of course. But we are now in a very bad position on the side of LeBlanc. Because next turn, I mean, what is our next turn? Play Glass Mysologist, play two drops, right?
Yeah, you have 5 runes, right? It's not a fun turn for LeBlanc. And obviously Azir is just going to be able to run away with the point tempo. And as long as he has the options to keep LeBlanc in its base without those rush, without those big units coming in and conquering, this could just be game. I mean, what do we see? Yeah, Glask. You're right,
Glask.
EK. I think that's the only option.
And just look at the point difference now. Going into basically, it's going to be 5-1, 2 turns away from winning, and I think this is a much better situation to be in than our last game, right? Our last game we didn't have these units on board. Now we're ahead in units. Yes, this Glass Mysologist can break back a Karthus, but then
it's just not quick enough.
It's not enough.
It's just not quick enough. Yeah, it's not quick enough. Like, Karthus is great if you've got stuff on board ready to kind of like blow up and get, those draws and runes and units and blah, blah, blah. But right now he needs something that can take a battlefield, and against yellow, that can be really, really difficult.
And we do see, is that, I think I saw a little pre-rift special in that Azir hand, and it's not a card that I do see often, and that's the Ashe. Thoughts on just playing out Ashe here, getting our information from the side of our opponent?
I don't mind it at all. Yeah, I don't mind it at all. But like, you're now giving the Glask a chance to get onto a battlefield, right?
I do think, yes. I think that's the Azir player saying, I don't have the answers right now to deal with this Glask, right? So I would want to see, I would go kind of limit the options that my opponent has and get a grasp on their hand. And we see it's just a lot of units that, yes, they're pretty good to come back from Glask, but we need to get them on our battlefield. We need to get them in our grave. We need to get them ready. And that might be a bit too much to ask for on the side of these LeBlanc.
Yeah, I just the thing is, I think you're exactly right. Like, it's easy enough to say like, oh, hey, if I can stop this getting on the battlefield, then I just win the game from here. But obviously, if you don't have those cards in hand, why not play a 4 might unit that lets you take a card out of the hand of LeBlanc and see all the information, and then just play for next turn? You're currently 4 points ahead. Like, it's not the worst case scenario, but we saw how quickly LeBlanc can just steamroll when they start making those clones.
Right. So the one thing you have to be scared of is this incoming Death Grip from the side of LeBlanc. So that's probably 10 plus might that we have to deal with the token, with whatever Death Grip target that we have. But again, we're playing against Azir. If there's any deck that can have answers to these big questions of 10 might, 13 might, it's Azir. We have Brutalize, we have Death Grip, we have BF Sword, I think, in hand. And
Yes.
if there's ever a deck to not kind of count out for the attack, it's this one.
Yeah, for sure. Like, as I said, Azir, the ability to generate loads and loads of might, and obviously with the Azir champion, which we didn't see last turn as well, able to drag those tokens around, they can very, very quickly conquer and very, very quickly generate a lot of might. And we know the hand of the LeBlanc as well, so we have perfect information to play around. You know, there's a maximum of one card that we don't know, and it's not that scary. If you don't know one card, it's fine. And is that 1 or 2 runes up as well? I think it's 1.
I think it's 1.
Yeah, it's 1 rune up by the UI at the top as well, which is very, very handy. Thank you very much, production. So yeah, he's contemplating now, like, what do I give you back? Like, he's doing the math to say, I can conquer this battlefield. I can go to 6. Then what can come back at me? And right now, it looks like it'll be a LeBlanc and a Karthus. And it's not that scary. It's not that hard to deal with.
Right, and not only that, but also, if you're the side of LeBlanc, yes, we know that the Azir player doesn't have it in hand. But you have to kind of answer the question. My opponent's going to be on 6. How are we going to deal with a Rise? That card just shifts the entire game plan from side of LeBlanc, even if it's not there.
Yeah, how do we deal with a Rise? How do we deal with the Azir champion dropping in? How do we deal with just getting hidden bladed before we even make it to a battlefield? Like, there's so many options that Azir could potentially have. Obviously, we can see his hand. We know that that's not the options available, but the Blanc player certainly doesn't. At least I hope not.
Right. I do know, I think, having a little sneak peek, I'm pretty sure that we have the charm from the side of the Azir. So when this Karthus does come back, we do have a way of charming him in and stopping more of these Death Knot procs from happening.
I love that. The double gut punch that is. You think it's bad now, wait until I take the Karthus off you as well.
Right, and just look
or
at
do
the
you even
board
take the Karthus, or do you just charm the LeBlanc and get rid of any sort of pressure? I'm not sure, you know. I think there's 2 good options. I think, honestly, both options are quite good.
I agree. I think both options have their own kind of merits. The one kind of saving grace of charming the Karthus is when you inevitably have to kill the Mixologist, it's bringing in less units onto the battlefield, right? Because Mixologist does kind of get this idea of a double showdown, so kind of making that double showdown weaker can help you out. And using our ability, playing a equipment for free. Okay, how many equipments do we have now for this incoming?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by my count.
And that's 5, and we have the tokens to kind of use it, and we do also have an Azir that can come down. What do you do?
There's a lot of options. There's a lot of options, but if there's one deck you don't ever count out, it's LeBlanc. The ability to just generate resource and generate tempo and generate card advantage is just insane. But it looks like the Azir is definitely in the driving seat at the moment. They should be on 5 points. That's correct. Yes.
Right.
5 to 2. Yeah, if we conquer the bottom battlefield as well, we'll go to 6. Do we want to? I think we just do, right? We just threaten the hold and everything like that, and then we just need to conquer 1 and stuff like that, split the resource. But the thing about this game is there's 9 minutes remaining, and I think, judging by the level of thought that needs to go into every single move right now, we might get another situation where we get like a game 2 that's 30 seconds long.
Right. So I agree, and I think that's exactly where you want to be on the side of Azir against a slower deck. Remember, I think every single game we've had the point advantage and by a significant margin, 6-2. I think it was like 5-1 game 1, right? Game 3 will probably be the same way, and game 3 will probably end the same way, where we have the lead, and usually LeBlanc can then get back into the game with these cards, with these Mixologists. But if time's up, time's up.
Yeah, and time is such a... When you're playing, as I said, with all these new mechanics, we spoke about it before the round started as well, like all the new mechanics, tracking loads more, like decisions being made on almost every level, like deeper decisions being made. these games are getting very, very slow, EK. Like, you've got to be conscious of, like, hey, maybe I just play an aggro deck and just win on time. And we do see the charm coming in. What's he charming? What is he going to charm?
The Nixologist.
Interesting.
So I think here we had a good look at the grave, right? Saying,
yeah, okay,
I'm getting rid of your 5
get rid of 5 might, get 3 back. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but also it makes the mirror image weaker. So instead of having the mirror image a glass, your best mirror image is now LeBlanc, which is certainly a little bit worse than what we could have had.
Yeah, I get the play. It's very clever. It just feels like, do you want to allow those death knells and draws? It's kind of crazy, right?
And this is and look at the side of Azir. Oh, I could equip more units, but I'm gonna keep 6 runes for the incoming turn. So now LeBlanc has to be very. I think there's a ruling call there.
Yeah, why is he not letting him move it across? He's recycling 2 runes. Oh, I'm not sure what just happened there.
I think they were just thinking about about the if we want to equip or not. So now, before we were on 4 runes, right? We were threatening 6. If you ever threaten 6, you have to kind of say there's a rise coming in. Now on 2 runes, LeBlanc can kind of take a little breath, saying, if I kind of conquer both battlefields here, my opponent won't have the Arise, at least that turn. But that at least buys us 1 turn if we find out how to break this board. But how?
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very hard board to break, because what do we have at the top? We have 4 might at the top, if I'm not mistaken. And what, 4, 2, 3... Ugh, there's a lot. I can't quite see what that bottom card is. It might be a BF sword. If it is, there's a lot of might on that bottom battlefield.
Oh wait, they have the icons for the equipment.
Oh, they do. They have the graphic, yeah, but they don't have the equipment.
Oh. Do they? I think they do. I love the. I want to say.
Oh yeah, they do. Brutalizer and BF sword on the top. Yeah. So Brutalizer, that's 5. It's a 6 might on the top. And what do we have on the bottom? We have Doran's. There's 1 there. Says 9. Okay, so
9.
Fairly even split of might.
I mean, I should say I love the Chinese production.
It's so good.
These guys bang it out, and I hope that when we come to Worlds, that we do see kind of our like English kind of casting and community feel with this kind of production value from the side of China. I'm ecstatic. Back to the game though. There's 15 might on the board from the side of Azir. How much might do we have on the side of LeBlanc? We have 2, 4, 7, 8. 8 might, so not enough currently.
Do you have a death grip in hand? So obviously that can swap might about, assuming stuff survives. It's a really difficult position here from LeBlanc, and you can see he's agonizing over decisions. But by the looks of it, he does know a way he can hold on. Obviously, if you just conquer 1, you can kind of slow it down a little bit. And, with double Karthus on board, it could potentially be like, hey, I'm just going to conquer 1 here, draw some cards and see what I can do next turn. And let's see what happens here. So we're swinging 7 might into 6 here. Right. So we're probably going to lose the Karthus.
I think saying, we're going to kill the Karthus here. And remember, on the crackback, we still have our BF sword. We still have our brutalizer to attack with. So that's a 8 might unit. 9 might unit, we have to kind of stare down the gun for if you're on the side of LeBlanc. So how do we deal with this is the real question.
Yeah, I think obviously with the equipment, equipment's terrifying because it's like a permanent buff that just sits there and can be swapped around. And like Azir and decks like that make such good use of it. So you're right, yeah, you clear out this 6 might unit, but then the BS sword and the brutalizer gets equipped to a sand soldier next turn, and then you've got to deal with that as well. And that could just be game. But look at the time, EK. We're on 3 minutes. Like, we're going to see it's going to have to force a draw, which is just not what you want to see in these sort of regionals.
Right. And I mean, a draw right now when you're 4-1, it would kind of seal away your
Mm.
chances of making it to top cut. 4-on-1 it means you have to go through a perfect kind of road at the end of the game. You gotta win every single game from here on out to have a chance, I think, to making it to top cut. Now, if you're on the side of Azir, you need to end this game now. End this game right now. Go to game 3. Use your Arena's greatest and try and sneak away a win while you still can.
I don't know. Do you like just go, oh, do you know what? I don't think I can win against LeBlanc going fast on Windswept Hillock. And you just go, do you know what? You know, like that's the problem that you're facing now. So we could see like a bit of a metagame thing going on here. It's just like, actually, the draw is better for me. But for me as like a player, I just like, I just want to get as much play in as possible. But these guys are playing for some like real prizing, you know, real prestige and things like that. So the time constraints and the game free is definitely a consideration going through Azir's mind, I imagine.
Right, and I wasn't even thinking about it, right? We are going into a windswept game where I was talking about how Azir was having that strong point lead. In a windswept game, I think LeBlanc actually has it, right? Being able to double conquer every single turn.
Yeah, I mean, if LeBlanc goes first and gets a 2-drop, like you're either giving them cards, giving them runes, and they're guaranteed a double conquer. Like it is insane how quickly a windswept LeBlanc can go. And saving that battlefield for your going first game 3 with that much time left is pretty good. Pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not sure about how the time rules go, right? If time is called in this game, do we still go to a game 3?
I don't know. I don't think they do. I think if they run into overtime, they do not start game 3. So it just ends up as a draw. So this game needs to end now.
Right, so
I might just scoop here as LeBlanc. You know,
right.
That's it, game over, right? Oh, no, he trades. Okay. I might just scoop here as LeBlanc and just go, I think I can gain 2 points in 3 turns.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think if we scoop as LeBlanc, we get the hill-up game that we kind of want. I do agree. That's
feels like the right thing to do, right? Just end the game and go game 3.
Yeah, end the game, go game 3, start off. I think you'll get 1 turn, and then you'll be turn 0 if it goes quick, or you are turn 0. Either way,
just scoop.
Actually,
it doesn't end this game in 30 seconds. Unless the time is wrong, unless there was a judge call or something, the time is wrong. They've still got a few minutes. We'll find out. But yeah, the Azir, like, there's nothing you can do. Just scoop.
I think that's the game right now. Yeah.
That has to be a game.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are going to see potentially a game 3. Maybe with like 10 seconds left on the clock.
A very quick game 3, if there is one, because time is called in like 10 seconds. So we're going into this game 3 where it's 0, 1, 2, 3. So that's one turn from LeBlanc. So we have 1 turn to play a 2-drop from LeBlanc. The second turn we can double conquer. The third turn we want to double conquer. This is who wins?
If there's any deck, if there's any deck that can basically get 2 points ahead, it's LeBlanc, Windswept Hillock, going fast. That is the deck that can do the work here. And if we do see a case of like possibly 4 turns, turn 1 and then turn 0 going into overtime, LeBlanc can pull ahead very quickly. Azir is going to have to make some really, really interesting mulligan choices. Like, do you just save Hidden Blades and just, I'm not going to win the game, but you're not either. Could that be the play?
Oh, yeah. I think if you just try and call away their turn 1 unit,
exactly,
and
right.
Yeah, I think if we can say, hey, if in these 3 turns you can't get to a battlefield, I can't get to a battlefield, we go for a draw. That is a very interesting. Now, this is kind of, I always want to say that time Riftbound is kind of a different game than normal Riftbound, right? Usually we're so kind of focused on, hey, I need to be on this tempo, I need to be on 8 points, I shouldn't conquer. Now it's just go, 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 go. The game kind of changes here. And now it's up to the Azir saying, hey, do I go for the win? Do I go for the draw?
I think as Azir, like with LeBlanc staring you down on this battlefield, you sideboard out everything that isn't going to stop him conquering a
Right.
battlefield. Like, you don't even worry about scoring a point. The only thing you worry about is him not scoring a point. I think as Azir, like, I hate to say this because it feels so like dirty to do it, but I think as Azir, the best option for you right now is play for the draw. And that kind of sucks because it's not how we want to see competitive Riftbound, but it is part of the game, unfortunately.
I'm trying to think. So you'll have turn 1 and turn 3 if you're on the side of Azir, right?
Yes.
So 0, 1, 2, 3. So you'll have a 3 might turn, a 3 rune turn, and a 5 rune turn. So that means if I'm on the side of Azir, I'm getting rid of every single Arise. They're all gone. Bye bye.
Oh yeah, of
They're
course.
not
Yeah,
single
yeah. I'm getting rid of anything that isn't Cold of Weeks and Hidden Blades. I've got to be honest. Like,
I think you just show up with
options,
the
right?
Yeah, show up
Yeah,
with like a
you
9-card deck.
It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! Basically, like they play the turn 1, you just show them 2 Hidden Blades and a Coal, and they're like, okay, draw. You know, oh, they drew. Okay, they just took the. I'm guessing they just ran out of time then, and they decided on the draw.
Sure.
I mean, I think it was going to end that way anyway, to be honest.
For
but,
sure.
I think the ruling said like, look, we're going into game number 3 here with 4 seconds on the clock. It's a draw.
I think that's where, if you're on LeBlanc, was it smarter to just scoop the game earlier?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if you're kind of looking down the barrel and it's like, look, there's 6 minutes left. I don't think I can. Like, there's nothing in my hand right now that says like, if I do this, I win.
Right.
Yeah, you might just want to scoop and just go, look, I'm playing my best battlefield. I'm going first, and I can just win the game from there. You know, I think you're right. I think you're right, EK. I think he sort of scooped with like 5 minutes remaining, but he obviously saw a way to win that game. So I don't know.
Wait. Hold on. I think looking at the broadcast right now, I think there's one card we left out for the side of Azir that would have actually won him the game in a win-swap Taylor game, and that's guards.
Yeah,
guards?
we did mention it into the sideboard. Yeah.
Right. So you have guards, you ready it, send it into windswept. I don't think there's a single 2-drop on the side of LeBlanc that can conquer that turn. And then we would just sit pretty on this windswept hillock. We would actually win the game. No?
Yeah, possibly. But the thing is, like, that's like if you run
One
free
card.
of that card, yeah. Even if you run free of it, the chance of seeing it in the mulligan is like 30%. If you mulligan 2, so whereas LeBlanc, you know, basically every single one of their 2-drops wins them the game. So
Yes.
Azir has a very, very strong game. Don't get me wrong; it's not
Right, for sure.
unwinnable, but
Yeah.
the odds are in LeBlanc's favor.
I do agree. I mean, that's the strength of that windswept hillock. I think we were talking about caster. I think Bandit. Yeah, Bandit saying in chat that they can make a top cut with a draw. So I think both players saying,
Yes.
you know what, I'm not gonna flip my entire top 8 on this one game 3 that's gonna last 3 turns. Just go for the draw. I think that's smart.
Yeah, you can definitely make top cut with X and 1. That's more than achievable. We've seen it a few times. Obviously, going undefeated guarantees you the top cut as it should.
Correct.
But my God, these top 8 top cuts are brutal EK. Like, I remember when we had like top 64, but we just saw so many like IDs, didn't we? The last couple of rounds,
Yeah.
it kind of like made them go, do you know what? I want stuff to play for. But for me, it's like, you know, if you make day 2 of a regional and you're going X and 2, you've made day 2, fantastic. You can't
Right.
make top cut X and 2, which is, it just feels really nasty, really, really nasty.
And I think even if you like win every single round, there's like a chance, right? And you're not even guaranteed. If you win all your if you go into like Allen, Prisma, like Rico, somehow beat all of them day 2, but you started X2, you're still not guaranteed.
No, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy like how brutal that top 8 cut is. But EK, what did you think of that game overall? Like, did you think like either side could take it? Did you think it was a bit one-sided?
I mean, I think it was literally, it all came down to the early game. If Azir has the kind of board control early, he takes the game. If LeBlanc is kind of left to their own devices, they take the game. And we saw it perfectly in game 1 and 2, how, you know, we couldn't get that ball rolling. Right?
For For sure. Yeah, it was brutal. Yeah, and again, I love the production value. Just showing those signed overnumbered legends on
Yeah,
the
for
stream as
sure, for
well.
sure, for sure.
Okay, they are beautiful. But I think, look, we've got a couple of minutes left before the
Right.
next round. I'm dipping out. I'm gonna sit
Right.
back and I'm gonna enjoy the cast of the final round of the Swiss for
For sure.
today. And yeah, I've really enjoyed myself. It's been a great cast, obviously with Bandit and yourself as well. Are
For
you
sure.
staying on, or is this
I
your
think
one and done?
I think I'm staying on for one more round, and I think
Excellent.
if you have anything you want to talk about, you want to shout out. I know there's a little program that I've been using that I think maybe you want to talk about a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. So the little program, thank you very much for the segue. Yeah, so basically, I created an app called Riftlight, Riftlite. It's currently at about 1,100 users. It's a tracking app for all your scores, and there's loads of other features and stuff like that as well. And believe it or not, sold out as in the second place finisher of Sydney tweeted out saying he's been using it. He's been really enjoying it. So all I'm saying is winners and top eights of regionals are using this app. You should probably be using it too. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah. I mean, if
You
there's
can
any
catch
app
me on
I
YouTube
love,
and Twitter and everything like that as well.
No,
Riftlight, I think is an amazing app. I love the app. I use it too. It's a great way of like kind of getting better at the game, knowing your kind of games. I love it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the feedback, and hopefully that's everyone else's thoughts as well. But yeah, EK, I'm gonna leave you, give you a little bit of time to get a break, get the other caster in, and I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna enjoy my breakfast. I'm gonna watch some Riftbound. That's what I'm gonna do.
All right. Thank you so much, Bandit. I think BMU. So sorry. Thank you so much, BMU, and I think we can go into a little break.
All right, guys, we are back. Shout out to these awesome casters for giving me a little bit of time because as you guys can hear, my voice is a little bit fried. Hope you guys can still understand me, but we're going to go ahead and hang in there for the very last round of today's Xi'an Day 1 Regional Open. And to close out the show with me is EK Pilot one more time. He was asking me in the break, he said, what matchup do you want to see? And I was letting him know this regional has actually been one of the better regionals that I can remember. I can't remember a regional that has given us so much fantastic matchups. Round 1 was a Jhin. Round 2 was a Rengar. Round 3 was Master Yi XP. Round 4 was Darius. No. There was somewhere in the middle there.
Round 5 was Darius, I think.
What was it?
Round 5 is Darius? Let me go find round 4 for you. Keep going, sorry.
Yeah, round 5 was Darius, but there was even a better one. There was even a really good match in that round number 4, so I can't be upset, but it looks like the game is right here, chat. So round number 7, the very last one today, RABD, a very familiar name and a team name, but let's go ahead and jump in that feature table and see what legends we will be closing out today's Day 1 with.
Yeah, I mean, the one legend I've kind of missed is Kai'Sa. I want to see a Kai'Sa if possible.
Oh, EK, we jinxed it. We're like, at this point they might go ahead and throw us some Aurora matchups. So not the best, but it is what it is. As long as we don't get a mirror match, and this is a good one. I like this set. Set in set 3. How are we feeling about set?
I love set. I think if you're out there, Manch kind of instilled the fear of set in me from set 1, and this deck is getting better, and better. So I love this deck. I think it's the most underdog deck that can do so well. We've seen Colin do well with it set 2, and I think we're gonna see it pop off in set 3.
Yeah, funny enough, I feel like this color combination has the tools to take down these Aurora decks, right? We're talking about body, has access to things like Sabotage, has access to things like Action, and then we have the order domain, right? We have the easy gear removal and the salvage. So on paper, I feel like Set has a pretty good matchup against Aurora, which we don't know for certainty, but the sigil of the storm pretty much indicates to me that this will be a Sivir Aurora. Now, from your playtesting with Mange, what tools have Set really picked up in set 3 that has really made him stand out this set compared to the previous ones?
Well, I haven't played with the guy in a while, but I think we have there's some battlefields that kind of give power, give buffs. There's a lot more buffing tools in the game now, and I think the best part is, right, what is Aurora's greatest strength right now? Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon says get rid of a unit. What does Set always have access to? Set Legend that can save a unit. And the best part is, yes, you can Elder Dragon get rid of my Set Brawler, but he's buffed, so he'll live. And next turn, I'll buff him again, and get him up to these like 10, 11 mites that can kill your Elder Dragon, and still save my unit, because even though he does die, we can save him again with the Set Legend.
Right.
So I think this either A will be a beautiful masterclass from the side of Set, or it will be, oh god, we see a Catalyst, mobilized Catalyst from the side of,
right. Doesn't get any better. Now it just takes for Sivir being on the play, and that's going to be a really bit of a hard matchup for a Set player. Right. But let's see if he has the tools in the main board, because we just discussed in the sideboard he should be decent, okay, going forward. But things have to be settled in this game number 1 of this round number 7. Can Set do the job? I would imagine both of these players at a minimum, we're somewhere in the middle tables. I guess they really wanted to show us a Set, because this is a 3-3 player. That's interesting.
I think this is a deviation from what the Chinese regionals have been doing, where usually it's like, okay, we'll take a boring matchup, throw it in, right? Because they're the 5-0s, 5-0s. But I think just this set being a deck that you don't see often, and one of the decks that kind of really, I think, have the answers to beat Aurora.
Yeah, definitely feels that way. So let's see how he approaches this matchup. Gets a nice little pit rookie to start things off. We're seeing a couple new additions like we talked before. What new tools this set has to work with? It looks like Shepherd's Heirloom. Nice little XP attachment. You don't have to pay any energy because you do know set tends to run a little bit low on rune economy, and we see the Shepherd Heirlooms go ahead and get established on this turn. But I'm wondering, does he have any other XP generations? Because essentially, those might just be able to get attached one time and one time only, unless they have other tools like Grim Resolve. I feel like that's not too bad of a tool in set. Those are kind of ways of kind of recurring or cascading those equipments later on.
I think I said it perfectly. We do have something like the Grim Resolve that gives +3 XP. That's 3 extra times to equip these equipments. And against Aurora, you only have to kill so many big guys at the end of the day, right? To win this matchup. So having something like 5 times where you can equip this Shepherd's Heirloom is probably more than enough value out of it for the entire game.
Yeah, honestly, 2 times I feel like you're already winning there. But let's go ahead. I even saw actually in hand one card I want to discuss, the Repulse. They finally give Body a reliable counter. Not the most reliable as I say that, but it is a little bit restricted to battlefield / targeting only single units, single friendly units, mind you. But a counter nonetheless. I feel like someone like Set can definitely find a lot of value from that. So we'll see if that comes into play, because honestly, thinking about it for Sivir, she doesn't really have too much single target removal. Maybe Challenge is the most she would have, because Flurry of Blades kind of targets everything. Elder Dragon targets 3 locations at most. So I don't know how effective something like Repulse would be in this matchup, but I feel across the board it's definitely a really, really strong card.
I think definitely the card just kind of elevated the Body domain. I think Body was considered one of the weaker domains in set 2, especially in the pre-banless era. And now with these kind of answers to Rebuke, with these kind of answers to Starcrossed, with the Repulse, as well as the Demon in hand that we just saw him draw. Off the top deck, the Severe is very happy to see this card. Yeah, I think it's just kind of elevated the Body domain to new heights that we're kind of seeing right now. This Repulse card.
Here we go, AK. Dazzling Aurora number 1. Let's see where he goes ahead. A lot of Sivers just running a single Mind Splitter these days, with the majority of those units in the deck being delegated to those Elder Dragons. So that Set Brawler might be going down, but it does have a buff. And as you kind of were talking about in the beginning of the game, Set has that amazing legend ability to go ahead and save the Set Brawler, at least for the very turn. And the fact that it's in the base with no energy left, that means that Set Brawler is indeed going to be able to survive for at least another turn. Now it's about how do you clear the Elder Dragon. I guess if you kind of pump the Set Brawler tall enough and a challenge and then save it one more time, that might be the only way I could think about. But how else can maybe Set clear this Elder Dragon?
Right, so we at least have the saving grace of Set will always buff himself on the Conquer. So we'll always have a way of at least saving the Set for another day. And with something like the Punch First, if we do keep Set on the battlefield buffed and we do Punch First, we will lose our Elder. We do deramp 3 because we have to pay 2 for Punch First and then 1 for the incoming saving of Set. But we kind of kill an Elder Dragon. Issue is there's 2 more coming.
Right. I would imagine maybe they were prepared, but not like fully prepared for something like an Aurora matchup, because they've been running around, but they've been slowly but surely slightly on that decline trail. I would imagine. I feel they are, even though they went 3 top 8 appearances last regional last weekend. I feel like people have noticed it's a little bit more of a linear strategy, a very predictable strategy, as we talked about before. So they kind of not relying it at the highest levels. But as we're seeing here, this is kind of the middle of the road type players, 3 wins, 3 losses. So this is honestly where but Aurora in general kind of shines the brightest. So what I was getting at is, are they probably running a mainboard salvage? I don't think so, right?
I think maybe the most that we can see is a mainboarded Sabotage.
Okay.
But Sabotage, I mean, the damage has already been done. Aurora's already on the field. There's at least 2 more Elder Dragons we have to deal with. And yes, we can save our set, but we're deramming to do that. But that set is pretty big on its own. I think it's an 8 my unit, so we're pretty close to just challenging the Elder Dragon outright.
Yeah, those heirlooms are +2, no?
Yeah, I think they're +2, yeah.
Okay, so currently 8, and then he has the buff, and then if he utilizes the buff, he'll go up to 12. So he has enough to challenge it, but then you die as well, because challenge doesn't work the same way, right? Because Elder Dragon reads if
Right.
your damage does any amount of damage of yours kills anything, but challenge is going to be your opponent's damage, so it doesn't work the same way a lot of people would imagine. So a pit rookie, that's not a new one, so he's just pushing it onto the board and leaving it there, so leaving everything available. I wonder what he has in mind, because that's someone's just inviting. Is he just relying on the set legend ability here to save the set brawler one more time?
I think we're just relying on the set legend ability, saying, hey, it's very hard for you to now beat my 11 might hold. I think that last rights is probably the perfect card we want to see again, because it makes our Elder Dragon 12 might. But imagine that we don't use our... Oh, that's just a brutal card. If we go in, we'll trade the Elder Dragon, keep our set brawler alive. So it was a smart play to kind of invest those cards in there. It does leave us up very vulnerable to this flurry of blades. And now the set is going to be dying next turn, dying at the end of this turn, if we hit a Aurora. Elder Dragon off the Aurora.
Very true. Set legend ability can only be used once per turn, as you do have to exhaust the legend. So things might be looking pretty bad for our set player. Not really having the luck of the charm this time around in the initial game, but does get the Conqueror Sivir. Was that the first point? Yeah, I think that was the only unit. So yeah, first point on the board for our Sivir player. And thinking about what else to do, but more importantly is that, the showdown never ended, EK. It looks like a hidden blade coming down. That's one way to get down one Elder Dragon, but we know one might just be right around the corner. Can he get a little bit, I say lucky, but a Mind Splitter also doesn't feel that great, but better than an Elder Dragon in this position, I feel.
Right, the Mind Splitter right now, we need some sort of break. We have to keep this set brawler alive with a kind of buff, and the only way we can do that is by conquering. I don't think that there's a way of giving that buff on a reaction speed. So now we're kind of just left at the mercy of this incoming top deck from the side of, incoming Aurora hit from the side of Sivir.
And just doing what he can, goes ahead and establish out the chosen champion for right now. And then trying to go ahead and just rely. He has things that aren't really too useful in hand, like the Gus. I don't think he's going to be doing too much things, but a stack deck before he goes ahead and finds out what is in the deck. Oh, and he was going to hit the Elder Dragon indeed, but now he actually puts it at the bottom of the deck. Let's see if that's a bit of a detriment to him, because if he hits a Mind Splitter rather than that Elder Dragon, he's not going to feel too hot about that stack deck right there. But either or, I feel like he has fantastic cards in hand for the remaining of this game. Has the Pack of Wonders to back units back, or bounce the treasure trove back once he gets it. But Mobilize does get played out. Something tells me he's seeing 2 Elder Dragons. It has to be something like a Mind Splitter, I feel like.
But it's a 50-50. You know, your entire game can be decided on this one hit, and it is the Mind Splitter. If you're the side of the set player, you hate to see it, that's a sign of relief.
Right, as bad as that sounds, that's just the reality of the situation. So does take a little bit of peek, but no, actually doesn't even notice. Or he does, maybe he doesn't care. It's not really the moment. Oh, there it is. A smart player always kind of looks through the deck. And there's 2 Lunar Booms, a Catalyst, and a couple other great cards in there. And does actually take the time to start writing things down. I feel like it's a little unnecessary, but it is round 7. But honestly, you're not really in contention for even day 2. But I guess you might as well get in good practice of playing at the highest level you can, right?
I mean, how often does one get the chance, the privilege to kind of get into these regionals? And I think the set player is saying, you know what, I'm already here. I can't make it to day 2, but I'm at least gonna try and do my best in these upcoming matches. because it's once in a while opportunity, so you might as well use it.
Right, EK, they are fighting for something here. They're fighting for a winning record. They want to finish strong and, write home about saying, I went 4 wins, 3 losses, instead of 3 wins and 4 losses, right? So a little bit of pride, a little bit of bragging rights to talk about, because these are tougher competitions, right? Yes, there's only 640 players, but on that same notion, there's 640 players. You're trying to do the best you can among those guys. MindSplitter pulls out the Fade Dragon, another dragon, but just not as strong as the Elder Dragon, but has a showstopper and a challenge. So those 2 units not feeling too safe for the side of Sivir. But I think this is just going a tad bit too slow if you ask me as a set player. He's going to be conquering just 1 by 1, going up to 4, and then Sivir just, as we all know, just thrives in the late game.
Right, there's the showstopper trying to get our set buffed. So right now, if you're on the side of set, you actually kind of like the position that you're currently in, because we're gonna get the extra draw from this Hirana. We're gonna be able to kill this Mind Splitter, and there's only 1 more Elder Dragon in the deck. We do know that the opponent does have a last right to kind of bring them back, but if you're on the side of set, that's not something you kind of have to think of right now.
Yeah, not at the current moment, and I do like if he goes ahead and plays something like a challenge. Wouldn't feel that bad, because then, as you just pointed out, there's just a single unit left in the deck. If it's a little bit more of a traditional build that we've seen recently, where it's just a single Mind Splitter and the 3 Elder Dragons, if you're able to take care of that final Elder Dragon, that's a pretty much auto concede for most Sivers, because you can't attach a last right to no units. You can't score points and progress your board state without any units, of course. So that is probably a bit of a winning condition for him. But of course, it's a little trickier to get to that position, because Elder Dragon comes down. Set has been doing some work. I'm talking about the legend, right? Keeping the Set Brawler alive for at least 2 times, potentially even a 3rd time come this turn.
So right now, both players digging for this answer, right? If you're on the side of Set, I need to get this challenge. I need to find a way to kill this Elder Dragon on my turn. Make sure that last rights doesn't go through. The sabotage, there's no challenge. So it is the top deck. We're going to be in a top deck war next turn plus. And it's, do we see the challenge that wins us the game? That's the real question.
Yeah, you need something to interact with that backline, because I can't think of anything else besides the challenge that does it. I don't think yellow has access to it. Of course, literally they do, but in most set decks, they probably aren't running any kind of backline interaction. As a quick little side note, while Aurora figures out his place here, guys, those pink tokens are actually Chinese exclusive gold tokens. So those are official tokens. They just only exist in China. They're actually a TFT collab. If you notice, those are the little summoner icons, or the little guys you press around the board and you kind of have them walk around. Those are an exclusive to Chinese only tokens.
Right, I think it's called the golden spatula over there in
that's
China,
exactly what it was.
But I do want to see more of this from the side of English releases. Had these kind of collaborations with League of Legends, maybe other games, and I'm just excited for the game's future, and I'm excited for the future of this turn. We have 1 more draw plus.
I like evenness, right? I feel like they should just, whatever Chinese has, might as well give it to us too, right? Like, why are they separating the pretty kitty and then the Lee Sin center? I feel like that's a little bit working in the wrong direction. Just give everyone the same thing, the same playmats, the same go tokens. But I could see it where they kind of want to make things exclusive, but then they kind of need to give us some exclusivity as well, because I don't think the US/English regions have gotten anything like truly special, at least not yet anyways.
I think the only thing we kind of have on them is the riot buffs, but
okay.
Other than that, I'm not sure. But again, I would love these kind of things to come over. Maybe when we hit a synchronized release, we can maybe see some of it.
Very true.
Now, this is where it comes down. Do we have the answer? There's the Flurry Blades. Might be all that you wrote.
Absolutely
we
right.
had
You can't save a set brawler without a buff. He was desperately hoping he would at least get the conquer there, and now has to virtually start from square number one, 4-1. That's just not too much of a margins for Sivir to go ahead and catch things back up. But that being said, there's just a single unit conquering. This isn't your MF legend. You can't give it ganking and go ahead and score double points in every turn. But what you can do now is the last right comes out and sees the bigger picture. He's like, wait a minute, I'm in the winning spot, but not really in terms of points. You're going to be able to close that gap rather sooner than later. And I've played enough Aurora to know exactly what's going down. I've played enough Aurora to save myself from the pain of what's to come. So GG, well done. And it looks like we're getting ourselves into a game 2 after this. We'll go back to the booth in the meantime.
Right. And I think that is, a really good play from the side of Set, saying, you know what, we've seen games go into these, overtime rounds with like very, very small chances of winning. And Set saying, you know what, there's no way of me getting back into this game. He's going to get El Dragon every single turn, basically.
Oh, yeah.
And I just don't have the answers. I'm just going to concede, try and win this game 2 and get enough time to win game 3 because I am the quicker deck. And that is kind of a secret weakness, I want to say, to Aurora decks. Aurora decks, the games that they win, they take a lot of time to win, right? And that does get us into this kind of scenario where we're going into time. And Aurora, very well known for being one of the worst decks in time. If it's in the Aurora turn, then some different stuff happens, but we're always going to be behind on points. And who cares if you have 4 Elder Dragons coming up the next turn if you're going to lose to time either way.
Right. As we discussed before, game 2 is where Set can probably put up a much stronger fight. I mean, in an ideal world, Set is citing in 2 more sabotages, because we only saw 1 that main board. So 2 more sabotages, maybe 3 actions and 3 salvages, and see how that fares against Aurora. I feel like that would be overkill to dedicate your entire sideboard for it. But you almost need something like that, because Set, not known for his card drawing ability, so you have to kind of see those cards in the first couple opening cards in your hand. I mean, they've gotten better at drawing. I'm trying to think of exactly the tools. I know the cards, I just don't know if Set is playing these cards. Do you know anything of like card generation for Set?
So we do have Sacrifice.
Okay, true. That's almost enough.
I'm not sure about Shadow's Call. I'm not sure if we can get the draw, because we would draw to give a unit temporary, and then if it's buffed, we just kill it at the start of our turn with a set ability and then revive it, basically. So it could be a cool kind of tech. I'm not sure if Set players are playing that right now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, EK. I believe temporary is the one thing that gets around the Set legend ability, because I remember there was a thing about in Set 1 where you fading memories of Set brawler, but they keep temporary for the remaining of their existence, right? So you save it for 1 turn, but they always keep temporary. Right. So on the next turn, they die. Something like that. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that's the interaction. You can't legend ability a temporary unit and keep it alive.
I think the way it works is that you'll save the temporary one. The next turn, it will die again, I want to say.
Yeah. Unless, I guess, you try to save it again. Is there an infinite loop here that you can keep on saving it? I know Yogurt's saying, yeah, temporary remain. Thank you, guys. That's what I was thinking about as well. But can you continue to save it? I guess you'll see maybe some of these answers in this game number 2. It looks like the Aspirin Climb game, which is traditional for Sivir, being on the draw. And nice little card generating battlefield. As we discussed, Set not known for his potential to draw cards, but battlefields like Sunken Temple do allow him to kind of make up where he kind of has his flaws. And I like it. I feel like there's any battlefield to go ahead and contest this, but you are on a bit of an uphill climb against the battlefield from your opponent alone. So I'm hoping if you guys are set fans, we see those opening sabotages / actions earlier than not.
Right, and that's also kind of the issue with Aurora, right? If the first hit of Aurora is the Mind Splitter, that the answer we kept in our hand, that's going to grave. And that's kind of the strength that we do see from this Aurora thing. You don't only have to have one answer in your hand, you have to have two, because if I had the Mind Splitter, you're cooked.
Oh, yeah. And that's exactly the adaptation a lot of Sivers / Aurora decks in general have made, because they said, okay, you're going to go ahead and sideboard all your Aurora hate. Let's go ahead and put some additional Mind Splitters in this deck so that there's more likelihood for hitting them compared. And we did see the mulligan coming in, and Sabotage is indeed in hand. So if things go perfectly Set's way, you get that turn 3 Sabotage to get the Aurora out of there. But you know, sometimes it works where they don't even have the Aurora, so it's almost like a bit of a whiff Sabotage. But at the minimum, you get some key information going forward. Of course, Set will be on the play. Let's see, can Set close it, or not close it, but at minimum bring us to that notorious game number 3, or is Sivir just going to get the better of this Set mid-range player?
Right, and I do want to say, we were talking about cards that decide of Set Galt and Set 3. I'm just looking at one right now, and that's the Master Yi. You know, this is one of my favorite legends in the game. So seeing him in other decks is pretty cool. Master Yi being a 4-drop, you know, gains 2 XP, gets ganking at level 6, and using the Shepherd's Heirloom, we can kind of equip the equipment pretty easily with the XP that Yi's gained us. And if we can get ganking onto the board as quick as possible, we can sort of start getting these points very quickly if you're on the side of Set.
Yeah, I do like that as well. You do have another XP generating tool in the Hunt 2 from XP. So you could go ahead and continue on using those Shepherd Heirlooms as we talked about before. And one of your favorite cards does come down. The little Yi. What's his official name? I'll look it up here.
Actually, I do not know the official name of this Yi.
Chat, what's the little Yi's name? I know the big boy is called Unstoppable. This one, oh, Master Yi Tempered. Okay.
Tempered. Oh yeah, this is the one. So now seeing the Aurora come down from the side of the Sivir, issue it. That's 2 Auroras. Okay. Yeah, if it's already hard enough to deal with 1, we have to deal with 2 now. And our opponent has a Sabotage themselves.
Wait, this is suspicious, chat. Did you see the stacked deck, EK? The stacked deck contained 2 Auroras. So you're telling me there was 3 Auroras in the first 8 cards? Wait. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In the first 9 cards, there was 3 Auroras. That's a little sus. But hey, sometimes you just rolling so hot. And sometimes it just is what it is. I guess it's just how the cookie crumbles for these Aurora decks.
I mean, you know, if you're on the side of this Set play right now, you're gonna do the Sabotage, and you're gonna have. Oh, hold on. Yep, there it is. And now you're looking down. Yep, deep breath in. You see the laugh of the double Aurora. Knowing this kind of situation that you kind of thrust it into, the opponent has.
Even the judge feels for him. You see the judge's face. He's like, oh boy, we've seen this one too many times. And he knows the pain he's about to have to endure. Aurora doesn't come down the immediate next turn, but 2 more turns from now. So he has to find some kind of answers. If he top decks another Sabotage the next turn, that might be an idealistic situation, but a little bit unlikely, of course. And just Set can't seem to go fast enough to kind of punish the slow roll that Sivir or any Aurora deck kind of does.
Right, I think the most important thing is losing out on our turn one play there, right? We didn't have any kind of way to get this 1 point, get us on this now odd tempo that we need to be on. But more importantly, now the issue is this Sivir next turn is going to play Catalyst for 4. They're going to be on 9 runes, so that they can afford to lose 2 runes worth of power. And they already have the Sabotage in hand. So what's going to happen is they're going to play Catalyst, play Sabotage, get rid of that incoming. Okay, let's show some. We're trying to get a buff to, keep us alive against the incoming Elder and get the Sunken Temple draw. But we're going through at most 2 hand discards in the upcoming turns, and I don't think Set can play with that.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, as you point out, you do get that Sunken Temple draw for paying 1 energy. So you get the Hunt too, going up to 2 only because that's your first XP going on. But heart of the cards, you need to see another Sabotage you sideboard. Oh, and there we go. Sometimes you just have to manifest it. The Sabotage straight off the top, not punishing you for taking the initial Aurora. And we have a game on our hands, folks. Aurora number 2 getting straight to the bottom. And we saw from the stack deck earlier, that's all 3 Auroras at the bottom, EK. I think Set could win this.
Right now, if there's any chance of us winning, it was off that draw.
Right.
That is
Sunken Temple MVP here.
I mean, yeah, that's. I mean, because think about it. Next turn, we were staring down a Sabotage, a Catalyst. So we had to have gotten that Sabotage was at the perfect place at the perfect time. And if you decide to set, you're the happiest man on this game of Riftbound right now.
And there we go, trying to repay the favor that he did earlier, saying, what do you have in hand? So look at that, EK. He actually had a couple answers. Hidden Blades for the Elder Dragons if they decide to push to salvage once the DA went ahead and got established. So does decide salvage is a little bit too much of a threat, especially because we have the Pack of Wonders to play with. But now, Set is feeling good. He knows, we know with the caster vision we had that all 3 Auroras are at the bottom. He knows at minimum there's 2, so the likelihood of getting your 3rd isn't quite up there. The only thing that's working and a bit of a detriment for Set is that he just can't conquer fast enough. You're giving so much wiggle room to Sivir to maybe make up for the lack of Aurora. At this point, you're just playing without Aurora. You have 8, you go to 10. So you could maybe drop something like a Mind Splitter, maybe just waste a turn. Your opponent goes to max 3 points and then drop an Elder Dragon. I say that, but you need to draw those cards as well. And Sivir is dangerously low as just 2 cards in hand. So she's not looking in the best position either.
Right. And, I think the side of Sivir now is just we have to hard draw into our Mind Splitters, hard draw into our Elders. And, Elder is still a very strong card if played for 12. So it's not like it's the end of the world for the Sivir player, but we're put in a very bad position. So there's a Sivir ganking. She's going to be a 6 might attacker. We're going to be forced to kind of send this Yi off back into our base. Again, not the worst position to be in at the end of the day. On the side of Set, yes, your Yi dies, he comes back, and then we get to have a very much free attack. But this is the issue. We're on 2 points, and it is a Aspirant's Climb game. We are very far away from our winning turn.
Yeah, immensely far away. Sivir does go up to 2, being accelerated and paying a power. So already at 6, the last strike coming in, adding it up to 8. And Master Yi looks like he's just defending for a measly 5 total might. As you point out, though, Set Legend ability can go ahead and proc as it has the buff, allowing him to finally get up to the level 6 with the Conquer on Aspirant Climb most likely, and then ganking / deflect. But of course, more importantly, the ganking does come online because if he's able to go ahead and take care of the Sivir on defense, now that Sivir just simply has 2 runes to work with on defense, I think this is where things can slowly start snowballing in the favor of Set, where you have the double conquer potential. You go 2, or honestly, in this turn, you're going to go to 3. So from 3 to 5, 5 to 7, 7 to 9 is exactly where he wants to be. And now it's our Sivir player kind of shaking their head. Double Sabotage and Catalyst, not too ideal. He's looking for Unity K. Where's his Dragons? Where's his Mind Splitter? That's what's in the thoughts of this player.
Right, and I think the perfect card we have to see from the side of Set is, can we get rid of the Sivir without needing to hit a Blade? If we hit a Blade, that's 2 cards closer to the Elder, 2 cards maybe even closer to the Aurora. I'm not sure if we're gonna see it again. There's the Ashe, another way to kind of counter the Aurora deck, but not what we're trying to find right now.
Yep, not a bad top deck indeed. I do like it just in case, because you don't know, as we discussed before, we don't know if he has, or he doesn't know actually, that he does or doesn't have that 3rd Aurora. So might as well make it 100% certain that he doesn't have it. and then you just deal with the Sivir. I mean, Sivir currently is at 6. Oh, go ahead and deal with it the easy way. It does come at the cost of 2 extra card draws, so it could draw him the units he's looking for. But you're just looking for the double conquer regardless. Doesn't pick up those units. Reminds me a little bit of the old Aurelia problem, if you guys remember that, where you just have so many spells in the deck. But in this situation is way crazier because there's honestly only 5 units in the entire deck most often than not.
Right, and you have to remember that I think Ash can. So I think the play that we're trying to go for from the side of set is you need to be on 12 runes to play this kind of bomb that is Elder Dragon. So that means I have 1 turn of freedom, and then I'll have to go in. If you're on the side of set, what you can do now is next turn play out your Ash, and if he has the Elder Dragon, we just send that away for the rest of the game.
I love it. Thinking ahead and saying, I'm going to go ahead and guarantee this game number 2, and then we'll see how things play out in that notorious, as we said before, game number 3. No better way of closing out this final round 7. It has to go to game 3, just how we would like to draw it up. But you never know if Sivir draws something really good, which I can't imagine is too many outs from this position, because the thing he needs is Aurora, and the thing he needs is all the way at the bottom of the deck, and he's just lacking anything that's playable. A top deck Mind Splitter wouldn't be the worst, but a top deck Gus might be that nightmare fuel you're desperately not looking to find. Trove is a step in the right direction because you're able to at least draw, I would imagine, like 3 cards. Actually, no, Pack of Wonders can't do it. You can't restand Pack of Wonders, actually.
Right, so I think just was trying to find a unit, and it's just we were talking about how it was kind of lucky for the Sivir to have the 3 Auroras in their top 10 cards of their deck, but now it's kind of backfired on them spectacularly, having now all of our Auroras at the bottom of our deck, and I think all of our units are kind of just swimming there with them.
Right. It definitely feels that way. The Sivir player can only imagine a world where he kind of gets a little bit lucky. He had the luck, but so did our set player today, and now just kind of not really running into anything and trying to put some kind of pieces together to the most of his ability. He has a sabotage just to get some info, but honestly not feeling like too much of an ideal play. And does that take him off? Oh, no, I think he used a gold there. I was going to say that might have taken him off an Elder Dragon top deck next turn, but he still has that in the picture. But that's Aurora, or rather that's set going up to 6 total points next turn. That's still, what, a 3-turn clock? Or 2-turn clock, actually.
Right, so we're going to go to 6, 8, then 9. So there's still a few more turns for this Elder Dragon to drop down. We're going to have a few more draws from the side of set. We have, the one from Treasure, and then we're going to have the one extra one from Catalyst. Actually, no, we don't have enough for that. So we do have some kind of ways of seeing this Elder, but none of these units are in our hand plus.
Yeah, nowhere to be found. Quick little side note, what is that hidden card? Was that the second Hidden Blade maybe?
I think this is a secondary Hidden Blade.
I believe, right? Because I remember seeing 2, because I'm trying to think of any orange hidden cards. We've seen maybe Face Breakers and Fiora decks, but I think Hidden Blades might be the only things for a set. Unless there might be another card we're thinking, but we did see 2, so more likely than not going to be that Hidden Blade there. Does pass it, and I think I spoke right the first time around, still on a 3-turn lethal clock. So you go to 6, you go to 8. It's going to be 3 turns before you threaten that 9 point this game. Is it time to play Ash just to have that 100% closure that they're not going to drop the Aurora? I feel like it wouldn't be the worst here.
Because I think Ash right now, if you're on the side of set, right? Let's make sure. Ash can get rid of units too, right?
I think it's
so Ash can get rid of any unit. Yep. So I think right now you look at the hand, say at least there's no incoming Elder, and if I move all of my units to base, I can also just be safe off the Elder top deck, plus the maybe Flurry Blades that we can't get rid of. So far, this game is going Set's way. I'm not sure how Aurora can get back into it. Maybe if you know anything.
No, honestly, I mean, it is top deck Elder Dragon. At least that's step 1. Step 2, you need to get another Flurry of Blades, but I just don't think Set's going to be giving him that window of opportunity, because that's at least going to be 2 more turns before so, because that's a whole 12 runes just to play Elder Dragon, and then you need an additional energy for Flurry, and didn't even draw it, so going to get the extra draw from Mobilize since his room deck is completely out of use. Did draw the Flurry of Blades, but in this position, it is in the reverse order. You are desperation mode for some units. Can he draw them? I mean, maybe this is a little payback for those initial 9 cards being Aurora / I can't remember now. Game 1 went so fast, but did he kind of high roll game number 1?
I think we did have the turn 3 Aurora for game number 1, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
So, kind of, was it Icarus flying too close to the sun, getting too close to that kind of jackpot, and the house has kind of come to pay its debts. Take its debts, sorry.
For sure, the luck kind of equalizing. You can't be completely hot all tournament long / best of 3 series long, and just drawing a lot of cards that draw into other cards, but those aren't just drawing the cards you need for the time being. Ran out of treasure troves. Pack of Wonders doing absolutely nothing. Has a board that seemingly looks full, but he's had enough. He said, this is just a little bit too much torture. I'm going to go ahead and bring us to that game 3 like we wanted. So this is it, chat. The very last game of the day. A long, I believe, 10-hour day. Funny enough, this regional has been so awesome that it hasn't felt like 10 hours, because these matchups have been, as I said before, some of the better matchups that I can remember in recent history.
I mean, when will you ever see a Lux versus Vex?
Yeah, that was a good one.
I don't think I've seen that ever inside like my own gameplay, but seeing a regional is kind of a nice thing. Hold on, it was an Orin versus XPE too?
It was good. It was good. That one was actually pretty good. Jin versus, it was another spell deck. Chat, who was here for round 1? I know none of you guys were here for round 1 because that was 10 hours ago. But it was Jin versus, oh man, who did he play? It was like 2 spell decks going at it. It wasn't Kai'Sa. I'll have to rewind the VOD, but it was a mono blue Jin doing some crazy like Echo, Hextech, Gauntlet shenanigans to Time Warp. And BMU, thank you, Mother, as well. Victor. So 2 kind of control-y spell decks. And it was cool. He actually did make use of the Hextech Gauntlet where he converted energy into power, or the other way around, converted power into energy. It was cool. Right. It was definitely a worthwhile watch. I would recommend it for you guys. And then I think after that, as we kind of been sounding a bit broken record here, we said the Rengar, we said those Vexes. So it's been a good one. Time definitely has flown by today. So this Silver Aurora matchup isn't really phasing me, even though it's not the most ideal way to end. I feel like it's been okay.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, and as big of a boogeyman that Aurora is, seeing someone slay the dragon, kill the Aurora, beat the Aurora with those sabotages with that kind of top deck makes it all the more satisfying.
Right. Let's see if we can do the same thing in this final game. Game number 3. Let's go ahead and join these players. And I know, TCG, I actually don't sound bad because I need to go to bed. I sound bad because I did a big cast on Wednesday, which I probably shouldn't have done. Maybe it wasn't just that. Maybe I did get sick somewhere in the middle there, because I usually don't sound this bad during these co-streams. It was just a little bit of a weird situation, honestly. But hopefully you guys can still understand me. EK, am I still hanging in there? Am I still sounding okay?
You're hanging in there. I think, guys, just make sure to send as much love to Plus. He's kind of trekking through for our entertainment. I think just an amazing kind of organization, a caster. I can't give enough props to this man. And going into game 3.
Definitely. And yes, we saw Ahri. We saw Ahri versus, what was it? Ahri, you guys might have to remind me. It was a good matchup. It was Ahri playing the Blue Sentinel with the Ahri +1 victory point.
Rengar.
It was good. Oh, was it the Rengar? Yeah, it was the Rengar, actually.
Yeah. No, I'm looking at some of these matchups before we get into this game 3. I 100% agree with you. You had Ornn versus XP, Ahri versus Rengar, Lux versus Vex. Some of the best matchups we've had the honor of just kind of seeing in these regionals. Now, I do want to say that is a mobilized into catalyst, right? Are we lucky again? Will we see the turn 3 Aurora come down? How's our hand from the side of set looking? Not as good. We have the Ashe at the very least to kind of stop that turn 3 Aurora, but you know, turn 3 Aurora is turn 3 Aurora. We have the ramp, we have the answers. We should define the card.
Right, it honestly doesn't get any better than that for all these Aurora decks. So it does have the catalyst, as you point out. Something I do want to point out is the Valley of Idols, a really good battlefield that's been added to the Unleashed meta for set players, because you guarantee a way of saving units with your legend ability. Tap, I believe, your unit. Let me double read it. No, pay energy to buff it. Okay, when a player plays a unit here, they may pay 1 energy to buff it. Okay, not too bad. Just another more consistent way of providing buffs to your units.
Okay, so at least we can guarantee there is no Aurora coming down the next turn. So if we're on the side of Sivir, it's becoming, where are they? Are they in the top 10 cards like they were in the start of game 2? Or are they in the bottom 10 cards at the end of game 2, right? So that's the kind of story, that's the kind of game we have to play right now. And which of these players is feeling lucky?
Right, which one just sees those cards they need, the Aurora answers or the Aurora in general. I mean, Sivir feeling decently good odds with that Scryer Bloom already established on the board. You're paying an energy, looking at the top 2 cards, and then drawing one. You can even scry the top 2 cards and then draw an additional one, and just like that, right on cue, the Aurora is in hand, decides to leave it at top because you do have to draw that top card. And one more turn, actually one more turn, forget about it. Right here, right now, Aurora will be hitting the board. And if it's an Elder Dragon, I think that's just too early, right? 0-1. Are you? No, I don't want to. It almost seems disrespectful to just straight up concede, but it doesn't get any worse than this, does it?
Yeah, I think we were only 1. I think we had to pay 1 for the Scryers, right? So we couldn't play it this turn. So next turn.
Oh, he was at 8. You're totally right. He had 7. So yeah,
Right.
you do have one more turn. You're totally right.
All right. No, but I'm not sure. But I think we would have played it if we had the chance to. The important part
No,
is
you were
plus
right. You're
is-
right.
Important part is we're losing our board. We're kind of getting our game slowed down a bit. Now, if you're on the side of set, do we get lucky again and do we find the sabotage? Because I think that's the card we need right now.
Yeah, the question is, does lightning strike the same place twice? I don't believe so, but you never know. A TCG is a TCG with the element of randomness, and you never know. All it takes is the top deck. We saw him do the impossible in that game number 2. Can he do it one more time? Because the Aurora is indeed in hand. If you top deck the sabotage or a Ashe, I would imagine he has it, but no, has a salvage though. A little bit of a saving grace if he doesn't top deck Mind Spitter. He does have access to a salvage, but I don't know. I feel like you want to go ahead and be slightly more proactive, but on the more realistic note, you have to do what you can do, which is the cards that are dealt currently in hand. But here we go. I think it is time for the Aurora to come down as anticipated, since there was no sabotage to be found for our set player. And where's your money on EK? Are we thinking Mind Splitter or Elder Dragon? Or is he being crazy and surprised us with something like a Baron Nashor?
If there's a Baron, my hands are in the air. I'm calling this cinema. I will say,
Right.
I do think that the Aurora player actually did a slight misplay by choosing to draw the Aurora that turn. If we actually, what we could have done is we could have put Gust on top and Aurora below it, right?
Okay.
So we draw the Gust off the Scryer's Bloom, and then we'd be safe from sabotage. So there's these small intricacies that Aurora players can do to kind of make sure the deck is better. Now, I will say there's a lot of like nuance to playing the deck, but now we have the salvage in hand. We can save one of our units with our set legend, right? So we do have a board at least after this play. Do we have a way of getting rid of this Elder Dragon and also getting rid of this Aurora? Because if we do, we kind of win the game on the spot.
I feel like a punch first might be the only reasonable way of doing that, because a salvage just costs 2 and 1 energy, so that Aurora will be going straight to the trash. But without a buff, and with the buff enabling battlefield being occupied by these big units here. There's just no reliable way. I mean, a pit crew adds up to 1, use the set brawler ability up to 8, but you're missing 1 too much might there because Elder Dragon's at 10, Sivir's at 4. Hidden Blade, though, is a straightforward answer. As we said before, I mean, think about how many cards Sivir drew before, but she is running hot. Game number 2 wasn't hit game. Game number 3, I believe it is. That's an Aurora immediately as soon as the first one went down.
Right. I think, you know what? Maybe we're back in it. You know, we had one bad stroke of luck from the side of Sivir in game 2, but we're back in it. You know, we're in the casino. We're seeing all 7s, and on the side of Set, we kind of have to deal with this incoming assault. You know, we've done our best. We've gotten rid of these first 2 units. I mean, we did have kind of I think maybe a overextension from the side of the Sivir player, putting that Elder Dragon on the battlefield to keep him vulnerable. But if you draw into Aurora the turn after, then you're still fine.
Right, I completely agree. It was a little bit more vulnerable on the battlefield, especially because we know the straightforward kill spells are restricted to these battlefields like Hidden Blade. If you kept it in the base, you have some other options in terms of Flurry of Blades to go ahead and deal with your opponent's board. So I do think a little bit of a blunder, but who needs to play ideally when you're just drawing a little bit too hot? I think it's going to be Aurora number 2 drop down immediately. And I love that they cut to the players' faces because I want to see his reaction. Not too expressive, just kind of knows the inevitable that, okay, we know what's coming down.
Right. And think of the spells we had to use that turn. We got rid of a salvage, we got rid of a challenge, we got rid of a hidden blade. So a lot of our ways of interacting with these big units are now out of the game. If, again, the only saving grace is if we somehow hit the Mind Splitter. It's a 1 in a 3 chance of hitting this Mind Splitter, and then drawing a salvage off the top. Other than that, it's looking pretty dire.
Extremely dire because you can't even save 2 units at the same time. Of course, the higher value unit being the Brawler. So that's Elder Dragon number 2 coming down. As you mentioned, you're running out of really good cards in hand, especially when you're talking about Elder Dragon in the back there, and you're running so low on rune economy. To be fair, Set's not really a stranger to having low runes, but it's just not allowing him to do too much on these very next turns. Yes, a Victorious could be okay, but you're not dealing with the threats at hand. The Aurora's going to be sticking around for another turn. Elder Dragon's going to be sticking around for another turn, and little by little, we find ourselves in a very similar position as that game 1.
Now, the one saving grace of this game, look at the timer. 10 minutes left. We're 4-1. If we can sort of kind of keep the game at this kind of point difference, we can maybe get away with winning a game on time. But 11 minutes, as small as it is, it's still a lot of time for Aurora to go Elder pass, Aurora pass. And it's Set that has to kind of deal with this situation now.
Yeah, if you try to drag it out, I think unfortunately it would be considered slow play. 11 minutes should be plenty of time to close out this game. Pushes over into the idols, does provide. Actually, I think you have to play a unit to get the buff. Correct. But of course, Brawler gets the buff just for simply conquering regardless. But let's go ahead and see if he plays out anything else, because all he has is 4 runes remaining. He can't really do too much this turn. And he's going up to 5. This is an aspirant climb. He's getting up there, EK. Is there a world where Set can maybe just squeeze it out?
I mean, I think the perfect card to see right now would be something like a first mate or a punch first to kind of deal with this incoming attack from the side of the Elder Dragon. But looking at his hand, not having the answers for this. Yeah, we just don't have it.
I'm thinking here, maybe if he goes ahead and just plays 2 drops, something like the Sea Monkey into the pit crew, wouldn't feel that bad, but he plays it for 3. I was going to say, because you want more units in case the Elder Dragon comes down so that you're able to continue the pressure and at minimum go to 6, maybe 7 next turn since you save 1 unit with Legend ability, because that means you have 2 units in the back line. You save the Brawler, leaving you with 2 units here. But of course, I guess he can push something in. We know there's an Elder Dragon in the discard right now. Elder Dragon plus the last right. No better combo than that. I think this is where we start to stabilize as a Sivir player, and it kind of just diminishing any final hope the set player had to kind of finish this run at a winning state, because he does attach to last right. And there's an open battlefield. It doesn't get any more straightforward than this. That Elder Dragon is back on the board very soon, it looks like.
Right, and I feel like looking at our hand, we had the hard bargain. We had going for another Aurora. So now, depending on how these cards are played out, it's either we get the Aurora on the bottom of the deck, or we get the Aurora after the Elder Dragon's played. Either we get it on the bottom of the deck or the top of the deck. So it's 50-50 chance to see that.
Right, and I actually misspoke there. I completely forgot that you have to pay for the card to be played. So you're most likely just gonna last right and play the Sivir Chosen Champ, and then just go ahead and use the ability from Aurora to get the Elder Dragon you just put back in hand. But that means there's maximum 2 left in the deck, so you still have odds of hitting that 1 Mind Splitter there. We'll see. I mean, at this point, things are just looking so grim for Set. Although he had the Ashes, had the Sabotages, we don't know for certainty if he had the actions. I feel like action wouldn't be the worst, specifically in this matchup. Maybe for the other matchups, doesn't feel the best. But, Inner's readied, or he paid for the accelerate and then ganked on over. Phenomenal play, actually.
Yeah, I love this play, and we have this incoming Elder Dragon off the top just to finish off that set. Now, we have one more Mind Splitter, one more Elder. There's a last price on board, so we can definitely see those cards again if we choose to kill them. And look at the hand of Set. The answers are just not there. No punch first. No ways of getting rid of this Aurora. This might just be that second Aurora was the straw that broke the camel's back, but more of a cannon than a straw, I would say.
I mean, dude does what he can here with 5 runes remaining, so Victorious does get established for the time being, but it might not be sticking around for too much longer as it doesn't have a buff, and you don't really want to go ahead and utilize that legend ability to save a little Sea Monkey, especially when you have to go ahead and fight against these big, bad dragons. I think it is effectively over. It is the last game, 7 minutes remaining, so I don't doubt that they're just gonna play it out. They're gonna say go ahead and win, but I'm gonna go ahead and make you actually win it out, make these, score these final 3 points, and then put me out of my misery, and I'm going home packing it up, shedding a couple tears, and hugging my teddy bear or something.
I mean, honestly, what else could you do? I mean, this is your last game of the regional, right? So you might as well take it with grace, let the opponent go through the motions, let him have his kind of moment in. Is that 3 sabotages in a row? Right. Have his moment in the spotlight. And I think, you tried your best as a set, but sometimes it is a TCG, as you say, and the cards were in your favor.
It definitely was here today, but things can be a little bit different in day 2. Can Aurora still do Aurora things? As we mentioned before, there was 3 that managed to squeeze into top 8. I believe one of them was actually in the semifinals of last week's regional. I want to say I think people have kind of cracked the code for Aurora, but it just comes down to, can you find the answers for Aurora, or can they find the Aurora? If the answer is yes for either side and then no for the other side, then it's extremely one-sided sometimes.
Right, and there's the sabotage, a little bit late. The monsters, the beasts are on the field, and I think writing's on the wall. That top deck is not going to change anything. There's like 30 might, and every single one of that 30 might is enough to kill all your units. Sivir takes this game.
Yep, last game of the day. What a way to close out round number 7. Well played. Maybe we'll see. Actually, I was going to say maybe we'll see more of them in day 2, but only X2 players qualify for day 2. So chat, will head back to the casting booth as we go ahead and close things out for our day 1 co-stream of today's Xi'an Regional Open. I hope everyone had a good time. I know myself, I know we keep going back to it, but I had a blast. Despite how my voice sounds absolutely terrible, I had a really good time in this regional. Shout out to all the casters that helped me out, because if I had to not take any breaks, my voice would be even worse. Hopefully I could get a nice little break between day 1 and day 2 and come back strong.
Mm-hmm.
So my voice comes back a little bit. Pray for your boy. Hopefully I could be okay. But EK, as always, a pleasure to cast with you. How'd you find these last 2 rounds?
I mean, Aurora's Aurora, but we did got some surprises there. You know, the sabotages, the second Aurora coming in both times. You know, I as much as, you know, Aurora is kind of polarizing, it's still Riftbound, and I love seeing Riftbound, and I love casting the game. So excited to see what tomorrow holds.
Oh yeah.
And I hope, you know, everyone give your biggest wishes to Plus over here. Hopefully he gets better. You know, he's done
I'm
so
not
much.
sick, guys.
So
I'm not.
better.
You're making it sound like I'm sick. I'm not sick. I feel
He's-
perfect. It's just my voice
he's gone
can't
in a
keep up
day.
with the way I'm feeling. Either way, as EK said, I am beyond excited for tomorrow. Who's gonna be taking it? Master E won last weekend. We've had a lot of talks that Aurelia might be the forefront coming forward into this regional. She was the #1 most represented, but I want to see something a little bit different. Can a Diana at the hands of Randy? He's over there in today's event. There's previous champions. If you guys know EDG Young Nunu, he was a regional winner in set #1. He's competing today, so hopefully he made #2. But guys, we'll find all that out tomorrow. Before we head on out, EK, if you want to do any usual shout outs like we tend to do here, now will be perfect before I go ahead and just end the stream and head to bed.
No, I'll be honest. Nothing much to shout out. Again, shout out to the people back at home. But honestly, to be fair, I think, you know, it's time for you to get the shout out here. Plus, get your flowers. Thank you for having us. Thank you for organizing, and thank you for honestly, you know, even while having your voice kind of go through this little slow issue.
Batman mode.
Batman mode. Yeah, having this little Batman mode. Still having the time to kind of get this and have a pleasure of casting. Me having the pleasure of getting to cast with you.
There we
Yeah,
go.
I'm
It
just
was a
happy to
fun.
be-
It goes both ways. I mean, I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it. So shout out to everyone joining in today. I think this was an awesome day 1, and I think it's going to be even better for day 2. So if you guys enjoyed today's stream, come back tomorrow and see who will be crowned champ for the Xi'an Regional Open. And let's find out. But for now, guys, we're going to go ahead and close things out. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good one, guys.
See ya.